Chapter 2031. Qin Shao really needed the explosive energy, so Qin Shao did not stand on ceremony with Wu Fengqing. This matter was settled. Now they only needed to wait for Rian Lu's father to arrive. Qin Shao did not expect Rian Lu's father to be an ancient saint. The daughter of an ancient saint, this identity was really glamorous. Just the starting point of her birth was much higher than others. However, Rian Lu did not have the air of a princess. Rian Lu was still a pretty girl from a humble family. She was also very quiet and very approachable. She was very easy to get along with. If she did not say it, Qin Shao really did not expect her to be the daughter of an ancient saint. Maybe this situation was not a big deal in the 9 provinces of Huaxia. It was even possible that many of the geniuses from the various territories who came this time were the sons of an ancient saint. Qin Shao did not think about this. Everyone's birth was not a choice. Qin Shao never felt ashamed of his humble birth, and never envied other people's good birth. The road of cultivation did not care about your birth, but whether you worked hard or not, and how much talent and potential you had. Those who were born with a good birth would, at most, have a higher starting point. Ha ha, brother Qin Shao, what a coincidence! I did not expect to meet you again so soon. It seems that this is the fate of brothers. Suddenly, a forthright and loud voice came. A burly figure walked over to Qin Shao and the other 2 enthusiastically, with a simple and honest smile on his face. The person who spoke was naturally not someone else, but Meng Dali. This burly man spoke rudely, and his steps were heavy. Once he appeared, he made a big noise, as if he was afraid that others would not know. His laughter was like a thunderclap. Hearing this bold and unrestrained voice, Qin Shao and the other 2 could not help but be stunned. Suddenly, a bad premonition came to their hearts. Shoo! Wu Fengqing immediately made a shushing gesture at Meng Dali. He quickly stepped forward to stop Meng Dali's actions and covered his mouth. But Meng Dali didn't know what was going on, so he avoided Wu Fengqing and smiled at him. Wu Fengqing, why are you so enthusiastic? Why are you doing that? You're so naughty. Wu Fengqing suddenly wanted to vomit blood. This guy was completely clueless about the situation. It's over. I'm going to ruin everything. In Wu Fengqing's heart, there was a very bad and uneasy feeling that welled up in his heart. Meng Dali, don't say anything. Stop right there. Qin Shao couldn't help but say. Qin Zhao's words were effective. Meng Dali immediately stopped and shut his mouth. However, he looked at Qin Shao in confusion and then looked at Wu Fengqing and Lu Rian. Only then did he realize that something was amiss. Meng Dali scratched his head and frowned. He didn't understand what was going on. Brother Qin Shao, what's going on? Did I do something wrong? Meng Dali lowered his voice and asked. Wu Fengqing wanted to hit Meng Dali. He carefully looked at the valley. Fortunately, the white bones didn't seem to be awakened. The valley was still quiet. Seeing this, Wu Fengqing secretly heaved a sigh of relief. As long as the white bones didn't wake up, everything was fine. Otherwise, the 4 of them would be finished today. So close, so close. Wu Fengqing glanced at Meng Dali and said, Look at where we are first. Where? Meng Dali looked around, puzzled. Finally, his gaze fell on the endless white bones in the valley. He couldn't help but stare. After a long while, he said, Is this the departed soul mountain? Where else do you think we are? That's why I told you to shut up and not make a sound. Otherwise, people will die. We will all be finished, Wu Fengqing said angrily. Meng Dali finally understood what was going on. He was indeed confused just now, but now he was completely at ease. After confirming that it was the departed soul mountain, he was actually a little scared. Of course, he knew about the departed soul mountain. This was definitely a place of extreme danger. Fortunately, his reckless behavior just now didn't awaken the white bones. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, he didn't make a big mistake. Otherwise, it would be a big mistake. Meng Dali didn't dare to move now. He also lowered his voice. What do we do now? Stay here forever? Meng Dali asked. Wu Fengqing shook his head and said, Of course not. My cousin has already asked her father for help. Soon, her father will come to save us and take us out of here. Oh. That's great. With a senior ancient sage helping us, we will definitely be safe, Meng Dali said happily. After that, everyone stopped talking. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Meng Dali liked to talk, but the current situation and atmosphere made him afraid to say anything. The more he talked, the more mistakes he would make. You guys, do you hear anything? Qin Zhao's ears suddenly twitched. He vaguely heard some movement coming from the valley. However, Qin Zhao's eyes were fixed on the valley. He didn't find anything unusual. Therefore, Qin Zhao was a little uncertain. Movement? Wu Fengqing and the other two shook their heads, indicating that there was no movement. No, Qin Zhao looked solemn and said seriously, Listen carefully. I feel that something unusual is going to happen. Qin Zhao's words were a little scary. Wu Fengqing and the other two immediately listened carefully. They were fully focused. Their eyes were fixed on the valley, looking for any movement. Gotcha. Sure enough, soon, the four of them heard a sound coming from the valley. It came from under the pile of white bones. Hearing this voice, the four people's expressions became very serious. It seemed that something was really going to happen. Moreover, the situation was very bad. It was obvious that the white bone undead were about to awaken. Once all the undead skeletons awakened, it would be a disaster for them. Therefore, the four of them felt like they were facing death at this time. Cousin, have you found your father? Wu Fengqing asked. Ruyan Lu shook her head helplessly and said, My father is not at home. I'm trying to contact him, but he didn't reply. I don't know what he is doing. What should we do? Wu Fengqing was a little panicked. He hadn't found him yet. It's over. What should he do? Should he go to find her father? But he was afraid that it was too late. It seemed that those white bones would all wake up soon. The disaster would come soon. I don't know what to do. I'm sorry, cousin. I should have told you earlier. I thought it would be fine even if it was a little later. Ruyan Lu looked like she was about to cry. Wu Fengqing patted Ruyan Lu's head and said, Silly, how could I blame you? Okay, don't blame yourself. It's not your fault. Even if you find him, I'm afraid it's too late. It seems that this is a disaster for us. Don't be afraid. No matter if it's life or death, I'll be by your side. I'll protect you. Hearing such warm words, Ruyan Lu stopped crying and smiled. She nodded obediently. Qin Zhao had already seen that Ruyan Lu and Wu Fengqing had a very ambiguous relationship. Ruyan Lu must be very fond of Wu Fengqing. Damn it. It's all my fault. I woke up those white bones. Brother Qin Zhao, Brother Wu Fengqing, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Meng Dali's face was full of self-blame. However, it might really be because of his loud and clear voice just now. Qin Zhao stared coldly at the valley and replied, Let's not talk about this first. It's meaningless. Things have already come to this. We can only fight with our backs against the river. Whether we live or die, it's all up to us. No matter how dangerous it is, we have to fight. It's not like we can't find a way out. Wu Fengqing didn't want to say anything. He gritted his teeth and said resolutely, Let's fight. Meng Dali's face was fearless. He stepped forward and said heroically, This happened because of me. Today I'll fight with my life. Later I'll take the lead. You guys follow behind me. I'll try my best to open up a path and send you to the center of the valley to find the exit. Since we're so unlucky, let's fight. If someone has to be sacrificed, let me do it. I'll make up for my mistakes. Let's fight with our lives on the line. It's not like we can't open up a bloody path. Brothers, come on. Let's fight side by side. Haha, what's the harm in losing this doppelganger? Just wait and see. Meng Dali's heroic words touched Qin Shao and the other two. This matter might have something to do with Meng Dali, but it wasn't entirely his fault. Perhaps without him, those white bone undead would have still awakened. However, Meng Dali stood up without hesitation and took all the blame. He didn't fear death and wanted to be the vanguard. He wanted to create a chance for them to live. It was very touching and admirable. However, how could Qin Shao and Wu Fengqing really let Meng Dali bear all the responsibility alone? Qin Shao said, "Meng Dali, you worry too much. We don't blame you, and we don't think you did anything wrong. We can only say that our luck is too bad. We can't blame anyone. This isn't your problem alone. It's everyone's problem. So don't be brave. We should think of a way to cooperate and fight our way out." "That's right, Meng Dali. Are you looking down on us? Why do you make it sound like we're not responsible? This is such a big matter, and you have to bear it alone. Hearing you say that, I'm very hurt, okay?" Wu Fengqing also immediately said. Meng Dali immediately shook his head and waved his hand. No, that's not what I meant. What I meant was," without waiting for Meng Dali to finish, Wu Fengqing interrupted him. Okay. No matter what you mean, it's meaningless. We're not people who like to take advantage of others. Later, we'll fight side by side and fight our way out. Don't be a hero. You're very strong, but you're not necessarily the strongest here, right? Taking a step back, even if you're the strongest here, can you be so capricious? Can you not take us into consideration? Isn't that too hurtful? So, let's leave the decision-making to Qin Shao. We just need to listen to Qin Zhao's command. I have every reason to believe that Qin Shao can complete the task of commanding us and lead us out successfully. Although we are facing unprecedented danger this time, I believe that we will be able to make it out alive. Brothers, let's work hard together. This time, we can only go all out." Qin Shao nodded solemnly. "Go all out." Chapter 2032. Ka. Sure enough, the skeletons began to wake up and crawl out of the valley. Countless skeletons began to wake up, and the strange, ear-piercing sound became sharper. The skeletons in the front crawled out of the valley and quickly crawled towards Qin Shao like a swarm of ants. A large number of skeletons woke up, and the skeletons underneath began to crawl up desperately. The collision and friction of the skeletons made a hair-raising sound. Such a scene was terrifying enough. Everywhere one looked, there was an army of skeletons. There were countless skeletons, and they were still crawling out of the valley. Some of the skeletons were damaged, which made them even more frightening. These skeletons had not decayed, which meant that they were at least in the heavenly venerable realm. Now, under the strange power, all the skeletons had awakened and possessed the strength of a heavenly venerable. If there were only a few skeletons, they would not pose any threat to Qin Shao and the others. However, if there were too many skeletons, it would make them feel desperate. If there were too many ants, they could even devour an elephant. Qin Shao, all of you follow behind me. Let me be the vanguard. Watch me. After Meng Dali said that, he looked crazy. He pounded his strong chest with his fists, like an angry gorilla. Meng Dali was so angry that his whole body grew rapidly. He was 1,000 feet tall, and he became a giant. Meng Dali's body was also covered with a layer of black scales. It was like a suit of armor that covered his entire body. He transformed? Seeing Meng Dali's current appearance, Qin Shao and the others were slightly stunned. Meng Dali was already very burly, and now he was even taller and more powerful. No wonder he has the legendary barbarian bloodline. He can even transform. Wu Fengqing was surprised and said in a daze. Meng Dali's body gave people a glimmer of hope. Kill! Meng Dali let out a loud roar and charged towards the group of white skeleton undead. He was like a giant war beast. Let's follow Meng Dali closely, Qin Shao said without any hesitation. The flowing light wings had already turned into a battle armor on his body. Wu Fengqing and Lu Ruyan had also put on their own defensive battle armor. Moreover, they were all high-grade immortal equipment. In the southern wasteland, it was very difficult for even a fourth-step Empyrean to possess a high-grade defensive treasure. Wu Fengqing and Lu Ruyan's background was not bad. It was very normal for them to have a few high-grade immortal equipment. With high-grade immortal defensive treasures, their chances of survival had increased by a lot. Even so, the three of them knew very well that this battle was even more terrifying than a narrow escape from death. The speed of those skeletons was too fast. Moreover, they came from all directions like a swarm of locusts. They crazily rushed forward to kill. The gloomy and cold aura surged violently, and the baleful aura was oppressive. "Get out of my way!" Meng Dali's huge fists held a huge hammer in each hand. He waved his hands vigorously and sent a large number of skeletons flying away. Meng Dali quickly rushed to the front, opening a path in front. Wherever he went, all the skeletons were cleared away by his brute force. He quickly approached the Thousand Valley, but there were too many skeletons in the valley. These skeletons were like lunatics who did not care about their lives. They were all crazy and roared as they rushed over. They rushed forward one after another, and their numbers were innumerable. It was extremely terrifying. Although Meng Dali was opening a path, there were still many skeletons rushing towards Qin Shao and the other two. Qin Shao held the eight-faced Buddha mirror in one hand and the berserker sword in the other. However, he soon found that the eight-faced Buddha mirror did not have any effect. These skeletons were not afraid of Buddha's light and Buddha's Dharma. They were not affected at all. That was to say, the eight-faced Buddha mirror, a Buddhist weapon, was useless here. The eight-faced Buddha mirror did not have any effect. The Buddhist 6 syllables obviously did not have any effect either. These two methods of harming were of no use here. As for heart force, it was also obviously useless. After all, these skeletons were not living creatures. They did not have souls at all. Naturally, they were not affected by Qin Zhao's heart force. As a result, Qin Shao had very few methods to use. He could only use the dragon-slaying sword technique with all his strength, and from time to time, use the mechanical array to get out of trouble. The true word of Lin and Li Sheng's flying dagger were not used for the time being. Under Meng Dali's rampage, the four of them quickly arrived at the valley. However, there was still a long way to go before they could reach the center of the valley and find the exit. The speed of travel here was very slow, so it would take a long time to reach the center of the city. After entering the valley, the number of white bones became even more concentrated. Furthermore, even more powerful white bones rushed out. At first, most of the skeletons were equivalent to a first or second step heavenly venerable. In front of Qin Shao and the other three, they were indeed not enough. Gradually, some skeletons equivalent to third step heavenly venerables and even fourth step heavenly venerables rushed out. At this time, Meng Dali's path was blocked by two skeletons equivalent to fourth step heavenly venerables, and his speed slowed down. Once the speed of advancement slowed down, the danger immediately increased. Qin Shao also began to be unable to hold on. Many skeletons equivalent to third step heavenly venerables joined the fray, and they attacked Qin Shao from time to time. Because these skeletons were basically the same and did not have any aura to speak of, it was difficult to distinguish them. There were too many skeletons mixed in, so it was impossible to tell if they were strong or weak. The slightest carelessness would cause one to suffer a lot. If it were not for the protection of the flowing light wings, Qin Shao would have been seriously injured after several failures. Relying on his own strength, he could not block the attacks of these skeletons at all. After all, using the Lin mantra consumed too much immortal power. Moreover, it could not be used for a long time. The endless skeletons were not very effective if they were not used for a long time. Although the skeletons were temporarily pushed back, a large number of skeletons would soon return. These skeletons did not have the concept of life and death. They would not stop until they killed Qin Shao. Moreover, they could not be killed. They could not be killed at all. The more time passed, the more powerful skeletons would climb out. Qin Shao had just entered the valley, but he could clearly feel that it was very strenuous. There were a few times when the skeletons attacked him, but he was fine because of the flowing light wings. Indeed, the hope of leaving this place alive was extremely slim. Fortunately, Meng Dali attracted most of the firepower, reducing the pressure on Qin Shao and the other two by a lot. However, the situation was not optimistic. Meng Dali's full power was indeed very strong. However, Qin Shao and the others also knew very well that Meng Dali was risking his life and burning his immortal power and blood essence. Such a battle was extremely exhausting for him. He could not hold on for long. Once he could not hold on, it would be the end of him. More and more skeletons crawled out from the depths of the valley, roaring and attacking. Seeing this, Wu Fengcheng also understood. The closer we get to the center of the valley, the stronger the skeletons are. The ones outside are all relatively weak white bone undead. They don't pose much of a threat to us. However, as we get closer to the center of the valley, it becomes more and more dangerous. I estimate that the most central area is full of skeletons with the strength of a fourth step heavenly venerable. Now we are a little strenuous. The closer we get, the harder it is to imagine. Although Wu Fengcheng's words were not very clear, there was a sense of despair in them. If they were already strenuous now, how were they going to fight later? There was no other way. However, Wu Fengcheng also knew that he could not say such discouraging words. He could not despair, he could not be discouraged. He was challenging the impossible, creating miracles, and obtaining a glimmer of hope in the struggle. Meng Dali unleashed all his means, but the skeletons were too strong. They made him very uncomfortable. The speed of their advance became slower and slower, and the road ahead was blocked. Wu Fengcheng was also a little anxious. It seems that we have reached a very difficult point. There is no other way. I will use my trump card first. Let's do it one by one. Let's fight it out first. If they were forced to use their trump cards now, there was basically no hope for this battle. However, if they did not use their trump cards now, it was already difficult to move forward. Meng Dali was already very strenuous. If they did not give him some time to slow down, the situation would be even more passive when he fell. After all, with Meng Dali around, he could still attract most of the firepower. Moreover, Meng Dali's strength was boundless, and his body's defense was the strongest here. With him leading the charge, sweeping away thousands of soldiers, and carving out a bloody path, it created many good conditions for Qin Shao and the others. Therefore, they must not let Meng Dali fall. Otherwise, there would be no hope. Wu Fengcheng had no other choice. He could only think of using his trump card. Let me try first, Qin Shao said. With a deep voice, he used the true mantra of Lin with all his strength. The Akalanatha seal transformed into waves of heavenly might that surged towards the skeletons, wanting to clear a path for Meng Dali. Although the seal of Akala's power was still considered strong, it did not bring about much of an effect. Although it repelled a large number of skeletons, there was immediately an even more powerful skeletons to replace them. Their attacks became even more ferocious. Qin Shao used all his strength to use the true mantra of Lin and the seal of Akala. However, it only lasted for a few dozen rounds before it lost much of its effect. Once again, they were stopped in their track. There was still a long way to go before they could reach the center of the area. Seeing this, the four of them could not help but complain. What should they do? Meng Dali roared in anger. These damn skeletons! They can't be killed. They can't be killed. They can't be beaten back. There are too many of them. They're too strong. We can't hold on for long in this kind of battle. Motherf ****. I don't believe you. As long as I'm not dead, I'll fight you to the death. Meng Dali was a little crazy when he started fighting. At this time, he was also risking his life. Qin Zhao's true mantra of Lin did not have much effect. Qin Shao did not use it again. If he continued to use it, he would not be able to hold on. What should he do now? Could he only use Li Xing's flying dagger? However, Qin Zhao's flying dagger Dao level was not high. His realm was also not high. Even if he used Li Xing's flying dagger, the effect should not be much better than the true mantra of Lin. Chapter 2033. Given the current situation, it felt that no matter what method they used, it would be useless. It could only be temporary, but it would not have a decisive effect. A temporary solution to the crisis would soon restore the situation, and it would become more and more intense. The skeleton undead army could not be defeated, killed, or shaken at all. After defeating a new batch would soon come, and they would be stronger. The more they fought, the stronger they became. It was as if they had fallen into a vicious cycle. Therefore, in the current situation, even if Qin Shao and the others used their trump cards, they felt that it would not be of much use. After all, they were still far from the center. If they used their trump cards now, it might only attract more fourth-step, heavenly venerable skeleton undead in advance. If that was the case, it might even backfire on him, and he would get what he wanted. This was also a problem that Qin Shao and the others had to consider carefully at this time. Everyone was not afraid of risking their lives, and they had long been prepared to fight to the death. However, the problem was how to fight to the death. People who went through hardships had to be able to find a way out in a desperate situation. I don't believe you. Come on, come on. I will fight to the death with you ghost skeletons today. I must kill my way out. Meng Dali, on the other hand, started to compete with the skeletons. After he finished speaking, he turned to Qin Shao and the other two and said, "Brother Qin Shao, the three of you come under my feet. I will use all my strength to rush over and try to reach the center. With me attracting the firepower of those skeletons, I may be able to create an opportunity for you. When you reach the center, quickly find the exit and leave here directly. As for me, you don't have to worry about me. I will stay and attract those skeleton undead." No. Hearing Meng Dali's suggestion, Qin Shao and Wu Fengqing immediately rejected it in unison. Qin Shao said with a serious face, "Then you will definitely die. How can we watch you die if you use your life to fight for our survival? If we want to fight, then we should fight together. If we can kill our way out, then we will leave here together. If you stay and create an opportunity for us, wouldn't that be letting us bear the crime?" Qin Shao didn't want to see a life for a life. This kind of thing, Qin Shao could not do it no matter what. Wu Fengqing also said, "That's right, Meng Dali. Even if you want to be a hero, you don't have to play like this. Who do you think we are? You're risking your life alone, and we're just going to drag out an ignoble existence? Isn't that demeaning to us? It's impossible for you to stop this army of skeletons by yourself. If you want to fight, then let's fight together. At worst, we'll just die. What's there to be afraid of?" Qin Shao and Wu Fengqing were not selfish people. It was impossible for them to let others risk their lives for their own lives. They couldn't do something that went against their principles. It was true that life was precious, but there were always some things that were more precious than life. No, no, no. Meng Dali shook his head and said seriously, "Brother Qin Shao, Brother Wu Fengqing, listen to me. If we drag on like this, we'll all die here. That's not worth it. If you listen to me, Zhen, before I fall, we can still fight. Maybe there really is a glimmer of hope? If my death alone can open up a bloody path for you and let you leave the Dead Soul Mountain alive, then my death will have some value. If we fight together and die tragically here, what's the point other than heroism? If I die, I'll only sacrifice a doppelganger, but I'll also earn a big favor from the three of you, right? In that case, you'll earn your lives, and I'll earn your favor. I'll also get some comfort. This is the best ending. Don't hesitate anymore. We don't have time to decline. Otherwise, we'll all die here." Okay, it's decided. Hurry up and follow me. Meng Dali had a domineering side to him. To his enemies, his domineering side would completely suppress their arrogance. When it came to his brothers, his overbearingness was able to fully display the side of him that attached great importance to friendship. After Meng Dali finished speaking, he rushed forward according to his plan. He didn't allow Qin Shao and Wu Fengqing to say anything. Qin Shao and Wu Fengqing couldn't help but look at each other. Although they really wanted to refuse, it was very difficult to accept such a plan. But they had to admit that Meng Dali's words were indeed very reasonable. The result of fighting together, based on the current situation, was almost a dead end. If they followed Meng Dali's plan, there might be a glimmer of hope. Although it was very little, there was still a glimmer of hope. If they could really fight a way out, the three of them could get out alive and owe Meng Dali a life-saving grace. That was indeed the best ending for him. Of course, Qin Shao and Wu Fengqing thought that everyone could get out alive, but it was obviously very unrealistic. At least based on the current situation, this possibility was infinitely close to zero. What should they do? Did they have to compromise on their principles? For a moment, Qin Shao and Wu Fengqing were a little embarrassed. They didn't know what to do. Forget it. Let's take one step at a time. If it really doesn't work, then we'll follow Meng Dali's plan. In the future, we'll repay him. After weighing the pros and cons in his heart, Qin Shao gritted his teeth and said. Wu Fengqing nodded. This was the only way now. Let's wait and see. It might not be smooth. It was too difficult to get out of this departed soul mountain. At this moment, Meng Dali was like a wild beast. With a burst of wild energy, he rushed madly towards the center of the mountain. He held the sledgehammer with both hands and kept waving it, beating back the army of white skeleton undead in front of him. However, Meng Dali didn't defend himself at all. He allowed the other white skeleton undead to pounce on him and attack him fiercely. Meng Dali's actions were obviously risking his life. He was consuming his life and using his blood to pave a way out. At this moment, Qin Shao and the other two were standing between Meng Dali's legs, forming a relatively safe area. Those that slipped through the net didn't pose much of a threat to Qin Shao and the other two. However, Meng Dali's vitality was rapidly disappearing. He was walking towards death step by step. How heroic was this? How heroic was this? This scene made Qin Shao and the other two feel heartache. They all had an impulse to help Meng Dali, but they also knew that even if they did, it would be of no use. They wouldn't be able to change anything. In that case, it would only ruin the original plan. It was a situation where someone was destined to die. If they could exchange a way out with the smallest sacrifice, then it would be a victory in itself. However, seeing this situation, they really couldn't bear it. It was very painful, and they even hated themselves. Whether it was Qin Shao or Wu Fengqing, they weren't cowards. However, at this moment, they felt like they were dragging out an ignoble existence, which made them feel very uncomfortable in their hearts. Meng Dali, although this is only the second time we've met and we haven't spent much time together. However, based on what you've done today, I, Qin Shao, will definitely become your life and death brother. If I owe you a life today, I, Qin Shao, will definitely repay you double in the future. Qin Shao fiercely gritted his teeth in his heart. Feng. Qin Shao had been in the immortal domain for more than 8 million years. In fact, he didn't know many people. Those that Qin Shao truly regarded as his life and death brother were probably only 3 people. One was Xiao Dao, one was Fatty Kai, and one was Bai Shan. Now, there was one more person, Meng Dali. As for Wu Fengqing and Tai Yulong, how to put it, their relationship wasn't bad. However, it still felt that they weren't at the level of life and death brothers. However, after this battle, Wu Fengqing was almost done. Meng Dali's feat was enough to move Qin Shao. Oh no, Wu Fengqing suddenly exclaimed. Qin Zhao's expression changed. He immediately saw that Meng Dali's situation wasn't good. At this moment, He was already halfway through the journey. However, there were already many fourth-step heavenly venerables and a large number of third-step heavenly venerables forming an indestructible wall, blocking Meng Dali's path. At this moment, Meng Dali's body was also covered by countless heavenly venerables. They were all crazily biting and tearing at Meng Dali, destroying his immortal body and devouring his immortal power. To Meng Dali, this was a great injury. It was an extremely fast consumption. Now that his path was blocked by a powerful force, the situation became even more troublesome. Meng Dali's condition wasn't very good. He could only bitterly clench his teeth and hold on. However, he couldn't hold on for much longer. It wasn't very possible for him to get close to the central area. I can't care so much. I'll use my trump card. Wu Fengqing panicked. However, just as Wu Fengqing was about to use his trump card, Meng Dali's body went limp. One of his legs actually knelt down and landed heavily on the ground. His whole body was like a collapsing building, about to collapse. This situation shocked Qin Shao and Wu Fengqing. They hurriedly shouted, "Meng Dali?" As Meng Dali's momentum weakened, more and more heavenly venerables crazily rushed forward. They covered the sky and the sun and surrounded the place, forming a huge mountain of heavenly venerables. They trapped Qin Shao and the other three. It was like an army of ants surrounding a piece of food. They were going to devour Qin Shao and the other three. Death arrived. "I'm sorry, brother Qin Shao. I've already tried my best. These heavenly venerables are really too strong. I'm not convinced, but I can't fight anymore. I can't fight anymore." Meng Dali's weak voice sounded. Qin Shao gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Dali, we don't blame you. You've already done your best. We all know. You're a hero. You're a man. Since we've come to a dead end, let's make one last fight. Let's fight to the death. Let's die together." "Ha ha, so what if we die? Our cultivation is to go against the heavens. Along the way we've experienced countless dangers and gone through several tests of life and death. This time, let's step on the heavens again. Let's go against the heavens once more. Even if we die, we'll die gloriously. We'll let the heavens see us in a different light. Let's fight. Let's fight together." Their blood was burning, and their fighting spirit was surging. They were going to fight to the death. This was the last battle. Qin Shao also took out his Li Sheng flying dagger. This was the last battle. Naturally, he wouldn't hold back anymore. "Ha ha ha, let's fight. We'll die together. It's a heroic death. It's an honor to fight side by side with brother Qin Shao and brother Dali." Wu Fengqing also felt heroic and laughed heartily. Lu Rian looked at Wu Fengqing affectionately and said, "I'm also very willing to die together with my cousin." Chapter 2034. Even in death, one must be heroic. Even in the last fight, one must be incomparably heroic. A man should be like this. A hero should be like this. The brilliance of life might not necessarily be the greatness of ascending to the top of the world, but also the heroism of facing death. At this time, although the light on Qin Shao and the other three was weak, it had already illuminated the sky. Qin Shao had thought many times about how he would die. He was not afraid of death, but he was afraid that his death would not be vigorous enough. This time, he was bound to die vigorously. "Let's kill together." Boom! Just as Qin Shao was about to make a move, suddenly, an extremely powerful pressure surged out from his sea of consciousness. In an instant, it completely swallowed his consciousness, leaving his mind blank. As soon as this powerful pressure came out, the whole Dead Soul Mountain suddenly quieted down, as if it had been frozen. All the white-boned ghosts were quiet at this moment. Wu Fengqing and the other two also involuntarily stopped and did not continue to make a move. This supreme pressure made the three of them have an impulse to prostrate themselves in worship, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. However, this supreme pressure did not seem to be directed at them, so it did not give them too much pressure. The three of them were extremely surprised. They stared at Qin Shao with their eyes wide open, and their faces were full of disbelief. The three of them did not know what had happened. Why was there such a powerful and terrible pressure coming from Qin Zhao's body? This was definitely the pressure of a saint, and it might not be the level of an ordinary ancient saint. It should be at least the level of a second-step ancient saint to be able to emit such a terrible pressure. Just this supreme pressure alone was enough to suppress everything. But what was going on? How could there be a saint-level pressure? Could it be that there was an ancient saint hidden in Qin Zhao's inner world? This was completely illogical. Why would a supreme ancient saint existence condescend to hide in Qin Zhao's inner world? Or was this Qin Zhao's trump card? But that didn't feel right. What kind of trump card could be so powerful? If Qin Zhao really had such a powerful trump card, then Qin Zhao shouldn't have behaved like this just now. Wu Fengqing had been with Qin Zhao for quite some time. He understood Qin Zhao's character. She was not so petty. If it really came to a critical juncture, he definitely wouldn't hold back if he had the means to deal damage. Therefore, all kinds of ideas did not seem to make sense at all. After Qin Zhao's mind went blank, her consciousness gradually returned to her body. At this time, Qin Zhao also clearly felt the supreme pressure in his sea of consciousness. It was so strong that he didn't dare to touch it. What's going on? Why is there such a powerful and terrifying pressure in my sea of consciousness? This is the pressure of a saint. How can this be? Qin Zhao was also very confused. She had no idea what was going on. How could such a strange thing happen? He tried hard to think about it and came up with a possibility. Previously in the ancient divine site, I touched a stone pillar and triggered the formation of the ancient divine site. My consciousness was also broken for a while. After I recovered, I felt that something was wrong, but I couldn't detect it. And before I woke up, I vaguely heard a voice in my mind. It was some holy sage Nui. Could it be that in the ancient world of miracles, because I triggered the formation, a supreme holy aura was introduced into my sea of consciousness? And the owner of this holy might should be a person called Holy Sage Nui? But that doesn't make sense. If it's really an ancient saint, why would he go into my sea of consciousness? And if there really is an ancient saint in my sea of consciousness, I shouldn't be completely unaware of it. Qin Zhao couldn't figure out the reason. He felt that this matter was too strange. But one thing was for sure. There was a supreme holy might in his sea of consciousness, but it was not under his control. At this time, this supreme holy might was released on its own initiative. It must have sensed that Qin Zhao's life was in danger, so it did this. Since he couldn't figure it out, Qin Zhao didn't think too much at this time. The good thing was that as soon as this supreme holy might was released, all the skeletal undead were forced to retreat, far away from Qin Zhao. Meng Dali, who was seriously injured, suddenly felt a lot more relaxed and recovered to his original appearance. However, at this moment, he could be said to be covered in wound. It was a ghastly sight to behold. This was Meng Dali's glorious battle record. "Let's go." Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately said to everyone. Everyone hadn't fully recovered yet. They subconsciously followed Qin Zhao and moved quickly. With the supreme holy might enveloping them, all the skeletal undead retreated in fear, not daring to come close. They automatically opened up a path. Such a situation made Qin Zhao rejoice in his heart. It seemed that he would be able to escape this calamity again. Escaping from death again, this feeling was really good, really good. Qin Zhao didn't hesitate at all. He rushed to the center of the place with his fastest speed. The skeletal undead in front of him also retreated in fear, not daring to come close. Berserk Chi. Qin Zhao's gaze moved, and it fell on the Berserk Chi. Since there was an opportunity, he naturally wouldn't let go of the Berserk Chi. So Qin Zhao quickly rushed in the direction of the Berserk Chi. Soon, he reached the place where the Berserk Chi was. The journey was very smooth. Previously, immortal Yun Ku gave him a Xianming quicksand pot, which was specially used to store the berserk qi. Qin Shao waved his hand, and the Xianming quicksand pot flew out from his hand. The pot opened, and the berserk qi was sucked in. Soon, the berserk qi was completely absorbed by the Xianming quicksand pot. Qin Shao waved his hand, and the Xianming quicksand pot returned to his hand. There was enough berserk qi in it. Haha, it really feels like I didn't put in any effort. I've been looking for the berserk qi, but I didn't expect to find it in the boundless territory, and so easily. After obtaining enough berserk qi, Qin Zhao's heart was immediately filled with joy. Good, really good. After leaving the boundless territory, he could prepare to cultivate the berserk art. Qin Shao was very much looking forward to the berserk art. After all, it was the first secret technique he wanted to cultivate, and also a secret technique to increase his strength. It was very meaningful to him. If his realm wasn't enough, he could only rely on other methods to make up for it. And the secret technique was obviously a very good method. This was something that Qin Shao had been looking forward to for a long time. The main thing was that the feeling in his heart was naturally different. After obtaining the berserk qi, Qin Shao continued to walk towards the center of the valley. It was as if he was walking on flat ground. Soon, he arrived at the center of the valley and found the exit. The exit is there. Let's go quickly. Qin Shao pointed at the exit and said to Wu Fengqing and the other two. The three of them also saw it, and they were naturally very happy. The four of them quickly approached the exit and entered it. As soon as they entered the exit, they clearly felt that they had entered another world. In the blink of an eye, the four of them had completely entered another world, leaving the world of the departed Soul Mountain. As soon as they arrived in the new world, Qin Zhao's saint aura was instantly retracted, and it disappeared without a trace, as if nothing had happened. They had just escaped from death, and walked out of the departed Soul Mountain that gave birth to nightmares. It was as if they had walked out of a hazy nightmare. His tensed nerves immediately relaxed. They were all in a good mood. However, the four of them also took a while to regain their senses. They were completely sure that they had left the world of the departed Soul Mountain. They walked out of the darkness and saw the light. Phew, we're safe. We're all safe. Ha ha ha, we're all still alive. This unexpected thing actually came true. Wu Fengqing was the first to laugh, and he heaved a long sigh of relief. Looking back at the world of the departed Soul Mountain, he said with a sigh, "We really walked through the gates of hell. I didn't expect that we could come out alive. I have to say that it's a miracle. Phew, it's the first time in my life that I've encountered such a desperate situation. I was so close to death. I didn't expect that there would be a miracle." Yes, it was indeed a miracle that no one had expected. Not only Wu Fengqing and the other two did not expect it, but Qin Shao also did not expect it at all. He also did not know that there would be such a miracle. Just now, he also thought that he was really going to die this time. However, miracles often came at the last moment and saved everyone. Meng Dali ignored the pain all over his body, raised his head and laughed. Ha ha ha, I didn't die. I know that I'm tough. I won't die so easily. It's just the departed Soul Mountain. Isn't it just the departed Soul Mountain? Isn't it just those white skeletons? They can't kill me. After surviving a great disaster, I'm bound to have good fortune. I have a very strong premonition now that I'll definitely get the boundless water. Meng Dali's tone of speaking made people unable to restrain their laughter. Wu Fengqing also could not help but make fun of him. Meng Dali, you're talking as if it's your credit that we survived a great disaster this time. Although you have a little credit, the big credit doesn't belong to you. But then again, you're such a monstrous genius. Why did you come here to join in the fun? Do you really want to be the Holy Prince Consort? That doesn't make sense. With your talent and potential, the chances of you setting foot on the ancient road are very high. There's no need to be so aggrieved to be the Holy Prince Consort, right? Meng Dali grinned and said, Wu Fengqing, what do you know? I don't care about the resources of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, but if they want to give it to me, I'll definitely want it. If I take something for free, I'd be a fool not to take it. Hee, what I care about are those beautiful saintesses. Beautiful saintesses? Wu Fengqing only felt the corner of his mouth twitch fiercely. The saintesses of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground were all very beautiful, but there were also many stunning beauties in the 9 continents Huaxia. If you really wanted beauties, you didn't have to set your sights on the saintesses of the Jade Lake. Meng Dali saw through Wu Fengqing's thoughts and waved his hand, saying, You don't understand. Although there are many stunning beauties in the 9 continents Huaxia, how could they be as famous as the Jade Lake Saintess? Think about it, if I slept with thousands of Jade Lake Saintesses, how glorious would it be if word got out? How enviable would it be? So what if you slept with some stunning beauties? The ones I slept with were all Jade Lake Saintesses. All of them are high-class goods. How can you compare with me? In the future, when I go out to brag to others, I'll have enough capital. Chapter 2035. Qin Shao was also dumbfounded when he heard this. This was a godly theory. The most important thing was that he couldn't refute it. It seemed to be the case. Although it was a fallacious theory, it was still a theory. Although Qin Shao wouldn't do such a thing, Meng Dali liked to do it, so he couldn't say anything. After all, everyone's interests and hobbies were different. This was not something that offended the heavens and reason, nor was it something that offended public morals. The Jade Lake Sacred Ground was willing to do it, and Meng Dali liked it, so there was nothing wrong with it. Besides, most men actually liked the things between men and women. It was regarded as the most wonderful thing. Towards this kind of thing, Qin Shao was also long accustomed to it. Anyway, Wu Fengqing was looking at Meng Dali with envy at this time. He wondered why he didn't have such lofty ambitions. Just thinking about it made people feel that it was indeed a wonderful and exciting thing that was worth fighting for. The selection of the Holy Prince Consort would only be held once in a long time, and there were only a few lucky people each time. Thinking about it, how rare was it to be able to do something wonderful with so many Jade Lake Saintesses? It was indeed enough to go out and brag, and earn countless envious gazes. Hey! Meng Dali put his arm around Wu Fengqing's shoulder and winked at him, saying, Brother, let's do it together. It's a waste of a man's youth if he's not romantic. In life, you have to do a few unforgettable and wonderful things. The road of cultivation is slow. It's too boring to put all your thoughts on cultivation, and your whole person will feel dark. Do more things that you like, make yourself happy, and be happy. Then your whole person will be very relaxed. Cultivating in a relaxed state of mind is also a pleasant experience. You can only go further on the road of cultivation if you can maintain a happy mood. It won't be boring if you keep going. Often, many people's road of cultivation is cut off. In the end, cultivation is painful and torturous for them. Naturally, they can't go on. When the door in the heart is locked, everything is over. Meng Dali's words made Qin Shao and Wu Fengqing ponder. It had to be said that this was indeed very reasonable. Qin Shao thought about it carefully. After thinking about it carefully, she also felt that it was true. The path of cultivation was too long. One could continue on endlessly. Cultivation itself was a painful and boring thing. If one did not have a good mood to cultivate, sooner or later, one would collapse. Many people's cultivation paths were cut off because of their hearts. After cultivating for countless years, he had long since grown tired of it. Some of them became eccentric, and some of them simply abandoned themselves and enjoyed themselves wholeheartedly. Some even went mad and fell into a state of eternal damnation. Therefore, in cultivation, the heart was indeed the most important. Maintaining one's heart was the prerequisite for cultivation. Once this prerequisite was gone, the path of cultivation would be cut off. After thinking about it carefully, Qin Shao gained some understanding in his heart. He had not expected Meng Dali's words to be so profound. No wonder Wufeng City said that Meng Dali was a peerless evildoer. In the White Meng territory, such an existence was as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. You're right. Let's learn. Wufeng City nodded in agreement. Meng Dali grinned and said, Hee, of course. This is a great principle that I comprehended. So, let's work hard together to find the boundless water, and then go to the Jade Lake sacred ground to sleep with those beautiful Jade Lake saintesses. Just thinking about it makes one feel relaxed and happy. Wufeng Qing suddenly quivered. He didn't say that this was the right thing to say. Although his heart was itching, but even if he had the heart, he did not have the guts. Before Wufeng Qing could open his mouth, he felt a burning gaze staring at him. He did not need to look to know that Lu Ruyan was angry. At this time, she was angrily glaring at Wufeng City. Wufeng City immediately said fawningly, Cousin, don't be angry. I'm not that kind of person. I won't wallow in the mire with Meng Dali. I said that I'm not here to participate in the Holy Prince Consort selection. Even if I get the boundless water, I won't become the Holy Prince Consort. My heart is too small. I can only accept my cousin. I can't accept anyone else. Isn't it just the Jade Lake Saintess? I don't care at all. Humph, I don't believe it. Lu Ruyan snorted with her jade nose. Wufeng City wanted to continue fawning, but he really would not do so. Ah! Meng Dali laughed. He patted Wufeng City and said, I say, brother, are you serious? You won't even let go of your cousin? Is this what it means to tie the knot? Ha! But it's normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Men are heroes. It's a waste of youth if they are not romantic. It's not like we're doing anything outrageous. Besides, we're not playing with her feelings. You have to think of it this way. This is a transaction in itself. In this transaction, we pay for happiness, and we get happiness. In addition to happiness, we can also get many practical benefits. This is a win-win situation. Think carefully. Isn't this the case? How good is it? How wonderful! At this moment, Wufeng City was being stared at angrily by Lu Ruyan. How could he dare to cheat her? He quickly pushed away Meng Dali's hand and shook his head. No. Brother, you play by yourself. Don't drag me into it. I'm not interested. I'm only loyal to my cousin. I won't even look at other women. My heart, heaven and earth can be my witness. Don't lead me astray. Otherwise, I'll cut ties with you. What? Cut ties? You want to cut ties with me? I don't believe you. Do you believe that I'll beat you up? Meng Dali glared at Wufeng City unhappily. Wufeng City was not to be outdone. He immediately counterattacked. Meng Dali, don't think that you can scare me just because you can transform, are strong, and have thick skin. I, Wufeng City, am not scared. If you scare me again, I'll beat you up with my cousin. Yes, if you lead my cousin astray again, we'll beat you up together. 2 against 1, I don't believe that we can't beat you. Humph! Lu Ruyan immediately said with righteous indignation. Looking at the husband and wife, Meng Dali could not take it anymore. He rolled up his sleeves and hammered his chest. He walked up with an imposing manner. Hey, you think I'm scared? You can't beat me alone, but you want to bully me with numbers. I don't believe you evil people. If you really want to beat me together, I'll admit defeat. Brother Fengqing, sister-in-law, I was wrong. I admit defeat. I was just joking. I wouldn't dare to lead Brother Fengqing astray. Even if I had 100 guts, I wouldn't dare. Isn't it because of his mouth? He just wants to brag, hee. Wufeng City nodded with satisfaction. Yes. Seeing that you know your mistake and can change, I'll forgive you. But don't do it again. Otherwise, if my cousin gets angry, I can't protect you. Qin Shao couldn't help but laugh when she saw the 2 of them fooling around like clowns. Everyone was just joking. No one would take it seriously. If they could play like this, it would be easy to get closer to each other. It was a good way to get along. Meng Dali was really interesting. Although Qin Shao did not like his romantic theory, it was not a bad quality. After the three of them finished joking, the atmosphere was completely relaxed. Everyone was in a good mood and forgot about the tension of life and death. The three people's eyes fell on Qin Shao at the same time. Their eyes became a little strange. Finally, it was his turn. The key was that the three of them were just looking at him. Why were they winking and not saying anything? They were saying, "You know what I mean." If he told the truth, he would be lenient. If he resisted, he would be strict. It was really awkward to be winked at by these two big men. The key point was that Qin Shao himself was also in a daze right now. He had no idea what was going on. He knew what Wufeng City meant, but he really did not know how to explain it. So, they could only stare at each other. Everyone was staring at each other like this. It was a little funny. Hee, brother Qin Shao, don't you want to say anything? After a long time, Meng Dali finally could not hold it in. Qin Shao shrugged and said, "I have nothing to say. I think we should continue to look for the infinite water. It's not good to waste time here." No. Meng Dali stopped Qin Shao and said with a smile, "There's no hurry. There's no need to rush. Compared to the infinite water, we're actually more interested in you. Why don't you satisfy our gossipy hearts?" Wufeng Qing immediately reprimanded. "Meng Dali, you're a big man. Is it really appropriate for you to be so nosy?" Meng Dali nodded affirmatively and said, "It's appropriate. We're not gossiping for ourselves, but to satisfy Miss Ruyan's curiosity. She's a girl. It's acceptable for her to be nosy, right? As men, of course we should do this kind of heavy work. Yes. You're right. That's indeed the case." Wufeng Qing nodded in agreement. These two people echoed one another and became very tacit with each other. Qin Shao was completely speechless at this pair of buffoons. Wufeng Qing was really led astray by Meng Dali. Qin Shao realized that this Meng Dali was completely a joker. He was forthright and fun. He was the kind of person who knew how to play the atmosphere. Like Brother Pure and Fatty Kai, they were both such people. They knew how to play the atmosphere. As long as they were in a place, it would not be boring. It would be very lively. Meng Dali was the same. Qin Shao felt that Meng Dali's ability to play the atmosphere was much better than Brother Pure, Fatty Kai. This guy looked like an honest person, but when he started joking around, he was indeed very sharp. The key was that there were also some fallacies that one could not refute. Seeing that the three of them were unwilling to give up, Qin Shao shook her head and said seriously, "To be honest, I don't know what's going on either. Until now, I still haven't figured it out. So, for the time being, I really can't answer you." Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Wufeng Qing and Meng Dali stopped joking. There was a serious look on their faces. Wufeng Qing thought for a while and frowned. He said doubtfully, "Is it so strange? Even you don't know what's going on?" Chapter 2036. Meng Dali also nodded. It was indeed puzzling and hard to understand. Anyway, Qin Shao could not explain it clearly, so he did not explain further. Wufeng Qing and the other two also did not continue to ask. Whether Qin Shao was clear or not, this was Qin Zhao's secret. If Qin Shao was willing to say, then say it. If he was not willing to say it, then they should not ask too much, lest it really hurt their feelings. Ha, let's go. Finding the boundless water is the way to go. We have survived a great disaster this time and will definitely have good fortune in the future. Who knows, we might find the boundless water soon. Wufeng Qing changed the topic and resolved the awkwardness. The group of four also continued to set off. Now that Meng Dali had officially joined them, the team of three became a team of four. However, Wufeng Qing and Lu Rian did not have any desire for the boundless water. They were dispensable. Therefore, the only ones who really needed the boundless water were Qin Shao and Meng Dali. Meng Dali was seriously injured this time. They found a quiet place to let Meng Dali recuperate first. Meng Dali also had a few immortal pills on him, so his injuries recovered very quickly. With Meng Dali's addition, the strength of the team instantly increased by a lot. Next, they went through one world after another. Some were quiet, some were dangerous, some were filled with trials. There were a few times where the four of them were almost forced to use their trump card. However, in the end, they passed through it without any danger. The boundless territory was known to have thousands of dangerous worlds. Each one was enough to take the life of a fourth step, heavenly venerable. The boundless territory had endless worlds. The probability of encountering a dangerous world was still not small. Based on the situation along the way, Qin Shao and the rest had about a 1% probability. Such a probability could no longer be said to be not small. It should be said to be very large. If not for the four of them cooperating very well, coupled with Qin Shao who could control the overall situation, they might have lost their lives a few times. The years of wandering were very difficult, but the struggle along the way, each time they passed a world without any danger, was also a very happy thing. In the blink of an eye, Qin Shao had already been in the boundless territory for 3 million years. He couldn't even count how many worlds he had been to and how many dangers he had encountered. However, in terms of gains, it was indeed not that great. Basically, it was just an increase in his combat experience. There was also an increase in his comprehension of the immortal Tao. However, it was not that great. Over the past few years, he had spent most of his time traveling and experiencing dangerous trials. Indeed, he did not have the time to comprehend and cultivate. After entering for 3 million years, he still hadn't found the boundless water. It seemed that finding the boundless water wasn't an easy task. Along the way, he had seen some geniuses dying one after another, losing their lives in the boundlessly region. The dangers of the boundlessly territory were also seen more clearly by everyone. Stop! When Qin Zhao's group of four entered a new world, a figure suddenly jumped in front of the four of them, blocking their path. The figure shouted at the four of them. Qin Shao and the other three were stopped by a man in bright and gorgeous clothes. Although he was not particularly handsome, his aura was obviously extraordinary. This was obviously a fourth step, heavenly venerable genius from the 9 states kingdom of Huaxia. He was here to participate in the Holy Prince Consort selection this time. His body did not emit much hostility, so Qin Zhao's group of four looked at this man strangely. Wu Fengqing, Meng Dali, and the rest did not recognize the person in front of them. Qin Shao naturally did not recognize him. After sizing him up, Wu Fengqing raised his chin and asked, "Fellow Taoist, who are you? Why are you blocking our path? We don't have the boundless water on us, and we don't know you. Are you thinking of robbing us halfway? That can't be right. If you really want to rob someone, you should at least consider your own capabilities. How can a person come out to rob someone? And he was robbing 4 people? Wouldn't that mean that his brain was flooded with water?" The man's expression was a little strange. The corner of his mouth twitched and he looked very troubled. After holding it in for a while, he said a few words. "I'm not joking with you guys. I'm here to rob." "What? Really here to rob? Are you sure you don't need to rephrase your words?" Looking at his troubled and serious expression, it really did not seem like he was joking. However, Qin Shao and the rest could not help but laugh. It was not that they had not encountered robbers before, but it was indeed the first time they had encountered such a funny one. How was this a robbery? This was simply a joke. Wu Fengqing could not help but laugh. This was not professional at all. What robbery? His brain probably did not have blisters. "I don't believe you. Are you sure you're not joking with me? Try saying that again." Meng Dali pointed at the man's nose. His aura was very intimidating. When Meng Dali did not move, he looked very simple and honest. But when he moved, he was mighty and domineering. Facing Qin Shao and the rest, the man did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said helplessly, "Heroes, please don't be agitated. I'm also forced to do this. I have no other choice. Heroes, why don't you do me a favor and let me rob you? I promise it won't be too much. Otherwise, if I can't pass the test here, I may lose my life." Hearing this, Qin Shao and the rest were stunned. What was going on? Why did he suddenly change his mind? Just a moment ago, he was still robbing. Why was he showing sympathy now? Looking at his face that was about to cry, he really looked very pitiful. What exactly had happened? Test? What did he mean? Qin Shao and the rest also realized that there was something wrong. It seemed that this world was not simple. They immediately sized up this world seriously. Qin Shao and the rest had just entered this world, so they did not have time to check out this world at all. However, after looking around, he didn't notice anything. Just by looking at it like this, they could not know what was going on in this world. Wu Fengqing frowned and asked seriously, "Friend, what's going on? What do you mean by that?" The man shook his head and said, "Brother, don't ask. I can't tell you. In short, this is my test. Why don't you do me a favor and help me this time? Take it that I owe you a favor." Wu Fengqing hesitated for a moment. It seemed that he would not be able to get anything out of him. He could only go and take a look. It would be better to satisfy the other party's request first and see what he was up to. Thinking of this, Wu Fengqing also said, "Okay, then tell me, how do you want me to help you? But let me say this first. I didn't say that I would definitely agree to your request. You can listen first. If it's too much, don't even think about it. If you think you have the ability, you might as well try it." "No, no, no, I don't dare, I don't dare." The man immediately shook his head and waved his hand, hurriedly denying, "How would I dare? I'm alone and there are 4 of you. If I had such strength, how could I still be trapped in this world? Not to mention the 4 of you, even if it's one-on-one, I don't have much confidence." "Okay, tell me." Wu Fengqing nodded. What he said was true. If the 4 of them joined forces, even if it was an extremely powerful 4th step, heavenly venerable, they would not be afraid. It was enough to fight. Judging from the aura of the man in front of them, he was not very strong. Even if he was very strong, the 4 of them were not afraid of anything. If he wanted to play any dirty tricks, it would obviously not work. The man looked embarrassed and embarrassed. He looked at Wufeng City, and after a while, he opened his mouth and said, "That, brother, can you give me all your clothes? It's best if it's with underwear. It'd be even better if you add shoes." "What?" Hearing this, Qin Shao and the other 3 were immediately shocked. They were dumbfounded for a moment. Wu Fengqing was stunned for a long time before he suddenly reacted. His face was red with shame and anger. He angrily glared at the man and said angrily, "I think you're taking advantage of the situation to play with us, right? If you want to fight, then just do it. There's no need to use such despicable means. It's disgusting, you know. Since we're all from the 9 states of Huaxia, if you get lost now and disappear in front of us, I can let you go. If not, then don't blame me for being rude." Wu Fengqing was really angry. He had never been teased like this before. And the most unbearable thing was that it was a man, ha ha ha. After Meng Dali was stunned, he unkindly held his belly and laughed. He was really amused. "No, no, let me laugh for a while more. This is too much. Ha ha ha, I have to say, there's a talent. I say, Brother Fengqing, you're too handsome. It seems that it's not a good thing. Not only can you attract girls, but you can also attract men. I envy you for being liked by men. Unlike me, there are no girls who like you. Since he's so bold to show you something, I think you might as well go along with him, ha ha ha." Meng Dali's teasing made Wu Fengqing even more embarrassed. He angrily glared at Meng Dali and said unhappily, Get lost, Meng Dali, get lost. If you talk more, I'm going to swear. What the hell, I want to kill someone now, okay? Lu Rian also angrily stared at the man and said, Get lost, my cousin doesn't like this. Do you have any shame? Do you know how to write shame? Can't you see that my cousin has me? Are you blind, can't you see? It's disgusting, you know? In any case, you're a genius. How can you be so disgusting? I say, who are you? Where are you from? Do your parents know that you're so disgusting? Do your grandparents know? Does your ancestor know? Anyway, Qin Shao felt like he was going to suffer internal injuries from holding it in. He wanted to be angry, but this matter wasn't directed at him. He wanted to laugh, but he was afraid that it would provoke Wu Fengqing. Therefore, he could only endure it and see how Wu Fengqing would solve it. This kind of thing really made people feel a chill, and goosebumps fell to the ground. If it were him, he probably wouldn't be able to hold back and directly kill someone. The man had a long face and a sad look on his face. He kept shaking his head and waving his hands. With a red face, he explained, No, no, no. Everyone, don't misunderstand. It's really not what you think. I'm really not Brokeback Mountain. I don't have that kind of hobby. My orientation has always been normal. Listen to me, it's really not what you think. It's really not. Wu Fengqing gritted his teeth and said coldly, Then you better give me a satisfactory explanation. Otherwise, The man wanted to die at this time. He wanted to explain, but there were some things he couldn't say, and he didn't dare to say. So how could he explain it? Chapter 2037. He. Here come 4 more little guys. Oh, there's also a pretty little girl. It's fun. This time, this sage can have some fun. Just as the man was in a dilemma, a giggle suddenly sounded, helping him out of his predicament. Hearing this giggle, Qin Shao and the other 3 people suddenly became vigilant and glanced around. This giggle was very strange. There was no way to determine where it came from. It seemed that it did not come from this world. Therefore, there was no way to determine the direction of the person who made the sound. They did not know whether the person was close or far away. However, when Qin Shao and the other 3 people glanced around, they did not find anything. This made them a little nervous. Judging from the situation, the person who was hiding in the dark was an expert. Moreover, the other party called himself a sage. Could it be that he was an ancient sage? No way, right? Would an ancient sage live in the boundless waters? Qin Shao and the other 4 people were not in the mood to think about this question. The most important thing at this time was to find the expert. Suddenly, Qin Shao felt a hand gently fall on his shoulder. This silent action caused Qin Zhao's heart to jump in fright, and he abruptly turned around. However, when he turned around, he found that there was nothing behind him. There was nothing at all. How fast? Or teleportation? Invisibility? Qin Shao was quite shocked. Just now, that expert had appeared behind him without a sound, and he had not sensed it at all. This meant that if the expert wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as turning over his hand. Qin Shao would not even have a chance to react. Thinking about this situation, Qin Shao felt a lingering fear. He felt that he would lose his life if he was not careful. Was there really an ancient sage? The expert seemed to be very playful. After teasing Qin Shao and the other 3 people one by one, he was finally willing to show his true face. Only then did Qin Shao and the other 3 people clearly see the appearance of the expert who had spoken just now. However, after seeing clearly, their eyes almost popped out. For a moment, they felt as if they had been struck by lightning. That was because the one standing in front of Qin Shao and the other 3 was a little chubby boy. He looked like he was only 6 or 7 years old and looked very cute. She was dressed in a very childlike manner, full of cute elements. There wasn't a trace of sternness in those small eyes, only pure and clear. At this moment, he even put his hands behind his back, pretending to be an old man. He looked at Qin Shao and the other three with amusement in his eyes, and the smile on his face was a little strange and rich. Although his smile was not aggressive at all, Qin Shao and the other three could not help but have a bad feeling when they saw this smile. The robbers seemed to be very afraid of this white and chubby child, and stood to the side submissively. What's going on? Qin Shao and the other three looked at each other and were a little confused. They were a little bit confused. Thunder was like a child on the outside but tender on the inside. What was the background of this white and chubby boy in front of them? They felt that he was very, very complicated. They suspected that he was an ancient sage. Judging from the behavior of the robber just now, this was further confirmed. He was definitely a supreme existence, who the four of them could not afford to offend. After being teased just now, Qin Shao and the other three people were also convinced. If the expert in front of them wanted to kill them, it would be too easy. They would not even have a chance to resist. The most likely possibility was that the expert in front of them was an ancient sage. Ancient sages? What kind of lofty existence was that? What kind of majestic existence was that? Qin Shao and the other three people really had no way to imagine that the white and chubby boy in front of them was a supreme ancient sage. The contrast was so big that they could not accept it at the moment. Admittedly, there were indeed many experts with eccentric personalities, but this could no longer be described as eccentric. Junior Qin Shao greets Senior. The four of us came to the boundless territory to explore and accidentally entered here. If we have offended Senior in any way, we hope Senior will forgive us. Qin Shao bowed respectfully and said. Wu Fengqing and the other two people also bowed respectfully. In front of a suspected ancient sage, they naturally did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Otherwise, if the ancient sage was angry, no one in this world could save them. The white and chubby boy smiled very happily and waved his chubby little hands, saying, No offense, no offense. This saint is very bored here. It's rare for someone to come in. This saint is very happy. How can you say that I'm offended? For little guys, don't be nervous. Look at how naive, cute, and kind this saint is. One look and you can tell that I'm not a bad person. Don't worry, this saint won't kill you. You can play here without worry. As long as you have fun with this saint will not only not hit you, but will also give you benefit. Qin Shao and the other three people looked at each other again, trying hard to analyze the meaning of the white and chubby boy's word. Although they still did not understand most of the meaning, or dare not be sure, there was also one piece of good news, and that was that he would not kill them. That was to say, generally speaking, there would not be any danger to their lives here. This was the most important point. If there was this little guarantee, then they could relax a little. Of course, Qin Shao and the others did not dare to completely relax. They still had to be vigilant. After thinking for a while, Qin Shao said again, Senior, how do you want us to play with you? We do have important things to do, so we dare not disturb you. Humph! But as soon as Qin Zhao's voice fell, the white and chubby boy, who was smiling just now, immediately changed his face and became unhappy. He snorted angrily and stared at Qin Shao with his small eyes, expressing his displeasure. This change of face was absolutely faster than the change of weather. Qin Shao was also slightly shocked, thinking that he would not offend this senior who was suspected to be an ancient saint with just one sentence, right? That would be wrong. It seemed that this senior was not so easy to deal with, so he still had to be careful. He must not disobey any of his orders, otherwise he would be angered. Seeing this, Wu Fengqing immediately said, No, senior, don't misunderstand. What my brother Qin Shao means is that even if we have important matters to attend to, it's not as important as having fun with Senior right now. No hurry, we are not in a hurry. As long as we can make Senior happy, you can just tell us what to do. We will definitely perform well. Hearing Wu Fengqing's words, the white and chubby man's expression became slightly better. He looked at Wu Fengcheng and said, "Really? Why don't I believe you at all? You little guys are all very slippery and cunning. You like to lie to old people like me, so I'd better not believe your words. If your saint is unhappy, you guys will be even more unhappy. That way, your saint will be happy." He cough. Hearing this, Qin Shao and the other three could not help but tremble in their hearts. It did not sound very lethal, but there was a hidden killing intent. If they did not serve this senior well, it seemed that they would not be able to leave this place in peace. "Senior, how can we do that? We are all honest children, very sincere. If you don't believe me, you can ask them," Wu Fengcheng said immediately and patted Meng Dali and Lu Ruyan. Yes, yes, yes. How could the two dare to say no? Naturally, they nodded and tried to please the white and chubby man. The white and chubby boy seemed to like it. The smile on his face reappeared, and he was happy. Hee, little guy, what's your name? You are smart and honest. I like you very much." The white and chubby boy looked at Wu Fengcheng with a smile. Seeing that the senior was happy, Wu Fengcheng secretly heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, he put more effort into his performance. "Senior, I am Wu Fengcheng from Xia territory. This is my cousin, Lu Rian, and my two brothers, Qin Shao and Meng Dali. If I may ask, how should I address you?" The white and chubby boy glared at Wu Fengcheng and said, "I just praised you for being smart. How come you are not smart now?" Wu Fengcheng originally intended to find out what kind of expert the person in front of him was, but it seemed that senior was unwilling to reveal. Wu Fengcheng naturally did not dare to say anything more. He chuckled and said, "Yes, yes, yes. Senior is right. Junior spoke too much." Only then did the white and fat little boy nod his head in satisfaction and say, "You make this saint feel very comfortable looking at you. Why don't you stay here and keep me company from now on? If I am happy, I might even pass on all my life's experiences to you. With you accompanying me, I guess I won't be so bored in the future." Cough, cough. Hearing this, Wu Fengcheng almost bit his own tongue. He was so scared that his face turned pale. Stay here? What kind of joke was this? So what if the other party was an ancient saint? His Wu family had more than one ancient saint. His father was an ancient saint, so did he lack ancient saints to nurture him? He did not lack anything at all. To him, there was not much attraction. If he stayed in this small world, wouldn't he be bored to death? Wu Fengcheng would rather die than do this kind of thing. If he really couldn't do it, then he would rather thicken his face and ask his father for help. "What's wrong, little Wu? Didn't you say it was fine just now? You're not willing so quickly? I knew that you little guys were not honest. All of you are liars." Humph. The white and chubby boy seemed to be a bit moody. She could be smiling happily at this moment, but she could immediately change her expression to one of displeasure. Such a personality was really hard to grasp. It was really a test. This, Wu Fengcheng was also in a difficult position. How should he answer? He also wanted to carefully consider it. If he accidentally angered this senior, then it would not be good. But he couldn't agree. It was really a difficult thing. Ha ha! I say, Saint He, even if you had the guts, you wouldn't dare to keep this little guy here. He is the genius of the Wu family. If you keep him here, don't provoke those seniors from the Wu family. You can't beat them. Suddenly, another laughter was heard. The way he appeared was similar to the white and chubby boy. No one knew where the voice came from. It made Qin Shao and the others have a hard time trying to find him. But this time, he did not tease Qin Shao and the others. With a flash, he appeared beside the white and chubby boy, allowing Qin Shao and the others to see his appearance clearly. Chapter 2038. In stark contrast to the white chubby boy, the senior that came out was a pretty and cute little girl with a bit of baby fat. She seemed to be 6 or 7 years old, the same age as the white chubby boy. Therefore, these two seniors looked like a golden couple. No matter how one looked at them, They looked very harmless. It was hard to imagine that the two of them, who were suspected to be ancient sages, would appear in front of others as a pair of adorable golden couple. Just how childish were they? Some things couldn't be faked, it had to be the true portrayal of one's heart. Haha, don't make us sound so weak, okay? So what if Xiao Ling Wu clan? Are we afraid of them? The white chubby boy seemed to be unconvinced as he said to the little girl. The little girl immediately pulled away from the white chubby boy and said, "You are you, I am me, don't drag me into this, I won't wallow in the mire with you. I won't do such a stupid thing, if you do, don't say you know me." The white chubby boy was speechless. He said, "Haha, there are so many little fellows here, can you not expose me? Give me some face, okay? It's because there are a few little fellows here that I have to expose you. I can't give you face, otherwise you wouldn't know who's in charge here," the little girl said with a serious face. The white chubby boy was instantly unhappy. He glared at the little girl and said, "Haha, we already agreed, whoever is stronger will be in charge here." "You mean, you are stronger than me now? You want to fight with me for this position?" The little girl nodded with certainty. "Yes, it's enough for you to be in charge for a few eras, it's time for me to do it." The white chubby boy rolled up his sleeves and posed. "Old woman, it seems like you want to fight with me today, then come on. You old woman, if you don't fight after 3 beatings, you will go up and tear down the tiles. If you don't like it, I'll beat you until you do." "What? You called me old woman? You old fart, you think you are younger than me? You are older than me, okay? You want to fight, right? Come on, I'm not afraid of you." The little girl seemed to be really angry. The two of them started to quarrel, which made Qin Xiao and the others stunned. What's going on? Why does the situation seem to be changing so quickly? Such an atmosphere always gave people a bad premonition. They were afraid that something bad was going to happen. The personalities of the two ancient sages were truly bizarre. This was truly interesting. The two of them had really pulled out their battle array. Their expressions were solemn, and they were ready to fight. The atmosphere instantly became a little tense. Of them. But it was not impossible for this kind of thing to happen, so Qin Xiao and the others did not dare to act rashly. They looked at each other, no one could make a decision, so it was better to stay where they were for the time being and observe the changes. If the battle really started, it would not be too late to leave. 2 suspected ancient saints were going to fight. What kind of scene would it be? Speaking of which, Qin Xiao and the others had never seen a battle between ancient sages before. Just thinking about it made them feel that it would be an extremely terrifying battle. If they really fought, it was likely that this world would be destroyed. "I know," Wu Fengqing suddenly cried out in alarm. Qin Xiao and the others looked at Wu Fengqing. What did he know? Wu Fengqing transmitted his voice to the 3 of them. "I know who these 2 seniors are. If I'm not wrong, they should be the hip-hop saints. This should be the world of the hip-hop saints." The hip-hop saints? Qin Xiao and Lu Rian did not have any information, so naturally, they did not know this situation. Meng Dali frowned and thought for a while, then responded, "I seem to have seen records about the hip-hop saints, but the information I got only described a few simple words, so I don't know what the situation is. Brother Fengqing, tell us more about it." Wu Fengqing continued, "I just heard them call each other. One is called He and the other is called Haha. And the 2 seniors are suspected to be ancient saints, so I have been thinking about this matter just now, and then I thought that they should be the hip-hop saints. There are not many records about the hip-hop saints in my information. It only said that they are eccentric, temperamental, playful, and reclusive. As for their strength, the information only said that they are suspected to be ancient saints, but there is no clear record of whether they are real ancient saints. But I think even if they are not real ancient saints, they should be half-saints who are infinitely close to ancient saints, right? I think that there's a higher chance that they're ancient sages. It's just, It's hard to imagine that the two ancient saints would appear in such a way, and their personalities are so eccentric. It's really hard to understand. If the two of them are half-saints who are infinitely close to ancient saints, then it's somewhat explainable. Maybe they have been trapped in the half-saint realm for too long, so their personalities have become eccentric, and they have begun to play in the world, and their moods are unpredictable. This question was really puzzling to everyone. Qin Shao shook his head. Since he could not figure it out, he did not want to think more about it. Now that he knew the general situation of the two seniors in front of him, what he needed to do now was to think about how to deal with the current situation and how to leave this world. Brother Qin Shao, Brother Fengqing, what should we do now? Meng Dali asked through voice transmission. Wu Fengqing shook his head, indicating that he had no idea, and then he looked at Qin Shao. Qin Shao also shook his head. The enemy is strong and we are weak. It's not suitable to fight against them, and we can only use our wits to deal with them. Therefore, we can only bide our time for the time being, wait and see, and deal with their moves as they come. But I feel that the He and Ha sages won't do anything to us. At most, they will trap us for a while or let us play with them. They won't go too far. After all, they know that the three of you have a big force behind you. If they really do anything to us and they really provoke the force behind you, they won't be able to bear the consequences. I think even if they are ancient saints, they should only be first-step ancient saints, and won't be too strong. From what Ha Sage said just now, it can also be concluded that they don't dare to provoke the force behind you. Wu Fengqing and Meng Dali nodded. This was indeed true. But even so, this was still a troublesome matter. If he were to be trapped in this world for the rest of his life, there was a chance that the infinite water would be snatched away by someone else. Qin Shao and the others continued to stare at the He and Ha sages. They were very hostile, and their auras were incomparably solemn. The atmosphere was extremely tense and oppressive, and a battle was about to break out. Qin Shao and the others were also prepared. Once the He and Ha sages really started to fight, they would protect themselves and quickly retreat to a safe place. In fact, they could even take the opportunity to leave this world. However, after waiting for a long time, the He and Ha sages only looked at each other, and they didn't seem to have any intention of fighting. Slowly, the atmosphere became a little relaxed. Slowly, the ferocity on the faces of the He and Ha sages gradually dissipated. The coldness was removed, and a smile slowly appeared on their faces. In the end, the He and Ha sages completely recovered their smiles, and the atmosphere became completely relaxed. There are a few little guys here. We can't let those little guys laugh at us, Ha Sage said. He Sage nodded with a smile. Yes, yes, yes. Haha, you are right. We are not young anymore. We can't fight whenever we want. That would be too naughty. If we really fight, I dare say that those little guys will definitely laugh at us in their hearts. We have lived for so long. We can't let those little guys laugh at us. As he spoke, He Sage's gaze swept over Qin Shao and the others. Wu Fengqing immediately shook his head and waved his hand, indicating that he didn't. Ha Sage laughed happily. Now that there are 5 little guys, we'd better think about how to play with them. We have been bored for so long. It's rare that so many little guys come in at once. It's enough for us to play for a while. Yes, we can have a good time. He Sage nodded and said, Haha, this time there are 4 little guys. Let's each pick 2. I like that kid called Wu Fengqing. Don't fight with me. As for the other 3, I'll let you pick 2 first. That's fair, right? What were they playing at? Hearing that the He Sage and Ha Sage were talking about picking them to play with, Qin Shao and the others were speechless. They felt like lambs about to be slaughtered. Their moods were really heavy. They felt like they couldn't see their fate. Cough, cough, why do I feel like I'm going to be played to death? Wu Fengqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Meng Dali agreed and said, Yes, I have that feeling too, and it's very strong. Motherf asterisk cur, I've never been played like this before. Why don't we rebel together? If you want to die, then go ahead. We still want to live for a while, Wu Fengqing said. Cough. Meng Dali was just saying it casually. He didn't really have the guts. In front of 2 saint-level combat power, the 4 of them together were useless. Therefore, they could only obediently accept their fate and be more honest. Qin Shao could only sigh helplessly. Although they didn't feel any great danger for the time being, this feeling was really uncomfortable. It also felt like their lives were in the hands of others. Unhappy, very unhappy. But no matter how unhappy they were, there was nothing they could do. No way. As soon as he Sage finished speaking, Ha Sage shouted and raised his voice by a few octaves. You snatched that little guy just now, and I haven't settled the score with you yet. If we split it evenly now, why do you have 3 and I have 2? And you even picked one first. What right do you have to do that? You have priority in everything. How can you bully others like that? He Sage didn't back down and said, Didn't we discuss that the little guy just now was mine? Now that there are 4, of course we'll split it evenly. Don't tell me you want 3? Don't you think you're taking too much advantage of him? Besides, I'm in charge here. Naturally, I have to have priority. What's wrong with that? So what you're saying is that whoever is in charge will have priority. Yes, of course. If the person in charge doesn't have priority, then what kind of person is he? Okay, then let's fight first and see who's in charge. Chapter 2039. Seeing that the hip-hop sages and Ha sages were about to fight again, Qin Shao and the others were completely speechless. The hip-hop sages and Ha sages could form a group and cultivate together. Moreover, they were a man and a woman. They should be Taoist companions, right? However, they were clearly a pair of quarrelsome lovers. There was no one else who could start a fight just because they didn't agree with each other. The atmosphere suddenly became a little tense. This made Qin Shao and the others speechless. Did it have to be so exciting? They were simply playing with their hearts. The key was that this gave Qin Shao and the others a very bad feeling. It seemed that they would have a very difficult time in the future. The hip-hop sages and Ha sages were too strange. They were unpredictable, temperamental, and full of uncertainty. There was no way to control them at all. Therefore, it would definitely be difficult to get along with the hip-hop sages and Ha sages later. The hip-hop sages and Ha sages were at daggers drawn again, making the atmosphere extremely tense and oppressive. It seemed that they could start a fight at any time. But this posture was a little fake. Because of what they did just now and what they did now, it was inevitable that Qin Shao and the others felt that they would not really fight this time. He reckoned that it would soon be the same as before, where they reconciled without saying a word. Anyway, the hip-hop sages and Ha sages were the kind of people who changed their faces faster than the weather. These 2 people were simply a perfect match. Qin Shao had never seen people with such strange personalities. But whether the hip-hop sages and Ha sages would fight or not, Qin Shao and the others were frozen in place. They did not dare to make any moves. They did not even dare to breathe too loudly. They did not want to get into trouble. At this time, it was better to stay away. Are they going to fight or not? Meng Dali seemed to be a little anxious. Wu Fengqing said, According to my observation, they probably won't fight. The hip-hop sages and Ha sages are Taoist companions. It's normal for couples to quarrel. Don't take it so seriously. If they really fight, they will definitely fight casually. They won't really get into a fight. The He and Ha saints have lived for at least tens of thousands of universe epochs. The 2 of them have lived together for countless years. Since it gives us the feeling that no matter how much they quarrel, nothing will happen. Perhaps they are already used to this. Let's just watch quietly. It gave people the feeling that the atmosphere was already extremely tense. It should be as if a fight was about to break out. However, no matter how you waited, no matter how long you waited, you just couldn't wait for the great battle to erupt. That was why the wait was extremely long and unbearable. Someone else came in to share the burden with us. This is good. Not bad, not bad, Meng Dali suddenly exclaimed. Qin Shao looked over. Sure enough, he saw 3 figures walking over with strange expressions on their faces. Moreover, Qin Shao was no stranger to these 3 people. It also felt like enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. These 3 people were Yun, Lu, and Shang Feng. Why is it you guys again? Yun, Lu, and Shang-Chi were naturally very angry when they saw Qin Shao and the other 3. He was very unhappy with Qin Shao, and even more so with Meng Dali. Naturally, he was very, very unhappy that the 2 of them were together. However, the 3 of them quickly sensed that the atmosphere was not right. Their gazes quickly landed on the he and ha saint. For a moment they felt strange. The appearance of Yun, Lu, and Shang Feng immediately resolved the crisis of the battle. The he and ha saints immediately laughed happily. The tense atmosphere instantly disappeared and no longer existed. He, 3 more little fellows have come. This is good. There is no need to fight anymore. We will each get 4. It is very fair. He Saint laughed happily. Although there was a hint of maturity on that immature face of his adorable appearance was still there, so he couldn't portray a dignified aura. He still gave people the feeling that he was very cute. Ha Xing also laughed happily. Yes, 4 each. There is no need to fight anymore. However, I let you choose once before. This time I have to choose. I don't like the 3 newcomers. I will choose the 4 of them. These 4 people look quite pleasing to the eye. You want the other 4? You don't have any objections, right? If you have any objections, then let's fight first. Anyway, I won't give in. Interestingly, He Xing became easier to talk to this time. Okay. I'm a man and won't fight with you. This time, I won't argue with you, old woman. I'll give you the 4 little guys. The rest are mine. He, but if there are more little fellows coming in later, it will be my turn to choose first. If you don't agree, I will fight with you. Okay, it's settled then. Ha Xing expressed his agreement. Therefore, Qin Shao and the others were directly divided by the he and ha saints as if they were spoils of war. Ha Xing waved at Qin Shao and the other 3 and said, Little fellows, come with me. It was indeed a strange feeling to be called little fellows by a person who looked like a 6 or 7-year-old girl. However, thinking that Ha Xing was an ancient existence who had lived for at least tens of thousands of universe epochs, they reluctantly accepted it. Qin Shao and the other 3 were quickly brought to a straw hut by Ha Xing. There was a piece of soil in front of the straw hut. It was very simple and crude, just like a village house in the mortal world. Seeing the scene in front of them, Qin Shao couldn't help but think of her hometown. It was hard to imagine that an existence suspected to be an ancient sage would actually live in such a simple straw hut. It was really a little inconceivable. Qin Shao and the others were still a little uneasy. They didn't know what Ha Xing would do to them. Although Ha Xing looked very pure, cute, innocent, and somewhat amiable, Qin Shao and the others didn't dare to believe him. However, Qin Shao and the others didn't dare to think so. This was definitely an existence that changed faces faster than flipping through a book. It was extremely temperamental. If they were not careful, they might offend him and be punished. Therefore, Qin Shao and the others were more or less worried and dealt with him very carefully. Ha! Seeing that Qin Shao and the others were very cautious, Ha Xing stuck out her little pink tongue and smiled very cutely. Her laughter was like a silver bell. Only a child would have such a childish feeling. And that little action of sticking out her little pink tongue was also a little girl's. If not for the fact that he had witnessed Ha Xing's temperament and knew that she was likely to be an ancient sage, he would have really thought that she was an adorable little girl. She was not the kind of person who would raise one's guard against her. But when Qin Shao and the others saw her, they only felt strange and didn't dare to let their guard down. Ha Xing waved her hand at Qin Shao and the others and said, "Don't be so nervous. Relax. Look at how cute I am. You know that I won't bully you. As long as you have fun with me, I will give you benefits." As she spoke, Ha Xing made a gesture very cutely. She made a victory gesture with her hands and then put them on her cheeks with a sweet smile. She looked so adorable that it could explode. But in the eyes of Qin Shao and the others, this action was so shocking that their jaws almost dropped. This, how much of a girl's heart did she have? Ha Xing was an ancient existence who had lived for at least tens of thousands of universe epochs. It was not an exaggeration to say that she was an antique. To think that such an ancient existence could still maintain such a young girl's heart. It was truly shocking. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have found it hard to believe that it was true. Although Ha Xing said so, Qin Shao and the others still didn't dare to relax. Hey, I've already acted cute to show my sincerity. If you still put on such a long face, it won't be fun anymore. If I'm not happy, then you will be unhappy too. If I'm happy, then you will be happy too. So, your biggest task now is to make me happy. That way, we can be happy together. You should be glad that you were chosen by me. If you were chosen by that old fart, then you will suffer. He is not as cute and amiable as me. But if you continue to be like this, then I will have to consider changing you. Seeing Qin Shao and the others' dull expressions, Ha Xing was obviously a little unhappy. Senior Ha Xing, we are not unhappy. We are just too excited, so we don't know what to say for a while. We haven't calmed down yet. It's our great honor to be chosen by Senior Ha Xing. We will definitely listen to Senior Ha Xing's instructions and make Senior Ha Xing happy. Have fun, we are absolutely serious. Wu Fengcheng immediately went forward with a smile and said some flattering words. As the saying went, flattery would work even if it worked. This Tao, it seemed like Wu Fengcheng was still well versed in it. Hence, he grasped it with a feeling of being just right. After saying that, Wu Fengcheng even patted Meng Dali. Meng Dali immediately smiled. His signature smile was very simple and honest, and it also gave people a very honest feeling. Yes, Senior Ha Xing, we are really too excited. We must make Senior Ha Xing happy. Do whatever makes you happy, we will definitely cooperate to the end. With Wu Fengcheng and Meng Dali saying nice things, Ha Xing was finally satisfied. He nodded slightly with some satisfaction. Yes. Then I will believe in your sincerity this time. But a moment of sincerity is not enough. You must be sincere all the time. Otherwise, I'll make you stay here for an era so that you can keep me company. If you perform well, then I may let you go after 1,000,000 years. So, you can stay here for 1,000,000 years or an era. It depends on your performance. An era. Hearing Ha Xing's words, Qin Shao and the others' hearts couldn't help but thump. This was asking for their lives. Wouldn't it be crazy to stay here for an era? Qin Shao was even more concerned. His original body was in the primordial universe, and he couldn't come to the immortal domain for the time being. Therefore, if he were to be trapped here for an era, it would have a huge impact on him. Cultivation was to take advantage of the current situation to advance triumphantly. If he was delayed for an era, then his path would be very difficult. He, Qin Shao, had only lived for a little over 10,000,000 years. An era was still a little too long for him. It seemed that no matter how difficult it was, he couldn't offend Ha Xing. Don't worry, Senior Ha Xing. We will definitely perform well and won't let you down. Wu Fengcheng said flatteringly. His principle was that if he could make Ha Xing happy, then their lives would be better. Now, they were waiting for Ha Xing to speak and see what kind of test he was going to give them. Chapter 2040. Forget it. Let's just play casually. I can't think of anything new. After thinking for a while, Ha Xing shook his head. But Qin Shao and the others were thinking, What kind of game is this so-called casually playing? Although that was the case, Qin Shao and the others didn't dare to think positively. At this time, they were a bit like prisoners waiting to be judged. With a nervous heart, they really didn't know how their fate would be manipulated. Do you know how to play with mud? Ha Xing suddenly asked. What? Play with mud? Hearing this, Qin Shao and the others were suddenly stunned. They looked at Ha Xing dumbfoundedly. Are you sure? Are you sure you're not joking? Playing with mud, what the hell is this? Who would play with mud? They were born noble, and their blood was strong. They were born with a golden spoon in their mouth. How could they have played this kind of little game that only mortal children who were born humble would play? Not to mention them, even Qin Shao, who was born humble, didn't play with mud when he was a child. He was also cultivating. Seeing the four people's confused faces, Ha Xing shook his head with a strange look and said, It seems that you haven't played it before. You haven't played such a fun game. Your childhood was very unfortunate. What a pity, what a pity. I really feel sorry for your childhood. How sad. But it's okay. Since you met me, I will let you have a good experience. Qin Shao and the others suddenly had an impulse to vomit blood. What was this? Playing with mud? What was there to experience? They didn't want to do it at all. They really felt like they were struck by lightning and couldn't speak. But no matter how unhappy they were and how much they wanted to vomit blood, they couldn't show it on the surface. They had to force a smile. What was this? Brother Qin Shao, don't be impulsive. You must hold back. Wu Fengcheng seemed to be a little worried about Qin Shao, and he deliberately transmitted a message to Qin Shao. Qin Shao smiled bitterly and helplessly. He was not an impulsive person, but there were times when he would do things regardless of the consequences. But this time, Qin Shao was very clear that he had to endure it even if he couldn't. Otherwise, he would be the unlucky one. Moreover, once he angered Ha Xing, he might not be the only unlucky one. It might even implicate the three people from Wufeng City. Therefore, Qin Shao could not do this kind of thing even more. Endure, you must endure. What? You seem to be very unhappy? Ha Xing's expression sank again. Her ability to change faces was definitely top-notch. Wu Fengcheng suddenly squeezed out an embarrassed smile and quickly said, How could that be, Senior Ha Xing? We're happy, very happy, very happy. Indeed, none of us have played it before. But it doesn't matter if we haven't played it before. We know a little and know a thing or two. It's indeed a pity. I've never had the chance to play in the past. Not being able to experience the fun in it is indeed a bit of an unfortunate childhood. But fortunately, Senior Ha Xing gave us the opportunity to experience the fun that we have never experienced before. Just now we were too excited, so we didn't know what to say for a while. Yes. Brother Fengcheng is right. I was so excited that I was incoherent. Meng Dali also nodded against his will. Lu Rian nodded fiercely, indicating that she agreed. Ha Xing laughed again. It had to be said that Ha Xing's smile was like a brilliant flower that had just bloomed. It was very beautiful. Her smile seemed to be able to give people a ray of light. Although I know that you are all lying, I just like to hear it. I will pretend that what you said is true. Ha Xing's next words made Wu Fengcheng and Meng Dali a little embarrassed. But thinking about it, Ha Xing was suspected to be the existence of the ancient sage. How could he deceive her with his little thoughts? She was just pretending to be confused. Otherwise, if she really cared about it, then they would suffer. Therefore, in the following years, Qin Shao and the other three accompanied Ha Xing to play all kinds of, how to put it. It should be said that they played very high-quality and very low-end games. This kind of game should only be played by those few years old mortal children with low IQ and very naive mind. However, Ha Xing played it with relish and never got tired of it. Qin Shao and the others really couldn't understand. An ancient existence that had lived for at least tens of thousands of universe epochs and suspected to be the existence of the ancient sage. What kind of storms and waves had he not experienced? He actually had so much fun playing such low-end games. And this game actually lasted for 1,000,000 years. Of course, in 1,000,000 years, he didn't just play one game. He played countless kinds of games, and he played each one for a period of time. Hasheng always had some low-end games like playing mud, playing house, cockfighting, and so on. There were only things that Qin Shao and the others couldn't think of. There was nothing that Hasheng didn't have. This really made Qin Shao and the others broaden their horizons. All kinds of games emerged one after another. The key was that most of these games, in the eyes of Qin Shao and the others, were very childish, low-end, and brainless games. Playing such games made them feel like idiots. Therefore, it was naturally very painful to play. It was simply a kind of torture. But this kind of torture lasted for 1,000,000 years, and Hasheng still didn't have the intention to stop. The four of them were about to collapse. It was too painful, but they couldn't say that they stopped playing. Otherwise, if they angered Hasheng, the consequences would be even more unimaginable. They struggled in pain, reincarnated in suffering, and fell into an inescapable vortex. This kind of thing, if they didn't experience it personally, there was no way to imagine it. There were even times when Qin Shao and the others felt that life was meaningless. It was better to die. Everything was really worse than death. But even if it was better than death, they couldn't really die, right? It's not fun. This is not fun either. Hasheng suddenly spread out his hands, indicating that he didn't want to play anymore. Qin Shao and the others suddenly felt relieved, and their bodies and minds relaxed. However, the four of them were still nervous. They estimated that Hasheng would come up with new games to play soon. This is not fun, that is not fun either. What else is fun? Hasheng thought seriously again. Qin Shao and the others wanted to cry but had no tears. It had been 1,000,000 years. When could they be free? Although there was nothing dangerous, this kind of torture was much more painful than what they had experienced before. It was really better to have a good fight with others and experience some danger. Forget it. I will discuss with He and see if he has any good ideas. After Hasheng said this, he directly disappeared from where he stood. There was no trace of him. Clearly, he had left. Seeing Hasheng leave, Qin Shao and the others breathed a sigh of relief. I don't believe you. How can I endure this day? I am about to collapse. What should we do? Brother Qin Shao, Brother Fengqing, why don't we rebel? I don't know how long it will take to live like this. I would rather have a good fight. Damn it. It wasn't so painful last time at Departed Soul Mountain. This is the torture of body, mind, will, and soul. I can't stand it. I really can't stand it. Meng Dali was filled with righteous indignation. He looked like he was going to fight with Hasheng. Hearing Meng Dali's words, Wu Fengqing was shocked. He immediately pulled Meng Dali and said seriously, Shu, keep your voice down. Don't get us all killed. We have to endure it even if we can't. Only by enduring for a while can we calm down. We have already endured for 1,000,000 years. Another 1,000,000 years won't make a difference. I think Hasheng will definitely let us go after trapping us for a few million years. It is impossible to trap us forever. How about this? If Hasheng still refuses to let us go after another 1,000,000 years, then we will shamelessly ask the ancient sages of our clan to help us. But I don't think the situation will be so bad. Didn't the He and Ha sages say at the beginning that they are also afraid of the forces behind us? They know our background and won't go too far. I will go crazy after another 1,000,000 years. Meng Dali clenched his teeth. Although he was still very unhappy, Meng Dali was not a fool. He knew that he could only endure it at this time. Taking a step back, he could endure for another 1,000,000 years. 1,000,000 years was the limit. If that didn't work, he could ask his clan for help. It would not be shameful. After being trapped for 2,000,000 years and being unable to escape, he could ask for help. But now it was not easy to ask for help. If he fought recklessly, he would die. So, he could only endure it. Don't you feel that something is very strange? Qin Shao suddenly asked. Very strange? In fact, many things were very strange. However, Wu Fengcheng and the other two did not know what Qin Shao was talking about. So, they looked at Qin Shao in confusion. Qin Shao continued, You said that the He and Ha sages have lived for at least tens of thousands of universe epoch. They can be considered very ancient existences. They must have experienced countless things over the endless years. Big and small, violent storms and torrential rains, great storms and great waves. I believe they have experienced everything. But have you noticed that in the past million years, we have been suffering incomparable pain? Every day feels like a year. We have wanted to die thousands of times. We have been struggling in pain and enduring. It is as if we have fallen into an abyss of pain. But Ha Xing is having a lot of fun. And we should also feel that Ha Xing is happy from the bottom of his heart. In our eyes, it is very childish and low-end games. We don't care about them. But a supreme existence like Ha Xing can find a lot of fun. Don't you think that this is a very strange thing? Humph, of course it is strange. Very, very strange. I'm afraid there is something wrong with his brain, Meng Dali said. No. Qin Shao waved his hand and said, When we think about problems, we only think about the simple side, the superficial side. So when we look at problems with this kind of mentality, what we see is childish, low-end, brainless, and strange. But I think that from Ha Xing's point of view, this is definitely not the case. Otherwise, he would not be able to obtain such real happiness. Perhaps there is a deeper understanding of this problem. A deeper understanding? Wu Fengcheng and the other two were even more confused. What kind of deeper understanding could there be in such a small matter? But when they thought about it carefully, it seemed that Qin Zhao's words were somewhat reasonable. It seemed to be the case. But they could not figure out the reason for this kind of thing. The main reason was that they were too unhappy and did not want to think about it. Chapter 2041. I think we should think about how that old hag is going to play with us later. It's not easy for us to catch our breath. Let's take a good rest. We might not even have the chance to catch our breath later, Meng Dali said. Qin Shao and Wu Fengcheng did not dwell on this issue anymore. At this time, they should think about how to deal with Ha Xing's play later. While they were catching their breath, they should take a good rest. Slap! Suddenly, a crisp slap sounded on Meng Dali's head. Meng Dali staggered forward from the slap and almost fell. To be able to make this big guy almost fall down, it was obvious how much strength this slap had. However, there was no one around. Meng Dali jumped up in anger. Who hit me? Slap! Just as Meng Dali finished speaking, another crisp slap sounded on his head. This time, the slap was stronger than before. Meng Dali fell back a few steps before he could stabilize himself. Meng Dali was a forthright and unruly person. After being slapped twice for no reason, Meng Dali's head was filled with anger. When anger surged, it was naturally easy for him to do some stupid things. It's Ha Xing. Qin Shao and the others immediately reacted. Ha Xing must have returned and happened to hear Meng Dali badmouthing her. That was why he taught Meng Dali a lesson. Thinking of this, the three of them wanted to shut Meng Dali's mouth. If he continued to talk nonsense, he would suffer even more. However, what made Qin Shao and the other two heave a sigh of relief was that Meng Dali, who was just about to flare up, suddenly stopped. He reacted and immediately became well-behaved. Senior Ha Xing, this junior spoke out of turn just now. Senior Ha Xing, this junior deserves it. After this soft talk, Ha Xing did not continue to slap him. The void moved and Ha Xing walked out of it. He pointed at Meng Dali with his pinkish finger and said, I hate it when people call me an old woman. If you say one more word, I will cut off your tongue. Humph! Meng Dali was so scared that he covered his mouth. He quickly shook his head, indicating that he wouldn't dare to do it again. Ha Xing withdrew her hand. There was a particularly serious expression on her pink face. She looked at Qin Shao and the other three people very seriously and said solemnly, "My honor depends on the next battle. Can you make me happy? Can you let me be the head of the family this time? It all depends on this battle. That's why the four of you listen up. You must win this battle. You must perform well. If I win, I'll let you go. Maybe I'll be happy and give you some benefits. If you can't take it down," at this point, Ha Xing's voice became colder and more severe, "then you all can wait to be dealt with by me. If I'm in a bad mood, I'll definitely make you feel worse. Do you all understand?" Qin Shao and the others understood what he meant, but they were still confused about what was going on. What kind of battle was this? What was the result of the discussion between Ha Xing and He Xing? Qin Shao asked aloud, "Senior Ha Xing, we understand, but we haven't figured out what you mean. What do you want us to do?" "We will naturally go all out and fight to the death. We must win. Senior Ha Xing, you don't have to worry about this at all. We will definitely fight with our lives." Although they didn't know the specific situation for the time being, there was still good news. At least they could leave if they won. If they could leave, they had to win no matter what. This was what everyone dreamed of. Ha Xing was finally willing to let it go. Therefore, there was no need for Ha Xing to say anything. Qin Shao and the others would definitely do their best. Ha Xing continued, "We were a little bored before, so after a fierce discussion with He, we finally reached a consensus. Next, there will be a fierce battle between He and me. To put it simply, the rules are like this. The four of you and the four of them will draw lots and fight one-on-one. 3 out of 4 wins. If it's a tie, then take a break and continue to fight until one side completely wins. The winner will be able to leave this place. The losing side has to stay and accept the punishment. A 4-on-4 battle? This was indeed simple enough. It was so simple that Qin Shao and the others didn't think of it. If that was the case, then it would be great. They could just fight directly and leave after they won. Therefore, after listening, Qin Shao and the others were in a good mood. It was as if they had seen the light of leaving. Ha Xing is wise. This is good, this is great. Wu Fengqing immediately patted his beard. Then he said to Qin Shao and the others, "Brother Qin Shao, with your strength, you should have no problem picking any one of them. Although Yunlu Shangqi is very arrogant, he is not very strong. Leave him to me. Meng Dali, with your strength, you should have some chance of winning. Ru Yen is slightly weaker, so it doesn't matter. Anyway, we can still afford to lose. As long as I don't have to face Yunlu Shangfeng, I should still have some confidence. Qin Shao, you and Meng Dali should be able to guarantee a win. Therefore, we are already in an invincible position. Ha, brothers, it's time for us to show off our strength." Qin Shao and Meng Dali nodded. Qin Shao was confident in his own strength. If he picked any one of them, Qin Shao wouldn't be afraid. Not to mention Meng Dali. Previously at Departed Soul Mountain, he had single-handedly fought against countless white skeleton undead and forced his way to the middle of the valley. What kind of strength was that? Therefore, if Meng Dali unleashed his full strength, he shouldn't be afraid of anyone. Even if Wufeng City's luck was bad and they met Yunlu Shangfeng, it wouldn't be a problem. At the very least, they could guarantee a draw and be in an invincible position. It couldn't be that Wufeng City could pick Yunlu Shangfeng every time, right? Why should cultivators of our generation be afraid of a battle? Things that could be solved through battle were not a problem for Qin Shao and the others. Previously, in the disaster devil world, Departed Soul Mountain, how dangerous was that? That was truly a trip to the gates of hell. But, didn't he still manage to survive without any mishap? On the contrary, the million years of torture here really made Qin Shao and the others feel like they were better off dead. They might as well have a good fight to their heart's content. Are you happy? Ha Xing smiled strangely as he looked at Qin Shao and the other three. Seeing this strange smile and hearing this slightly meaningful question, the smiles on Qin Shao and the others' faces suddenly stopped. The situation still changed? It seemed that they really shouldn't be happy too early. Their happy mood suddenly felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured on them, chilling their hearts. You're still too young. It's a little too early to be happy. You're too frivolous and not stable enough. Ha Xing shook his head, looking like he was lecturing them. Hearing this, Qin Shao and the others' hearts skipped a beat. It seemed that the situation really had changed. They didn't know what Ha Xing was selling in his gourd. After pausing and whetting Qin Shao and the others' appetites, Ha Xing said again, "We want to play. Naturally, we can't let you fight like this. That wouldn't be fun at all. If we want to play, we naturally have to add our own game rules. Only then can it be a game that belongs to us. As long as we have our own game, we can be happy. We won't play games that can't make us happy. The rules of the game are simple to say. Except for the power of your own cultivation, you can't use any other means. Other means here include, but are not limited to, such as magic skills, secret skills, fairy weapons, treasures, formations, illusions, innate magical powers, and so on. In short, except for the power of your own realm, you are not allowed to use any other means." What? How could they play? In terms of the power of their realms, there was no difference at all between the fourth step celestial venerables. It was probably impossible to determine the winner. In the end, it would only be a situation where both sides were defeated and injured, right? In that case, what was the point? A person's strength was originally determined by many factors. The realm was just a cornerstone, and it was not absolute. More often, it depended on many other means, such as fairy weapons, immortal treasures, and so on. For example, the reason why Meng Dali was so strong and could fight against the endless skeleton army in the Dead Soul Mountain by himself was because of his innate magical powers. Once he displayed his innate magical ability, his strength and defensive power became extremely powerful. It was as if he was a life of the barbarian tribe, allowing his body to become 1,000 feet tall. His strength was endless, and his defense was invincible. This was his innate magical powers. The reason why Qin Shao could achieve the heaven-defying feat of defeating a fourth-step celestial venerable as a second-step celestial venerable was that Qin Shao had many means. There was the eight-faced Buddha realm, the Buddhist six-syllable mantra, the Lin mantra of the Great Tao nine-syllable mantra, Li Sheng's flying dagger, the mechanical armor technique, and the flowing light wings. If all of these were taken away, how much strength would Qin Shao have left? Could he still fight with a fourth-step celestial venerable? That would be a fool's talk. Therefore, under this rule, Qin Zhao's restriction was the greatest. It directly reduced Qin Zhao's strength by 99%. The remaining strength was not enough to fight against a fourth-step celestial venerable. According to this rule, Qin Shao and Lu Rian would basically lose. Therefore, Qin Shao and the others were disappointed. They looked at Ha Xing in a daze. Wasn't this a bit like playing with them? Qin Shao frowned deeply. Sure enough, it was too early to be happy. But it shouldn't be like this, right? Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. Ha Xing waved his hand as if he could see the worries and anxiety of Qin Shao and the others. He smiled and said, "I haven't finished explaining the rules. These are the restrictions for you. The purpose is to restrict all of your means. In that case, you won't be able to use your own methods, and our game will be even more fun and moldable. Although all of your means won't be used, we certainly won't just watch you fight with your bare hands. That's too boring. I'll teach you the means of harming, and he will also teach them the means of harming. Then, you can use the means of our teaching to fight. In this way, it will prove that he and I have better means, and whose teaching level is higher. While you are fighting, he and I are also fighting." Chapter 2042. Hearing this, Qin Shao and the others finally understood what was going on. To put it simply, it was the battle between the hip-hop two saints, so they were used as chess pieces to control the game. Each of them controlled 4 chess pieces, taught each other their skills, and then fought against each other. To put it bluntly, behind this battle, it was actually a secret battle between the hip-hop two saints. It was just that it was done through the hands of Qin Shao and the others. How should he put it? This kind of playstyle was quite acceptable. Even if one thought about it carefully, it could still be a little exciting. After all, Ha Xing would teach them some skills. Wasn't this equivalent to an invisible big harvest? Of course, under such rules of the game, the difficulty of winning naturally increased a lot. Originally, Qin Shao and the others were full of confidence and felt that victory was in their hands, but now it was full of many uncertain factors. First of all, Qin Shao, who was supposed to be the most powerful of the 4, was probably in danger now. After all, Qin Zhao's realm was there, and the disadvantage was too obvious. It would be impossible to make up for this kind of disadvantage without resorting to harming method. If Ha Xing taught them all the skills, then at most they would be on par with the hip-hop saint. It was just a matter of who practiced more in the same time. Even if Qin Zhao's talent potential was amazing, the gap between the realms would still be a lot. Therefore, Qin Zhao's side was indeed very worrying. There was also Lu Rian. After all, she was a girl. Compared with Wu Fengqing and the others, her talent potential was still weaker. Therefore, with Qin Shao and Lu Rian, 2 weak factors, the situation was naturally quite bad. Little guys, do you have any questions? If you do, I will give you a chance to ask clearly. Don't talk nonsense later. Ha Xing seemed to be in a good mood this time. Wu Fengqing said, Senior Ha Xing, I think our desire to win is exactly the same as yours. So, we are actually sharing the glory now. Of course, we are basking in the glory of Senior Ha Xing, which gives us a great opportunity to show ourselves. Senior Ha Xing will definitely believe in our desire to win. However, the problem is that this competition isn't fair to us. If it's unfair to us, then it's unfair to you, Senior Ha Xing. Unfair? Ha Xing blinked her big black eyes and looked at Wu Fengqing with a puzzled expression. Immediately, Ha Xing's gaze fell on Qin Shao. Her long, shapely eyebrows furrowed slightly. Yes, look at my memory. I forgot about this little guy. Little fellow, you're only at the 2nd step Empyrean realm. You're simply a weakling. If I let you go up, wouldn't I be sending you to your death? Yes, it's unfair. It's indeed unfair. But, I've already agreed. What should I do? If I tell He now, He will definitely laugh at me. No, I've already made a promise, so I can't go back on it. I have to be a delicate woman, and I can't go back on my words. This time, it's a battle for glory, a battle for power. We can't let He belittle us. If you tell He that it's unfair now, you'll be weaker before the battle even starts. In terms of momentum, you definitely can't be weak. Then what should we do? How can we make up for this big oversight? Ha Xing also had a headache. She didn't want to lose. Qin Shao was even more speechless. But this time, he really didn't have much confidence to speak of. It wasn't that he couldn't, but the rules of the game restricted him too much. There was no way for him to display his means at all. If he couldn't come up with a method to make up for the lack of cultivation realm, he couldn't do anything. If he lost, what he lost to was not his opponent, but the rules of the game. Qin Shao definitely wouldn't admit this kind of defeat in his heart. Senior Ha Xing, why don't you teach Qin Shao a few more lethal methods? His talent and potential are very monstrous and heaven-defying. His cultivation and comprehension are very fast. I think this way there's some hope. Wu Fengqing tried to make another suggestion. After he finished speaking, Wu Fengqing gave Qin Shao a meaningful glance, intentionally or unintentionally. Obviously, Wu Fengqing's move was to help Qin Shao. Course, helping Qin Shao was also helping everyone. But Wu Fengcheng's selfishness was still not bad. If he could take advantage of this opportunity to gain some benefits, that would also be pretty good. After all, Ha Sheng was in existence suspected to be an ancient sage. Her actions were definitely not simple. Maybe this would really be a big opportunity for everyone. If they could grasp it well, there would definitely be a big harvest. You brat, you're quite smart. Ha Sheng revealed a meaningful smile at Wu Fengcheng. You still want to play with your little thoughts in front of me? You're a bit too smart. This kind of cleverness is not good. Cough cough, no. His thoughts were seen through by Ha Sheng. Wu Fengcheng coughed awkwardly twice. It seemed that in front of Ha Sheng, he really couldn't have the slightest bit of thought. He couldn't hide it at all. To be able to reach this step, he was definitely an extremely smart person. However, Ha Sheng didn't get angry. Instead, she said, although you brat have selfish thoughts, what you said is indeed very reasonable. Selfishness for the sake of victory can be forgiven. In order to be able to leave here, you must have risked your lives to win. I still believe in this. But if you want to be selfish, you'd better save it. He and I can naturally think of this situation, so the rules of the game are very strict. If I want to restrain you, I also want to restrain the four of them. In 1,000,000 years, I will teach each of you a method, and then randomly draw lots to determine your opponents. Winning 3 times is the winner. And the methods taught are also limited. It can only be a high-grade immortal technique or a secret technique of the same grade. You can only choose one. Wu Fengcheng suddenly lost his temper. It seemed that his little thoughts were a bit ridiculous. Thinking about it, it was indeed true. Naturally, there would be restrictions on each other. There would be no loopholes to take advantage of. Otherwise, it would be meaningless. The rules of the game that were jointly formulated must be fair and just. Only then would the outcome be accepted. This battle also involved the battle for the leadership of the He and Ha sages. Ha Sheng looked at Qin Shao and shook his head helplessly. Sigh, forget it. Just take it as my mistake. Although there is one less person, it doesn't mean that there is no chance. As he said that, Ha Sheng's eyes fell on Wu Fengcheng and the other two expectantly. In a serious tone, he said, my focus is on the 3 of you. The 3 of you must work hard and win. I will put in the effort to teach you, especially Lu Rian, you little girl. Although you are a woman, your talent and potential may not be as good as these men. However, you have to be as strong as a man. You may not necessarily lose to them. You must believe in yourself. Aren't I just a woman? Didn't I also cultivate to this level? So, I have the most confidence in you. Ha Sheng's words made Lu Ruyan a little flustered. She did not believe in herself. It was not that she did not believe in herself. It was just that she did not have enough confidence to say that she could definitely win against Yun Lu, Shangfeng and the others. She was also very clear about her shortcomings. She could not blindly be confident in this. Am I being directly abandoned? Qin Shao touched his nose and could not help but smile bitterly. If he was abandoned, the chances of them losing would be very high. All 3 of them had to win. How difficult was that? Everyone was a genius and not a weakling. Therefore, the probability of winning or losing was still there. In particular, Lu Rian was a girl, which was also a disadvantage. Therefore, after hearing Ha Sheng's words, Qin Shao felt that the situation was not good. In this battle, he had to stand up. If he could win, the chances of winning would be very high. Qin Shao did not want to be trapped here after losing. Therefore, this time, he had no reason to shrink back. Senior Ha Sheng, Qin Shao shouted. His firm tone showed his determination. Ha Sheng looked at Qin Shao. Qin Shao continued, I have not given up. Senior Ha Sheng, why do you plan to directly abandon me? I, Qin Shao, have only cultivated for 12 million years. It has only been 10 million years since I entered the immortal realm. I think that I have created many miracles to reach this point step by step. I have also defeated a fourth step heavenly venerate in a head-on battle. My strength is not bad. My talent and potential should be okay. 1,000,000 years is just a snap of the fingers for Senior Haoxing. But for me, Qin Shao, it is not a very short time. With 1,000,000 years, I may be able to create another miracle. Winning 3 times is considered a victory. Senior Haoxing is betting all on them. Obviously, the risk is very high. It is not that I do not believe in them. I am just stating an objective fact. After all, we do not want to lose. Senior Haoxing does not want to see that. We believe in ourselves, but we cannot underestimate our opponent. Yun Lu Shangfeng and the other 3 also desire victory. They will also give it their all. We will meet on a narrow path. We are all brave people. It will be difficult to win. It is precisely because of this that I cannot give up. I have to fight and create a miracle. My cultivation level isn't high, but I don't just walk the immortal Tao alone. My heart force is already at the 8th level, and my true intent of power is at the 7th level. My strength is indeed a little weak, but it is not so great that I cannot make up for it. In a battle, the final deciding factor is most likely immortal techniques, secret arts, battle wisdom, and tactic. It is also a combination of several aspects. Senior Haoxing, I do not think it is appropriate to give up on me. I have confidence. I have even more confidence. I can definitely do better. I can definitely create a miracle. When a battle I must win is placed in front of me, I have no choice but to do everything I can to win. I, Qin Shao, have encountered too many desperate situations along the way. But each time, I was able to turn the tide and escape death. I walked out of the impasse and completed one heaven-defying feat after another. This time, I believe that I can do it as well. Qin Zhao's impassioned speech inspired Wu Fengcheng and Meng Dali, as well as a wave of admiration. Cultivators of our generation should be as resolute as Qin Shao. Haoxing looked at Qin Shao for a long while, as if re-evaluating Qin Shao. Chapter 2043. With a wave of Haoxing's hand, a message was sent directly to the minds of Qin Shao and the other 3. What appeared in the minds of Qin Shao and the other 3 was the information of 10 immortal Tai secret techniques, 6 upper-grade immortal arts, and 4 secret techniques. Receiving so much information about cultivation techniques all at once made Qin Shao and the other 3 feel quite shocked in their hearts. Haoxing was indeed worthy of being called Haoxing. He was really extraordinary. He directly gave them 6 upper-grade immortal arts and 4 secret techniques. The value of secret techniques was not inferior to upper-grade immortal arts. This was equivalent to the value of 10 upper-grade immortal art. Even a semi-sage would find it difficult to come up with such a gift, right? It seemed that the He-Ha double sages were very likely to be ancient sages. No matter how one looked at it, they would make people feel that they were ancient sages. You can choose one of these 10 cultivation methods by yourselves. Then I will teach you the cultivation method and guide you in your cultivation. I will introduce you to the sect. How far you can reach in 1,000,000 years will depend on your own effort. Haoxing said. Haoxing said. After that, he thought of something and added, also, the cultivation of the 4 secret techniques requires some materials. You can choose without worry. I have all the materials here. I can give them to you. But there is one thing I have to remind you. Don't just choose whatever you feel like. You must choose what you are good at, or what is most helpful to your strength. Choosing a cultivation method is not your purpose. Your purpose is how to use this cultivation method to win. Victory is the goal. So, you have to seriously consider this point. How to maximize your strength. If you can win, in addition to a high-grade cultivation method, I will also give you some benefits. I guarantee that you will not have come in vain. Okay, you can start choosing. The generosity in Ha Xing's words made them feel more and more that she was an ancient sage. At the very least, in the hearts of Qin Shao and the other three, they had basically determined that Ha Xing was an ancient sage. The benefits promised by an ancient sage were still very much worth looking forward to. It was indeed an opportunity. Such a fortuitous encounter made people scramble like duck. Qin Shao carefully analyzed the information in his mind, comparing the 6 upper-grade immortal arts and the 4 secret techniques. Indeed, as Ha Xing said, the most suitable one was the best. It was right to choose according to this standard. You don't necessarily have to choose whichever cultivation method you think is harmful. That would be a blind choice. The best choice was to tailor the cultivation method to see if there would be any obstacles in the cultivation method and whether it was suitable for one to exert the power in the battle. These were all factors that needed to be carefully considered, especially for Qin Shao, who needed to be considered even more. After all, his cultivation level was at a disadvantage. If he couldn't turn things around with his cultivation method, then he would definitely lose this battle. Therefore, choosing a cultivation method now became the most serious matter for Qin Shao. High-grade immortal arts have very high requirements for the laws of the immortal Tao. There's a certain threshold. It would be unwise for me to cultivate a high-grade immortal art. My cultivation level isn't high enough. I won't be able to gain much in a million years. Therefore, it's better for me to choose a secret technique. Qin Shao quickly eliminated the 6 upper-grade immortal art. His choice fell on the 4 secret techniques, narrowing the range by more than half. Each of the 4 secret techniques had its own merits and were very powerful. 1000 Shadow Kill. When cultivated to the extreme, one can transform into 1,000 shadows and switch between them at will. It gives off the feeling of having 1,000 clones, using shadows to confuse the opponent. True and false, false and true. The truth is hidden in the falsehood, but it is impossible to see through and impossible to guard against. This is a very powerful secret technique, 1000 Shadows Incarnation. Using shadows to entangle and confuse the opponent, one can then hide in any shadow and change at will. Waiting for the opponent to be unprepared, then attacking unexpectedly and catching them off guard. It is indeed very sinister, but I have to say that it is very powerful. However, the requirements for cultivation are very high. It should be very difficult to cultivate. I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to cultivate this secret technique in a million years. Qin Shao shook his head. How should he put it? He felt that this secret technique was very powerful. However, he wasn't too attracted to it. He didn't have the feeling that he wanted it at first sight. Moreover, it was very difficult to cultivate, which made Qin Shao dismiss the idea. Therefore, he eliminated the 1000 Shadow Kill. He continued to analyze the second secret technique. Summon thousands of troops. A summoning technique is very strange and rare. After mastering it, I will be able to summon an army of thousands of men and horses at will. They will listen to my orders and attack my opponent. However, since they are summoned, they are naturally not real, so their strength won't be very strong. They will only win in numbers. If it's a group battle, then this secret technique will indeed come in handy. But if it's a one-on-one battle, then the effect of this secret technique won't be so obvious. It's powerful, but the summoning technique is a kind of new thing. I've only heard of it, but I've never seen it. Therefore, it won't be easy to cultivate it. The difficulty of cultivating it was secondary. Qin Shao was never afraid of any challenge or test. More importantly, Qin Shao felt that the summoned thousands of troops wouldn't be very useful in a one-on-one battle. Therefore, after thinking about it, he eliminated this secret technique. In this way, Qin Shao eliminated 2 secret techniques. There were only 2 left. The Nihility technique. If one cultivates it to the advanced level, one can turn into Nihility. It has no shadow and no shape, and it's difficult to trace it. As soon as one enters the nihility, one can kill people invisibly. It's very difficult to stop. This is an extremely powerful secret technique. It's very practical in a battle. Not bad, not bad. It's indeed worth considering. However, the nihility technique is probably the most difficult one among these 4 secret techniques. Even if it was difficult, he wasn't afraid to challenge it. However, Qin Shao wasn't in a hurry to make a decision. Instead, he continued to analyze the 4th secret technique. The dragonization technique feels a bit like a superior grade immortal technique. This is a technique of the demon race. Later on, a great evil of the human race took it and modified it. It became a secret technique suitable for humans to cultivate, the dragonization technique. The so-called dragonization technique is not a fish in a pond. It can transform into a dragon when it encounters a storm. When cultivated to the extreme, one can transform into a huge dragon with a single thought. Dragons are ancient divine beasts. They're unparalleled existences. Dragons are eternal and immortal, undying and indestructible. They are supreme beings. Once transformed into dragons, they'll be invincible and extremely powerful. The dragonization technique is indeed an extremely powerful and domineering secret technique. If I can cultivate the dragonization technique to the advanced level, then there shouldn't be any problems. However, the crux of the problem is that both the nihility technique and the dragonization technique are very good. I feel that if I cultivate them to the advanced level, they'll give me enough confidence to fight for victory. Therefore, I'm having a headache now. Which of these 2 secret techniques is better to choose? They're both good secret techniques that can attract me. However, I can't be too idealistic when I think about this problem. Both of these secret techniques are very powerful. If I can cultivate them to the advanced level, then they'll indeed be extremely dangerous. However, I can't be too complacent. I believe that Sage He can produce something that Sage Ha can produce as well. Therefore, Sage Yun, Lu, and Shangfeng must have also obtained techniques similar to these secret techniques. We have the means to harm them, but they also have the means to harm them. When the time comes, there will be many factors that will determine the outcome. There were many problems that Qin Shao had to consider carefully. However, the most important thing for him now was to figure out which secret technique he should choose. Qin Shao had never been so hesitant when choosing a technique. This time, he couldn't help but hesitate. If it's purely based on my intuition, then I'm indeed more inclined toward the dragonization technique. How can a golden carp be a fish in a pond? Once it encounters a storm, it will transform into a dragon. I've liked this sentence since I was young, and I've always been very eager to see the true face of a dragon. Perhaps I have some special feelings toward dragons. Therefore, I'll choose the dragonization technique. In addition to being more inclined, I also feel that my gains from cultivating the dragonization technique may be greater. After carefully thinking about it in his heart, Qin Shao weighed the pros and cons and made a decision in his heart. After making his decision, Qin Shao didn't have any hesitation and chose the dragonization technique. Occasionally, one would need some feelings in life. Qin Shao collected his thoughts and looked at Ha Xing. Ha Xing glanced at Qin Shao and asked, "You've made your choice so quickly?" "Yes, I've made my choice. I'll choose the dragonization technique first." Qin Shao nodded and gave an affirmative answer. "You're not changing?" "Yes, I'm not changing. Since I've decided on something, I naturally can't change it. If I can change it, then it must be something that hasn't been completely decided." Ha Xing nodded slightly and said, "All right, then the dragonization technique it is. I guess that you would choose between the nihility technique and the dragonization technique, and I also thought that you would most likely choose the dragonization technique. It seems that I was right." Qin Shao was slightly surprised. Ha Xing should have already guessed what he would choose. Was there anyone who could predict the future? However, after thinking about it carefully, it was understandable. Some things, under certain circumstances, would indeed become very clear. Qin Shao was the first to finish his choice, and the second to finish was Lu Rian. She didn't choose a secret technique, but a top-grade immortal technique. The third to finish was Meng Dali, and he also chose a top-grade immortal technique. The last to finish was Wu Fengqing. Like Qin Shao, he chose a secret technique. However, what Qin Shao didn't expect was that Wu Fengqing chose the Thousand Shadows technique, which was the first to be eliminated by Qin Shao. The four of them finished choosing their cultivation techniques, and Ha Sheng also confirmed them one by one. Good, I see that you all seriously chose the most suitable cultivation technique for you. At least, that's what you all think in your hearts. Then, I also showed it to you. The secret techniques you all chose are indeed very suitable for you. I was just guessing which cultivation techniques the four of you would choose, but in the end, I guessed it all. Not bad, not bad. This time, I'm very satisfied with your choices. I also have reason to believe that you all will continue to walk down the path you've chosen. You all only have one mission, and that is to cultivate. Work hard and cultivate with all your might. If you want to talk about it in the long term, then it's victory. No matter how much, victory is the glory of everything. Alright, I'll first give you the mantra of the cultivation technique you've chosen. I'll guide you in your cultivation later. Chapter 2044. In front of the Green Mountain, under the jade willow, a rock as hard as iron, chiseled into 3,000 paths. She wore pink clothes, had long braids, and had baby fat on her face. She had a serious expression on her face, making her look exceptionally charming. His face was extremely out of tune with his solemn expression, as if it had been forcefully put together. But standing in front of Ha Xing, Qin Shao also looked very serious, quietly waiting for Ha Xing's guidance. Although Qin Shao had obtained the secret technique mental cultivation method, Ha Xing had not given him the precious materials needed to practice the dragon transformation skill. Moreover, with Ha Xing's guidance, Qin Shao would naturally be able to get started faster. Although 1,000,000 years was not a short time for Qin Shao, it was not a long time for practicing a dangerous secret technique. The weakness of Qin Zhao's realm was very obvious. If he could not surpass others in terms of the secret technique, then he would be in danger in this battle. Normally, no matter how talented he was, it was difficult to practice a dangerous secret technique to perfection in 1,000,000 years. The brilliance of the dragon transformation skill was probably stronger than the berserk explosion skill. This was definitely a great opportunity for Qin Shao, and he must seize it well. Ha Xing suddenly waved his hand, and a 9-legged cauldron appeared in front of Qin Shao. The carvings of dragons and phoenixes showed the extraordinariness of this cauldron. Judging from the aura of this 9-legged cauldron, it was actually a high-grade immortal weapon. He casually took out a high-grade immortal weapon, worthy of the existence of an ancient sage. A high-grade immortal weapon was really worthless to an ancient sage. Qin Shao boy, have you memorized the mental cultivation method of the dragon transformation skill clearly? Ha Xing suddenly asked. Qin Shao nodded solemnly and said, I've memorized it clearly. Ha Xing nodded and said, All right, then I'll slowly demonstrate it to you. While I'm demonstrating, I'll also explain the essences of it to you. I'll only show you once, so you have to seize this opportunity well and don't let me down. Qin Shao nodded heavily again, indicating that he understood. He had been prepared for this for a long time. Qin Shao would naturally try his best to seize such a rare opportunity. This time, to him, it was not only a battle of victory or defeat, but also a battle of opportunities. Qin Shao stared at Ha Xing attentively, not missing any subtle movements. How can a golden carp stay in a pond? Once it encounters a storm, it will become a dragon. An abnormally loud and clear voice rang out from Ha Xing's mouth. As soon as his voice fell, Ha Xing's body shook, and his entire body transformed into a huge dragon that was tens of thousands of feet long. Soaring into the sky, the dragon roared to the heavens. The wind and clouds surged, the sun and moon dimmed, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, heaven and earth bowed down. It was no different from a real Jiao dragon. It carried with it an unparalleled divine might that descended upon the world. Dragons are the spirits of heaven and earth, born from the accumulation of the spirits of all living things. When a carp leaps over the dragon gate, it can transform into a dragon. When a flood dragon emerges from the cold pond, it can transform into a dragon. Transforming into a dragon is all about transforming. Using the supreme Tao to gather the spirits of all things in the world, using the spirits of the heavens to fly out of the cold pond and leap onto the dragon gate, transforming into the shape of a dragon amidst the winds and clouds of the world. Sensing heaven and earth, controlling all things, gathering the spirits of Qi, and transforming into a huge dragon. To put it simply, these are the 4 steps of the cultivation of the dragonization art. It is divided into 4 steps, and each step is very important. The dragonization art is different from other secret techniques. Either you succeed in cultivating it, and you can transform into a dragon to possess incomparably great power. Or you can't transform into a dragon, and you won't be able to exert any power. If you can transform into a dragon, you're basically 80 to 90% complete. The remaining 10 to 20% is only for you to transform into a dragon as you wish, controlling the power of all things, and unleashing the unparalleled might of a huge dragon, dominating this world. Soaring into the 9 heavens is the unparalleled immortal might. Transforming spirits into a dragon is the unparalleled will. What you've done is to control all things and transform into a huge dragon. Once the secret technique is complete, you will descend upon this world with the qualifications of a king. You will shine with boundless radiance and look down upon this world. Ha Xing's every word was so loud in Qin Zhao's mind, as if it was going to be branded into the depths of his mind. Every word was constantly lingering in Qin Zhao's mind. Qin Zhao's mind was also completely attracted by the process of Ha Xing transforming into a dragon. Every movement and every change was completely captured by Qin Zhao's eyes. He was fully immersed in the world of transforming into a dragon. There were explanations for every process, which also allowed Qin Zhao to understand the key points and the essence. Such guidance was indeed very attentive and meticulous. Furthermore, it was also very brilliant. After all, it was the guidance of an ancient sage. Naturally, it was very easy for people to understand and present the essence with incomparable precision. What a profound secret technique, what a powerful secret technique, and what a boundless Taoist method. Qing Miao, it was really exquisite beyond compare. Watching the process of Ha Xing transforming into a dragon and listening to Ha Xing's explanation, Qin Zhao deeply understood a lot of the essence and wonderful points, which also made Qin Zhao exclaim in admiration. It was indeed a secret technique. It was really powerful. As expected of Ha Xing, his methods were really extraordinary. As long as he could successfully cultivate this dragon transformation skill, then this trip to the boundless territory would not be in vain. Even if he did not find the boundless water, it would not matter. In fact, Qin Zhao was not that enthusiastic about finding the boundless water. It would be good if he could find it. If he could not find it, then there was no need to force anything. After all, this was just the fate of a heaven's pride. It was not something that he wanted to do. Entering the boundless territory was also giving face to the heaven's pride. If the heaven's pride still wanted anything, then Qin Zhao could just expel himself from the Fu Yu Immortal Palace. It was no big deal. Yes. If a person was forced into a hopeless situation, they would do anything. Previously, he had already obtained the Berserk Qi. As long as he had time to cultivate, he could completely cultivate the berserk skill. If Qin Shao could successfully cultivate the dragonization art, the two secret techniques alone would be enough to allow him to fight against a fourth-step celestial venerable exalted immortal without any other means. Immersed in the world of Ha Xing's explanation, Qin Shao was like a hungry man. At this time, he was greedily devouring food. This feeling was too wonderful. It was like a seedling that met the dew after a long drought. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Shao only felt that it was a very short time. The giant dragon landed on the ground and returned to its original body. Ha Xing reappeared and the explanation stopped. All right, Qin Shao, this is the end of my demonstration. The rest is up to you. It depends on your talent, potential, and luck. Ha Xing said. It's over. Qin Shao still wanted to continue and did not recover from Ha Xing's explanation. He felt that if he could practice more, he would be able to reap more benefits and have more confidence in succeeding. However, it was already over. It's over. Ha Xing glared at Qin Shao and said, I have practiced for you for 10,000 years. This time is long enough. If it weren't for the fact that your realm is relatively low, I wouldn't have given you such a long time. Ah? 10,000 years? Qin Shao was also stunned. He thought it would be over in a short time. He didn't expect it to be 10,000 years. To be able to let the ancient sage teach him for 10,000 years, that time was indeed relatively long. Thinking about it, it was enough. Basically, he had understood everything that he could understand. He had many ideas in his heart and grasped a lot of points. Next, he would rely on his own comprehension and cultivation to cultivate this dragon transformation skill. With these mastery, Qin Shao also had full confidence. In a million years, even if he couldn't cultivate to the point of perfection, he could at least cultivate to the point of being able to display the dragon might. If he could do this, then he would have some confidence in the battle. If he could cultivate to the point of perfection, then he would naturally have full confidence. Of course, this was Qin Zhao's pursuit. However, how could it be so easy to cultivate to the point of perfection? Qin Shao boy, now I will give you those rare materials to help you cultivate the dragon transformation skill. You still have 9 million years to cultivate. I hope you can make good use of it. Okay, now take off your clothes and enter the cauldron, Ha Xing said again. What? Hearing the last sentence, Qin Shao couldn't help but be stunned. He looked at Ha Xing with a stunned face. What did he mean? He wanted to take off his clothes and enter the cauldron? Why are you dawdling? Hurry up and take off your clothes. Hurry up, I still have to teach others. I don't have time, Ha Xing urged. Qin Zhao's face was about to turn red. This is not good, right? He had never taken off his clothes in front of any woman, let alone naked. Oh? Are you shy? I have lived for hundreds of thousands of universe epochs. What haven't I seen? Why are you shy? Forget it. I am just joking with you. Hurry up and go in. You little guy, don't tell me you are still a virgin. Qin Zhao's face turned even redder. Wasn't it too embarrassing to talk about this topic? Ha ha ha. Seeing Qin Zhao's embarrassed look, Ha Xing laughed even more happily. You are really a virgin. No wonder. Forget it, hurry up and go in. Don't waste time. Qin Shao calmed down a little and jumped into the cauldron. What is he doing? Was he trying to refine him into a pill? Ha Xing waved his hand, and various items flew into the cauldron. Dragon blood, 7-star grass, soul-breaking flower. After seeing the items that flew into the cauldron, Qin Shao immediately knew that they were the 9 rare materials needed to cultivate the dragonization skill. Qin Shao had never seen or even heard of any of them. Speaking of dragon blood, Qin Shao thought, could it be real dragon blood? That shouldn't be possible. Real dragons were very rare. And even if he saw one, he shouldn't be able to take its blood. The dragon blood here should be similar to that of a flood dragon. It should be some life form that contained dragon blood. Or it could be called a descendant of a dragon. Hiss, so hot, so powerful. As soon as the dragon blood was poured into the cauldron and touched Qin Zhao's body, Qin Zhao gasped. The powerful and hot energy crazily rushed into Qin Zhao's body, as if it wanted to tear Qin Zhao's body apart. Cultivating the dragonization skill was also a chance to improve one's body. One's body had to be strengthened to a certain level before one could transform into a dragon. Dragon blood contained dragon power, which could be extracted from dragon blood. Only with dragon power could one better condense the spirit of all things in the world and transform into a dragon. Every step was crucial and played a vital role. Soon, the dragon blood filled the entire cauldron. The dragon blood was mixed with 8 other rare materials. 9 rare materials were mixed together. At this moment, Qin Zhao felt as if he was immersed in lava. The powerful and hot energy wanted to burn him to ashes. Chapter 2045. After sending Ha Xing away, Qin Zhao began to cultivate the dragon transformation art. The dragon blood entered the body and produced dragon power. The first step Qin Zhao had to do was to withstand the invasion of the dragon blood and produce dragon power. Then, he had to control this dragon power. This first step was very, very difficult. The dragon blood was extremely hot and contained great power. It seeped into Qin Zhao's body through every pore, into every cell, nerve, internal organs, and even into Qin Zhao's soul. Nothing was spared. Under the infiltration of this great power, Qin Zhao's body was in danger of exploding. This power was too terrifying. If he could withstand it, it would definitely be a great improvement to his body. If he couldn't, his immortal body might collapse. Fortunately, Qin Zhao's body was relatively strong. Even if it couldn't be compared to an ordinary 4th step exalted immortal, it shouldn't be too far off. Moreover, Qin Zhao's soul and will were strong enough, so he could control this power. Once the dragon power was produced, Qin Zhao controlled it. After controlling this dragon power, he waited for it to slowly accumulate. After accumulating to a certain extent, he could try to use the dragon power to condense the spirits of all things in the world. This first step was more difficult. The speed of the dragon power production was very slow. Not only was it slow, but the powerful and hot power of the dragon blood seeping into his body made Qin Zhao feel very painful. This pain was even more painful than when Qin Zhao was tempering his body. Just being able to endure this pain was already a huge test. This pain was not something that would last for a short period of time. Instead, it would last for a very long time. As time passed, this torment would only become more and more terrifying. There weren't many people who could withstand this continuous pain. It was very, very difficult. Although secret techniques didn't have the same threshold as high-grade immortal techniques, it didn't mean that secret techniques were easier to cultivate than high-grade immortal technique. That was a misconception. There were also high-grade immortal techniques that were extremely difficult to cultivate, and there were also secret techniques that were easy to cultivate. However, in general, secret techniques were actually more difficult to cultivate than high-grade immortal technique. The dragonization skill was obviously a secret skill that was extremely difficult to cultivate. Just the accumulation of dragon power alone took him 80,000 years. Enduring 80,000 years of extreme pain was a torment for anyone. It was a great test for the immortal body, the will, and the soul. Ordinary people would not be able to withstand it. However, Qin Zhao was still able to withstand it. This was definitely an extremely rare thing. I should have accumulated enough dragon power. Now it's time to use the dragon power to condense the spirits of all things in the world. This step is very important. If you succeed, you can continue to cultivate. If you fail, you will have to start accumulating dragon power again. Even though it's easier to accumulate dragon power this time, it's still painful. Most importantly, this will waste a lot of time. I only have 1,000,000 years, I can't afford such a waste. Therefore, I must succeed in this step. It should be said that every step in the future must be a success. If you fail at any step, you will have to start from scratch. If you make a mistake, you will have to start from scratch. This will delay a lot of time. In that way, I won't be able to cultivate for 1,000,000 years. Qin Shao secretly thought in his heart. He secretly made up his mind and encouraged himself. He had to cultivate smoothly and not make any mistakes. Otherwise, the consequences would be more troublesome. He must do it. After giving himself a pep talk, Qin Shao began the second stage of cultivation wholeheartedly. Dragons were born from the spirits of all things in the world. Theoretically speaking, one could sense the spirits of all things in the world by using the dragon power. Then, he could use the supreme dragon power to condense the spirits of all things in the world. This was to communicate with the world and the Tao. This process was very difficult. If the accumulation of dragon power earlier was considered physical work, then now it was mental work. Generally speaking, physical work was harder, while mental work required a certain amount of brain. In other words, the threshold was higher. Naturally, it was more difficult. Cultivation would be more difficult in the future. Qin Shao had long been mentally prepared. Qin Zhao's mind was completely focused. He released his mind into the world and tried hard to communicate with all things in the world. The so-called all things in the world was a general term for all things. Everything that could be seen or not belonged to all things. Communicating with all things in the world was not particularly difficult for Qin Shao. After all, Qin Zhao's state of mind was very high. His heart force was also very strong. His will was firm and his soul was strong. Therefore, Qin Shao could easily enter the state of oneness of heaven and man, and this state was to communicate with all things in the world. It was not difficult for Qin Shao to do something that few people could do. During his cultivation, he often entered the state of oneness of heaven and man. Therefore, this step was not a problem for Qin Shao. Sure enough, Qin Shao entered the state of oneness of heaven and man. How to describe this feeling? Qin Zhao's consciousness had been integrated into all things in the world. It had become a part of all things in the world. It was mixed in with all things in the world. Naturally, he could clearly see all things in the world. Next, he had to communicate with the spirits of all things in the world. This was the most important step. It was like Qin Shao was a small fish in a river at this time. Although he was in the river, he could clearly perceive the river. However, what he needed to do was to control everything in the river. It was extremely difficult to control all the fish in the river and make them obey his orders. Therefore, he needed to communicate with all things in the world and then control the spirits of all things in the world. One was to communicate and the other was to control. In fact, there were two steps. What Qin Shao needed to do now was to communicate with all things in the world. His consciousness entered all things in the world. Then, he used his great will to communicate with all things in the world and let all things in the world respond. This step was very difficult, so Qin Shao kept trying and working hard. But obviously it was not so easy. He tried again and tried his best again and again, but he didn't make any progress. This step was a little difficult for Qin Shao. Of course, Qin Shao was not a person who would admit defeat easily. Since he was temporarily stumped, Qin Shao was full of confidence and continued to work hard. Time passed quickly again. It took a full 50,000 years for Qin Shao to finally take this step, successfully communicating with all things in the world. In fact, the idea was very simple. At the beginning, Qin Shao had entered a misunderstanding. Using a river as an example, Qin Zhao's initial idea was to communicate with all things in the world. Then, he had to find every fish in the river to communicate with. However, there were countless fish in the river. In a limited time, it was impossible to communicate with all the fish. Therefore, if he went in this direction, it would be useless no matter how hard he tried. Unless he was given unlimited time. But even if he took this step with unlimited time, it could only mean that he did not have the potential to cultivate the dragonization skill. Later, Qin Shao thought it through. He did not need to communicate with every fish at all. He only needed to communicate with the river. Because all the fish were in the river, he only needed to communicate with the river. The river would then communicate with every fish. Naturally, he could communicate with them all at once. Only by communicating with all things in the world and understanding the key points could he succeed. Next, it's to condense the spirits of all things in the world. All things in the world have spirit. The so-called spirits are the power of all things in the world. It's like my own power, which is spirit. Just like the immortal spiritual energy in the world, it's also a kind of spirit. But the spirits of all things in the world are different. It's not just the immortal spiritual energy. Condensing the spirits of all things in the world is actually to condense the power of all things in the world for my own use. The reason why secret skills are called secret skills is because they are unique and powerful. When they are used, they can be very powerful. So, I need to borrow power from the world or from the laws of the immortal Tao. Using this power, I can make my methods even more powerful. This is the advantage of secret skills of the immortal Tao. The next step was slightly easier than communicating with all things in the world. Of course, Qin Shao only felt that it was easier. In fact, in theory, it would only get more difficult as he progressed. But perhaps because his mood was different, his state of mind was also different. Although he felt that it was easy, this step still took Qin Shao close to 100,000 years to condense enough spirits of all things in the world. The spirits of all things in the world existed in the world. Qin Shao used the supreme power of his mind to control these spirits of all things in the world. The next step was the final step. It was also the most crucial step in cultivating the dragonization skill, transforming into a giant dragon. Using the spirits of all things in the world to transform into a giant dragon was the final step. If he could complete this step, he would have succeeded in cultivating it. Therefore, success or failure could be said to depend on this step. The difficulty of this step lay in the fact that the spirits of all things in the world were different. It was naturally very, very difficult to fuse different powers together and achieve a perfect fusion. Endless power, endless fusion, and finally to achieve a perfect state. Only then could the greatest effect be exerted and condensed into the strongest power. This step was far too difficult. It was rare that Qin Shao could not help but frown. This is the last step. No matter what, I have to do it. If everything goes well, then I can succeed in cultivating it within 1,000,000 years. If it doesn't go well this time, then I have to start all over again and spend another 200,000 years. In that case, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to succeed in cultivating it within 1,000,000 years. Since I've chosen the dragonization skill, I have to believe that I can succeed in cultivating it. Otherwise, without the secret skill, I don't have to fight at all. I can just admit defeat. Admit defeat? Qin Shao shook his head firmly. Impossible. It will never be possible. I, Qin Shao, have never admitted defeat on my own initiative since I was born. No matter how difficult it is, I believe that I can get through it. Come on, let's do it. For Qin Shao, this last step was also a gamble with his life. He was risking it all without regard for anything else. For victory, for glory, he had to do it. Let's start cultivating. Dragonization. How can I transform into a dragon? Qin Shao recalled the scene when Ha Xing had shown him the practice. Although he had digested it deeply, he still felt that there was something he had not grasped. Chapter 2046. How could a golden carp be a fish in a pond? It would transform into a dragon upon encountering a storm. Transforming into a dragon was a process of metamorphosis, a process of complete sublimation. This kind of feeling was like a mortal directly transforming into a god. It was a kind of qualitative metamorphosis and a huge sublimation. This process itself was an extremely heaven-defying process, so it was naturally more difficult than ascending to the heavens to achieve it. It was a heaven-defying act, communicating with all things and condensing the spirit of all things. Although these were very difficult, they were not difficult for Qin Shao. He also achieved them very smoothly. Transforming into a dragon was the most difficult step. Qin Zhao's progress was blocked. In Qin Zhao's mind, he recalled the process of Ha Xing's demonstration over and over again. He did not miss a single detail. He tried to understand every word in detail, trying to get more information from it. Qin Shao felt that each of Ha Xing's words contained a deep meaning, and they were all worth understanding. Take the sentence that Ha Xing said the most. How could a golden carp be a fish in a pond? It would transform into a dragon upon encountering a storm. Although it was just a simple sentence, this sentence was also widely spread. Qin Shao had heard it when he was in the Hong Meng universe and liked this sentence very much. It was a simple sentence, but it contained a deep philosophy. The Great Tao was simple. Often, the words that could best explain the Great Tao were very simple and clear. At a glance, one would feel that there was a deep meaning contained in it. However, if one wanted to comprehend it, one would feel that one was looking at flowers in a dream or the moon in the water. One would not be able to comprehend the true meaning within. This sentence was also the same. Qin Shao clearly felt that this sentence was the key to transforming into a dragon. However, when he tried to understand it, he felt that it was too difficult, too profound, and very difficult to comprehend thoroughly. Comprehending the Great Tao required a lot of talent and potential. This was not something that could be forced. The more one forced it, the more appropriate it would be. An occasional epiphany was something that could only be encountered by chance and not sought. Most of the time, one still needed to comprehend it bit by bit. One had to slowly comprehend the Great Tao, slowly accumulate, and then break through in one fell swoop. Step by step, thousands of miles, 10,000 years of cold, 3 feet of ice. Time also passed quickly unknowingly. In the blink of an eye, 800,000 years had passed. The time limit of 1 million years was getting closer and closer. There was an ancient well, an old iron tree with a crooked neck and 2 stone benches under the tree. The 2 saints of hip-hop and hip-hop sat on stone benches with their backs against the iron tree. The iron tree was bare, as if it had never bloomed before. Only a few slender branches swayed in the cold wind, giving off a sense of loneliness. The scenery here was not good. The surroundings were also desolate. It was lifeless and monotonous without a trace of color. However, this couldn't hide the smiles on the faces of the He and Ha saints. They were just like their names. It was as if this title was specially created for them. No matter what, they were able to maintain a smile on their faces. This was their attitude towards life and their optimistic personalities. Hee, why do I feel like we are doing a generous deed? Ha Xing suddenly said. He Saint shook his head and said, Aren't we doing a generous deed? We have lived for so long, but we have never done such a generous deed before, right? This time, not only did we not have any fun, but we also have to generously teach these little fellows cultivation and give them immortal techniques and secret techniques for free. We have done all the good deeds, haven't we? We have been in the boundless territory for hundreds of thousands of universe epochs, right? Over these years, countless little fellows have barged into this place. We have been playing with those little fellows, but we have never done a good deed. This time, it's all your fault. Ha Xing put his hands on his hips and said, How is it my fault? How can you blame me? How can it not be your fault? Didn't you agree to that person? Otherwise, why would we do this? He Saint immediately retorted. Ha Xing rolled his eyes and said unhappily, that person just happened to ask me. If that person asked you, wouldn't you have to agree to? Why do you dare to say no? It seems like I can't. He Saint scratched his head and spat out a few words helplessly. Therefore, the two of them fell silent with a sullen look on their faces. After a while, Ha Xing spoke again. What do you think is the background of that kid from the outer region? He is just a lowly life form that ascended from the universe. He should not have any background. Why would that being pay attention to him? Moreover, he even helped him grow in secret. Isn't this treatment too enviable? I didn't even dare to imagine that that being would appear personally for a kid. He Saint shook his head and said, I don't know. I can't guess. How can we guess the thoughts of that being? Forget it. If we can't figure it out, let's not think too much about it. We should just do what we have to do. Just do what we have to do. The rest will depend on that kid's luck. We don't have to worry about it anymore. Ha Xing blinked and rubbed his chin. He pondered for a while before saying, I'm just curious. But speaking of which, that kid's talent and potential are really heaven-defying. His luck is also very good. He should be someone with great luck. His future should be bright. Who knows, he might really be able to grow to a higher level than us. Compared to him, those geniuses from the 9 states Huaxia country are far inferior. He Saint picked up a blade of grass in his mouth and leaned lazily on the stone bench. He casually replied, He's just a temporary heaven-defying genius. He might not be able to continue being heaven-defying. More importantly, he has to be able to grow. If a genius can't grow, it's useless no matter how heaven-defying he is. Genius? We have seen too many. When has our immortal region ever lacked geniuses? How many world-shocking, world-shaking, world-shattering geniuses had appeared out of nowhere? There are many who have shocked the entire immortal region, but in the end, how many of them can really grow and stand at the top of the immortal region's peak? Our immortal region has gone through endless years and chaos epochs one after another. But there are only a few existences standing at the peak. More than half of this chaos epoch has passed, but there are only 2 people who have really risen up. One is Shakyamuni, who founded Buddhism, and the other is Li Xing, who founded the Flying Dagger Tao. Shakyamuni was actually born in the last chaos epoch. Before Shakyamuni, there was also Dipankara. To be honest, Dipankara is the ancestor of Buddhism, the real founder. However, Dipankara didn't let Buddhism take shape completely and didn't become one. Tao. It was Shakyamuni's Buddhism that truly became one and formed his own Tao. Only then did he stand at the peak of the immortal region. Only Li Xing was born in this chaos epoch. So strictly speaking, in this chaos epoch, there was only one person who stood at the peak of the immortal region. Over the endless years, in the dark and ancient times, there have been countless geniuses. Some can only shine for an era. How many people can truly stay behind in the great waves of elimination? Back then, you and I were also competing among the heroes, trying to prove a supreme great Tao and follow in the footsteps of Shakyamuni and Li Xing. But in the end, we still lost to reality. From then on, we didn't ask about the world and lived in seclusion. It could be said that we had a peaceful life. We didn't go crazy and lived freely. Ha Xing's expression became serious and solemn. He shook his head and let out a long sigh. There were always some unbearable things in the past. Sigh, yes, fighting with the heavens, fighting with the earth, fighting with people. What you want is nothing more than to spread your name through the ages, to stand at the peak. We've also fought, and became famous. Now we're like a setting sun that has fallen deep into the mountains, dim and without light. There's the heavenly Tao there, there's the bindings of fate there. Some things really have to be resigned to fate. It's not bad that we can stand to this extent. It's enough to look down on it. Living happily is more important than anything else. As for the pursuit, we've long let it go. Sometimes being able to let go was a relief. Only then would one be relaxed. But more often than not, people couldn't let go. He couldn't let go of fame and fortune, couldn't let go of power and influence, couldn't let go of familial love, couldn't let go of hatred, couldn't let go of the obsession in his heart. The more things they couldn't let go of, the heavier their heart would be. Cultivation required one to cultivate the heart. The heart was the most important. The heart could affect everything. Often, many people would force themselves to a dead end at the end of their cultivation. It was just that their hearts weren't strong enough. Chi deviation meant that one's heart collapsed. It was even said that one's Tao heart would collapse. After living for a long time, one would feel that life was meaningless. One's Tao heart would collapse and one's soul would scatter. Guxing waved his hand and said, "All right, haha, let's not talk about these old and heavy topics. Let's talk about something more relaxing and cheerful. Tell me, do you think you can win this time, or do you think I can win?" Ha Xing immediately said with certainty, "Of course, I'll win. You've been in charge for so long. It's time for me to take over. So, I'll definitely win this time. I have to win." Guxing laughed. Hee haha, aren't you a little too confident? I'm quite confident in my 4 little fellows. They've learned well and have great potential. Their chances of winning are very high. Look at your 4 little fellows. There's a little girl whose talent and potential are obviously a little lacking. She'll definitely lose against any one of us. Look at that foreign kid. Although his talent and potential are heaven-defying, his cultivation realm is still there. There's no way to use immortal techniques or secret techniques to make up for this gap in a short span of 1,000,000 years. So, no matter how monstrous he is, he'll still lose. What's more, he chose an extremely difficult secret technique, like the dragonization mantra. He probably won't be able to cultivate it even in 1,000,000 years. He'll just admit defeat the moment he enters the arena. As for the other 2, even if it's a 50-50 split, they still have a 50-50 chance of losing. So, all in all, you'll definitely lose. Ha Sheng was naturally aware of this situation. She was actually worried about this problem before. However, she naturally wouldn't lose in terms of momentum. Naturally, she couldn't think that she would lose. So, she firmly believed that she could win. Even if we get rid of that little girl, we'll still win. You're underestimating that foreign kid. I think he might be able to create a miracle, Ha Xing said. However, she wasn't very confident. Chapter 2047. Before He Xing could finish his words, his expression changed and he immediately revealed a look of surprise. He turned his gaze and looked at the place where Qin Shao was cultivating not far away. Ha Xing also looked over with a big smile on his face. He winked at He Xing with some surprise and pride and said, "Hee, you've been slapped in the face, haven't you? Ha ha, you like to talk big and dare to look down on that kid. Look, I'll prove it to you soon." On Qin Zhao's side, a giant dragon that was 100,000 feet long soared out of the cauldron and roared to the 9 heavens. Obviously, Qin Shao had succeeded in transforming into a dragon and had achieved initial success in the cultivation of the dragon transformation art. Taking the most crucial step was tantamount to success. The next step was just icing on the cake. He would stabilize and familiarize himself with the dragon transformation art and improve it a little. He would pursue the realm of perfection where he could do as he pleased. However, the things that came after would all come naturally, and there wouldn't be too much of a challenge. At most, it would just take a little more time. It was like building a house. The main frame of the house had already been completed. The rest of the decorations would be much easier. On Qin Zhao's side, after 800,000 years of hard work in cultivation, he finally comprehended a breakthrough and condensed the spirit of all things, successfully transforming into a dragon. At this time, Qin Shao had transformed into a giant dragon that was 100,000 feet long and felt everything in the world. The spirit of all things in the world was at his disposal. Therefore, Qin Shao felt that he had infinite power at this time, inexhaustible power. All things in the world were the source of Qin Shao's spiritual power. It was indeed a wonderful feeling to possess such limitless power. At this moment, Qin Shao also felt that he was a giant dragon that could soar thousands of miles into the sky, soar to the 9 heavens, and roar to the heavens. With the supreme dragon's might, he could descend between heaven and earth and make everything in the heavens submit to him. However, if there was any dissatisfaction, he could forcefully suppress it. This powerful force brought Qin Shao unprecedented confidence. Indeed, Qin Shao felt that his current strength was very strong, so strong that he could compete with the all heavens. Now that he was facing a 4th step celestial venerable exalted immortal, Qin Shao was completely confident that he could defeat him with his current strength. This was the kind of confidence that could only be obtained with great strength. This little fellow has really given me another big surprise. I was worried that he wouldn't be able to cultivate for 1,000,000 years. I didn't expect that he only used 800,000 years to cultivate it successfully. Monster, he is indeed a peerless monster. No wonder. He has only cultivated for a little over 10 million years, yet he has already reached such a height. Furthermore, he has even been recognized by that existence. This makes sense. Ha ha ha, hee, looks like I'm going to win this battle for sure. Seeing Qin Shao transform into a dragon and soar in the sky, Ha Sheng was incomparably happy. The smile on his face was very deep. Surprise flashed across He Saint's face. However, he quickly looked a little unconvinced and said, "Haha, don't be complacent too early. Even if this kid has cultivated it successfully, he might not be able to reach perfection. If he can't reach perfection, I don't think he will be able to win. Don't forget that he is only a 2nd step celestial venerable kid. His realm is a little too weak. This natural chasm is very difficult to cross. Even if this kid wins, there are still the other 2 kids. They might not be able to win. Winning 3 rounds is considered a victory. Are you so confident that you can win 3 rounds? Ha Sheng was in a good mood and was naturally full of confidence. He raised his chin and said, "Of course, I will definitely win. Just wait and see. This time, victory will definitely belong to me." The moment I saw Qin Shao transform into a dragon, I was very sure that victory was already mine. Ha! He Saint pursed his lips and left a little unhappily. After soaring in the sky for a while, Qin Shao landed on the ground and returned to his human form. It felt really good to transform into a dragon and soar in the sky. The dragon transformation skill has finally been cultivated successfully. The secret technique is indeed powerful. It feels much more powerful than a high-grade immortal technique. Of course, the main reason is that my realm is too weak, so I can't cultivate the power of the high-grade immortal technique. Naturally, I can't use it. How powerful can it be? But the secret technique is different. There is no realm requirement for the secret technique. Even if there is a big difference in immortal power, it won't affect the power too much. The stronger the immortal power, the more powerful the secret technique will be, but there won't be a qualitative difference. After 800,000 years, the speed is much faster than I thought. Qin Shao pursed his lips and smiled. After 800,000 years of hard work, there was finally a big harvest and a big breakthrough. It was naturally a very happy thing. This was the greatest joy of cultivation. After working hard to do something and succeeding, the reward would make you feel that it was worth it even if it was 100 or 1,000 times harder. Soon, Qin Shao put away his joy and calmed down a little. He looked at Ha Sheng and bowed respectfully. No matter what Ha Sheng's purpose was, at least he did give him an opportunity that he could not borrow and allowed him to cultivate a powerful secret technique. This was truly an enormous increase in his strength. It was truly an enormous harvest for him. A powerful secret technique was extremely difficult to obtain. Therefore, from this point of view, Qin Shao was somewhat grateful to Ha Sheng. Senior Ha Sheng, thank you for giving me the secret technique and guidance. I am very grateful and will remember it in my heart, Qin Shao said gratefully. Ha Sheng waved his tender arms and said, Don't thank me yet. Thank me when you win. Now, I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing this for my victory. That's why you have to fight for me. You have to win this match. Otherwise, I will take back all the benefits I've given you now. Qin Shao smiled. Although Ha Sheng said it very fiercely, Qin Shao felt that Ha Sheng was not a bad person. He might just have a sharp tongue but a soft heart. He would not be so fierce. No one was a fool. If it was just a momentary dispute, there should be no need for him to do this. If he wanted to play, there should be other ways. He did not have to do this. Qin Shao had also thought about this problem. He felt that the He and Ha sages were not as bad as they appeared to be. In fact, they were very kind and friendly. This time, they might be using this name to give everyone a chance, a benefit. However, such a situation might not have happened before. After all, in the historical records, the He and Ha sages did not have a good reputation. They were notorious. But after getting along with each other, Qin Shao really felt that Ha Sheng was a good person. What are you laughing at? Ha Sheng suddenly glared at Qin Shao. Qin Shao stopped laughing and said, Nothing, senior. I'm just very confident that I will win. Oh, you are so confident. Can I rest assured? Ha Sheng looked at Qin Shao with a strange look. Ha ha. Qin Shao laughed and said, Of course you can rest assured. Leave the other things to us. We will never let you down, Senior Ha Sheng. Senior Ha Sheng wants to win, but we want to win more. So, we will definitely fight to the death. Ha Sheng nodded with satisfaction. After a moment of silence, his eyes suddenly lit up. He looked at Qin Shao with a ray of light and said, Qin Shao, kid, why don't I accept you as my disciple? Look at you, kid. Your talent and potential are very good. You are also quite smart. You are quite good at talking. You are also very honest. You are good in all aspects. You are barely qualified to enter my eyes. I will accept you as my disciple. In the future, I will slowly teach you my cultivation comprehension. I will definitely lead you to the ancient road, tread on the sky, and fight against the heavens. How about it? Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Are you very excited? Do you want to say yes immediately? Qin Shao almost choked on his own saliva. How should he put it? To use an inappropriate metaphor, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The fact that a powerful ancient sage was willing to take him in as his disciple was something that any genius would be overjoyed to receive. It was something that they would yearn for even in their dreams. But when it came to Qin Shao, he could not be happy. Although Qin Shao did think that the hip-hop saints were not bad, and they were not as fierce as the rumors said they were, Qin Shao did not think that they were bad. On the surface, that was indeed the case. But after getting along with Ha Sheng, Qin Shao found that Ha Sheng was quite kind. Of course, kindness was kindness. This could not affect Qin Zhao's reluctance. If he really became Ha Sheng's disciple, he would probably be played to death. That would be a fate worse than death. Therefore, no matter how great the temptation was, no matter how great the benefits were, Qin Shao still chose to refuse. Previously, he had refused the master of the Peach Blossom Valley. Later, he refused the temptation of Demon. Now, it was no big deal to refuse Ha Sheng. Anyway, this was not the first time Qin Shao had done this kind of thing. He was already very familiar with it. Look at your reluctant face. Are you going to refuse? Ha Xing's face suddenly showed an unhappy look. His face darkened as he stared at Qin Shao. Qin Shao gritted his teeth. Although he did not want to say it, he could only brace himself to say it at this time. He had to do it even if he had to. There was no other way. Senior Ha Xing, thank you for your kindness. I am indeed in fear and trepidation. I am very flattered. But I already have several masters. It is indeed inconvenient for me to become your disciple. And I am very ambitious. I am not a person who can stay still. So I am afraid I will let you down. Humph! Ha Xing waved his hand, rolled his eyes at Qin Shao, and said, Hypocrite! I just praised you for being honest. So soon you are speaking shamelessly. Do you think you can hide your thoughts from me? Do you think I don't know what you are thinking? But you think too much. I was just joking with you. Do you really think I will be willing to accept you as my disciple? I don't want to waste time and experience to teach you. It is too tiring. So, even if you beg me to be your disciple, I will not accept you. That's good. Qin Shao was secretly relieved. Whether it was sincere or a joke, as long as he did not accept him, it was a good thing. But this joke was a little too big. Just now, Qin Shao did believe it. It was really difficult. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm. If Ha Xing really insisted on accepting him as his disciple, Qin Shao really did not know what to do. Chapter 2048. After sending Ha Xing off, Qin Shao continued his cultivation. Although he had succeeded in cultivating the dragon transformation skill, he had not yet stabilized it and had not yet reached the perfect realm where he could do as he pleased. Hence, he still needed to continue cultivating. He had already walked through thousands of mountains and rivers, and all that was left was a green forest. Hence, the following cultivation was actually much easier. In just 100,000 years, Qin Shao felt that he could transform into a dragon as he pleased. Basically, he had reached the perfect realm. Even if there was still room for improvement, it was already very small and very close to the perfect realm. Any further improvement would be in the small details. Hence, at this moment, Qin Shao felt that he was almost at the perfect realm. It only took Qin Shao 100,000 years to achieve this. This made Qin Shao very surprised. He originally thought that even if he spent the remaining 200,000 years, he would not have much confidence in reaching the realm of perfection. He could only try his best to improve himself. How difficult was it to reach the realm of perfection? However, he did not expect that Qin Shao would be able to do it in merely 100,000 years. It was indeed something that was very unexpected. Just like how Qin Shao managed to cultivate the dragonization art in 800,000 years, it was also something that surprised Qin Shao himself. One must know that this matter even shocked the hip-hop twin saints for a while. If this news were to spread, who knew how many geniuses would be scared to death? This was a secret skill, an extremely powerful secret skill. With 100,000 years left, Qin Shao could continue cultivating the dragon transformation skill and see if he could improve a little more. However, after thinking about it, there was no need for that. A little more improvement would not increase his strength by much. Therefore, it would be better to spend the remaining 100,000 years on other aspects of cultivation. Qin Shao already had a plan in mind. Previously, when he was in the disaster devil world, someone gave him a path understanding fruit. He had not eaten it yet. The path understanding fruit had an effect similar to the path understanding tree. It was also an extremely rare and valuable item. The path understanding fruit might not be of much use to a fourth step celestial venerable, but to Qin Shao, who was only a second step celestial venerable, it was a priceless treasure. Qin Shao flipped his palm and the path understanding fruit appeared in his hand. Path understanding fruit. I hope I can use this opportunity to break through to the third step, heavenly venerate realm. Although it's difficult, it's still worth a try. Realm has always been my weakness. It's my biggest shortcoming. If I can raise my cultivation base to the third step, Heavenly Venerate, during the battle, then my chances will be even greater. Theoretically speaking, I should have some chance of winning since I've cultivated the Dragon Transformation mantra to perfection. However, this was only a theoretical idea after all. If Yun Lu, Shangfeng, and the others can also cultivate a high-grade immortal art or secret art to perfection, then I'll be able to do it. It's hard to win. After all, he has a huge advantage in terms of cultivation level. He can completely suppress me. If I can raise my cultivation base to the third step, Heavenly Venerate realm, coupled with my heart force, then I'll be able to contend with Yun Lu, Shangfeng, and the others in terms of strength. Coupled with my Dragon Transformation mantra, then winning shouldn't be a problem. It was because of this that Qin Shao longed for a breakthrough in his cultivation base. To him, this was of great significance. It was a safeguard. Whether it was for this victory or for his own cultivation, he had to give it a try. Qin Shao opened his mouth and swallowed the Path Understanding fruit, then began to concentrate on his cultivation. As soon as the Path Understanding fruit was eaten, it bloomed with a supreme light in Qin Zhao's sea of consciousness. It was a very gentle light, the light of the great Tao. The Path Understanding fruit was called the Path Understanding fruit because it was a fruit born from the heavenly Tao. It contained fragments of the heavenly Tao's law, the purest law of the Tao. Once it was released, it could allow one to directly comprehend the heavenly Tao's law of the Tao. It was faster and easier. It allowed one to comprehend the great Tao's law, thus raising one's cultivation base. Naturally, one's cultivation base would rise. After swallowing the Path Understanding fruit, Qin Shao felt as if he had instantly entered the sea of fragments of the heavenly Tao. The entire sea was filled with fragments of the heavenly Tao. Although they were fragments, they were still the purest law of the great Tao. It was the most direct and profound way to comprehend the great Tao's law. This kind of comprehension was naturally much easier. Of course, although it was much easier, it was still very, very difficult. It was easier said than done to break through from the second step, Heavenly Venerate realm, to the third step. Countless cultivators had spent their entire lives and endless years without being able to take that step. Even geniuses would need to spend a very long time before they could do so. Anyone who could break through from a second step, Heavenly Venerate, to a third step, Heavenly Venerate, within an epoch could be considered an exceptional genius. Even in an immortal sect like the Fuxia Immortal Palace, such a person would be considered a genius. And for Qin Shao to complete the breakthrough within 100,000 years, this was naturally a very, very difficult matter. Of course, Qin Shao had broken through to the second step, Heavenly Venerate realm, for millions of years. In terms of cultivation base, he had accumulated a certain amount of experience, although not much. Now, with the help of the fruit of Path Understanding, the impossible had become possible. However, the possibility of this happening was still very small. This was something that ordinary people would not dare to imagine. Even geniuses would be scared out of their wit. However, Qin Shao was full of ambition. He wanted to challenge and fight for it. It was still by the ancient well, under the iron tree, and on the stone bench. Ha Xing's mood was obviously much better than Saint Xie's. Ever since he had seen Qin Shao cultivate the dragonization skill, he had been in a bad mood. Although he had told Ha Xing not to be happy too early and that he would win, he had told Ha Xing not to be happy too early. However, deep down, he was still somewhat short of breath. Qin Shao was indeed a very big variable. Originally, Saint Xie had thought that Qin Shao would definitely lose. With the addition of Lu Rian, he would definitely be able to win these two. In other words, no matter what, he would at least be in an undefeated position. On the basis of being in an undefeated position, he only needed to win one more match to be able to win. He did not believe that he would not be able to win even one match. Therefore, he had always thought that victory was in his grasp. He had not been too worried about this matter. However, Qin Zhao's monstrous talent was a variable that made him feel a little short of breath. As a result, his chances of losing had become rather high. Don't be so depressed. Isn't it just a loss? Isn't it just letting me be the head of the family? What's the big deal? I've already let you be the head of the family for so long. What's wrong with letting me be the head of the family for a while? You won't die, right? Therefore, be more open-minded and generous. Come, give me a smile. Xing looked very happy as he looked at Saint Xie. Don't you know that I've always sold my body and not my skills? I won't smile, I'll piss you off. Saint Xie pursed his lips in a fit of pique. It was very interesting for a 6 to 8-year-old boy to act like this. Xing smiled even more happily and continued, I've never seen you sell yourself to me. You say you're selling yourself, right? Then come, sell yourself to me right now. Don't be like this. Saint Xie made a stop gesture and said with a serious expression, We're still children, let's wait until we're older before doing this. Xing shushed him and gave him a disdainful glance. You're already 100 million universe epochs old, yet you're still so small. Even if you're a chaos epoch old, you'll still be this big. If I wait for you to grow up, I'll have to wait until the end of time, right? Saint Xie nodded. Yes, I'll have to wait until the end of time. To put it bluntly, I don't want to sell myself to you. Go to hell! Xing angrily waved his fist at Saint Xie, but it didn't seem to have much lethality. When this pair of enemies were together, the scene was indeed different. Clearly, it was filled with the smell of gunpowder. However, the two of them looked like they were playing house, which made people not know whether to laugh or cry. Why don't you just admit defeat and save yourself the trouble of fighting? Xing said. Saint Xie raised his eyebrows and said, How can I do that? I absolutely won't admit defeat, I have to fight. I might not necessarily lose, why are you being so cocky so early? Who knows, I might even win. Really, it's just that brat who cultivated the dragonization method, but his cultivation level is a shortcoming. Second step, heavenly venerate, it won't be that easy for him to make up for such a big gap with the dragonization method, right? Xing said. Yes, it's not an easy thing to do, but if Qin Zhao cultivates the dragonization method to perfection, then there won't be any problem at all. Could it be that you think Qin Zhao can't cultivate the dragonization method to perfection? Of course, Saint Xie immediately denied. I don't think so. It's only been a short 200,000 years. I don't believe that he can be so monstrous and heaven-defying again and cultivate the dragonization method to perfection. In a short 1 million years, he can cultivate the dragonization method to perfection? I'm afraid you can't find two such heaven-defying people in the entire immortal realm, right? Can this brat do it? He doesn't have any background, he's just a lowly life that came out of the universe. You think too highly of him. Don't praise this brat too much. That's not a good thing. The 1 million year deadline is almost up. That brat doesn't have that much time. I don't believe he can do it. History seemed to be repeating itself once again. Before Saint Xie finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed, and he immediately looked at the place where Qin Zhao was cultivating. Xing also immediately looked over. After seeing the situation clearly, Xing laughed like a flower. Let me laugh for a while first, you haven't learned the lesson of being slapped in the face just now. You forgot so quickly. You were slapped in the face again, right? I want to laugh for a while more. I'm dying of laughter. It's really too interesting. Look at your expression now. It's too funny. Saint Xie's expression was indeed very ugly at this time. His face was very funny and it kept changing. After taking a look, Saint Xie raised his eyebrows and said, What kind of monstrous genius is this brat? How is this possible? We were just discussing whether he can cultivate the dragonization method to perfection. I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye. He's actually breaking through to the third step, heavenly venerable realm? How long has this brat cultivated? Calculating it, it should only be around 14 million years, right? Chapter 2049. Hee, now you know that you've underestimated Qin Shao, right? I've already said that this kid isn't that simple. Otherwise, how could he have been chosen by that person? How can our foresight compare to that person's? He naturally has his reasons for being chosen by that person. And I dare say that Qin Shao still has many secrets. What we've seen isn't all he has. No matter how many miracles this kid creates, it won't be strange at all. So, you're bound to lose this time. Why don't you just admit defeat now and save yourself the trouble of fighting again? Ha Sheng was overjoyed to see Qin Zhao's amazing performance and He Sheng's shocked and incredulous expression. She even felt that her anger had been vented. Qin Shao was like a sea-stabilizing divine needle that could decide the fate of the universe. Qin Shao had indeed given her too many surprises. He had given her a new understanding of geniuses and given her full confidence in this battle. Whether we win or lose, we'll have to fight first. We've all sacrificed a lot. Wouldn't it be a pity if we don't fight? He Sheng smacked his lips. There was some displeasure on his chubby little face. Although he didn't want to admit it, he did have a very strong premonition that he was really going to lose this time. Although Qin Shao couldn't affect the entire battle situation by himself, Qin Zhao's heaven-defying performance would indeed impact the morale and confidence of others. There would be a butterfly effect in this. The spiritual power of heaven and earth surged. Immortal spiritual qi formed a thick white mist that lingered around Qin Shao and quickly poured into Qin Zhao's body. At this time, Qin Zhao's body was like a whirlpool that crazily devoured the immortal spiritual qi. It was like a bottomless pit that could never be filled. No matter how much immortal spiritual qi poured in, it would be completely devoured. The devoured immortal spiritual qi poured into Qin Zhao's body. Under the mysterious power of the great Tao Law, it was seeping into every part of Qin Zhao's body, every cell and every meridian. It was also in his will, soul, and inner world. The descent of the heavenly power, the baptism of the law, the improvement of his fate chart, and the transformation of his level. This was a breakthrough. Naturally, the breakthrough of a realm could trigger the descent of the power of the laws of heaven and earth. The supreme power of the laws would baptize Qin Shao and guide Qin Zhao's transformation and sublimation, and his fate chart. The process of a breakthrough was probably the most wonderful moment in life. The baptism of the power of the law would make one feel like they had returned to their mother's amniotic fluid and found a warm home. It was incomparably wonderful. It could make one's body and mind completely relax and immerse oneself in it. Under the nourishment of the power of the laws, all aspects of his body were rapidly improving, transforming, and becoming even stronger. Qin Shao also clearly felt his inner world continue to expand and become bigger and more stable. Previously, the Tianshan city lord had said that Qin Zhao's inner world was equivalent to the size of an ordinary prime saint. Now that Qin Zhao's inner world had expanded, just the inner world alone had surpassed the level of a prime saint. If this situation were to spread, who knew how many people would be scared to death? Qin Shao didn't know much about the inner world and didn't know why it was so special. He also didn't know how much benefit it would bring to him if it continued to expand, what the future changes would be, and what the trend would be. All of this was unknown. Even the Tianshan city lord couldn't answer this question. However, there was one thing that Qin Shao was certain of. Every time his inner world expanded, it would improve his strength to a certain extent. Although it wasn't much, it was more or less. The power of his inner world could still be used in battle. The power of an ordinary person's inner world was useless in battle because it wasn't strong enough. When Qin Shao was a second-step celestial venerate, the size of his inner world was equivalent to that of an ancient saint. It was equivalent to being 3 realms higher than an ordinary person. Therefore, just the power of Qin Zhao's inner world was enough to deal with a third-step celestial venerate. Of course, the limit was only to deal with a third-step celestial venerate. It was still far from enough to deal with a fourth-step celestial venerate. If he broke through to the third-step celestial venerate this time, his inner world would also expand accordingly. Would the power of his inner world be able to deal with a fourth-step celestial venerate? This was something that Qin Shao was looking forward to. Therefore, Qin Shao was also doing his best to expand his inner world. The last time Qin Shao broke through, it was thanks to the help of the Tianshan City Lord that he was able to break through smoothly. This time, he had an immortal body that needed to devour a large amount of immortal spiritual power. The inner world's need to devour immortal spiritual power was even greater. Therefore, the amount of immortal spiritual power needed when the two were added together was frighteningly large. Naturally, the commotion caused by Qin Zhao's breakthrough was much greater than it should have been. Feeling that the immortal qi was not enough and could not keep up with the speed of his consumption, Qin Shao made up his mind and used all the immortal pills he had obtained from those people before. He still had a few immortal pills on him and kept them as backup. He used all the rest and did not care so much. All right. No matter what, the breakthrough was the most important thing now. He had to break through first before anything else. However, those immortal pills were not enough to sustain Qin Zhao's breakthrough. Therefore, they were still insufficient. This situation gave Qin Shao a headache. What should he do? If the immortal spiritual qi was not rich enough, the breakthrough would be very unpleasant. It was a feeling of not being able to fully enjoy oneself. Secondly, the time needed to break through would be greatly increased. Not only that, but the effect would definitely be worse. Therefore, Qin Shao was also wondering if he should use up all the immortal pills that he had on him. Also, should he use up all the chaos source rocks that he had on him? This really made Qin Shao hesitate. The chaos source rocks were not that important to Qin Shao, but these immortal pills were still very precious. At a critical moment, these pills could save his life. If he used them, they would be gone. Moreover, more importantly, these were probably not enough to support them. If these pills could support him, Qin Shao did not care so much and used them first. There were many things, but breaking through was the most important thing. It was more important than anything else. Qin Shao still had this sense of propriety. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared out of thin air. They were so quiet that Qin Shao did not notice them at all. The He and Ha saints were the only ones who could appear here without anyone noticing. The 2 of them looked at Qin Shao with puzzlement and surprise. They frowned slightly and their faces were filled with confusion. After looking at him for a while, the He saint said, "Haha, what did this kid do? Why is it so strange?" He clearly broke through from the 2nd step, Heavenly Venerable Realm, to the 3rd step, Heavenly Venerable Realm. How could he cause such a big commotion? How could he absorb such a dense amount of immortal spiritual energy, but it still wasn't enough for him to break through? This kind of commotion can't be compared to a 3rd step, Heavenly Venerable Realm, to a 4th step, Heavenly Venerable Realm, right? A normal breakthrough should not be like this. Ha Xing nodded thoughtfully. However, she could not think of a reason, so she immediately shook her head and said, "I don't know. It's really too strange. Let alone seeing such a thing, we have never even heard of it. It's completely unheard of." Genius, he's really a genius. I knew it. He must have many secrets that we don't know. It's true. Forget it. Maybe this is the reason why he was chosen by that existence. Let's not think so much. Anyway, we just have to do our job well. No matter how monstrous this kid is, it has nothing to do with us. He Xing nodded. This was the truth. It's a pity that this kid is not willing to be my disciple. Otherwise, I really want to accept him. Forget it, forget it. Perhaps this is fate. Since that's the case, I'll help him and let him break through smoothly. Ha Xing shook her head and sighed. Although she did not really want to accept Qin Shao as her disciple, she was indeed rejected by Qin Shao. She was still a little sad about this matter. Ha Xing waved her hand and a large amount of immortal spiritual qi suddenly rushed to Qin Shao. With such rich immortal spiritual qi pouring in, Qin Shao immediately felt that the immortal spiritual qi had become incomparably abundant. This was exactly what he desired. It was Senior Ha Xing who helped me. Qin Shao immediately knew what was going on and felt even more grateful to Ha Xing. Previously, Qin Shao was very grateful to Senior Ha Xing for giving him the secret technique. This time, when he was having a difficult breakthrough, Senior Ha Xing helped him again. This was really incomparably generous. This made Qin Shao involuntarily think of the Heaven Mountain City Lord. He and the Heaven Mountain City Lord were not fated to be master and disciple, but the Heaven Mountain City Lord was not stingy at all. He taught him the true word of Lin and helped him break through. Now Ha Xing was the same. She taught him the secret technique and helped him break through. History was always so shockingly similar. It was the same thing but different people. It was like a gift from fate. Although he was a little embarrassed, Qin Shao could only be thick-skinned and embarrassed when he was breaking through. At this time, Qin Shao was like a giant beast that was afraid of not being full. No matter how much immortal spiritual qi poured in, he could quickly devour it all. His appetite was huge. In fact, Qin Shao himself did not need to devour so much immortal spiritual qi to break through. The main reason was that the expansion of the inner world required too much immortal spiritual qi. Therefore, the consumption of Qin Zhao's breakthrough was probably more than 10 times that of an ordinary person. Such a huge consumption naturally could not be absorbed from the heaven and earth, unless it was slowly accumulated. But this time, it would be very slow and long. The most taboo of a breakthrough was to take a long time. The longer it took, the more dangerous it would be. Once there was a situation that obstructed the breakthrough, it was possible that all the previous efforts would be wasted. In even more serious cases, the cultivation method would be broken, the cultivation would be damaged, and the path would be cut off. This was the most terrifying thing. Moreover, the breakthrough was the time when one's consciousness was the most lacked. If there was a sneak attack at this time, it would be difficult to be alert in advance. Therefore, it was necessary to have a very good environment for a breakthrough. It had to be done in a very safe situation. It was very safe here, but Qin Shao was still not prepared. In terms of immortal spiritual qi, there was too much difference. If it was not for Ha Xing's help, Qin Shao would have to spend millions of years to complete the breakthrough. Chapter 2050. After consuming a large amount of immortal spiritual qi, Ha Xing finally sensed that Qin Zhao's breakthrough had stopped. This made Ha Xing inexplicably heave a sigh of relief. It was finally over. If it hadn't ended, she wouldn't have been willing to continue. The amount of immortal spiritual qi she had consumed was indeed astonishing. Fortunately, she was an ancient sage, so she could bear it. If it had been a fourth step heavenly venerate, they probably wouldn't have been able to bear it. I've finally broken through to the third step heavenly venerate realm. It feels much more powerful. Every part of my body is filled with great power. I feel like I can crush a star with a casual grip. This is the third step heavenly venerate realm. One can be called a great immortal. The great immortal is called the great immortal because the heavens are the great immortals. The diameter of my internal world has expanded by 10 times. If this happens 2 or 3 more times, I'm afraid it will become a universe of its own. Could it be that, if my internal world continues to grow, it will become a universe of its own? Qin Shao didn't know the answer to this question. Previously, the Sky Mountain City Lord hadn't explained the problem of the internal world thoroughly, so Qin Shao didn't know much. This was just a guess. However, if it continued to expand like this, it wouldn't be able to become a universe of its own, but it would definitely grow to the size of a universe. Qin Shao didn't think too much about the internal world for the time being. The expansion and breakthrough of his internal world had greatly increased his strength. Previously, the power of my internal world could threaten a third step, heavenly venerate. Now that it's strengthened by more than 10 times, it should be comparable to a fourth step, heavenly venerate, right? Coupled with the power of my great path and the power of my heart, I shouldn't be inferior to Yun Lu, Shang Feng, or anyone else in terms of cultivation level. Furthermore, I've cultivated the dragon transformation technique to perfection. Therefore, this battle should be in the bag for me. Qin Shao weighed his own strength and quickly came to a conclusion. He had been very confident about this battle from the start. Now, he wasn't just confident. He was completely certain. With his strength, there wouldn't be any surprises. Qin Shao was pleasantly surprised that a path-understanding fruit could help him break through smoothly. Perhaps it wasn't an accident. However, Qin Shao didn't have much hope before, or rather, he didn't have much confidence. The Tao comprehension fruit was very precious and not bad. It was a holy object for comprehending the Tao. This was true. However, Qin Shao had only broken through to the second step, heavenly venerate realm, in a short period of a few million years. Moreover, during these few million years of time, Qin Shao was still busy with tempering, tests, and so on, so he didn't spend much time and effort on cultivating the Grand Tao at all. Enlightenment. Therefore, Qin's great path's accumulation of the great path of Tao. Previously, Qin Shao hadn't reached the extreme depths of the immortal Tao, far from the critical point of breaking through. There was still a long way to go before he could break through. However, the path-understanding fruit, coupled with the understanding of the great path of Tao that he had gained from 3 million years of wandering and 800,000 years of cultivating the dragon transformation technique, also helped him. Finally, after spending 200,000 years to digest, comprehend, and understand the path-understanding fruit, he broke through in one fell swoop. This kind of breakthrough could be said to be a leap, and the scope was a little big. Therefore, Qin Shao was a little surprised. He felt as if the heavens were helping him. Allowing him to break through on the eve of the battle gave him more confidence to win this battle. Qin Shao, you just broke through and you're already fooling around here? What are you thinking about? You're so lost in thought. A voice suddenly exploded in Qin Shao's mind, pulling Qin Shao back from his thoughts. He didn't need to look to know that the person who spoke was Ha Xing. Qin Shao hurriedly bowed and said gratefully, Senior Ha Xing, thank you for your help just now. You helped Qin Shao break through to the third step, heavenly venerate realm. If Senior Ha Xing hadn't helped me, I'm afraid I would have to spend another few million years to break through this time. I would have missed this battle. Of course, even if I didn't miss it, I wouldn't have been able to complete the breakthrough. She didn't know when He Xing had left. Perhaps he was preparing for the battle. Ha Xing fiddled with her pigtails and said, all right, don't be so mushy. You're always thanking me. Just remember it in your heart. Besides, I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing this for myself. If you break through, my chances of winning will naturally be higher. Therefore, I naturally have to lend a helping hand in this matter. This may be a big deal for you, but it's just a small matter for me. You don't have to be grateful. I'll say it again. Winning this battle is the greatest gratitude you can give me. Qin Shao nodded solemnly and said confidently, don't worry, Senior Ha Xing. I'll do my best. I'll definitely be able to win. Not only can I win, but Meng Dali and the others in Wufeng City can also win. The final victory will definitely belong to you, Senior Ha Xing. I've always firmly believed in this. You're good with words. Ha Xing glared at Qin Shao, but his face was full of joy. Everyone was willing to listen to good words, especially women. After feeling pleased, Ha Xing waved his hand and said, "All right, the million-year time limit is up. Whether it's a mule or a horse, it's time to show it off. Your efforts and gains over the past million years will be tested perfectly in the battle that has begun. No matter how beautiful it is, it can't compare to a victory. The most silent fruit is the best way to express it. Let's go and meet up with the others. Get ready for the battle." Qin Shao nodded and said nothing more. But in fact, Qin Shao could see that Ha Xing said this deliberately. If he didn't want to help her, then there was no need for him to do this. In fact, Qin Shao knew the outcome of this battle. It shouldn't be that important to the hip-hop saint. It was more likely that it was just an excuse. Of course, Qin Shao could only think about this kind of thing in her heart. Soon, Qin Shao met up with Wufeng City and the others. They hadn't seen each other for a million years. Getting together again really made them feel very close. It was as if they had been separated for a long time. Especially Lu Ruyan. She didn't care if there were other people around. She directly threw herself into Wufeng City's arms and hugged him affectionately. They hadn't seen each other for a million years. She really missed him. Such a bold move was seen by others. It made Wufeng City feel very embarrassed. He was so embarrassed that his face turned red. Push her away. She wasn't. But if he didn't push her away, it would be very embarrassing. I'm so envious. If only I had such a cousin. Meng Dali's face was full of envy. He was a complete playboy. He had always been very interested in the relationship between men and women. It was a very honorable thing to sleep with the Jade Lake Saint. It could be seen from this. Hey, you two, do you have to be so mushy? Did you consider that there is a child here? Seeing Wufeng City and Lu Ruyan being so intimate, Ha Xing suddenly shouted. Being shouted at by Ha Xing, Lu Ruyan could only obediently let go of Wufeng City. The latter felt relieved. Wait until I win. You can slowly talk about love. I'll let you go and have a good talk. If you lose, I won't let you talk about it. I hate this kind of thing that is not suitable for children. It directly tarnishes my pure world. Ha Xing glared at Wufeng City and Lu Ruyan. He glared at Wufeng City and Lu Ruyan and said sternly. In front of Ha Xing, Wufeng City and Lu Ruyan didn't dare to act rashly. They were like children who had done something wrong. They lowered their heads slightly and didn't say a word. They looked like they were admitting their mistake. Meng Dali, who was at the side, laughed secretly. Who asked you to show off? Now you're being scolded. Show off love and die quickly. This saying was indeed true. And you? Meng Dali had just laughed when Ha Xing's finger pointed at him. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? Looking at you, I know you're still single. You haven't been in a relationship, right? You must be a virgin, right? You're obviously very envious of them, but you're still laughing so happily. You're so heartless. Don't you feel embarrassed? You're not handsome, and your smile is ugly. It's not your fault. Being scolded like this was like a knife stabbing into his heart. It was very painful. Meng Dali wanted to cry. Didn't they say it was not suitable for children? Didn't they say it was a pure heart? Can't you slow down a little? You have to at least give me some time to get used to it. Meng Dali's mood instantly became gloomy. A thick layer of dark clouds covered his face. Seeing that Wufeng City and the other two were being scolded by Ha Xing, Qin Shao knew that he couldn't help much. He could only stand there quietly. The three of you should learn from Qin Shao, Yi Zichen said. Look at him. He's quiet when he should be quiet. He's active when he should be active. He's brave when he should be brave. He'll also perform well when he should. Unlike you guys, two of you are talking about love, and one of you is smiling foolishly. What a scandal. Huh? Smiling foolishly? I didn't. Meng Dali felt wronged. He didn't do anything just now, right? It was true that he was envious, but it wasn't to the point of smiling foolishly. But in front of Ha Xing, how could he dare to refute? It was better to be envious of Qin Shao first. Look at Qin Shao. He also spent 1,000,000 years, but he chose the most difficult secret technique. Yet, he was able to cultivate the dragon transformation art to the perfection stage. Not only that, he even had time to break through to the third step, Heavenly Venerate Realm. Such progress can be considered a perfect performance. Don't you feel ashamed comparing yourself to Qin Shao? Don't you feel shy? Ha Xing continued. What? Qin Shao cultivated the dragon transformation art to the perfection stage? He even broke through to the third step, Heavenly Venerate Realm? In just 1,000,000 years? Wasn't this too crazy, too monstrous, too heaven-defying? If they hadn't heard it from Ha Xing himself, and if they hadn't believed in Qin Shao, they wouldn't have been able to accept this even if they were beaten to death. They were all true geniuses, but in 1,000,000 years, they didn't have such huge gains. The cultivation techniques they chose had only been cultivated to 60 to 70%. There was still some way to go before they could reach the perfection stage. But they didn't expect Qin Shao to achieve this. Not only did he achieve this, but he also made a breakthrough in his realm. A godly person, he was indeed a godly person. But it was still acceptable for such a thing to happen to Qin Shao. Chapter 2051. The wind was whistling and the north wind was blowing. On the mountain ridge, Qin Shao and the other three looked at each other, each radiating a sharp aura. The battle had yet to begin, but they were already facing each other in terms of aura. No one was willing to give in, and they wanted to gain the upper hand in terms of aura. In a battle, aura was very important. Generally, those with strong aura would be able to win with irresistible force. Therefore, the battle had yet to begin, but the battle of aura was already getting more and more intense. The thick smell of gunpowder filled the air, making the atmosphere extremely tense and oppressive. Ha Xing had a face full of confidence. She raised her chin slightly and casually played with her little braid, smiling like a flower. In terms of aura, He Xing was naturally not to be outdone. He said to Yunlu, Shang Feng and the other three, "You guys saw it. Look at how arrogant they are. How can you tolerate it? I'm not someone who's looking for trouble. But if it was me, I definitely wouldn't tolerate it. So, later on, all of you give this saint a good beating. Bring out your best skills and beat them until those 4 little fellows admit defeat. Don't be polite to that old lady. It's your sacred mission to win this battle. Did you hear me clearly? Later on, be quick. If you can't win, I'll teach you guys a lesson later." Yunlu, Shang Feng and the other 3 had turned into wolves, tigers, and leopard. Their eyes flashed as they stared fiercely at Qin Shao and the other 3. Their fighting spirit was extremely high. In terms of fighting spirit, the 4 of them were indeed very strong. How could they not want to win? Only the winner would be able to leave. Who knew what kind of abuse the loser would have to suffer? There was no need to say more about the fighting spirit of Qin Shao and the other 3. "Old lady, let's draw lots." He Xing beckoned to Ha Xing. Ha Xing glared at He Xing and said generously, "I'm in a good mood today, so I won't lower myself to your level. Seeing that you're about to lose, I'll let you call me old lady. You won't have the chance to do so in the future." "Tsk, as if it's true." Ha Xing snorted. The 2 of them began to draw lots for each battle. This way, the opponents would not have the slightest bit of preparation before the battle and would not know who their opponent was. The first battle drew Wu Feng City and Yunlu Shang Feng. Yunlu Shang Feng should be Wufeng City's most headache-inducing opponent. Yunlu Shang Feng's reputation was already very good, and it was even above his Wufeng City. Previously, Wufeng City was already somewhat afraid of Yunlu Shang Feng. Among the 4 of them, Yun Lu Shangfeng's strength should be the strongest. Therefore, facing off against the strongest one right from the start, Wu Fengcheng's expression naturally had a somewhat solemn look. It seemed like this battle was going to be very difficult, but no matter how difficult it was, Wufeng City also could not lose in terms of momentum. Since I've drawn this battle, I'll fight it. I'll do my best to fight this battle. Alas, Brother Fengcheng, I wanted to give Yun Lu Shangfeng to me, but you picked him instead. I can only say, do your best. Meng Dali patted Wu Fengcheng's shoulder to show encouragement and also some consolation. Wu Fengcheng gritted his teeth, a ruthless look on his face. Fight it out, I might not necessarily lose. I believe that I can still put up a fight. Qin Shao also knew that Yun Lu Shangfeng was an extremely complicated character. He was definitely the strongest one among the four people. In terms of Wufeng City's strength, he might still be slightly weaker. This battle, it seemed like Wufeng City's chances of losing were indeed not small. But it might not necessarily be a loss. After all, the factor that determined victory was not entirely dependent on strength. And this time, everyone could be considered to be standing on the same starting line. In a million years, Yun Lu Shangfeng might not have much of an advantage. Therefore, the key was still that Wu Fengcheng could not be weak in his heart and could not lose in momentum. The most important thing was to have the confidence and determination to fight this battle well. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the brave will win. Wu Fengcheng and Yun Lu Shangfeng both walked out. Yun Lu Shangfeng's momentum was indeed very strong. With his hands behind his back and a calm face, he fully displayed the demeanor of an expert. A faint smile appeared on his face, showing his strong confidence. With a light breeze, he opened his mouth and said, I originally thought that my opponent would be Meng Dali. That might make me somewhat serious. But I didn't expect that my opponent would be you. I can only say that our luck is bad. My luck is bad because I should have gotten rid of the strongest one among you. Your luck is bad because you met me. I think you should just admit defeat. You are not my opponent. His nonchalant attitude made him seem a little arrogant. Although Yun Lu Shangfeng gave people the feeling that he was not an arrogant person, there was not much arrogance between his brows. However, the moment these words were spoken, the sharpness was revealed. It was indeed very piercing. These words were equivalent to completely not putting Wu Fengcheng in his eyes. He felt that Wu Fengcheng was not his opponent at all and could be bullied by him. To Wu Fengcheng, this was undoubtedly a humiliation. How could Wu Fengcheng tolerate this? Humph, humph. You want me to admit defeat? Don't dream about it. You have the right to be arrogant, Yun Lu Shangfeng. But to be so frivolous, isn't it a little too much? I, Wu Fengcheng, have never been a master that others can bully. If you want to win against me, then show me your strength today. If my skills are not as good as yours, then I will accept my defeat wholeheartedly and will not blame others. Come, make your move. In the battle between Wu Fengcheng and Yun Lu Shangfeng, it was obvious that Yun Lu Shangfeng's momentum was more sufficient and had a greater advantage. Blind confidence is not a good thing. Yun Lu Shangfeng shook his head lightly and did not hold back, directly making his move. Because of the rules of the game, no one was allowed to use weapons. They were not allowed to use power or methods other than their own cultivation level. In terms of basic conditions, relative fairness was guaranteed. What determined victory and defeat was actually one's cultivation level and the results of one's cultivation over the past million years. If there was anything else, then it would be battle experience, which was also very important. In terms of cultivation level and strength, Yun Lu Shangfeng was probably stronger than Wu Fengcheng. Therefore, whether Wu Fengcheng could win this battle or not would depend on the results of his cultivation over the past million years. Yun Lu Shangfeng made his move, the roars of tigers and dragons were heard. His immortal power turned into 100 beasts, roaring and attacking Wu Fengqing ferociously. The powerful immortal aura was vast and mighty, sweeping across the heavens and earth. It was like a monstrous wave that surged towards Wufeng City. When Yunlu Shangfeng made his move, his aura was indeed extraordinary, causing people to involuntarily be shocked. Good lad, he actually cultivated such a domineering upper-grade immortal technique to such a level. It should be at least 70% mastery, right? In addition to the power of his cultivation, the power he unleashes is indeed terrifyingly powerful. As expected of the famous Yun Lu Shangfeng, his cultivation level and strength are indeed powerful. To be able to cultivate an extremely powerful upper-grade immortal technique to such a level in 1,000,000 years, not bad, not bad. Meng Dali was slightly surprised, praising Yun Lu Shangfeng. This made Lu Rian and Qin Shao involuntarily look at him. Although what he said was indeed the truth, it was unavoidably a blow to their team's morale. In the end, Meng Dali added seriously, with such talent and potential, he's almost catching up to me. It's a little stressful. Meng Dali could say such shameless words in such a serious manner, it really made people want to beat him up. If Yun Lu Shangfeng heard this, he would probably have to compete with Meng Dali. You're really thick-skinned, Lu Rian couldn't help but say. Meng Dali said again, I don't think so. I'm not thick-skinned. What I said just now was the truth, 200% of it. How is that thick-skinned? I'll say this immodestly. In terms of talent and potential, I can totally beat Yun Lu Shangfeng, okay? This is called thick-skinned? This is called the truth. Isn't it just the truth? How can you mock your partner like this? Miss Ruyan, you're not at all kind. This is not likable. Lu Rian lifted her nose at Meng Dali and said, TSK, who wants to be likable? As long as my cousin likes me, that's enough. I don't care about other people. Can you be any more mushy? Meng Dali curled his lips. Why was she showing off again? Was she bullying him because he didn't have any women? His goal was to sleep with the Jade Lake Saintess. It wasn't good to bully him like this, right? Lu Rian nodded and said seriously, I dare. You can be as mushy as you want. I don't mind at all. But I'm afraid you won't be able to stand such mushy words. Meng Dali was completely convinced. Qin Shao smiled faintly and shook his head. This Meng Dali guy was indeed quite interesting. But to be honest, Meng Dali wasn't exaggerating. In terms of talent and potential, he was indeed above Yun Lu Shangfeng. Even if he wasn't above, he wouldn't be worse than Yun Lu Shangfeng. Therefore, Meng Dali really had the confidence and qualifications to say such words. Qin Shao ignored the two and watched the battle seriously. This battle could be said to be very crucial. He was confident that he could win. As long as Meng Dali didn't go up against Yun Lu Shangfeng, his chances of winning should be quite high. As for Ruyan Lu, from the very beginning, everyone had unanimously excluded Ruyan Lu. In other words, they had already thought that Lu Rian would lose. If Ruyan Lu was going to lose, then all three of them would have to win. But the start of the battle wasn't too good. Wu Fengqing was up against the strong Yun Lu Shangfeng. From the start of the battle, it was obvious that Wu Fengqing was suppressed by Yun Lu Shangfeng and fell into a disadvantageous position. The battle situation wasn't good. Wu Fengqing chose the Thousand Shadows technique. After 1,000,000 years of cultivation, his Thousand Shadows technique is estimated to only be around 50%. At most, he can display 300 shadow clones. Although it's 300 shadow clones, it hasn't reached the Thousand Shadows realm. In fact, it's very unstable. Naturally, its power is greatly weakened. And Yun Lu Shangfeng's immortal technique is incomparably overbearing and ferocious, firmly suppressing Wu Fengqing. If there are no accidents, Wu Fengqing is bound to lose this round. Unless Wu Fengqing is hiding his strength. But it seems like there's no such possibility. In a million years, under normal circumstances, even if one is a genius, to be able to cultivate a secret technique to 50% is already a very good thing. After Qin Shao analyzed in his heart, he couldn't help but shake his head secretly. The start of the battle was unfavorable. It was bound to end with a defeat. But there was no other way. Drawing lots for the battle itself had a destiny in it. Since it was drawn like this, there was no other way. If it really didn't work, then he could only guarantee that he wouldn't lose. As long as he didn't lose, there would always be a chance. The next time they drew lots, it shouldn't be so coincidental. Chapter 2052. This battle lasted for 100 years. Wu Fengqing persevered with all his might, but in the end, he was defeated. There was no other way. Yun Lu Shangfeng had been suppressing Wu Fengqing the entire time, giving him no chance to turn the tables. It's not bad that you were able to fight with me for 100 years. You, Wu Fengqing, are indeed an opponent worthy of respect. Yun Lu Shangfeng, on the other hand, was still considered graceful. After Wu Fengqing was defeated, he spoke to Wu Fengqing. Indeed, although Wu Fengqing was defeated in this battle, it was still honorable. To be able to persevere for 100 years was already an extremely rare thing. A loss is a loss. My skills were not as good as others. There's nothing to say. Wu Fengqing's face darkened as he dragged his tired body back. Wu Fengqing looked apologetically at Qin Shao and the other two. I'm sorry. I tried my best, but I still lost. It seems that I was too arrogant in the past. I didn't truly recognize myself. This time I've been taught a painful lesson. Meng Dali gave Wu Fengqing a bear hug and comforted him. It's okay, brother. We all know that you tried your best. It's not your fault. Don't feel guilty. Ha ha, it's nothing. It's just a loss. Later, brother Qin Shao and I will avenge you. Qin Shao also said, Yes, Wu Fengqing. Don't have any burdens in your heart. Victory and defeat are common occurrences in war. It's not a big deal. You've already done very well. No matter what, you're our pride. Leave the rest to us. Lu Rian came forward to support Wu Fengqing. Cousin, I'll help you over there to heal. Take an immortal pill. Wu Fengqing also knew that there was no point in saying anything now. He simply nodded and retreated to the side. Ha Xing only looked at Wu Fengqing and didn't say anything. The drawing of lots continued. The second to go up was Meng Dali. His opponent was the man from before. Meng Dali had chosen an upper-grade immortal art. In the span of 1,000,000 years, he had actually cultivated it to 80 to 90% completion, which was even more impressive than Yun Lu and Shang Feng. Seeing this, Wu Fengqing and Lu Rian couldn't help but be impressed. No wonder Meng Dali dared to look down on Yun Lu Shang Feng. It turned out that his talent and potential was indeed above Yun Lu Shang Feng's. Sure enough, he had the capital to boast. Or rather, it could not be said that he was boasting, but he had the capital to speak with his strength. Furthermore, Meng Dali was a descendant of the barbarian tribe. His body contained the bloodline of the barbarian tribe. The characteristic of the barbarian tribe was that their bodies were especially strong, and their strength was especially great. Even if Meng Dali did not use his innate mystique, his body and strength had an advantage. Naturally, he was much stronger than his opponent. Coupled with his huge advantage in immortal techniques, there was no suspense in the battle. It ended quickly, and Meng Dali won easily. Meng Dali's formidable strength made Yun Lu Shangfeng and the others frown deeply. Even Yun Lu Shangfeng felt some pressure. If he were to fight against Meng Dali, the chances of him losing would be higher. Meng Dali was really a monster. Why did such a monster come to participate in the prince consort selection? After winning the second battle, Qin Shao and the others' morale rose a little. Now, the score was 1-1. The next two battles were very crucial. However, Yun Lu Shangfeng and the others' morale was still high. Meng Dali and Wu Fengqing had already fought. Only Qin Shao and Lu Rian were left. Obviously, Yun Lu Shangfeng and the others did not put these two in their eyes, and did not care too much. One of them was a girl. Lu Rian was here to join in the fun. The other was Qin Shao, a second step heavenly venerable. He could be directly excluded. Therefore, Yun Lu Shangfeng and the others were naturally full of confidence for the remaining two battles. The third battle was between Lu Rian and Zhan Pinwu. Although Qin Shao and Meng Dali were not very optimistic about Lu Rian's chances, they still cheered for her. Miss Rian, go for it. Kill him. Beat him hard. Meng Dali's words were a little rough. Lu Rian glared at him unhappily. Qin Shao nodded at Lu Rian and simply said, "Go for it." Rian Lu nodded her head solemnly. A serious expression appeared on her pretty face. Lu Rian stood on the battlefield. Pin Wu also walked up. Pin Wu shook his head at Lu Rian and said bluntly, "Miss Lu, I have never fought with a girl like this in my life. Fists and feet have no eyes. Sometimes it is hard to control. Therefore, I am afraid that I will hurt you. Why don't?" Obviously, Pin Wu wanted Lu Rian to admit defeat. However, how could Lu Rian agree to such a thing? Therefore, Lu Rian directly rejected Pin Wu and said, "Sir Pin, thank you for your kindness. However, I will not admit defeat. I also know that fists and feet have no eyes. Don't worry. If you can hurt me, I will not blame you. After all, it is a martial arts competition. Injuries are inevitable. I am not that delicate. It's not that I can't move or get hurt. Of course, the premise is that you have the strength. Even if you want to hurt me, I may not be able to do as you wish. Everything still depends on one's strength. I rarely fight with men. Today, I will make an exception. However, this may be a test for me. It is quite good. In life, you always need to experience more things. That way, your life will be more complete. Sir Pin, please." Pin Wu said, "Miss Lu's spirit is indeed admirable. If it was not for the fact that I must win this battle, I would be willing to give in to Miss Lu. Since Miss Lu insists on doing so, then I can only offend you. I hope Miss Lu won't take offense. However, as a man, I should let Miss Lu make the first move. So, Miss Lu, please." Lu Rian nodded. She did not hold back and prepared to make the first move. Pin Wu immediately took it seriously. Although he was confident that he could win, Lu Rian was a fourth-step celestial venerable after all. She was also a genius, so he could not underestimate her. However, after waiting for a while, Lu Rian still did not make the first move. Everyone was a little impatient. "Miss Lu, are you going to make the first move or not?" Pin Wu could not help but ask. Lu Rian said, "Don't be in such a hurry. As a girl, it will take a long time to prepare." "I am preparing for it. Don't worry, it will be done soon. If you can't wait, why don't you make the first move? Perhaps I will feel better if I am more passive. I feel that the feeling is not in place yet, so I need more time to prepare." Pin Wu was also a little speechless. However, he was still a gentleman. In addition, he had opened his mouth just now. How could he take it back now? Therefore, Pin Wu could only be patient and continue to wait. Waiting was not scary. It did not feel too long. However, the problem was that he was waiting with high vigilance. He was ready to fight at any time. When his nerves were a little tense, this kind of waiting naturally felt very long. It would test a person's patience. Pin Wu naturally wanted to end the battle quickly. He did not want to drag it out any longer. The sooner he won the battle, the sooner he could end it, the sooner he could leave this place, and the sooner he could find the boundless water. If they were trapped here any longer, they would not have a share of the boundless water. They had been trapped here for 2 million years. This was not a short time, so they were a little anxious. They thought that Lu Rian would make the first move this time. However, after waiting for a while, Lu Rian still did not intend to make the first move. She was still preparing for something. This time, Yunlu Shangqi could not bear it anymore. He said, Lu Rian, are you going to fight or not? If you are not going to fight, why don't you just admit defeat? Do you need to waste more time here? We have waited for so long. How much longer do you need to prepare? If you are not going to fight, Pin Wu, you don't have to be so polite. Don't be so gentle. Some women are not worth it. Why are you being so polite? Just fight. I hate it when you are so wishy-washy. Lu Rian angrily glared at Yunlu Shangqi and scolded back. This is a battle between Child Pin and me. What does it have to do with you? I am not fighting with you. If the Emperor is not anxious, why are you, a eunuch, so anxious? I am preparing for a while to find the feeling. What's wrong? It's none of your business. Do you have nothing better to do? Meddling in other people's business, right? I am going to prepare slowly. I will anger you to death. I will anger you to death, you damn eunuch. Ruyan Lu kept calling him a eunuch. Qin Shao and the others couldn't help but give him a big thumbs up. She was indeed a heroic woman. Not bad, not bad. She had some temperament. Yunlu Shangqi was so angry that his face turned green. However, Lu Rian was a girl after all. No matter how angry he was, he could not be so ungentlemanly as to scold Lu Rian. Therefore, he could only clench his teeth and point at Lu Rian. In the end, he did not say anything. Lu Rian was even less anxious. She was slowly preparing. Although Pin Wu was gentlemanly, it was not a good idea to continue like this. In the end, Pin Wu said to Lu Rian, Miss Lu, since you can't find the feeling, I have no choice but to offend you. As soon as he finished speaking, Pin Wu made his move. He did not wait any longer. Pin Wu also cultivated an upper-grade immortal technique. His strength should be about the same as Wu Fengqing's. He had only cultivated the technique to about 50%, so it was not very strong. However, Pin Wu was very confident that he could defeat Lu Rian easily. Pin Wu did not hold back. He went all out to kill Lu Rian. He wanted to end the battle in the shortest time possible. Lu Rian seemed to be afraid. She kept retreating, as if she did not dare to confront Pin Wu directly. Seeing Lu Rian's appearance, Qin Shao and Meng Dali could not help but shake their heads secretly. They hoped that Lu Rian would not be injured. However, if they really fought, minor injuries would be inevitable. Lu Rian was also a little unwilling to admit defeat. They were afraid that she would not admit defeat so easily. A girl is a girl after all. She is only good at talking. If we really fight, it is useless. We haven't even fought yet, but you are already retreating in fear. Let's see if you still dare to be so stubborn. Yunlu Shangqi was delighted. Chapter 2053. Pin Wu was determined to win this battle. This was not only his matter, but everyone's matter as well. Therefore, he could not afford to be careless. No matter how Ruyan Lu retreated or how fearful she looked, he didn't dare go easy on her. Miss Lu, if you don't admit defeat, then I'll have to offend you, Pin Wu said again. He was about to catch up to Ruyan Lu and attack her with all his might. He wanted to defeat her on the spot without giving her any chance to resist. Seeing this, Ruyan Lu immediately said, Why don't you see me admitting defeat now? Is it too late? Pin Wu was delighted to hear that Ruyan Lu was willing to admit defeat. If he could win without a fight, then he was more than willing to do so. After all, she was a girl. Even if he won, it wouldn't be honorable. If he hurt her, then it would be awkward for him. If Ruyan Lu admitted defeat, that would be the best outcome. Forget it. It's been hard on Miss Ruyan. If you admit defeat, then so be it. Losing another battle is nothing. Meng Dali shook his head and sighed. However, Qin Shao wasn't as emotional as Meng Dali. A strange look flashed through his eyes. He sensed something. Of course it's too late. As long as Miss Lu is willing to admit defeat, then it's too late. Pin Wu also stopped attacking. Not good, Pin Wu, be careful. But as soon as Pin Wu stopped attacking, Yun Lu Shangfeng shouted urgently. Pin Wu's expression froze. His heart skipped a beat. He immediately knew that something was wrong. He'd been played. Women's words really couldn't be trusted. Sure enough, Pin Wu immediately saw Rian Lu's sudden attack. He'd just stopped attacking, so he was completely caught off guard. Although Pin Wu tried his best to block Rian Lu's attack, it was difficult for him to exert his full strength in a hurry. Moreover, the two of them were very close to each other. There was no time to react. There was no rush at all. Most importantly, Rian Lu's first move was extraordinary. Rian Lu had cultivated an upper-grade immortal technique to 60 to 70% completion. Moreover, Rian Lu's speed was extremely fast. Her incredible speed, coupled with this powerful immortal technique, caused a powerful immortal pressure to descend at lightning speed and attack Pin Wu. In addition, Lu Rian's own strength was not weaker than his. So when Rian Lu made her move, everyone was shocked. Yun Lu Shangfeng and the other two immediately had a bad premonition. At this moment, Pin Wu, who was engulfed by this powerful immortal pressure, could clearly feel Lu Rian's powerful strength. He was astonished. At this moment, he wanted to resist, but the attack had already landed on him. Boom! Boom! Waves of powerful immortal pressure smashed into Pin Wu's body and sent him flying. This was simply trampling and killing. Pin Wu didn't have the slightest ability to resist at all. It wasn't that Pin Wu's strength was too weak. Although Pin Wu's strength wasn't very strong, it should be about the same as Wu Fengqing, so he wasn't weak. The reason why he couldn't fight back at this time was mainly because Pin Wu was too careless and miscalculated. He didn't have the time to resist at all. He was suppressed by Rian Lu right from the start. He couldn't resist at all. Once the opportunity was lost, Rian Lu's attack was simply flawless. Like a fortress, Pin Wu didn't have the slightest chance to resist. Therefore, Pin Wu was naturally in an awkward situation where he couldn't fight back. For Pin Wu, this was the first time in his life. It was a big stain in his life. Under Rian Lu's storm-like attacks, Pin Wu was quickly injured. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Finally, Rian Lu threw him out of the martial arena and landed on the ground. He looked very miserable. From the beginning to the end, Pin Wu didn't even fight back. He was suppressed all the way. This feeling was like an adult bullying a 3-year-old child. You lost. Rian Lu landed on the ground and clapped her hands. Her face revealed a few traces of a smile. This battle was definitely her masterpiece. She was afraid that for a long time in the future, this glorious battle record could be talked about with relish. I lost. Pin Wu's expression was stiff and very ugly. He didn't recover for a moment. This battle was really an unjust loss. He didn't even have the chance to make a move. After being ravaged, he lost. He knew that he was tricked by Rian Lu, but what could he do? He could only blame himself for underestimating the enemy. He didn't expect Rian Lu to play such a trick. He underestimated Rian Lu too much and ended up in such a situation. A loss was a loss. The result was already decided. He couldn't change the situation. It was just that in his heart it was really hard for him to accept this result. He thought that he would lose. If he met Meng Dali, he felt that he would lose. If they encountered Wufeng City, then it should be 50-50 with a 50-50 chance of winning. If he were to encounter Qin Xiao and Lu Rian, he should be able to win for sure. But what he didn't expect was that he would lose the battle that he thought was a sure win. Moreover, he lost so miserably and in such a sorry state. Such a crushing defeat was the most embarrassing he had ever suffered in his entire life as a cultivator. Even if you beat him to death, he didn't expect that he would lose to Rian Lu, lose to a girl. If this spread out, wouldn't he become the laughing stock of Hu Ling? One slip and he would regret it for eternity. Ha ha, she won. She actually won. Meng Dali laughed in surprise. It was really a big surprise. He actually thought that Ruyan Lu would lose from the beginning. But he didn't expect that Ruyan Lu not only won, but won so cleanly. Among the 4 battles, Ruyan Lu's battle was probably the most relaxed. The person who was looked down upon the most was actually able to achieve such a beautiful result. It was really shocking. Wu Fengqing also smiled happily. In fact, he knew Ruyan Lu's situation the best. Although Ruyan Lu was a girl, she usually kept a low profile, her strength didn't seem to be very strong, and her reputation wasn't big. But in fact, Wu Fengqing knew that Ruyan Lu's talent and potential were not below his. This time, it seemed that Ruyan Lu also played for a long time. Moreover, her tactical calculation was good, so she could take down Pin Wu in one fell swoop. It was really impressive. He lost a battle, and Ruyan Lu won a battle. It could be said that she helped him win a round. Now, it meant that they had won 2 rounds. As long as Qin Shao could win the last round, then the victory would belong to them. Wu Fengqing still had full confidence in Qin Shao. It seems that I underestimated Ruyan Lu. It turns out that she is also a hidden genius. Even if she didn't calculate Pin Wu like this, she still has a good chance of winning. Her strength is not weak. Moreover, she has cultivated that high-grade immortal technique to 60% or 70%. I'm afraid it is enough to support the victory of this battle. Often, people who keep a low profile can't be seen on the surface. Qin Shao secretly thought. Ruyan Lu's victory naturally gave Qin Shao a big surprise. In this case, the victory of this battle was bound to belong to them. There was no suspense. In the last battle, he was the one going up against Shang-Chi of Cloud Willow. Qin Shao was full of confidence. Not to mention Yunlu Shang-Chi, even if it was Yunlu Shangfeng, Qin Shao was also full of confidence to win. Well, not bad, not bad. This little girl's performance is not bad. She gave me a big surprise. Ha ha, looks like I'm going to win against that little fatty this time. Ha Xing also nodded happily at Ruyan Lu, praising her for a while. Qin Shao and the others were all surprised. Yunlu Shangfeng and the others were all very uncomfortable. They really didn't expect Pin Wu to lose. Yunlu Shangfeng didn't say anything. He just shook his head helplessly. What a retard. He was actually schemed against by a woman. He was beaten to the point where he couldn't fight back. How glorious! Yunlu Shang-Chi said sarcastically. Pin Wu also blamed himself for being careless this time. But he had already lost. What could he do? Being ridiculed by Yunlu Shang-Chi made him very angry. He didn't want it to be like this. Pin Wu looked coldly at Yunlu Shang-Chi and stood aside with a face of displeasure. The last battle. Only Qin Shao and Yunlu Shang-Chi were left. Naturally, there was no need to draw anymore. You lost and you don't let people talk? You're not happy with just one sentence? Originally, it was a sure win situation. Now we can only pursue a draw. Yunlu Shang-Chi was still staring with his nose and eyes. The anger in Pin Wu's heart had already surged. He had an uncontrollable impulse. All right, Shang-Chi. Don't say any more. Yunlu Shangfeng finally spoke. Yunlu Shang-Chi was afraid of his big brother. So, he didn't continue on this topic. Instead, he looked at Qin Shao. His eyes were filled with a sinister look. He gritted his teeth and said, "Wait and see. I will definitely teach him a lesson." Qin Zhao's gaze also fell on Yunlu Shang-Chi. From afar, he could feel the thick hostility from Yunlu Shang-Chi. However, Qin Shao was very calm and indifferent. His face was calm and indifferent. This was a transcendent self-confidence. And this aloofness naturally made Yunlu Shang-Chi even more unhappy. Look at your smug face. I will make you cry later. Yunlu Shang-Chi said fiercely. He had long been unhappy with Qin Shao. He had long wanted to find a chance to teach Qin Shao a lesson. Now, he finally had the perfect opportunity. Unfortunately, due to the restrictions of the rules, one side had to stop when they lost. They couldn't fight to their heart's content. We have already won 2 rounds. Do you think there is still a need to fight the last battle? I think it is better for you to admit defeat as soon as possible. If you admit defeat now, at least there will be suspense. It will show that you are very magnanimous. Otherwise, when the battle starts later, the result will be the same. Ha Sheng already had victory in his hands. He knew Qin Zhao's strength. Naturally, he had absolute confidence that Qin Shao would win. Therefore, although the battle was not over, the result was already out. Ha Sheng had the confidence to say this to He Xing. He Xing pulled a long face. His expression was filled with displeasure. In fact, he knew in his heart that the result was already decided. He had already lost and couldn't turn the situation around. Although he was very unwilling to admit it, he had to admit that it was the truth. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons in his heart, He Xing shook his head and sighed. Forget it, forget it. Let the battle end here. Ha, you have won. I admit defeat. Ha. Hearing He Xing admit defeat, Ha Sheng was so happy that he started dancing. Chapter 2054. What? Hip Saint admitted defeat? This sudden turn of events made Yunlu Shangfeng and the other 3 feel as though they were struck by lightning. They were so shocked that they looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. Hip Saint was such a competitive person. How could he admit defeat? This was the last battle. How could he admit defeat before it even started? As long as they could hold on to the last battle, they would definitely win the next round of battle. This time, Pinwu was tricked by Rianlu. He definitely wouldn't fall for it again. As long as he was serious, he believed that he would be able to defeat Rianlu. Therefore, when they heard that Hip Saint admitted defeat, the 4 of them were naturally stunned. They didn't understand what Hip Saint was thinking. It was fine if Hip Saint admitted defeat. However, the result of admitting defeat was that they would continue to stay here. They didn't know how Hip Saint would play with them. The previous 1,000,000 years were simply incomparably painful torment. They did not want to live through that kind of life for another 1,000,000 years. That would cause them to die. Therefore, although Hip Saint was willing to admit defeat, Yunlu Shangfeng and the other 3 weren't willing to admit defeat. Especially Yunlu Shangqi. He had always wanted to have a chance to teach Qin Shao a lesson. Now that the opportunity had finally come, how could he let it go so easily? Qin Shao and the other 3 didn't expect Hip Saint to admit defeat. Qin Shao could understand. After all, Hip Saint knew his strength. He also knew that he would lose the battle. Therefore, when Ha Xing said that, Hip Saint admitted defeat. It was a logical thing. Wu Fengqing and the other 2 were surprised for a while. They immediately thought that Qin Shao must be too strong. Therefore, Hip Saint didn't want to continue the battle and admitted defeat. They had always believed in Qin Shao. They knew that Qin Shao was very strong. He must have gained a lot in the past 1,000,000 years. However, they didn't expect Qin Shao to be strong enough to make Hip Saint admit defeat. How strong was he? Senior Hip Saint, I don't agree to admit defeat. Yunlu Shangqi walked out and said to Hip Saint. After losing this time, Saint he was already in a bad mood. Now that he saw Yunlu Shangqi stand up, it made him even angrier. He glared at Yunlu Shangqi, but Yunlu Shangqi didn't back down. Instead, he said, Senior Hehe, I'll be the one going up for the final battle. I have full confidence that I can win. As long as I win, this duel will be considered a draw. According to the rules of the game, we will draw new lots after a short break. Pin Wu lost this time because he was too careless. Next time, I'll definitely win. So as long as we can hold on this time, the next victory will definitely belong to us. Senior Heisheng, it's not worth it if you admit defeat now. Can you beat him? Saint of Hip asked in a strange tone. Yunlu Shang-chi nodded with certainty and said, Yes, Saint He, I have full confidence in beating him. He's just a second-step Empyrean brat. No matter how heaven-defying his talent and potential are, it's useless. He can't cross that natural chasm. There's a huge chasm there. He'll definitely lose. Therefore, I would like to ask Saint Ge to give this junior a chance. Let this junior teach him a good lesson and win this battle. Saint of Hip sneered and said, What if you can't win? Impossible. I'll definitely win. Yunlu Shang-chi was full of confidence and said firmly, If I can't win, I'll be at your mercy. I won't have any complaint. If you lose, how about you lie down here and bark like a dog? Saint of Hip asked again. What? Lie down and bark like a dog? How could Yunlu Shang-chi do such a thing? Wouldn't that be a great humiliation? However, in order to get Saint of Hip's approval, Yunlu Shang-chi could only grit his teeth and said, All right, I'll listen to Senior Hehe. If I lose, I'll lie down and bark like a dog. I won't go back on my word. I don't dare to go back on my word in front of Saint of Hip. However, I believe that I will definitely win. I definitely will. I will definitely not disappoint Senior Sage He. Saint of Hip waved his hand indifferently and said, Then go. I'll fulfill your wish. After obtaining the approval of the Saint of Music, Yunlu Shang-feng arrogantly walked onto the martial stage. His arrogance was very high as he arrogantly looked at Qin Shao, filled with provocation. He even pointed at Qin Shao with a disdainful sneer and said, Qin Shao, get over here. His tone wasn't just a little arrogant. Like hell I'll believe you. Brother Qin Shao, go up and kill him. Beat him until his parents can't recognize him. It's a pity that I won't have the chance. Otherwise, I'll smash him and ruin his face. Meng Dali was already unhappy with Yunlu Shang-chi. He was even more furious now. Qin Shao curled his lips indifferently and said with a chuckle, He's just a clown. Why bother with him? If you laugh now, you'll cry later. Ha ha, that's true. He's just a little bastard. He's not worth mentioning. It's shameful to bicker with someone like him. Meng Dali's mouth was as sharp as a knife. The conversation between the two of them greatly infuriated Yunlu Shang-chi. Yunlu Shang-chi didn't dare to argue with Meng Dali, but he wasn't afraid of Qin Shao. He was going to vent all his anger on Qin Shao. Qin Shao walked out unhurriedly and slowly walked in front of Yunlu Shang-chi. He looked at Yunlu Shang-chi calmly, as if he didn't see Yunlu Shang-chi as his opponent. In the eyes of Yunlu Shang-chi, this was a form of disdain and a great provocation. Why do I feel like there's something wrong here? Senior Ha Sheng asked Senior He Sheng to admit defeat, and Senior He Sheng really admitted defeat. Senior He Sheng's words to Shang-chi just now seemed to have a deeper meaning. Also, Qin Shao is so calm. He's full of confidence. No, there must be something going on here. Could it be that Qin Shao is much stronger than we imagined? But that's not right either. He's just a second-step heavenly venerate. He can't be that strong under the rules of the game. What can he do in 1,000,000 years? Can he really defy the heavens and cultivate a top-grade immortal art or secret art to perfection? Impossible, that's absolutely impossible. How can Qin Shao do something that we can't do in 1,000,000 years? Yunlu Shang-feng was very surprised and puzzled. He also felt a little worried. But when he thought about it carefully, he felt that Qin Shao shouldn't be able to defeat Shang-chi. But for some reason, he still felt a little uneasy. He felt like something was about to happen, but there was nothing he could do now. He could only watch in silence. Humph. Yunlu Shang-chi snorted coldly and glared at Qin Shao with eyes as sharp as knives. A clown? Humph, in a while, this young master will let you see who's the real clown. You have a sharp tongue, don't you? Then I'll beat you until you're looking for your teeth on the ground. Let's see how much damage your mouth can do then. Kid, Don't say that I'm bullying a mere second step heavenly venerate like you. I'll let you have 3 moves first. What's wrong with that? Take advantage of the time you have. I'll only give you 3 moves. Once I make my move, you won't have another chance. Brat, make your move. Let this young master see how much of your skill is better than your mouth. Let me have 3 moves. Qin Shao smiled and rubbed his nose. He looked at the arrogant Yunlu Shang-chi and said, "Isn't that too little? Too little? You think 3 moves is too little? That's right. After all, he's just a second step heavenly venerate kid. It's not strange that he thinks it's too little." Yunlu Shang-chi smiled playfully. "Alright, if you think 3 moves is too little, then 5. That should be enough, right? If you're still not satisfied with 5 moves, then you're asking for a yard after taking an inch. I won't let you have another move. So, stop complaining. I'll let you have 5 moves. Let's begin." Qin Shao curled her lips and chuckled. She said to Shang Lu, "Looks like you're really a sharp and unkind person. You're so stingy. You're actually only willing to give me 5 moves. Forget it, I won't lower myself to your level. I'm much more generous than you. If you let me have 5 moves, then I'll let you have 10. Alright, Yunlu Shang-chi, you can make your move now. Remember, I'll only let you have 10 moves. You'd better make good use of this opportunity. Otherwise, when I make my move, you won't have a chance anymore." Eh? Why does this sound so familiar? Where have I heard it before? Oh right, I think I heard you say it just now. No wonder it sounds so familiar. Sorry, I'll return it to you. Qin Zhao's sarcastic retort made Yunlu Shang-chi so angry that he almost vomited blood. This method could be said to be ruthless. He returned Yunlu Shang-chi's method back to him in double. He returned the words that Yunlu Shang-chi had just said back to him without changing anything. What kind of behavior was this? This was a ruthless slap to Yunlu Shang-chi's face. This was an absolutely ruthless move. Ha ha, let me laugh for a while. Meng Dali laughed heartily. He didn't care if he would offend the Yunlu Shang-chi brothers. Brother Qin Shao, you're really too talented. Your counterattack is so beautiful. Now, I'm not convinced by anyone but you. You're too awesome. It's said that scum will be punished by the heavens. As expected. To deal with this kind of clown, you should use this kind of ruthless face-slapping method. That's how satisfying it is. Ha ha ha, I've learned another move. Only now did I realize that the moves I used in the past were all too weak. Yes, Brother Qin Shao, your move is still brilliant. Not only did you not lose your elegant demeanor, but you were also able to ruthlessly slap the other party's face. It's simply an elegant and gorgeous move that doesn't know how to be high-profile. I'm convinced. Meng Dali's words added fuel to the fire greatly agitated Yunlu Shang-chi. He originally wanted to ruthlessly humiliate Qin Shao, but he didn't expect to be slapped back by Qin Shao without batting an eyelid. The slap made his face burn with pain. Qin Shao, you really have a sharp tongue. Good, good, good. You're trying to show off, aren't you? Are you trying to play the hero? Yes, 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 very yes. What's the big deal? I'll just fulfill your wish. You asked for it, so you can't blame anyone else. I'll see how you cry later. Yunlu Shang-chi said fiercely. Then, he didn't hesitate and directly attacked. Naturally, he didn't hold back the moment he attacked. He went all out and used all his strength. He attacked with all his strength. He was furious. He was completely furious. He even wanted to kill Qin Shao. Chapter 2055. Yunlu Shang-chi was indeed full of arrogance and self-confidence. He felt that he had already seen through Qin Shao very clearly, very thoroughly. Wasn't he just a second-step heavenly venerate kid? No matter how heaven-defying he was, so what? How much could he have grown in 1,000,000 years? Even if he could cultivate a high-grade immortal technique to perfection, so what? he was still confident that he could suppress him. Moreover, he really didn't think that Qin Shao could be so heaven-defying that he could cultivate a high-grade immortal technique or secret technique to perfection in just 1,000,000 years. Moreover, with his cultivation realm and shortcomings, it was absolutely impossible for him to cultivate a high-grade immortal technique to perfection. His immortal Tao laws were very weak. It was impossible for him to be restricted there. As for secret techniques, it was even more impossible. The cultivation of secret techniques was actually much more difficult than many high-grade immortal techniques. It was just that the threshold was lowered. However, it would be extremely difficult to cultivate to the great perfection stage. Most importantly, Qin Zhao's cultivation realm was there. He was only a second step heavenly venerate. His control of the immortal Tao laws was very weak. Whether it was cultivating a high-grade immortal technique or a secret technique, there were great limitations. Humph, Qin Shao, remember what I said. I'm going to beat you until you're looking for your teeth on the ground. Yunlu Shangqi said very arrogantly. This wave of contempt was like needles, pricking him painfully. Qin Shao just smiled faintly and didn't reply. His aura surged out and a powerful immortal pressure was released. Third step heavenly venerate? You actually broke through in 1,000,000 years? Sensing the aura released by Qin Shao, Yunlu Shangqi immediately sensed that Qin Shao was a third step heavenly venerate. He was indeed quite shocked. This was because he could feel the traces of time on Qin Zhao's body. Qin Shao had only cultivated for a little more than 10,000,000 years, but he had already cultivated to the third step heavenly venerate level. It was indeed quite shocking. When he was over 10,000,000 years old, he was still just a second step Empyrean realm. Furthermore, he was of noble birth and had been given abundant cultivation resources since he was young. That was all he could do. A barbarian from the southern wasteland, a kid with no family background, could do this? To Yunlu Shangqi, this was indeed not a small blow. Humph, even if you are a third-step Empyrean, this young master will still beat you down today. You just broke through to the third-step heavenly venerate realm. This young master will let you know that there is an insurmountable gap between the third-step heavenly venerate realm and the fourth-step heavenly venerate realm. Yunlu Shangqi snorted coldly. With a wild howl, he arrived in front of Qin Shao in a domineering and powerful manner. Immortal arts, immortal might, immortal martial force, together with a destructive aura, attacked fiercely. When dealing with Qin Shao, Yunlu Shangqi naturally would not be the least bit courteous. He wanted to use his strongest method to ruthlessly trample on Qin Shao in order to relieve the anger in his heart. Then, let's see exactly how big the gap is. Qin Shao pursed her lips, but her face was still a bit calm and collected. Qin Shao was indeed very calm in this battle. This was because he already had full confidence. Naturally, he could look down on everything with the bearing of an expert. He was so calm that Qin Shao did not rush to use the dragonization art. Instead, he only used the power of his own cultivation level. He had the power of heart, the world in his body, and the power of the immortal Tao realm. When these three powers were added together, they were extremely powerful. At this moment, Qin Shao also wanted to test just how strong these three forces were when added together. Even if he was still not a match for Yunlu Shangqi, he should not be at too much of a disadvantage. Therefore, Qin Shao used all his strength to meet Yunlu Shangqi's attack head-on. However, Qin Zhao's action immediately attracted a wave of astonishment. What's going on? Why isn't Brother Qin Shao using the dragonization art? How can he defeat Yunlu Shangqi with the power of his own cultivation level alone? Meng Dali frowned deeply and asked with a somewhat dumbfounded expression. Wu Fengqing also frowned and shook his head, indicating that he did not know. He also did not know what Qin Shao was planning. Lu Ruyan, on the other hand, was worried for Qin Shao. Yun Lu Shang-chi laughed mockingly when he saw that Qin Shao had not used any secret techniques or immortal arts. Ha ha ha, where are your secret techniques and immortal arts? Could it be that in 1,000,000 years, you haven't cultivated any at all? So you don't have any? You have the nerve to boast so shamelessly in front of me with this little bit of strength? I really don't know where your confidence comes from. I have to admit, your mouth is indeed very sharp. However, this is not something to be like. It looks like I'll have to hold back a bit, lest I accidentally kill you. These words were filled with mockery. Qin Zhao's reply was a heart force attack. 8th level heart force. Under the amplification of the heart force stone, Qin Zhao's heart force was enough to intimidate 4th step celestial exalt. Yun Lu Shang-chi was completely defenseless when Qin Zhao's heart force suddenly and powerfully invaded his soul. The willpower of the soul was the weakest part of a human being. Yun Lu Shang-chi was caught completely off guard by this sudden attack, and he felt a little unprepared. Heart force, what powerful heart force! He's actually a heart force cultivator. Such powerful heart force, he should be at least at the 8th level, right? Could it be that this kid's primary cultivation was heart force? Damn it! This young master has miscalculated. However, it's absolutely impossible for you to deal with this young master with just your heart power. Yun Lu Shang-chi was a 4th step ascendant immortal after all. Moreover, his soul was protected by a spirit armor. Thus, it was not very likely that Qin Shao could deal with Yun Lu Shang-chi. However, there were still quite a few things that could restrict the Shang-chi of Cloud Willow to a certain extent. This caused Yun Lu Shang-chi's strength to be greatly reduced. At most, he only had 70% of his strength left. At the same time as the heart force attack, Qin Shao had also arrived in front of Shang-chi. The power of the immortal Tao and the domain power of his inner world struck Shang-chi with full force. The power of the domain suppressed the entire area. The power of the inner world could form an inner world projection, or it could be condensed into a domain of power. The power of Qin Zhao's internal world was extremely strong. At this moment, the power field formed completely enveloped Shang-chi, suppressing him. The powerful domain power made Yun Lu Shang-chi's expression change greatly, extremely shocked. What kind of strange power is this now? What a strong power field. It's like I'm stuck in a swamp, my entire body is being suppressed. My strength is actually being suppressed by this power field to the point where I can't use it. What's going on? Why is there such a strange thing happening? This doesn't seem like an immortal art or secret art. What kind of technique is this? Could it be a special technique? Would he dare to cheat? But that was also impossible. The rules of the game were there. Who would dare to cheat? Cheating was equivalent to losing. With the Ha and He saints watching, how could they cheat? Therefore, Yun Lu Shang-chi was a little dazed. He had no idea what was going on at all. He only knew that he was in a very bad situation. If this continued, he might really lose. How could this be? How could he lose? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could he accept such an outcome? Yun Lu Shang-chi roared in his heart, doing his best to break through this layer of comfort. But with the dual suppression of heart force and the power field of his inner world, Yun Lu Shang-chi really did feel like he couldn't breathe. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. Boom! Soon, Qin Zhao's fist smashed solidly into Yun Lu Shang-chi's face. The might of the immortal Tao surged down, and a vicious punch sent Yun Lu Shang-chi flying. He smashed a deep hole in the ground. The punch sent him flying off the martial platform. The battle was over. The speed of this battle had successfully broken Lu Rian's previous record, becoming the fastest of the 4 battles. Yun Lu Shang-chi had been defeated in a single exchange of blows. He'd also lost miserably. Wu Fengqing and the others had expected this outcome, but they hadn't expected that Qin Shao would be able to defeat Yun Lu Shang-chi without using the Dragonization Invocation. Wasn't this a little too much? If he'd used the Dragonization Invocation, he would have been invincible here. Even Meng Dali would have had to admit his inferiority. Against Qin Shao, he was convinced that he'd lose without a doubt. Strong, truly strong, so strong that it was domineering. But this battle had been fought to the satisfaction of everyone. A bastard like Yun Lu Shang-chi should have been taught a harsh lesson. Yun Lu Shang-feng and the others looked at each other in dismay. Their expressions were stunned, and they felt a little shaken. How could this be? Yun Lu Shang-chi had lost so miserably without using any immortal arts or secret arts. How was this possible? Yun Lu Shang-feng and the others couldn't understand what was going on. Yun Lu Shang-chi crawled out of the deep hole. Qin Zhao's fist had smashed into his face. His face was a little crooked, and the corners of his mouth were full of blood. A few of his teeth had actually been knocked out. His appearance was extremely wretched. Yun Lu Shang-chi's expression had also become extremely ugly. He stared at Qin Shao as if he'd seen an irreconcilable enemy. His anger towards Qin Shao had turned into hatred. Hatred that seeped into his bones. He'd lost. He'd actually lost. Moreover, he'd lost so miserably. How could he accept such an outcome? He'd always firmly believed that he could trample on Qin Shao and vent the anger in his heart towards Qin Shao. But the final outcome was so ironic. It was like a slap to his face. How laughable was this? What was most difficult for Yun Lu Shang-chi to accept was that Qin Shao had defeated him without using any immortal arts or secret arts. How could this have happened? You said that you wanted to look for your teeth all over the floor, so I'll fulfill your wish. You said that you asked for it. Yes, I highly agree with this statement. You did ask for it. You said that you had a sharp tongue. That's right. Now that I think about it, you really do have a sharp tongue. You're too boastful. I'll give you one more free sentence. Those who humiliate others will be humiliated by others. You deserve it. Qin Shao looked down on Yun Lu Shang-chi with the attitude of a victor. He didn't hold back and added a few more stabs. Every strike was sharp and drew blood. Yun Lu Shang-chi had turned himself into a laughingstock and a disgrace. But who could he blame for all of this? He'd brought this on himself. Every stab and needle pierced Yun Lu Shang-chi's heart viciously. The pain was soundless. Qin Zhao's victory meant that Ha Xing had won. Qin Shao and the others could also leave this place as they wished. Yun Lu Shang-chi and the others, who had lost, would have to stay behind and be tortured by Ha Xing again. One happy, one sad. Chapter 2056. It was still in front of the thatched cottage, but the mood was completely different from the last time. This time, the fruits of victory were in their hands. They could leave here immediately and gain freedom. Qin Shao and the others were happy, but Ha Xing's mood didn't seem to be very good. He looked at Qin Shao and the others with a reluctant look and pouted. I really don't want you to leave. You four little guys are quite fun. Although I've only been together for a short 2 million years, I think you are particularly cute and friendly. You are much more fun than the people who came in before. I really don't want you to leave. What should I do? Wu Fengqing said, Senior Ha Xing, we also don't want you to leave. In these 2 million years, thank you for your guidance and care. We will definitely remember it in our hearts and remember Senior Ha Xing's kindness for the rest of our lives. Rumor has it that there are many mistakes about Senior Ha Xing in the records. Senior Ha Xing is a very benevolent and kind saint, a saint worthy of respect. Qin Shao and the others nodded, indicating that they agreed with Wu Fengqing's words. Although the previous 1 million years were indeed more torturous and painful, all in all, they did gain a lot of benefits from Ha Xing. In terms of strength, there was a lot of improvement. Qin Shao and the others all had this gratitude in their hearts. You also don't want me to leave? Then, why don't you stay with me for another 1,000,000 years? Ha Xing blinked at Qin Shao and the others, looking very eager. But these words gave Qin Shao and the others a fright. Although they were grateful, if they stayed for another 1,000,000 years, then forget about it. The previous torment and pain were still fresh in their minds. If they stayed for another 1,000,000 years, it would really torture them to death. Besides, they had already stayed here for 2,000,000 years. They couldn't stay any longer. Otherwise, the chances of getting the infinite water would be even slimmer. Ha Xing pouted and said with some displeasure, "Look at how scared you are. It's so difficult to ask you to stay and accompany me." "Forget it. Since I promised to let you go, I won't go back on my word. Lonely and boring. It has always belonged to me. Sigh, lonely as snow." Hearing Ha Xing's words, Qin Shao and the other three secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It wasn't that they didn't want to stay. The main thing was that they wanted to leave as soon as possible and search for the boundless water. After all, that was their main mission. "All right, before you leave, I'll give you a big surprise," Ha Xing added. "Big surprise?" Hearing this, Qin Shao and the other three couldn't help but look forward to it. If even Ha Xing said that it was a big surprise, then it must be very big. Was Ha Xing prepared to give them another big opportunity? If that was the case, then this trip was really worth it. It was like a big pie had fallen from the sky. It seemed that no one had ever obtained such a great opportunity from the He and Ha saints in the historical record. Most of the records were about the ferocious reputation of the hip-hop saint. This was indeed a shocking matter. Ha Xing waved his hand, and a map appeared in front of Qin Shao and the other three. Seeing this map, Qin Shao and the other three couldn't help but be taken aback. They looked at Ha Xing with some doubts. Didn't he say that it was a big surprise? What did this map mean? They didn't seem to understand it. On this map, there were tens of thousands of circles connected together. It looked very complicated. They didn't know what it meant. There was a starting point, and a line from the starting point to the starting point. Could it be? This made Qin Zhao's heart move fiercely, and a bold idea emerged. Ha Xing said, "Don't you want to find the boundless water? I'll show you the way. The route has been drawn for you. Whether you can find it or not depends on you. As long as you are a little faster, there shouldn't be any problem. If you are slow, the world will change, and this map will be useless. According to my estimation, you have about 100,000 years. If you exceed 100,000 years, you will have to go through more trouble. Well, I've given you the promised reward. Now you can go. Go quickly, or I will be reluctant to part with you." This was indeed a huge surprise. Originally, searching for the boundless water in the boundlessly territory was already an extremely difficult task. It would take a huge amount of time and luck to find it. Ha Xing directly showed them the way, which saved Qin Shao and the others a lot of trouble. Qin Shao also guessed this just now. Sure enough, this reward was really useful to Qin Shao and the others. "Thank you, Senior Ha Xing." Qin Shao and the other three sincerely thanked him. Ha Xing waved his hand impatiently at Qin Shao and the others. "Hurry up and go. Don't talk so much nonsense." Qin Shao and the others didn't say anything more and left. After leaving the hip-hop sage's world, they no longer felt that oppressive feeling. Qin Shao and the others were completely relaxed. Haha, thinking about it, we spent 2,000,000 years in the hip-hop sage's world. It was really worth it. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, sometimes it's really hard to say. At first, I thought we were unlucky and had to suffer for millions of years. I didn't expect that it would give us an opportunity. Now, it's telling us the whereabouts of the boundless water. Thinking about it, it's really like seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. Wu Fengqing said with some emotion. This experience really made people sigh with emotion. Meng Dali said, "Qin Shao, Wu Fengqing, don't you think that Ha Xing has been helping us all this time? It doesn't seem like he is making things difficult for us at all. He gave us immortal techniques and told us the whereabouts of the boundless water. We just played with Senior Ha-Sheng for 1,000,000 years. That was 1,000,000 years. Although it was torturous for us, thinking about it carefully now, why do I feel that Ha-Sheng is deliberately tempering our willpower? Think about it carefully. Don't you feel that way? As for that battle, if you think about it carefully, you will find that the hip-hop sages didn't care that much. Otherwise, Saint He would have admitted defeat in the end. If he cared too much, even if he knew that he would lose, he wouldn't have admitted defeat. He would have lost. And when Saint He lost, he didn't show much anger, did he? Ha-Sheng won, but he didn't show much joy, did he? Although Meng Dali gave people the impression that he was a little careless, his perception was very good. He was very sharp and was good at finding small problems. In fact, Qin Shao had already noticed this situation and had some thoughts about it. When he was playing with Ha-Sheng, Qin Shao had such thoughts. How could Ha-Sheng have so much fun playing such a boring and childish game? The great Tao was simple and returned to its original state. This was the truth. When your state of mind reached a certain level, you could make all complicated things extremely simple. Even the most simple things wouldn't make you feel annoyed. Why did Qin Shao and the others feel that those childish games were very painful? That was because they were bored. They felt that playing those childish games was simply an insult to their intelligence. Thinking about it carefully, what could this possibly mean? This meant that Qin Shao and the others' state of mind was not high. It was far from the level of the great Tao being simple. Their hearts were very fickle, which was why they felt so painful. All the pain actually came from the heart. Therefore, Qin Shao had actually thought about it before. Was Senior Ha-Sheng doing this to temper their state of mind? Now that Meng Dali also thought so, Qin Shao couldn't help but re-examine this problem. Thinking about some of the later measures, Qin Shao felt more and more that this possibility should be very high. Otherwise, it couldn't be explained at all. Wu Fengcheng thought about it carefully and nodded. Yes, when you say so, I really feel it. It seems to be a little interesting. But why did Ha-Sheng do this? It doesn't make sense at all. According to the information I got, the hip-hop double sages didn't have a good reputation in the historical records. They were a bit notorious. In the records it was mentioned that the hip-hop double sages liked to tease people, play with people, torture people, and so on. But there has never been any records about the hip-hop double sages giving people opportunities, training people, and so on. Even if there are some discrepancies in the records, it's impossible for all the records to be like this, right? If there are such records, it means that there must be such a situation. So, if Sage Ha has been helping us and bestowing us with opportunities, isn't that too strange? I feel a little puzzled. Qin Shao and Meng Dali couldn't figure out this problem. It was because they couldn't figure it out that they were not sure that Ha-Sheng had been helping them. There were indeed many contradictions in this problem that couldn't be explained. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "Whether we can find an explanation for this problem or not, there is one thing that can be confirmed. Ha-Sheng has no malice to us. She has helped us a lot secretly and gave us a big opportunity. Now she has shown us a bright path. She has been helping us all this time. No matter what Ha-Sheng's purpose is, at least she didn't ask us for anything. We'll remember this kindness first. And in the past 2,000,000 years of getting along, I actually think that the hip-hop double sages are still good and very kind. Even if they don't give people a good feeling on the surface, the real side is still good." Wu Fengcheng and the other two nodded in agreement. This was indeed something that they had to admit. Everyone didn't continue to think about these problems. Anyway, it was a good thing. The four of them moved forward quickly according to the map given by Ha-Sheng at the fastest speed. They must reach the destination within 100,000 years. And in this 100,000 years, Qin Shao and the others had to pass through more than 10,000 worlds. On average, they could only spend less than 10 years in each world. Some worlds were simpler and safer, so they could pass through easily. But some worlds still had some small troubles and dangers, so it was not so easy. But fortunately, along the way, they didn't encounter any particularly dangerous worlds. If they encountered a particularly dangerous world, it would be impossible to reach the destination within 100,000 years. Therefore, the journey was quite smooth. The most troublesome time, he had spent less than 300 years. In the end, Qin Shao went all out and managed to escape without any mishap. After more than 90,000 years, Qin Shao and the others finally entered the world with boundless water that Ha Xing mentioned. Chapter 2057. The exotic flowers and grasses were colorful, and the mountains and rivers were all colorful, showing exuberant vitality and exuding a celestial aura. There were many small islands floating in the void. Some of them might just be huge rocks. Each of them was floating in the void, painting the entire world in a beautiful and splendid light. The entire world was covered in a riot of colors. Therefore, this world was very beautiful at a glance. At first glance, it was a pure land, a wonderland of immortals. All kinds of colors were delicately combined together, making the world's tone very full, very eye-catching. Fortunately, Qin Shao and the others had seen all kinds of paradise. Otherwise, it would really be a little shocking. This world was very quiet and very comfortable. Being in this world made people feel like they had come to a paradise on earth. It was as if they were being enveloped and baptized by a sacred halo. This was a pure land, without a trace of evil and filth. A wonderful feeling enveloped the four of them, making Qin Shao and the others feel good. It was a comfortable feeling. However, no matter how comfortable it was, Qin Shao didn't dare to be careless. He carefully looked around. After looking around carefully, he found that this world was very quiet. He couldn't feel a trace of dangerous aura. This place was like a paradise. There was no danger, only this beautiful scenery. Those exotic flowers and grasses, those colorful stones, those fruits that exuded a divine halo, seemed to be immortal treasures everywhere. Moreover, there shouldn't be anyone else in this world. They should be the first to arrive here. Under Ha Xing's direct guidance, this was simply like cheating. This made Qin Shao and the others couldn't help but marvel at Ha Xing's strength. He could actually point out a path for them to arrive here so accurately. How did he do it? Ordinary ancient sages shouldn't have this kind of ability, right? This was the boundless territory. The world at the end could change at any time. Ha Xing also said that this route could only be maintained for 100,000 years at most. After 100,000 years, it would change. Then how did Ha Xing find this route so accurately? Ha Xing was always in their sight. He didn't leave half a step at all. This ability was indeed somewhat heaven-defying. Therefore, Qin Shao and the others thought that Ha Xing might not be an ordinary ancient sage. At least, he shouldn't be as simple as a one-step ancient sage. Wu Fengqing, don't you have a lot of information? Do you know where this is? Meng Dali couldn't help but ask after looking around. Wu Fengqing shook his head and said, "For the time being, I really don't know where this is. Although I have collected a lot of information, there isn't much specific description. How can we know where this place is with just a glance? Only when more information is revealed, then we can make a deduction. For the time being, I'm also in this place. However, I feel that this world is very peaceful and there is no danger. Sometimes, people's feelings are the most deceptive. Qin Shao, and Meng Shao. In the boundlessly territory, everything is possible. Any kind of danger may exist. With the strength of the four of us, as long as we are careful, no matter what danger we encounter, we should be able to put up a fight. But if we are careless, then we may be in danger. Wu Fengqing and the other two nodded their heads heavily. They definitely understood this simple logic. Therefore, they really couldn't relax their vigilance. They must maintain it until the end. Qin Shao and the others walked forward and began to search. Cousin, look over there. Isn't that a big field of violets flower? Ruyan Lu suddenly pulled Wu Fengqing and said to everyone in surprise. Qin Shao also looked in the direction Ruyan Lu was pointing. He saw a field not far away. It was full of purple flowers. Each flower bloomed beautifully, exuding a strange fragrance. At a glance, one could tell that it wasn't an ordinary thing. When this large field of flowers bloomed together, the aura that was released was even more powerful. Although Qin Shao didn't know where these flowers came from, she was still a little shocked when she took a look at them. Qin Zhao's intuition told him that these flowers were extraordinary. Judging from the aura, he could also tell that they were indeed extraordinary. There were countless rare treasures in the great wide world, but Qin Shao knew very little about them. After Wu Fengqing sized them up, he was suddenly ecstatic and laughed out loud. Ha ha, yes, yes, yes. There's no mistake. They are indeed Violet's flower. Tisk tsk tsk. I really didn't expect that we would find such a big treasure as soon as we arrived. There are so many Violet's flower. It really makes one feel like going crazy. The value of a Violet's flower is probably no less than 100 Chaos Source Stones. With such a large field, a conservative estimate would be 50,000 Violet's flower, right? In other words, just this field of Violet's flower is worth at least 5 million Chaos Source Stones. If the four of us split it, each of us can get more than 1 million Chaos Source Stones. Haha, it really feels like we've made a fortune. It's like a pie falling from the sky. Moreover, we just came in. This world isn't small, but we found such a large field of Violet's flower so quickly. I keep feeling that there are still many treasures in this world waiting for us to discover. 5 million Chaos Source Stones? Hearing Wufeng City's estimate, Qin Shao was also quite shocked. This was indeed digging up a treasure trove. They had obtained more than 1 million Chaos Source Stones in one go. Just thinking about it was a little crazy. Even for a fourth step Heavenly Venerate, 1 million Chaos Source Stones was the entire fortune of many fourth step Heavenly Venerates. I'll be damned if I believe you. I'm rich. Haha, what are we waiting for? Hurry up and collect them all. Meng Dali looked excited. After saying that, Meng Dali was about to harvest the Violet's flower, but he was stopped by Qin Shao. Don't get so excited. It's better to be careful. With such a big treasure right here, I fear that there will be dangers lurking around, Qin Shao said. Meng Dali was startled and he quickly nodded. Yes, yes, yes. Brother Qin Shao is right. I was too excited. Nothing can be obtained so easily, especially in the Endless Zone. It's best to be careful. Still, harvesting the Violet's flower won't take much effort. I'll use my energy clone to give it a try. With a thought, Meng Dali created an energy doppelganger and walked over. When it arrived before the field of Violet's flowers, it did not find any danger. Meng Dali's energy clone then began harvesting the Violet's flowers. Again, no danger appeared. It did not take long for Meng Dali's energy clone to harvest all the Violet's flowers and return safely. It was still as calm as ever. There was no movement at all. Seeing that, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It would appear that there was indeed no danger. This was a pleasant surprise. Haha, it seems that we were thinking too much. There's no danger. Meng Dali laughed happily. This world was indeed extraordinarily peaceful and serene. Indeed, there was no sense of danger at all. However, it was never a bad thing to be careful. Come, come, come. Let's split the Violet's flowers. Although we are all brothers, we still have to split the loot. After all, it's a joint harvest. Meng Dali was very happy to split the loot. No one had any objections about that. Therefore, the 50,000 or so Violet serene flowers were divided equally among everyone. Isn't this harvest a little too easy? Qin Shao still had some doubts in his heart. He felt that something was not right. However, there was nothing out of the ordinary here. He carefully observed for a long time, but did not find anything unusual. This made Qin Shao a little suspicious. Compared to reality, it was a little impulsive. Perhaps he was too sensitive. No matter what, he should be able to deal with everything as long as he was careful. Qin Shao was still somewhat confident in his strength. With such a big harvest, everyone's mood was naturally better. They continued to move forward. Oh my God, cousin, look! Are those path-understanding fruits? Ruyan Lu had a pair of eyes that were good at discovering things. Very soon, she discovered something new. This time, she found 9 path-understanding fruit. Qin Shao had obtained 1 path-understanding fruit before, so he could recognize it. There were indeed 9 path-understanding fruits, the same as the one he had eaten previously. This time, there were as many as 9 path-understanding fruit. Ha, it's really path-understanding fruits. TSK. This is crazy. There are 9 path-understanding fruits in one go. This world is simply a world of treasures, isn't it? Previously, we found 50,000 violets flowers. Now we find 9 path-understanding fruits so quickly. This is crazy. These treasures feel like they are worthless here. Wu Fengqing also laughed happily. He was hit by a wave of surprise. 9 path-understanding fruit. This was worth more than the 50,000 path-understanding flowers. Meng Dali took action again. He successfully took the 9 path-understanding fruit. But this was a little difficult. It was not easy to divide the 9 path-understanding fruits among the 4 of them. Qin Shao, take 3. Each of us will take 2. Along the way, Qin Shao, you have contributed the most. You should take more. Wu Fengqing suggested. Ruyan Lu naturally agreed with this suggestion. Meng Dali immediately added, I agree. Brother Qin Shao, you should take 3. Ha, I'm riding on your coattails. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to make it here. Qin Shao, you have contributed the most. It's all thanks to you. You should take a few more. Qin Shao shook his head. Since we are adventuring together, we are a team. Naturally, we should share equally. A bowl of water should be equal. Nothing. Whoever contributed the most should take more. If it's something I desperately need, I'll be thick-skinned and take it. As for the path-understanding fruit, it's not very useful to me now. How about this, each of us will take 2 and keep the remaining 1. Let's see what else we can get later. When the time comes, we'll share it equally. Let's not talk about other things. If you treat me, Qin Shao, as a brother, then don't act like this. Otherwise, it's also a kind of humiliation to me. Since Qin Shao had put it this way, Wu Fengqing and Meng Dali naturally couldn't say anything more. They knew Qin Zhao's character. Qin Shao definitely wouldn't be greedy for small gains. If they insisted, it would indeed be a kind of humiliation to Qin Shao. If that was the case, then forget it. Chapter 2058. Someone's coming in. After distributing the path-understanding fruits, Qin Shao and the others saw a few figures appear in this world. There were as many as 5 of them. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the 5 of them, and he saw 2 familiar figures. These 2 people were the ones he met when he first entered the boundless desert, and they had a fierce fight. They were Qian Hao and Nangong Xian. These 2 had some grudges with Wu Fengqing, and Qian Hao had suffered a great loss at the hands of Qin Shao, so he naturally saw Qin Shao as an enemy. However, the most eye-catching one was the man in the lead. He wore a golden crown on his head, and on his shoulders were golden heads of a dragon and a tiger. The carvings were lifelike and majestic, and it was daunting to look at. His long golden cape fluttered in the wind, showing off his peerless might. There was a golden rune between his eyebrows, and it seemed to exude an unusual immortal aura. This person's aura was extremely powerful, and his body exuded an extremely domineering aura. The other 4 people standing behind him were obviously different, like the difference between the sun and the moon. His aura completely overshadowed the other 4, and it was powerful enough. The immortal aura was so heavy that it made people feel reverence. Wu Fengqing and Meng Dali felt this powerful aura, and their expressions couldn't help but be a little surprised. They sensed danger. They didn't need to fight such a powerful enemy, and they already felt that they were no match for him. Someone from the Gongsun clan? Meng Dali was shocked. Wu Fengqing frowned slightly and nodded. Yes, someone from the Gongsun clan. Look at the rune on his forehead. It's a rune exclusive to the direct descendants of the Gongsun clan. I didn't expect that even the Gongsun clan's disciples from the 100 schools of thought would participate in the selection of the holy son-in-law. Logically speaking, the 100 schools of thought shouldn't bother to participate in the selection of the holy son-in-law. In the past, very few disciples from the 100 schools of thought participated. Even if there were, they weren't important disciples. Judging from this young man's clothes and aura, I feel that he should be an important member of the Gongsun family. Moreover, his aura is very powerful. His strength is clearly far above the 2 of us. He should also be a monstrous genius. Why would he participate in the Holy Prince Consort's selection? Meng Dali curled his lips and said, I'm also a monstrous genius. Didn't I also come to participate in the selection of the Holy Prince Consort? Wu Fengqing looked at Meng Dali with disdain and said, How many people are as shameless as you, aiming to sleep with the Saint of the Jade Lake? Perhaps this Gongsun Shi is one of them as well? Meng Dali said. Gongsun clan, 100 schools of philosophers. Qin Shao continued to size up the young master who was leading the group. The 100 schools of philosophers were indeed very influential. He hadn't expected that the holy son-in-law selection would attract so many geniuses from the 100 schools of philosophers. It seemed that it wouldn't be easy to obtain the boundless water. In terms of aura, Qin Shao could also feel how powerful this monstrous genius from the Gongsun family was. He was definitely someone who could threaten him. Therefore, Qin Shao had to be more vigilant. He had to be prepared to deal with a strong enemy at any time. Gongsun Shi glanced at Qin Shao and the other 3 and raised her eyebrows slightly. Apparently, she was surprised that someone had found this place before them. Humph, Wu Fengqing, Qin Shao. It's you. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Qian Hao gritted his teeth and snorted. The hostility on his face was undisguised. When enemies met, their eyes would naturally turn red. At this moment, Qian Hao gave people a feeling that he was much more confident. Seeing that he was following Gongsun Shi, they knew that he was playing the role of Gongsun Shi's follower. Qian Hao and Nangong Xian were both from the Xia territory. Gongsun Shi was from the Gongsun territory. Originally, they had nothing to do with each other. Now that they were together, it was obvious that Qian Hao and Nangong Xian were willing to follow Gongsun Shi. Qian Hao, what's wrong? Do you have a grudge with these people? Gongsun Shi retracted her gaze from Qin Shao and the other 3 and asked. A sly look flashed across Qian Hao's eyes. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, Yes, young Master Tianyu. I have a big grudge with these 2 people. He said this in front of young Master Tianyu with a purpose. He had suffered in the hands of Qin Shao. He knew that he wasn't strong enough to do anything to Qin Shao and the others. He was no match for Qin Shao. If it was Wu Fengqing, he might not be able to take advantage of them. Therefore, if he wanted to get back at them, he obviously couldn't do it with his own strength. Since young Master Gongsun Tianyu asked, he naturally said so. If young Master Gongsun Tianyu was willing to stand up for him, it couldn't be better. Of course, he also knew that there wasn't absolute hope for this kind of thing. He's Gongsun Tianyu. What a fierce guy. With his talent, He actually came to participate in the Holy Prince Consort selection. I really don't understand. Wu Fengqing shook his head. Gongsun Tianyu. That's really something. He's definitely a monstrous talent. He's one of the most outstanding young disciples of the Gongsun clan. He's definitely a disciple that the Gongsun clan will focus on nurturing. He actually came to join in on the fun? Could it be that he has the same interests as me? Meng Dali grinned. He was a little surprised. Although Qin Shao didn't know how powerful this Gongsun Tianyu was, hearing Wu Fengqing and Meng Dali say so, he knew that this Gongsun Tianyu was definitely extraordinary. But it didn't matter. He didn't have to provoke him anyway. If he could avoid provoking him, he would try his best not to. If he really did provoke him, he wasn't afraid of anything. He believed that a supreme existence like the 100 schools of thought wouldn't easily interfere because of a fight between juniors. It was still the same saying. If others don't offend me, I won't offend them. This was Qin Zhao's principle and bottom line. Anyone who crossed this bottom line would have to think twice before doing so. Qian Hao hoped that young Master Gongsun Tianzhou would stand up for him, but this wish was obviously going to fall through. Gongsun Tianzhou only glanced at Qin Shao and Wu Fengqing, then said to Qian Hao, "Get the boundless water first. We'll talk about other things later." It was obvious that he had no intention of helping him get back at them. If he really had that intention, it wouldn't be too late to make a move now. Despite knowing this, Qian Hao didn't dare to say anything more. He could only nod. And so, Gongsun Tianyu and the other 4 left. After sending them off, Qin Shao and the other 3 relaxed. They were indeed prepared for battle just now. But fortunately, Gongsun Tianyu didn't make a move. A follower will always be a follower. Gongsun Tianyu isn't stupid. He won't easily stand up for Qian Hao. No matter what, we are people with some background. No matter how strong Gongsun Tianyu's background is, it's not a good thing for him to make a move against us for no reason. And a smart person knows how to calculate everything. Gongsun Tianyu is a very smart person at first glance. Wu Fengqing said. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "Let's not care about this. A battle is inevitable. Since others have come in, we can't hesitate. We must speed up the search for the boundless water. It's best if we find the boundless water before they do. Otherwise, once they find it first, we'll be in a passive situation. That's not a good thing." "It's a good thing." Wu Fengqing and the other 2 nodded. There was indeed a sense of urgency. Therefore, they must speed up the search for the boundless water. This was the first task. The 4 of them quickened their pace. This world was relatively big. It wasn't easy to find the boundless water here. After all, the boundless water was such a rare treasure. It was unlikely to be directly exposed in the field of vision. One must search carefully to be able to find it. Therefore, they wanted to find it quickly, but they couldn't go too fast. They had to carefully search every place and not let any trace of it go. Therefore, even if one wanted to be fast, it was difficult to really be fast. It seems that it's better for us to act separately. Everyone spread out. But remember, don't rashly clash with Gongsun Tianyu and his gang. Qin Shao suddenly said. Wu Fengqing nodded and said, "I have the same idea. It's a bit of a waste for us to search together. It's better to do it openly. It's more efficient. If there were no others, we wouldn't be in such a hurry. Now that there are competitors, we have to be anxious." Lu Rian came up and pulled Wu Fengqing, saying, "I don't care. Cousin, I want to go with you. I don't want to be alone." Wu Fengqing shook his head. He couldn't do anything about Lu Rian. Lu Rian originally came with him to play, so he could only nod and agree. Therefore, Qin Shao and the other 3 divided into 3 groups and started their search. Qin Shao walked forward alone, searching. Not long after, Qin Zhao's gaze was attracted by a mystical stone. This stone looked very mystical, but Qin Shao couldn't tell what was so mystical about it. It was just this feeling. Although Qin Shao didn't know what this stone was, he could clearly feel that this stone was definitely a rare immortal treasure. It was definitely not an ordinary object. Such a large piece was probably priceless. Thinking of the 2 previous encounters with the violet netherworld flower and the path understanding fruit, Qin Shao felt that this mystical stone was probably worth the same as the previous 2 encounters. Forget it. Let's keep it first. I'll ask Wu Fengqing later. Qin Shao didn't hesitate and immediately kept the mystical stone. Although he had found a valuable treasure, Qin Shao couldn't help but have a bad feeling in his heart after the joy. He felt that something was not right here. How long had it been since he entered? In total, it was less than 10 years. It could be said that it was very short. However, in this short period of less than 10 years, he had found 3 treasures. The first 2 times added up to more than 10 million Chaos Source Stones. Now, he had found another valuable treasure. This was too unusual. What kind of world was this? Why did it feel like there were treasures everywhere? There were so many valuable treasures here. How could no one have found them? Moreover, this place was pointed by Ha Xing. That meant that Ha Xing knew about this place. If this place was full of valuable treasures, wouldn't Ha Xing be interested in it? Indeed, a few hundred or even tens of millions of Chaos Source Stones were not worth mentioning to an ancient sage. However, based on the current situation, Qin Shao felt that this world was far from simple. There were many valuable treasures here. It was indeed very strange. He felt that something was not right, but he couldn't tell what it was. Could it be that I'm thinking too much? Qin Shao shook his head and threw away these distracting thoughts. Forget it. Let's not think about it for now. Anyway, everything is good for now. Chapter 2059. He was always overjoyed when he had a big harvest. Qin Shao still had many doubts in his heart, but he didn't find any danger along the way. Everywhere was the image of a pure land of immortals, a land of tranquility. It was like a land of immortals that no one had ever set foot in. It was a world full of endless treasures. In fact, Qin Shao also wondered if this was an illusory place and everything was just an illusion. However, he also checked carefully and didn't find any traces of illusions or physiognomy. Everything should be real. Since he couldn't find out anything, he didn't want to worry about those things for the time being. He just walked with peace of mind. Since Ha Xing said there was infinite water here, it should be there. His ultimate goal was to find the infinite water. Of course, if he could continue to have such a harvest and dig out a big treasure, Qin Shao wouldn't be so eager for the infinite water. He didn't want to be the emperor's son-in-law. Getting the infinite water was just an explanation to the chosen one. But as long as his strength could be improved and he had a big harvest, he wouldn't be afraid of not being able to give the chosen one an explanation. It would be good if he could give the chosen one. But if he couldn't, Qin Shao wasn't afraid of anything. At least he had given the chosen one face. If the chosen one was still aggressive, it was no big deal. At most, he wouldn't stay in the Fumo Immortal Palace. Now that he had met the geniuses of Huaxia in the 9 continents, Qin Shao had a yearning for Huaxia in the 9 continents. Therefore, after returning this time, Qin Shao would definitely leave for Huaxia in the 9 continents as soon as possible. Even so, he didn't have to go back. There wasn't much in the Fumo Immortal Palace that was worth Qin Zhao's nostalgia. It was just Princess Xiaoyu, Xiao Dao, and fatty money. Of course, he had to go back. After all, 9 dragons and desolate land were still in Linfu City. Qin Shao didn't have to worry about fatty money and the others, but Qin Shao had to protect 9 dragons and desolate land. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't want to have a bad relationship with the Chosen One. If he really had a bad relationship with the Chosen One, he could only take 9 dragons and desolate land with him. Why do the flowers and trees over here look so lush and luxuriant, and full of immortal chi? Some of them were originally ordinary plants, but in this place, I feel like they're about to become spirit. The spirit chi is incomparably rich, and they're no longer ordinary plants. Qin Shao stopped at a place, attracted by a large expanse of lush flowers and trees in front of him. Along the way, the flowers and trees here were the most luxuriant and full of spiritual qi. Moreover, in the air here, he could clearly feel that the spiritual energy here was much richer than in other places. Therefore, Qin Shao began to look around curiously. It seemed that this place was extraordinary. Although the flowers and trees were full of immortal qi, they weren't rare treasures. Therefore, the immortal qi here wasn't the work of the flowers and trees. Since it wasn't the work of the flowers and trees, there must be something else extraordinary. Underground. Qin Zhao's heart suddenly moved. He used his divine sense to scan the ground. Soon, Qin Zhao's divine sense was blocked by a force and couldn't go any further. There is indeed something underground. Even my divine sense can only reach a depth of 1,000 feet before it is completely blocked. The thing underground is extraordinary. Since there was something, Qin Shao naturally wouldn't let it go. He immediately dug a big hole. Although the rocks here were hard, they couldn't withstand Qin Zhao's power. Clang! Finally, the sound of metal clashing was heard. A ray of holy light gushed out from the ground and shone brightly. A strong chaotic energy gushed out. Instantly, Qin Shao felt like he was bathing in a holy bath. Qin Shao saw clearly what was below. It was a piece of chaos source rock. There's actually a chaos origin rock mine below. It is the most primitive chaos source rock mine. All the chaos source rocks are still a hole. Judging from the scale, it is very big. Conservatively speaking, there are at least 100 million chaos source rock. It might even be more. After roughly checking the situation below, Qin Shao was also shocked. He really dug up a big treasure all of a sudden. He actually dug up a chaos source rock mine. It was crazy to think about it. However, it wasn't easy to take away such a big piece of chaos source rock. He had to dig it out first. Otherwise, he would have to cut it out slowly. It would take a long time. Of course, Qin Shao wasn't worried about that. He was worried about Gongsun Tianyu and the others. Once they discovered it, they would definitely go all out to snatch it. Therefore, how to excavate this chaos source rock mine had become a huge problem. I have to set up the formation here first. Then, I will dig it out without making any noise. Otherwise, it won't be so easy to take down this chaos source rock mine. Qin Shao thought for a while and came up with a plan. With a plan, Qin Shao didn't hesitate and immediately started setting up the formation. But at this moment, Qin Zhao's expression changed. He saw a figure approaching him rapidly. The person approaching was none other than Qin Zhao's enemy, Qian Hao. After being humiliated and taught a lesson by Qin Shao, Qian Hao had long regarded Qin Shao as a great enemy. Naturally, he was envious of Qian Hao. At this moment, Qian Hao obviously noticed the abnormality here, so he quickly approached. Oh no, the situation is not good. There was no problem in stopping Qian Hao. Qin Shao was able to defeat Qian Hao previously. Now, he could do it even more. However, even if he could stop Qian Hao, he couldn't stop Qian Hao from spreading the news. Therefore, Qin Shao realized that the situation wasn't good. It seemed that it was impossible for him to monopolize this chaos source rock mine. Since there was no other way, he could only take the initiative and snatch as much as he could. At this point, Qin Shao didn't hesitate and immediately cut the big piece of chaos source rock. As there were many rocks in the way, it wasn't easy to cut it. He couldn't cut a big piece in one go. Moreover, the chaos source rock itself was extremely sturdy. He had to use all his strength to cut it. At the same time, Qin Shao also threw out the 8-sided Buddha mirror, which instantly enveloped Qian Hao. He wanted to trap Qian Hao for a while and prevent him from snatching the Chaos Source Rock. He wanted to buy more time to get out. It's the Chaos Source Rock Mine. It's actually the Chaos Source Rock Mine. Is this kid lucky? It's not that easy to trap me. Young Master Gongsun and the others can trap me. After seeing clearly that there was a Chaos Source Rock Mine, Qian Hao went crazy and immediately informed Gongsun Tianyu and the others. At the same time, he tried his best to break out of the eight-sided Buddha mirror. Qin Shao didn't hesitate. He also transmitted a message to Wu Fengqing and the others. There would definitely be a big battle later. Humans die for wealth and birds die for food. It was worth it to fight for this Chaos Source Rock Mine. Qin Shao, you want to monopolize this Chaos Source Rock Mine? Stop dreaming. I advise you to give up on this greedy idea. Otherwise, you will pay a huge price for it. Young Master Gongsun will be here soon. Do you think you have the ability to fight with him? You don't even deserve to carry his shoes. If you give up now, perhaps young Master Gongsun will spare you. If you persist in going about things the wrong way, I'm afraid you'll know how to write the word regret. Qian Hao was actually provoking Qin Shao on purpose. It seemed like he was chasing Qin Shao away so that Qin Shao would give up. However, he was actually mocking Qin Shao. He was secretly provoking Qin Shao so that he wouldn't give up. When young Master Gongsun arrived, he would definitely attack Qin Shao. He had been longing for this for a long time. How could Qin Shao not see through Qian Hao's intentions? He just couldn't be bothered to deal with him. He was just a defeated opponent. Qin Shao sneered and said, "Yes, you are right. I won't carry young Master Gongsun's shoes. Only a genius like you, Qian Hao, can do such a promising thing. Moreover, you'll do it very well. I'm ashamed of my inferiority." After mocking Qian Hao, Qin Shao went to cut the Chaos Source Rock as fast as he could. He had already sensed an extremely powerful aura rushing towards him. Obviously, Gongsun Tianyu had arrived. He was the first to arrive. There were a few other auras coming from behind him. The others had also arrived. Qin Shao didn't care about the others. However, Gongsun Tianyu made Qin Shao wary. Right now, he could only take advantage of the fact that Gongsun Tianyu had yet to reach him to cut off as many primal chaos source rocks as possible. Qin Shao immediately felt a strong resistance coming from the Berserker's sword as he slashed down with all his might. He was attacking with all his might. The power of the true intent of power, the power of his inner world, and the power of the immortal Tao were all used. The might of this sword was extremely powerful and unparalleled. However, cutting the primal chaos source rock was very strenuous. His cutting speed was very slow. Do you think it's possible to trap me with a broken Buddhist weapon? You want to cut the chaos source rock? Dream on. Qin Shao, you are asking for trouble. You can't blame others for this. Stop right there. Qian Hao snorted and charged towards Qin Shao with all his might. Qian Hao's strength was also very strong. Even Wu Fengqing did not dare to easily cross swords with him. From this, it could be seen. Qian Hao tried his best to stop Qin Shao and buy time for Gongsun Tianyu. Gongsun Tianyu had already appeared in his field of vision and would reach him soon. As long as young Master Gongsun arrived, everything would be settled. Therefore, what Qian Hao had to do now was to prevent Qin Shao from snatching a piece of the Chaos Source Rock, not even a small piece. Get out of my way. A cold glint flashed across Qin Zhao's eyes as he faced Qian Hao, who was charging at him in a domineering manner. He snorted heavily. At the same time, Shao Chen executed the true word of Lin. At the same time, his heart force surged forth at full power. These two lethal methods attacked Qian Hao, who was surging with a strong aura. Qin Shao had used the same method to suppress Qian Hao previously. Now that Qin Shao had made a breakthrough in his cultivation base, His strength naturally improved as well. Now that he had used it again, its power was naturally incomparable to before. It was much stronger than the last time. If he could suppress Qian Hao previously, there was no doubt that he could do it this time. Chapter 2060. Qin Zhao's heart force didn't increase. Heart force was only related to the realm of the heart force. It had nothing to do with Qin Zhao's immortal Dao realm. However, the power of the true incantation of Lin had increased by a lot. After all, his immortal Dao realm had increased by 1 level. Therefore, before Qian Hao could reach Qin Shao, he was beaten back by Qin Shao. There was no way he could get close to Qin Shao. Without Qian Hao's obstruction, Qin Zhao's cutting was much smoother. He was about to cut out a huge pile of chaos source rocks. On the other side, Gongsun Tianyu rushed over as fast as lightning. His powerful aura surged from afar, suppressing Qin Shao. His immortal Dao realm aura overflowed the sky. In an instant, the sky darkened. A thunderous voice rang out in Qin Zhao's mind. "Put down the chaos source rocks and I'll spare your life." His overbearing words were like the heavenly might of a king. They were so loud that even the deaf could hear them. Gongsun Tianyu indeed had the bearing of a young king. He flew over at top speed. His immortal Dao realm aura descended upon the world. It was so oppressive that the world was about to submit to him. "Humph, Qin Shao, oh Qin Shao, you are indeed a peerless monster. You are truly heaven-defying. But so what? You've provoked me, so you must pay a painful price. Let's see if you can still cause any waves in front of young Master Gongsun." "Humph, I've made a great contribution this time by discovering such a huge chaos source rock mine. Not only will I be rewarded by young Master Gongsun, but I'll also be able to take care of Qin Shao. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Haha, this is too good." Qian Hao was overjoyed. The heavens had given him the perfect opportunity to take revenge on Qin Shao. Since Gongsun Tianyu had arrived, Qian Hao naturally retreated to the side. Before Gongsun Tianyu arrived, Qin Shao had already finished cutting the primal chaos source rock. As soon as he got close to the rock, he put it away. The chaos source rock was probably worth 3 to 5 million pieces of chaos source rock. This was a huge piece of land. Their harvest was incomparably huge. Gongsun Tianyu stood in the air with an unparalleled bearing, looking down at Qin Shao from above with an aura of disdain. Unparalleled immortal might suppressed the heaven and earth. Saintly might circled around Gongsun Tianyu, making him appear radiant and dazzling, like light and fire, illuminating the world. The current Gongsun Tianyu gave off the feeling of a scorching sun hanging high in the sky, displaying his endless sharpness. Just this supreme aura alone was enough to suppress all disobedience. This was a king. He ruled over the world, and could make everything in the world submit under his feet. Who would dare to not submit? In terms of aura, there was a feeling of invincibility in this world. This powerful aura made Qin Shao feel very uncomfortable. He inexplicably felt that he was no match for it. In terms of aura, Qin Shao was indeed far inferior to Gongsun Tianyu. However, Qin Zhao's mind was firm. He made himself stronger to resist this supreme aura. Qin Shao was like a stubborn iron tree. He stood there proudly, looking up at Gongsun Tianyu. Their eyes met, but he didn't show any sign of weakness. Gongsun Tianyu was releasing his anger. The light on his body turned crimson red. "I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me?" Gongsun Tianyu's words were like the wrath of the heavens. His thunderous voice exploded in Qin Zhao's mind. This was the wrath of the heavens. This was divine might. This was unparalleled dominance. Gongsun Tianyu seemed to be the only true god in this world. His words were law. No one could go against his will. He'd told Qin Shao to stop earlier, but Qin Shao hadn't. Instead, he'd continued to cut the Chaos Source rock and put it into his own pocket. This was a great challenge to Gongsun Tianyu's authority. How could he tolerate this? The 9 states of Huaxia had 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The 100 schools of thought were the most powerful forces in the mortal world. As one of the 100 schools of thought, the Gongsun clan ruled Gongsun Hill. They possessed unparalleled divine might and held the power to kill. Gongsun Tianyu was an outstanding youth of the Gongsun clan. How high was his status? Most ordinary ancient sages wouldn't dare to offend him easily. A mere 3rd step heavenly venerate from the southern wilderness dared to challenge his supreme immortal might? Wasn't that courting death? Therefore, Gongsun Tianyu was furious. He'd ignored Qian Hao when he'd asked him to make a move earlier. He'd just been too dismissive. Now that his dignity had been challenged, he absolutely couldn't tolerate it in the slightest. The pressure of his aura grew even stronger and more terrifying. It turned the void into a forbidden zone. At this moment, Wu Fengqing and the other 2, as well as Nangong Xian and the other 2, hurried over. Qian Hao's group of 4 formed a defensive wall, blocking Wu Fengqing and the other 2, preventing them from coming close to help Qin Shao. Brother Qin Shao. Wu Fengqing and Meng Dali were a little anxious. They were also a little worried in their hearts. After all, they were facing Gongsun Tianyu, an existence that they feared. Therefore, they wanted to help Qin Shao. I don't believe you. Get out of my way. Don't stop me. I'll smash anyone who dares to stop me. Meng Dali rushed out and glared at Qian Hao and the other 3. Meng Dali was a man with a wild temper. He valued friendship and righteousness. He was willing to risk his life for his brothers. Previously at Departed Soul Mountain, Meng Dali had risked his life to fight for Qin Shao and the other 2. Now, he was willing to risk his life for Qin Shao. He had said earlier that his life would belong to Qin Shao from now on. As long as Qin Shao said the word, even if he had to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of fire, he, Meng Dali, would not frown. Qian Hao glanced at Meng Dali coldly and smiled. Meng Dali, I know you have some ability. However, this is not the place for you to be arrogant. No matter how capable you are, don't think you can get past the 4 of us. If you want to fight, the 3 of you better think twice about whether you are a match for the 4 of us. You want to break through our blockade with 3 against 4? Don't you think you're dreaming? Ha ha ha, Meng Dali, it's not that I look down on you. You really don't have the ability. Therefore, don't try to be brave. You can't do it. This sarcasm made Meng Dali even angrier. I don't believe you. Whether I have the ability or not, you'll know when you try. I can risk my life, but I don't believe that you will risk your lives for Gongsun Tianyu. At most, I'll risk my life. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Come on, I'm afraid that you won't dare. If you have the guts, don't hide. Let's risk our lives here today. Perhaps influenced by Meng Dali's heroic spirit, Wu Fengqing gritted his teeth and said coldly, That's right. At most, we'll risk our lives here today. So what if you have more people? As long as you are willing to risk your lives for Gongsun Tianyu, I'll respect you as men. If we are willing to risk our lives, I don't believe that you can protect us. If you have the ability, why don't you give it a try? It's just a life. We can afford to risk it. We can die without regrets if we fight for our brothers. Upon hearing Wu Fengqing's words, Meng Dali glanced at him and nodded heavily. Good brother. Lu Rian gritted her teeth and said, Cousin, if you want to risk your lives, then I will too. I'll accompany you. That's right. It's not that big of a deal. At most, we'll just risk our lives. The 3 of them were united against a common enemy. They worked together and were determined. Their willpower was indeed very strong. They weren't afraid of being ruthless, but they were afraid that they didn't want their lives. People who didn't want their lives were definitely scary. Seeing how Meng Dali and the other 2 were unafraid of death, Qian Hao and the other 3 were indeed somewhat stunned. They had never imagined that Wufeng City's Meng Dali and the others would actually be willing to risk their lives for Qin Shao. Just how deep of a friendship did they have for each other? How capable was he, Qin Shao, to be able to make others pledge their lives for him? Did they dare to risk their lives? The answer was definitely no. They followed Gongsun Tianyu because, on one hand, they wanted to curry favor with Gongsun Tianyu. They wanted to take advantage of such a good opportunity to flatter him and earn a friendship. On the other hand, following Gongsun Tianyu would increase their chances of obtaining the boundless water. From the very beginning, they had followed Gongsun Tianyu with a very strong purpose. But was this purpose worth risking their lives for? The answer was clearly no. Hence, the four of them had a headache right now. If Wufeng Qing and the others really risked their lives, what would happen? Would they follow along? If they didn't, releasing them directly would probably anger young Master Gongsun. The consequences would be even worse. If they risked their lives, they didn't want to really risk their lives. Hence, right now, to them, it was a feeling of riding a tiger and not being able to get off. On the other side, the atmosphere was already oppressive to the extreme. It felt like the sky was about to collapse. Gongsun Tianyu's aura was oppressive. Qin Shao didn't show any weakness either. He went head-to-head with him. One could foresee that a great battle was about to start. It was something unavoidable. Wufeng Qing, Meng Dali, don't be rash. Don't bother about me for now. I know what I'm doing. It won't be so easy for Gongsun Tianyu to do anything to me. If you guys make a move, you'll mess up my plan instead. Don't worry. I won't get into trouble so easily. Qin Shao transmitted his voice to Wufeng Qing and the other two. Seeing that the three of them were willing to risk their lives for him, he was very grateful. When making friends, as long as you gave your heart, you could exchange it for sincerity. Only true friends could make one's heart warm. However, Qin Shao didn't want anyone to risk their lives for him. He had always done things with a fair share. He wouldn't risk his life easily. Those who were willing to take it all had some confidence. Wufeng Qing and the other two looked at Qin Shao. Although they knew that Qin Shao was strong, they were facing Gongsun Tianyu this time. Could Qin Shao really deal with the outstanding young master of the Gongsun clan? However, they also knew that even if they risked their lives to break through the blockade, it might not be of any use. Instead, it might distract Qin Shao. After all, Qian Hao and the other three weren't easy to deal with. Even if they risked their lives to break through the blockade, there was still the stronger Gongsun Tianyu there. However, they couldn't just watch something happen to Qin Shao. Whether it would be of any use was one thing. Whether it would help or not was another. In their hearts, it was a completely different feeling. Kid, there aren't many people who dare to go against me. I'll give you a chance to admit your mistake. Hand over the Chaos Source Rock obediently, kowtow and admit your mistake. Then you can get lost, Gongsun Tianyu said again. There was a supreme power in his tone that made it impossible for anyone to resist. Chapter 2061. Are you going to scram or not? Qin Zhao's words shocked everyone. It was like a sudden clap of thunder in the middle of the night. In response to Gongsun Tianyu's domineering words, Qin Shao was even more direct and domineering than him. This was equivalent to a slap to Gongsun Tianyu's face. He was directly ignoring Gongsun Tianyu and humiliating him. 6 simple words, but they were all domineering, provocative, and even humiliating. Such domineering words were so shocking that it took a long time for everyone to come back to their senses. Meng Dali was so impressed that he almost wanted to worship Qin Shao. He exclaimed in his heart, "Domineering, very domineering. I'll be damned if I believe you. Brother Qin Shao, you're really my idol. I thought I was already very domineering, but compared to you, I'm not even close. Star class. It's so cool to be a domineering man. I'll learn more from you in the future. You'll be my guiding light in life. Qin Zhao's light seemed to have illuminated Meng Dali's path forward. After the shock, Qian Hao was also happy. He admired Qin Zhao's arrogance, but he also liked Qin Zhao's arrogance. The more arrogant Qin Zhao was, the more he would offend Gongsun Tianyu, and the faster he would die. He wanted Qin Zhao to die. He wanted nothing more than to kill Qin Zhao with his own hands, but he didn't have the strength to do so. Therefore, he could only hope that Gongsun Tianyu could kill him. Qin Zhao's words stunned Gongsun Tianyu for a moment. With his supreme arrogance, who would dare to disobey him when he stood in the sky and dominated the world? But what he didn't expect was that Qin Zhao would dare to say something even more arrogant than him. He actually dared to ask him to scram? Who gave him the guts to say something so arrogant? Seeing that Gongsun Tianyu didn't respond, Qin Zhao said again, "Didn't you hear me clearly? Then I'll say it again. Are you going to scram or not? Get lost, and I'll pretend that nothing happened. If you don't scram, fine, I'll beat you until you scram. If you don't scram, fine, I'll beat you until you scram." Crazy, this was not the usual kind of crazy. Who else could have this kind of arrogance? This was a peerless spirit. Those who dared to say such words, if they were not lunatics or fools, then they must be people with full confidence. Was Qin Zhao a lunatic or a fool? Some people might think that he was crazy, but they definitely wouldn't think that he was a fool. That one sentence completely destroyed Gongsun Tianyu's dignity and infuriated him. This was simply courting death. If Gongsun Tianyu didn't kill him today, what face would he have left? "How dare you?" Gongsun Tianyu's voice was extremely cold. He glared at Qin Zhao and said, "Fine, fine, fine. Since you insist on seeking death, I'll fulfill your wish today." "Humph, this is the first time I've met someone as crazy as you." "Then I'd like to see how capable a third-step heavenly venerate brat like you is to make you talk so much and act so presumptuously." As soon as he finished speaking, Gongsun Tianyu didn't hesitate and immediately attacked. "Gotcha!" An earth-shattering voice suddenly resounded through the world, causing the entire world to shake. A magnificent ray of light suddenly shot out and instantly cut across the entire sky. The scorching light instantly annihilated the entire world. The intense light turned the world into a world of light. Everything seemed to have been devoured, and nothing could be seen. An unparalleled waterfall fell from the sky, slashing directly at Qin Zhao. This was Gongsun Tianyu's sword. A sword that could split heaven and earth, a sword that could cut through the past and present, and a sword that could cut through everything. Its sharpness was unstoppable. Under this peerless sharpness, it felt like the void was being torn apart. This sword was enough to destroy everything in the world. Even the sun, moon, and stars would be cut down to the mortal realm. When this sword was unleashed, everything fell silent, and the entire world darkened. This sword contained the supreme might of the immortal Tao Law. It could mobilize the might of the heavens, and gather the power of the entire world. It was an unparalleled sharpness. When this sword was unleashed, everyone's hearts couldn't help but tremble. They were so shocked that their nerves couldn't help but tense up. So strong, really so strong. Wu Fengqing and Meng Dali were so shocked that they couldn't speak. They already knew that Gongsun Tianyu was very strong, but they didn't know exactly how strong he was. Now that Gongsun Tianyu made his move, they felt that he was indeed very strong. He was probably a fourth step, heavenly venerate exalted immortal. In fact, they had just entered the fourth step, heavenly venerate realm not long ago. Their strength was probably below average among fourth step, heavenly venerate. However, Gongsun Tianyu was already above average. He was a whole level higher than them. Gongsun Tianyu's strength made them break out in cold sweat for Qin Zhao. The situation was very bad. Qian Hao was even happier. Qin Zhao was dead for sure. He was dead for sure. Ah! What a powerful sword. It's too sharp, too domineering. When this sword is unleashed, it illuminates the brilliance of this world. It's a sharpness that surpasses all. The might of the heavens and the immortal Tao has been completely channeled by this sword. When this sword is unleashed, it carries all the immortal Tao in this world. When the laws are unleashed, the heavens move. Endless sharpness. It's really strong. Looks like I'll have to give it my all this time. Oh well. Ever since I started cultivating the flying dagger Tao, I've never used my full strength. Since I've met such a strong opponent today, let's have a good fight. It's not a bad thing. Come, let's fight. Perhaps this battle is also a test for me, a promotion that will allow me to recognize more of my shortcomings, so that I can improve myself in the future. Faced with Gongsun Tianyu's unparalleled pressure, Qin Shao showed no fear. Instead, his fighting spirit was high. The light stream wings had long since transformed into a suit of armor that covered his body. Heart force attacks, the 8 Buddhist mirrors, and the 6 syllables of Buddhism were clearly of no use here. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't use any of those methods. As soon as he made his move, he immediately used the dragon transformation art. With a shake of his body, he transformed into a huge dragon that was 10,000 meters long. He roared, wanting to compete with the heavens and the earth for sharpness. The dragonization art met the sword that seemed capable of cleaving the heavens and the earth. Qin Shao only felt the endless sharpness cutting into his dragon body. At this moment, he had transformed into a dragon that gathered all things in the world. He possessed inexhaustible power. However, the sharpness of Gongsun Tianyu's sword was too domineering. It actually caused Qin Zhao's dragon body to dissipate. Qin Zhao's dragon body also attacked Gongsun Tianyu ferociously. However, Gongsun Tianyu's sword was always able to push Qin Shao back. Not only that, but he was also able to injure Qin Shao somewhat. Looks like you're still a little capable. You're able to cultivate the dragonization art to perfection, and you're only a 3rd step exalted celestial. To be able to do this, you have the right to be arrogant. Unfortunately, you're too arrogant and don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You can be arrogant in front of others, but in front of me, even if you're a tiger, you'll still have to lie down. Even if you're a dragon, you'll still have to lie down. You're not allowed to behave atrociously in front of me, you little rascal. You do have some capabilities, but only a little. So what if you have 2 upper-grade immortal weapons and cultivated a dangerous secret art to perfection? In front of me, you're still nothing. The flaw in your cultivation base is right there. It's a gap that can't be erased. You're a dragon. You'd better coil around me. Gongsun Tianyu sneered. Even though there was a hint of praise in his voice, there was still disdain. What sort of arrogance was this? However, Gongsun Tianyu had the right to be arrogant. Seeing that Qin Shao was actually able to fight with Gongsun Tianyu, Qian Hao felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart. It's only been 4 million years since we last met, and this lad's strength has increased by so much. His cultivation base has increased by a level, and he's even cultivated a dangerous secret art to perfection. He's so much stronger than the last time I fought him. He's just a heaven-defying monster. Damn it, damn it. How could a barbaric lad from the southern wilderness be so monstrous? Qian Hao felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart. He was extremely jealous. Comparing oneself to others would really anger one to death. However, when he thought about how Qin Shao was about to die at Gongsun Tianyu's hands, he felt a lot better. So what if he was a monster? In the end, he would still die. Gongsun Tianyu's sword shone even brighter. The golden heavy sword in his hand exuded an ancient aura and unparalleled immortal might. That sword was obviously an excellent upper-grade immortal artifact, and its power was extremely strong. Coupled with Gongsun Tianyu's dangerous upper-grade immortal art, over 100 rays of light shot toward Qin Shao, forming a huge killing net that enveloped Qin Shao. Qin Shao had nowhere to run. Sword after sword slashed down, destroying everything in its path. After holding on for a while, Qin Shao finally couldn't hold on any longer. Thankfully, he had the protection of the Lightstream wings. Coupled with the refinement of the dragon's blood, his immortal body had also improved to the level of a fourth step heavenly venerate. That was why his immortal body wasn't damaged much. However, such a situation was also very bad. If this continued, he would definitely be injured. Once he was injured, the situation would be very bad. Therefore, Qin Shao pushed the Lightstream wings with all his might and raised his speed to the maximum, trying his best to dodge Gongsun Tianyu's sword. However, dodging wasn't a solution. It was very difficult to do so. After all, Gongsun Tianyu had already formed a domain that isolated everything. What should he do now? If he used the true word of Lin, its power would probably be about the same as the dragon transformation art. It wouldn't be able to reverse the situation. Seemed like there was really no other way. He could only use his last resort. With that thought, Qin Shao made up his mind. With a shake of his body, he retracted the dragon transformation art and returned to his original body. With the help of the flowing light wings, he turned into a ray of light and dodged rapidly in that domain. Colossal dragon? You're just a little earthworm. If I tell you to lie down, you'll lie down. Kid, I'd like to see what other tricks you have. If you have, then use them all. Otherwise, you won't have the chance to use them again. You're just a brat who talks big and talks big without shame. It's not enough to rely on your sharp tongue. Gongsun Tianyu's arrogance swept over Qin Shao with a disdainful look. He was in no hurry to make a move, fully displaying the demeanor of an expert. Brother Qin Shao, the situation isn't good. Wu Fengcheng shook his head helplessly. He was indeed very worried. Chapter 2062. Qin Zhao's dragon transformation art was no match for Gongsun Tianyu's sword and was directly cut in half. The dragon transformation art was an extremely dangerous secret technique that Qin Shao had cultivated to perfection. There was no need to doubt its power. Against an ordinary fourth-step heavenly venerate, Qin Shao was fully confident that he could defeat them with the dragon transformation art alone. However, in front of Gongsun Tianyu, it was still not enough. However, this was also within Qin Zhao's expectations. He had long felt that Gongsun Tianyu's strength was too strong, so strong that it was overbearing. His aura alone was enough to suppress this part of the world. It would be strange if the dragon transformation art alone was enough to deal with Gongsun Tianyu. Since the dragon transformation art was not enough, he could only use his last resort, the Li Xing flying dagger and the true word of Lin. The power of the true word of Lin should be about the same as the dragon transformation art when fully unleashed. The power of the true word of Lin was clearly not enough. As for the Li Xing flying dagger, with 9 high-grade immortal tools in his hand, if Qin Shao fully unleashed it, it should be his most powerful technique at present. If the true word of Lin and the Li Xing flying dagger were to be unleashed at the same time, the power of each should be reduced. However, the Li Xing flying dagger could mainly be controlled with his heart force, while the true word of Lin was unleashed with his Dao. Therefore, if the two techniques were to be unleashed at the same time, it was still possible to give it a try. There would naturally be some impact, but it should not be too great. The power of the two techniques unleashed at the same time would obviously be stronger. Of course, there was a limit to a person's mental and physical strength. Unleashing two dangerous techniques at the same time was more or less the limit of Qin Shao. Any more and the power would be greatly reduced, and the loss would outweigh the gain. Moreover, unleashing two dangerous techniques at the same time would consume a lot of energy. This was a way to fight with one's life on the line. Facing the powerful Gongsun Tianyu, Qin Shao could only bring out his fighting spirit and fight with all his might. You want to see my other techniques? Alright, as you wish. After saying that, Qin Shao made his move. His hands drew a circle in the air, and 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers flew out, forming a circle in the air. The tips of the daggers were all pointed at Gongsun Tianyu. The 9 Li Sheng flying daggers bloomed with supreme sharpness, enough to pierce through this domain. The supreme brilliance illuminated Qin Shao, making him look much taller and more imposing. His aura also surged. It was like a sharp sword that was about to pierce through the heavens. Just the power of the 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers was enough to make the world tremble. Everyone in this world felt the supreme power of Li Sheng's flying broadsword. What? Is that Li Sheng's flying dagger? Yes, that's right, it's Li Sheng's flying dagger. Was he crazy? How could he have 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers at once? And all of them are high-grade immortal weapons, Li Sheng's flying daggers? Is this guy from St. Li's sect? Aren't they barbarians from the southern wasteland? Could it be that we've all been fooled by him? In fact, this guy has a strong background. If he's really Li Sheng's disciple, then he must have a strong background. He has the real Li Sheng's flying daggers. Judging from his posture, he's going to use the flying dagger way. He should be Li Sheng's disciple, right? How could he? Qian Hao felt very uncomfortable, as if he had swallowed a dead mouse. If Qin Shao was really Li Sheng's disciple, then his background was no worse than Qian Hao's. He had always felt that he had an overwhelming advantage over Qin Shao in terms of birth, so he had always had a high and mighty attitude and considered himself to be in a superior position. It could even be said that he despised Qin Shao from the bottom of his heart. He felt that Qin Shao was just a barbarian from the southern wasteland. He was just a lowly life that had ascended from the outer realm. But now, the pariah in his eyes had changed, and it was very likely that he was Li Sheng's disciple. How could he accept such a huge change in such a short time? For him, this was a bit too much of a shock. That natural sense of superiority he had against Qin Shao in his heart was also a little defeated at this time, and it was completely gone. Brother Qin Shao, he's actually Li Sheng's disciple? Wu Fengqing and Meng Dali looked at each other for a while, and they were quite shocked. Qin Shao had always told them that he was a disciple from a force called Fumu Immortal Palace in the southern wasteland, and that he was an outer land person who had ascended from the outer land and had come from a humble background. Therefore, they had always believed Qin Zhao's words. If Qin Shao was really Li Sheng's disciple, then hadn't he been lying to them all this time? This was the first time that Qin Shao had used Li Sheng's flying daggers in a battle. He was indeed forced into a desperate situation, and could only fight with all his strength. Li Sheng's flying daggers were now Qin Zhao's last resort. Success or failure depended on this move. Qin Shao stared at Gongsun Tianyu with incomparably cold eyes. The 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers spun rapidly in front of him, shining brightly and surging in this world. The brilliance was shocking and dazzling the sky. Oh? Li Sheng's flying daggers? 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers at the level of upper-grade immortal weapon. But you shouldn't be Li Sheng's disciple, right? Or are you just a disciple of Li Sheng's disciple? Descendant. Seeing Qin Shao take out 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers, Gongsun Tianyu was slightly surprised, but obviously he didn't take it too seriously. Not to mention that Qin Shao might not be Li Sheng's disciple. Even if he was, what was there to be afraid of? Li Sheng's disciple was just a disciple, not a direct descendant of Li Sheng. He was a direct descendant of the Gongsun family. What did he have to worry about? You don't have to ask about my identity and background. Fighting doesn't depend on identity and background, but on real strength. Everything else is illusory. In the face of Gongsun Tianyu's question, Qin Shao replied coldly. Qin Shao still disdained to pretend to be Li Sheng's disciple, but he did have some connections with Li Sheng's disciple. And he did practice the flying daggers and got Li Sheng's flying daggers, so he naturally had some connections with Li Xing's disciple. He couldn't completely disassociate himself from this relationship. Because of this, Qin Shao didn't admit it, nor would he deliberately deny anything. Humph! Gongsun Tianyu smiled coldly and said with some disdain, "No matter what relationship you have with Li Xing's disciple, it has no effect on me. I will still kill you if I have to. You are right about one thing. No matter who you are, fighting depends on strength. Everything is about the fist, and strength is supreme. Everything else is illusory. You have such insight, which means you are not stupid. But you are just not stupid. It doesn't mean you are smart. You dare to go against me like this, which shows that you are not smart. Well, I've talked too much with you. That's enough. Make your move." Although Gongsun Tianyu looked so indifferent and completely disdainful, he was secretly prepared to go all out. He was only using words to make himself seem more radiant, but in reality, he did not have such absolute confidence. Just now, Qin Zhao's full use of the dragonization skill did not pose any threat to him, but it basically forced him to use all his strength to suppress Qin Shao. The power of Li Xing's flying daggers was obviously stronger. Qin Shao suddenly waved his hand, and the 9 Li Xing's flying daggers instantly shot up to the sky. Sacred power burst out and instantly annihilated the whole world. The dazzling light swallowed everything, and the 9 Li Xing's flying daggers also turned into 9 streams of flowing light. With supreme sharpness, they formed a killing formation and rushed towards Gongsun Tianyu. This peerless sharpness was even stronger than Gongsun Tianyu's sword just now. The void seemed to be pierced by the 9 Li Xing's flying daggers. Originally, Qin Zhao's level of flying daggers was not high. He had not broken through to the level of great success, and was only at the level of small success. But with the 9 Li Xing's flying daggers, which were at the level of upper-grade immortal weapons, the power of the 9 weapons was extremely terrifying. The flying daggers displayed naturally had a peerless sharpness. Although he thought of the power of Li Xing's flying daggers, Gongsun Tianyu only felt how powerful Qin Shao was when he really made his move. His expression was slightly surprised, and he did not dare to be careless. He quickly made his move. The golden sword in his hand fiercely stabbed into the void. Suddenly, golden lightning burst out from the tip of the sword and rushed up to the 9 heavens, forming a 10,000 feet long lightning snake, flashing with sparks. These thunderbolt lightning snakes were increasing in number. In an instant they densely filled the entire space, forming a sea of thunderbolt. Coming down from the 9 heavens, they enveloped the whole world, forming an absolute thunderbolt domain, destroying all power in the domain. Qin Zhao's 9 Li Xing's flying daggers swept across the heavens, while Gongsun Tianyu's thunderbolt domain destroyed all power, meeting the enemy head-on. The two forces quickly clashed together, causing an intense collision and confrontation. The two forces were fiercely confronting each other. Qin Shao and Gongsun Tianyu were both trying their best to get the upper hand and suppress the other. However, the two forces seemed to be evenly matched. In the fierce confrontation, no one gained the upper hand. Such a scene surprised Qian Hao and the others. They never thought that Qin Shao could fight with Gongsun Tianyu to such an extent. Gongsun Tianyu was forced to use his strongest move, but he still did not gain the upper hand. In their opinion, Qin Shao was courting death by fighting with Gongsun Tianyu. He would not be able to last more than 3 breaths of time. However, the reality of the situation made them feel a little surprised. How could this be? This Qin Shao was just a third-step Empyrean brat. Moreover, he had just broken through to the third-step Empyrean realm not too long ago. How could he be evenly matched with young Master Gongsun Tianyu? If this news were to spread, it would shake the entire 9 provinces of Huaxia. It was unbelievable. The one who could not accept this situation the most was naturally Qian Hao. He had been waiting for a good show. He had been waiting to see how Qin Shao would die. He had been waiting for the satisfying moment to come. Originally, this moment was bound to come. Qin Shao against Gongsun Tianyu. Wouldn't that be the end? However, the situation had developed to this point. It was beyond his imagination. This is the famous secret technique of the Gongsun clan, the Ninth Heaven Thunderbolt. It's really powerful. I have to say that Gongsun Tianyu is a peerless genius. He has also cultivated this extremely dangerous secret technique to perfection. It is said that this secret skill is extremely difficult to cultivate to the perfect level. Even the geniuses of the Gongsun clan, who can cultivate the Ninth Heaven Thunderbolt to the perfect level, are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. But Gongsun Tianyu has done it. It is indeed a miracle. Wu Fengqing clicked his tongue inside. One sentence. Chapter 2063. Wu Fengqing nodded. Indeed, no matter how powerful Gongsun Tianyu was, he was still their enemy. The more powerful the enemy was, the worse it was for them. However, they had to admire Gongsun Tianyu's talent and potential. Of course, in comparison, they admired Qin Shao more. Wu Fengqing, do you think Brother Qin Shao has any more tricks up his sleeve? Meng Dali suddenly asked. Wu Fengqing frowned and thought for a while. He shook his head and said, I really don't know. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. However, I feel that Gongsun Tianyu may have other tricks up his sleeve. The Ninth Heaven Thunderbolt secret technique should be his ultimate move, but I feel that he has other tricks up his sleeve. Or maybe his other tricks are not as powerful as the Ninth Heaven Thunderbolt secret technique. Even if he uses it, it won't have much impact on the battle. But in the current situation, it's really hard to say. Of course, I hope that Qin Shao can win, but looking at the situation, it won't be so easy for Qin Shao to win. Meng Dali nodded with a serious expression. That was true. He was also thinking about this problem. He naturally hoped that Qin Shao could win, but it was easier said than done. Qin Shao being able to fight until now was already beyond everyone's expectations. It was a big surprise for everyone. It could be said that it was already something to be proud of. After all, Qin Shao had just broken through to the third step, Celestial Venerable Realm. Compared to Gongsun Tianyu, there was an absolute disadvantage in the realm. In any case, Qin Shao was already glorious enough. If he could win, it would be really heaven-defying. They really hoped that Qin Shao could defy the heavens again. Gongsun Tianyu's eyebrows finally showed some seriousness. It seems that I have underestimated the power of Li Xing's flying dagger. He probably hasn't broken through to the realm of great accomplishment. However, its power is on par with my Nine Heavens Thunderbolt secret technique. This is my ultimate move. How could Saint Li's flying knife be so powerful? I used to think that only those who had mastered the Tao of Flying Dagger could block my Nine Heavens Thunderbolt secret technique. But I didn't expect that the might of a minor accomplishment level Flying Dagger would actually be able to block my Nine Heavens Thunderbolt secret technique. However, this boy has obtained 9 real Li Xing's flying daggers. Just this set of Li Xing's flying daggers is powerful enough. Without these 9 Li Xing flying knives, their power would be greatly reduced, and they would be no match for me. Fortunately, his flying dagger Tao hasn't reached a very profound level. Otherwise, I really might not be a match for him. Thinking of this possibility, Gongsun Tianyu's expression changed. If he lost, wouldn't that be a great humiliation? How could he still have the face to continue living? No. He didn't even want to think about this possibility. Therefore, he could not lose. He could not lose. He could only win. He had to win. Otherwise, the Gongsun family would lose all face because of him, wouldn't they? Moreover, how arrogant was Gongsun Tianyu? How could he tolerate losing to a nameless person? A third-step celestial venerable boy? A barbarian who claimed to be from the southern wilderness? A lowly being who ascended from the outer realm? No, 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 absolutely not. Even if he had to waste time, he had to win. Moreover, he still had many other means that he hadn't used yet, not to mention that he still had a big trump card. Of course, if he used a big trump card in such a battle, it would seem a little shameless, and there would be no glory even if he won. Gongsun Tianyu also began to think. What method should he use to deal with Qin Shao? The might of Li Sheng's flying dagger didn't disappoint me. It's indeed a little stronger than I imagined. However, this should have something to do with my breakthrough to the third step, Celestial Venerable Realm. When I used Li Sheng's flying dagger earlier, it clearly didn't feel this strong. However, my cultivation level is still too low. The gap in cultivation level is too big, so it's too difficult to make up for it. Fortunately, I have these 9 real Li Sheng's flying daggers. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I really would have died at Gongsun Tianyu's hands today. I'm afraid that just relying on these Li Sheng's flying daggers won't be enough to deal with Gongsun Tianyu. It seems that it's time for me to use the true mantra of Lin. Qin Shao pondered for a while and came up with a new plan. Once the plan was set, Qin Shao immediately put it into action without the slightest hesitation. Akala Seal, Jia. Qin Zhao's other hand quickly formed a complicated and strange hand seal in the void. At the same time, he opened his mouth and a thunderous voice came out. The true mantra of Lin burst forth with full force. The Akala seal transformed into a huge golden palm that pressed down on Gongsun Tianyu like a huge mountain. The 9th Heaven Thunderbolt wanted to destroy the Akala seal, but the might of Qin Zhao's Li Sheng's flying dagger completely restrained the 9th Heaven Thunderbolt. The simultaneous attack of the two destructive means indeed had the supreme power to destroy this part of the sky. It was quite frightening to watch. At this moment, even Qian Hao and the other 3 couldn't help but feel a little nervous. They were inexplicably worried for Gongsun Tianyu. This was because they could feel how powerful the 2 great sections were when they launched an attack together. Even though they were far away, their hearts were throbbing with excitement. At this moment, Gongsun Tianyu, who was under the attack of Qin Zhao's 2 great techniques, had a change in expression. He revealed an unprecedentedly solemn expression and also a little surprised. Qin Shao, whom he had disdained before, had actually forced him to this point. In his opinion, Qin Shao, who could not withstand a single blow, actually had such a powerful technique that could suppress his 9 Heavens Thunderbolt secret technique. Qin Shao, whom he had humiliated with words, actually had the power to defy the heavens and slay dragons. All of this formed a huge contrast with his previous understanding. It made him feel very uncomfortable. It was indeed very difficult for him to accept for a while. Good fellow, it seems that I have really underestimated him. He can actually use 2 extremely destructive means at full strength at the same time, and the power doesn't seem to have decreased at all. Good technique, it really is a good technique. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant and condescending, daring to challenge me. It turns out that he does have some strength. But so what? It's not that easy to beat me, not that easy. Gongsun Tianyu gritted his teeth. A surge of madness surged in his heart. Humph. After Gongsun Tianyu snorted coldly, a beam of brilliance shot out from his palm and turned into a huge white tiger. It roared like a ferocious tiger and rushed towards the huge golden palm of the Akalanatha seal. Gongsun Tianyu pushed all of his power to the extreme. He was angry and a little crazy. He wanted to defeat Qin Shao. Qin Shao also felt Gongsun Tianyu's madness. He was already prepared. He gritted his teeth and went all out, pushing all the power in his body to the extreme. The 2 strongest powers clashed in an instant. It was like 2 planets colliding violently. A terrifying wave of energy erupted and swept across the land. It was like an erupting volcano. The energy wanted to annihilate and destroy the entire world. So powerful, so terrifying. Were the two of them going to go all out? Neither of them was willing to admit defeat. They were both desperately pushing all of their power and using their most destructive means. The two of them were evenly matched. It would be very difficult for Qin Shao to gain the upper hand. It would be equally difficult for Gongsun Tianyu to gain the upper hand at this time. Therefore, the battle between the two of them felt like a battle between a dragon and a tiger. Neither of them was willing to submit to the other. If they continued to fight so crazily, they would only end up with both sides suffering heavy injuries. Qin Shao didn't want to end up like this either. However, he didn't get selected and was being bullied like this. He had to do this. He had to fight for the dignity of a man. A man would rather be killed than humiliated. Whoever dared to humiliate him, Qin Shao, would have to pay the price. Humph, Qin Shao, are you still not willing to admit defeat? If you admit defeat now, I can let bygones be bygones and let bygones be bygones. Gongsun Tianyu still faced Qin Shao in a very arrogant manner. However, these words made Qin Shao laugh mockingly. Ha ha ha, young Master Gongsun, your words are really ridiculous. Did you not think before speaking? You speak as if I'm going to lose. You can't take advantage of me at all. You want me to admit defeat? Don't you think you're joking? Why don't you say you admit defeat? Let bygones be bygones. You bullied and humiliated me just now. Do you think I'll let bygones be bygones? You started the fight. Now that you see the situation is not good, you say you want to stop playing. Fine, you can stop playing. If you admit defeat, I can also let bygones be bygones and let bygones be bygones. But you hold your head high and act so arrogantly. You want me to admit defeat? Are you sure you're not joking? This chaos source or vein was discovered by me. You want to take it from me, and you still want to talk to me with your pretentious arguments. Do you really think I'm a fool? If you want to stop here and let bygones be bygones, I only have one request. You take your dogs and get out of here right now. These words were extremely domineering. He directly asked Gongsun Tianyu to get out of here. Moreover, he also conveniently humiliated Qian Hao and the others by calling them dogs. This made Qian Hao and the others' faces turn ugly. Who wouldn't be angry after being humiliated like this? However, no matter how angry they were, they could only suppress their anger and endure it for now. Gongsun Tianyu saw that the situation was not good. He did want to give up and stop fighting. If they continued fighting, both sides would be defeated and injured. The loss would outweigh the gain. However, he was a member of the high and mighty Gongsun clan after all. How could he embarrass himself too much? Even if he wanted to stop, he wanted to leave with a high and mighty attitude and not lose all face. However, it was clear that Qin Shao did not pay any attention to him at all. He did not give him any face at all. This made Gongsun Tianyu feel very embarrassed. Extremely furious, Gongsun Tianyu went completely mad. His eyes instantly turned red. It was as if his blood was boiling with anger. Amen? Right at this moment, Qin Shao and Gongsun Tianyu both let out exclamations of surprise in unison. The two of them looked to the same place at the same time. They actually stopped fighting and stopped fighting. At the place where they were looking, there seemed to be a spatial black hole that had been broken. However, through that spatial black hole they were able to see another scene. It was the scene of another world. It was completely different from the scene of this world. No. Qin Shao and Gongsun Tianyu both became extremely excited. Immediately, many thoughts surged through their minds. The two of them suddenly stopped fighting. Furthermore, they had strange expressions on their faces. This confused the crowd, who all looked over in confusion. Why did the two of them suddenly stop fighting? They were all ready to fight earlier. What kind of situation was this? Chapter 2064. On the other side of the black hole was an ancient shrine. Filled with the aura of destruction, the shrine was in shambles and dilapidated beyond repair. However, the traces left behind by the passage of time were obvious. It was incomparably ancient and had existed for who knew how long. It was ancient, eerie, and awe-inspiring. Judging from the aura and the traces left behind in the dilapidated walls, it was clear that an extremely powerful existence had once lived in this destroyed shrine. Perhaps it was the ancient saints, or perhaps it was an ancient power. Qin Shao had encountered such a situation several times in the past. He'd also encountered it once in the Boundless Zone, at that ancient divine ruin. I understand now. Qin Zhao's heart stirred, his thoughts opened up, and he immediately understood what was going on. What we saw before was nothing more than an illusory world. Everything was illusory and not real. But when we were inside, we couldn't detect any falsehood. We only felt that everything was real. Our thoughts had long been confused by this illusion. It fooled everyone and we didn't notice it at all. Or rather, it was an illusory world created by an extremely powerful existence. In this world, everything is real. This world has its own independent operating laws. That's why none of us sensed it at all. But as soon as we leave this world, everything is fake. Things from this world can't be brought to other worlds. No wonder I felt something was off when I came in. There were treasures everywhere. It's a little too crazy. If everything is fake, then it can be completely explained. My battle with Gongsun Tianyu shattered this world and the illusion, allowing me to see the real world. The destroyed shrine should be the destination we're looking for. Saint Ha said the boundless water was here, so it should be in the shrine of destruction. With a single thought, everything became clear to him. Gongsun Tianyu understood immediately as well. The two looked at each other. Though they didn't say a word, they understood each other's intentions. The battle had come to an end. If they continued, it would be difficult to determine a victor. Secondly, they might miss the opportunity to get the boundless water. Everyone's goal was the same, which was to get the boundless water. Therefore, it was a good thing to take this opportunity to stop the battle. This way, both sides would have a way out. At least they could accept it in their hearts. If they continued to fight, they would end up with both sides suffering injuries. The two of them didn't hesitate and rushed towards the black hole at top speed. I understand. This is an illusory world. It's not the world we're looking for. Let's hurry up. Wu Fengcheng slapped his head and immediately understood what was going on. Wu Fengcheng and the other two also rushed over. The black hole. Qian Hao and the other three weren't stupid. They understood what was going on after thinking about it. They didn't say anything else and rushed over. And they passed through the black hole and into a new world. This new world was clearly different from the previous one. It was desolate and gloomy. Where was the brilliance of the previous world? Dark brown rocks covered the whole world, which made the color of the whole world very gloomy. A destroyed temple stood there like an ancient stone. Even though it was dilapidated, the traces of time were extremely heavy. But it still could not hide the ancient aura of the destroyed temple. There was only this destroyed temple in the whole world. There was nothing else. This world wasn't that big. If there was boundless water, then it must be in this destroyed temple. It's the destroyed temple. Ha ha ha, it's the destroyed temple. We actually found the destroyed temple. Wu Fengcheng suddenly became excited. Meng Dali's eyes widened. After hearing about the destroyed temple, he also became excited. This is the destroyed temple? Why is it so different from what I imagined? Isn't it too dilapidated? It's just dilapidated walls. Apart from some ancient aura, it's completely different. It's like a temple. Legend has it that the destroyed temple has a boundless spring. The boundless spring produces boundless water. After countless years of accumulation, the boundless water will accumulate more and more. There are also records that say that many ancestors have obtained boundless water from the destroyed temple. But it's too difficult to find the destroyed temple in the Boundless Li territory. I didn't expect that we would actually find the destroyed temple. Seems like Ha Xing was right. There is indeed boundless water here. Finding the Temple of Annihilation was equivalent to finding the boundless water. Naturally, everyone was somewhat excited. But excitement aside, there was also a problem that worried everyone. Gongsun Tianyu and the others were also eyeing the boundless water covetously. If they were to discover the boundless water later, a huge battle would be unavoidable. Qin Shao could fight Gongsun Tianyu to a draw. But the three of them against Qian Hao and the other three were obviously at a disadvantage. Therefore, Wu Fengcheng and the other two had to think carefully about this situation. Both sides couldn't help but secretly set up their battle array, preparing for a big battle. Qin Shao and Gongsun Tianyu did not rush into the destroyed temple to find the boundless water. At this moment, they felt that a mountain could not accommodate two tigers. There was definitely only one boundless spring, and the amount of boundless water was definitely not that much. Therefore, there was bound to be a situation of snatching. To fight or not to fight. Now it was just the two of them. What, Gongsun Tianyu, do you still want to fight? Although you have the advantage in numbers, you have a certain advantage. But to put it bluntly, you don't have a big advantage. If you really want to fight to the death, you won't have it easy. Moreover, everyone is well aware that everyone still has their own life-saving trump card. If it really comes down to it, they will use all their life-saving trump cards. When that time comes, it's hard to say. If we continue to fight, casualties will be inevitable. As the saying goes, people die for wealth, birds die for food. Now that we've come this far, I'm afraid no one will be willing to give up. Qin Shao looked coldly at Gongsun Tianyu. Gongsun Tianyu frowned slightly at Qin Shao. At this moment, he no longer had that insufferably arrogant and domineering aura. In front of Qin Shao, he did not have the strength to stand above him. The battle just now could be said to have scattered all of Gongsun Tianyu's arrogance. Then what do you think? Gongsun Tianyu no longer had that peerless arrogance, and his tone was clearly much more humble. Qin Zhao's strength had won him the respect he deserved. Only when strength was equal could they speak equally and not be oppressed by the other's domineering aura. Qin Shao said, "The search for the boundless water will depend on luck. The first to get it will win. What do you think?" Gongsun Tianyu did not rush to answer. Instead, he looked like he was deep in thought, or perhaps he was weighing whether to fight or not. In truth, Gongsun Tianyu knew that if they really fought, although he had a slight advantage, it would not be obvious. If they really fought with their lives on the line, it would be a situation where they would lose 1,000 of their enemies and 800 of their own. The gains would not make up for the losses. As for the boundless water, how should he put it? He did not absolutely have to get it. As for Qian Hao and the others, although they desperately wanted it, they might not dare to risk their lives for it. Even if they did, why should he, Gongsun Yuzhou, go to such lengths for a few outsiders? If he continued to fight and calculate, it would not do him much good either. Therefore, after some thought, Gongsun Tianyu said, "All right, then it's a deal. I hope you can keep your word." Qin Shao nodded. "Of course. I, Qin Shao, have always been a man of my word. If you can do it, then I, Qin Shao, can definitely do it. Of course, if you can't, then I, Qin Shao, will not cling to my so-called integrity to the death. Since that's the case, let's search on our own." With that, Qin Shao did not hesitate and rushed into the Temple of Destruction. Gongsun Tianyu did not hesitate either. When Qin Shao moved, he moved as well. The two of them took the lead and rushed into the Temple of Destruction. Wu Fengcheng and the other three, as well as Qian Hao and the other three, were a little stunned. For a moment, they did not seem to have fully reacted. After a long pause, the two groups of people seemed to wake up from a dream and rushed into the Temple of Destruction. The Temple of Destruction was huge and could not be searched in a short time. In a completely unknown situation, it was more of a matter of luck and speed. Qin Shao unfurled his wings of light. There was no weakness in speed. As he flew through the Temple of Destruction, he searched seriously. At the same time, Qin Shao was also thinking. Where was the boundless spring most likely to be located? Logically speaking, this kind of extremely important item should have some special characteristics, and it shouldn't be placed randomly. The master of the Temple of Destruction must be an extremely powerful existence. Being able to create such an illusory world and confuse everything was enough to show his power. It was even possible that the boundless spring could not be seen by the naked eye or detected by the divine sense. It had been concealed. Given the master of the Temple of Destruction's methods, there should be no problem. He could easily do this. These were all questions that Qin Shao had to consider. If I were the master of the Temple of Destruction, I would definitely not expose such an important item like the boundless spring to the outside world. I would definitely hide it. If I could find the boundless spring with my naked eye and divine sense, wouldn't it be too simple? If I search directly like this, I think I will still end up with nothing. Therefore, my thinking can't be fixed. I have to break through this limit and find a new way of thinking. The master of the Temple of Destruction was able to create an illusory world and block out most of the intruders. This shows that his attainments in this Tao are extremely deep. Since there is an illusory world, could there be a similar concealment method here? The boundless spring might be hidden in a world that has been created. Although it exists in the Temple of Destruction, it cannot be found in the Temple of Destruction. It is separated by an entire world. When he thought of this possibility, Qin Shao felt that his heart was suddenly enlightened. A new line of thought had opened up in his mind. After thinking about it carefully, Qin Shao felt that the possibility of this was too high. Regardless of whether his deduction was correct or not, Qin Shao believed that it was very likely. Therefore, he did not hesitate to search in the direction of his deduction. Chapter 2065. This was the first question that was the hardest to answer. The boundless spring should be a natural existence. It's a natural creation of the Creator. It's something beyond the law. The Temple of Destruction should have been built by a saint later on, or it should have been built based on the boundless spring. If that's the case, then there should be some finesse to the construction. Looking at the Temple of Destruction, I can vaguely see the shadow of the 9 palaces' 8 trigrams. But it's not completely built according to the 9 palaces' 8 trigrams. It's just a shadow of the 9 palaces' 8 trigrams, and there are many other things involved. It's hard for me to understand. Although Qin Shao couldn't understand most of the details, he could more or less make out a pattern. Qin Shao did his best to comprehend the pattern and find some important clues. This was indeed difficult, but Qin Shao didn't need to be very precise. He only needed to find the general location. In this way, it would be much easier to do so. He walked as he studied the structure of the Temple of Destruction. As he walked, Qin Shao suddenly saw a dry well. This dry well deeply touched Qin Shao's thoughts, causing him to stop in his tracks and walk up to the dry well. There was nothing special about this dry well. It was a very ordinary dry well, nothing special at all. But in Qin Shao's opinion, there was something unusual about it. Why would there be a dry well here? There weren't any flowers or trees in the area. Immortals didn't need to drink water, and there was no landscaping either. There was no need for a dry well to decorate the area. Therefore, the dry well's appearance here was very abrupt. It was as if a clean beauty had a mole the size of a black bean on her face. Dry well, boundless spring. These two seemed to have no connection at all, but Qin Shao felt that there was a mysterious connection between them. Therefore, Qin Zhao's heart couldn't help but be moved. After thinking carefully for a while, he also came to a conclusion: if I'm not wrong, then this place is very likely within the range of the boundless spring. As long as you open this world from here, you can enter the world of the boundless spring and obtain the boundless water. But how can we open this world? Relying on brute force? Qin Zhao's brows couldn't help but furrow as he pondered this question. If he were to rely on brute force, it would be very difficult for him to break this world by himself. Even if he was able to do so, it would cause a huge commotion and draw Gongsun Tianyu and the others over. At that time, even if he found the boundless spring, it would be very difficult for him to be the first to obtain it. He did have an agreement with Gongsun Tianyu, but this agreement was that whoever obtained it first would get to keep it. No one else could snatch it from him. However, before he obtained it, it didn't belong to anyone, so he could naturally snatch it. If he attracted Gongsun Tianyu and the others over, there would be a huge battle, and it would be very difficult for him to obtain the boundless water. Therefore, this method was obviously not feasible. If the master of the Temple of Destruction really hid the boundless spring, then there should be a way to enter. After all, according to historical records, someone has obtained the boundless water from the Temple of Destruction. Moreover, there are no signs of fighting in the surroundings. Therefore, it's unlikely to rely on brute force to enter. If it's not through brute force, then it should be through breaking the illusion. But how can it be broken out of the illusion? Qin Zhao pondered this question, a question that troubled him, but he still couldn't figure it out in his mind. The ancient well. Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat and his gaze fell on the ancient well again. Through the hole of the well, Qin Zhao looked at the bottom of the well. This dried-up ancient well wasn't very deep. It was only about 100 feet deep, and he could see the bottom at a glance. It had long dried up and there wasn't a single drop of water. The bottom of the well was also dark and seemed especially deep. He looked at it carefully and didn't find anything unusual. It seemed that there was nothing wrong with this ancient well. However, Qin Zhao couldn't help but have an inexplicable thought. This ancient well seemed a little strange and couldn't be that simple. The ancient well must have played some role here. It should be something of great importance. Could it be? Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat again and a bold idea came to him. Could this ancient well be a passage to another world? There was indeed a possibility of this happening. After careful analysis, Qin Zhao felt that the possibility was very high. No matter what the possibility was, it was worth a try. Now that he didn't have much confidence, he could only cross the river by feeling the stones and slowly figure it out. If it was possible, he would have to give it a try. Anyway, he wouldn't lose anything by trying. Thinking of this, Qin Zhao didn't hesitate. He directly jumped into the ancient well and naturally fell to the bottom of the well. When he was about to fall to the bottom of the well, Qin Zhao's expression suddenly changed. As expected, he felt something unusual. The bottom of the well in front of him was blurred and formed a passage, a bottomless passage. Such a discovery made Qin Zhao suddenly happy. It seemed that he was right. This dry well was actually a passageway to another world. This ancient well was very unusual. There must be a purpose for it to be placed there. However, ordinary people really didn't dare to think in this direction. How could they think of such a purpose? Qin Zhao did something that others didn't dare to think about. After passing through the passage, Qin Zhao soon fell into a small world. In other words, it shouldn't be called a small world. It should be called a small space. This space was indeed very small, very small. It was only about 3,000 meters in radius, just like a slightly bigger room. And this space was snow-white. Obviously, it was very sacred. But in this sacred space, Qin Zhao's eyes caught a glimpse of the secluded spring. The boundless spring. Qin Zhao's heart was moved. He was very happy and quickly walked to the boundless spring. This spring was not big. The mouth of the spring was only the size of a bowl. It didn't look deep either. It was about 5 feet deep. At this time, more than half of the spring's water was in the spring. This water looked very strange. It was different from any other kind of water. This water looked like water, but it didn't feel like water. Looking at it, one could see countless illusions in it. If one looked at it a few more times, they would be deeply shocked by this water. It was too strange. So many strange things couldn't be described with simple words. Although Qin Shao had never seen the boundless water before, he was incomparably certain that this was the boundless water. There was no mistake about it. Qin Shao didn't hesitate. He quickly put away the boundless water. Qin Shao estimated the amount of boundless water here. There were about 1,000 drops. 100 drops were a small bottle. That was to say, there were 10 bottles of boundless water. The Jade Lake Sacred Grounds requirement for the Holy Prince Consort was to get a bottle of boundless water. The task given to Qin Shao by the Heaven's Pride was to get a bottle of boundless water. In that case, Qin Shao now had a total of 9 bottles of boundless water on him. This harvest was truly incomparably huge. With the boundless water in his hand, Qin Shao was very happy. No one could take away what was in his hand. Qin Shao didn't stay in this world for long. He quickly left and returned to the place where he came from. As soon as Qin Shao came out, he bumped into Gongsun Tianyu. Judging from Gongsun Tianyu's expression, he seemed to have found something. Gongsun Tianyu saw Qin Shao come out of the dry well with a face full of joy. Gongsun Tianyu's expression changed greatly. He immediately understood what was going on. Gongsun Tianyu's eyes suddenly became sharp. He coldly looked at Qin Shao and asked, "I didn't expect you to beat me to it. So, you've already got the boundless water?" Now that he had the boundless water, Qin Shao naturally didn't have any scruples. He didn't believe that Gongsun Tianyu had the ability to take the boundless water from him. Besides, Qin Zhao's strength wasn't weaker than Gongsun Tianyu. In front of Gongsun Tianyu, there was no need for him to show any weakness. "Yes, I've got the boundless water. Gongsun Tianyu, do you want to be a man who doesn't keep his word? Do you still want to snatch it?" Qin Shao said unceremoniously, staring at Gongsun Tianyu. He was also prepared for Gongsun Tianyu to snatch it. When Qin Shao came out, he had already informed Wu Fengqing and the other two. At this time, Wu Fengqing and the other 3 quickly rushed over. Qian Hao and the other 3 also arrived one after another. The 2 groups were once again in a standoff. Gongsun Tianyu's face was incomparably gloomy and ugly. He did promise Qin Shao that he wouldn't snatch the boundless water. However, he was a little unwilling to accept that he couldn't get it. Qian Hao and the others were also red-eyed. This time, they came for the boundless water. They wanted to become the Holy Prince Consort and fight for the opportunity to step on the ancient road. For this opportunity, even if they had to sacrifice their avatar, they would still consider it. Now that they knew that Qin Shao had the boundless water, they were naturally especially jealous. Naturally, they wanted to kill and snatch it. Even with Qin Zhao's strength, if Gongsun Tianyu didn't say anything, they wouldn't dare to act rashly. After a moment of silence, Gongsun Tianyu said, "Since I said that I won't snatch it, I naturally won't snatch it. I just want to discuss with you. Can you sell me a portion? Name a price. I know you must have a lot on you. Why don't I do you a favor at little cost? Moreover, I definitely won't let you suffer a loss. The price you sell it for here is definitely much higher than what you can sell it for outside. Although the boundless water is a peerless treasure and has a price but no market, in fact, the price won't be too high outside because it doesn't have much use. Therefore, the value of the boundless water itself isn't high." Qin Shao actually didn't know the value of the boundless water. He now had a portion of the boundless water in his hands. If he gave Wu Fengcheng and Meng Dali one portion each and kept one portion for himself, he would still have more than 7 portions left. The extra 7 portions wouldn't be of much use in his hands. For the time being, Qin Shao didn't have much use for the boundless water. Therefore, if he wanted to sell it, he could naturally consider it. Moreover, if he really didn't sell it, he was afraid that it would cause more unnecessary trouble. That wasn't a good thing. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Qin Shao felt that it was possible to sell it. However, the price Qin Shao looked at Wu Fengcheng. Wu Fengcheng should know the value of the boundless water better. If he could take advantage of this good opportunity to sell it at a good price, why wouldn't he do it? Chapter 2066. Wu Fengcheng nodded. Young Master Gongsun is right. Although the boundless water is an extremely rare item, it doesn't have a wide range of uses. So, although it's said that there's no market for it outside, it can't be sold at a good price if it's really sold outside. Based on what I know, a drop of boundless water is worth about 5 to 10,000 chaos source stones on the market, Yi Futian said. Qin Shao nodded. If that was the case, a bottle of boundless water would be worth about 500,000 to 1 million chaos source stones. The price would definitely not be fixed depending on whether it was sold well or poorly. Even with the best calculation, a bottle of boundless water would be worth 1 million chaos source stones. That was 1 million chaos source stones. Many fourth step, heavenly venerate exalted immortals would not be able to fork out such a sum. That was the sum of their entire fortune. After all, those who could fork out 1 million chaos source stones were few and far between. Wu Fengcheng's clone had only brought 300,000 chaos source stones with him. Previously, Qian Hao had not dared to bet 1 million chaos source stones with Wu Fengcheng. Now that Qin Shao had 10 bottles of chaos source stones, he could definitely wait for the right price. Since Gongsun Tianyu wanted to buy it, Qin Shao could naturally sell it to him. However, he would have to think about the price carefully. In truth, Qin Shao was not the kind of person who would wait for the right price. However, Qin Shao was indeed very unhappy with Gongsun Tianyu's actions. Qin Shao still remembered how Gongsun Tianyu had bullied him. Qin Shao could sell to such a person, but only at a high price. After thinking about it for a while, Qin Shao said to Gongsun Tianyu, "If you want to buy it, sure. I can sell you a bottle for 5 million chaos source stones. You can have it." What? 5 million chaos source stones? Qian Hao and the others were so shocked that their jaws dropped when they heard the price. Wasn't this a little too greedy? Even if he was waiting for the right price, he couldn't possibly raise the price by 5 times, could he? This price was really a little too frightening. How many fourth step exalted immortals could afford 5 million chaos source stones? If he were to place a bounty on a bottle of limitless water, countless experts would go crazy over it. At this moment, Qin Shao offered 5 million yuan as soon as he opened his mouth. Naturally, it was too frightening. It wasn't just Qian Hao's group of 4 who were shocked. In fact, Wu Fengcheng's group of 3 were also shocked. At a time like this, it was only natural for him to ask for a huge price. He could double the price and sell it for 2 million chaos source stones, or even a few 100,000 chaos source stones. As long as it did not exceed 3 million chaos source stones, it should be a reasonable price. After all, at this time, waiting for the best price was a given. Gongzi Tianyu had already prepared himself mentally. However, Qin Shao offered 5 million yuan at once, which really shocked everyone for a while. "Aren't you opening your lion's mouth a little too wide?" Gongsun Tianyu frowned and looked coldly at Qin Shao. Gongsun Tianyu was clearly very unhappy with Qin Zhao's offer of 5 million chaos source stones. He had indeed wanted to negotiate with Qin Shao calmly earlier. However, after hearing this price, how could he negotiate? How could he possibly take out 5 million Chaos Source Stones? Even if he had to fork out all his assets, he would still feel aggrieved to be such a sucker. Qin Shao nodded firmly. Yes, it is a little too much. But so what? The item is mine. I have the right to decide whether to sell it or not. Even if I sell it for 5 million, I am not forcing you to buy it, am I? Even if I sell it for 10 million Chaos Source Stones, that is still my right to sell it. What? Is Gongsun Tianyu so overbearing that you want to take away my right to sell it? Gongsun Tianyu's expression was very ugly. He looked at Qin Shao gloomily and said, There is no room for negotiation. Are you sure you want to do this? Qin Shao nodded firmly. Yes, there is no room for negotiation. I have to do this. To put it bluntly, I can sell the boundless water for 2 million or 5 million Chaos Source Stones. I don't need to rely on this to make a fortune, even though I am relatively poor right now. However, I am a good person. I don't care much about money and am not obsessed with these external things. I don't care if I have it or not. Do you really think that I would betray my bottom line for a few million Chaos Source Stones? You bullied and humiliated me. You wanted to trample on me and even wanted to kill me. Do you think I need to be courteous to you? A few million Chaos Source Stones are not enough to buy Qin Zhao's dignity. I can also sell it to you for 2 million Chaos Source Stones. However, you have to help me regain my dignity. You have to sincerely apologize to me for what you have just done. Then I will consider it. Ask Gongsun Tianyu to apologize? This sounded like an impossible thing. Gongsun Tianyu was one of the outstanding youths of the Gongsun clan of the 100 Schools of Thought. How arrogant would he be? How high would his status be? Why would he apologize to someone else? Impossible. It was absolutely impossible. Asking Gongsun Tianyu to apologize was a fool's dream. After all, Gongsun Tianyu represented the Gongsun clan's unparalleled authority. How could he tolerate others offending him? Even if he didn't think for himself, he had to think for the Gongsun clan. Moreover, Gongsun Tianyu didn't need the Jade Lake Sacred Ground's help to set foot on the ancient path. With his talent and potential and the Gongsun clan's deep foundation and abundant resources, he could easily set foot on the ancient path. Why would he need to bear a bad reputation and ask for help from others? For something that wasn't necessary, it would damage his own dignity and the Gongsun clan's unparalleled authority. Unless Gongsun Tianyu was out of his mind, he would never do such a thing. As expected, Gongsun Tianyu snorted angrily and said, I, Gongsun Tianyu, will never lower my head and apologize to anyone. Stop dreaming, Qin Shao. It's just the boundless water. I don't need it. Since I promised not to take it, I won't do it again. You don't have to worry about that. People of the Gongsun clan won't go back on their words like this. Let's forget about what happened today. But I, Gongsun Tianyu, will remember what happened today. The green hills will not change, and the clear waters will flow forever. I believe we will have the opportunity to meet again in the future. There will be plenty of opportunities for us to fight. Qin Shao, remember this. The next time we meet, we will have a winner. Qin Shao was not afraid in the slightest when faced with the hidden threat in Gongsun Tianyu's words, nor did he show any weakness. He curled his lips and smiled faintly as he replied, All right, I also believe that there will definitely be a chance. No matter when, I, Qin Shao, will accompany you to the end. I won't fight with anyone, but I will never allow anyone to step on my head. Even if you are a golden rooster or a phoenix, I will not allow it. Ha ha, is that so? All right, then we will meet again. Goodbye. Gongsun Tianyu chuckled, then waved his hand and left. Although this person was arrogant and unruly, as a member of the Gongsun clan, he still had the backbone of the 100 Schools of Thought. He didn't go back on his words. Since he couldn't win, he admitted it. But if he was unhappy, he said it directly. All in all, he could be considered a gentleman. Of course, whether he was a gentleman or not, it wasn't easy to judge. Gongsun Tianyu left just like that, ignoring Qian Hao and the others. Without Gongsun Tianyu, how could Qian Hao and the others have the strength to go against Qin Shao and the others? A man in blue walked out and cupped his fists towards Qin Shao. He bowed politely and said with a friendly smile on his face, "Young Master Qin, I've offended you a lot in the matter just now. But I have no grudge against you. I was just doing it for my own interest. It's just a battle. I don't think I have offended you in any way. So, I wonder if young Master Qin can sell me a bottle of boundless water? However, 5 million Chaos Source Stones is a price I can't afford." The meaning behind his words was obvious. He wanted Qin Shao to sell it to him at the lowest price. After all, Qin Shao had said that he could sell it for 2 or 5 million Chaos Source Stones. If he couldn't afford 5 million Chaos Source Stones, that meant he would buy it for 2 million Chaos Source Stones. Qin Shao had said that before. Qin Shao glanced at the other party. These two had followed Gongsun Tianyu's orders before, and each of them acted independently. It was true that they were fighting for their own interests, and this was understandable. Personally, he hadn't offended them. There was no grudge between them. However, Qin Shao said, "I can sell it to you. I won't sell it to you for 5 million Chaos Source Stones, but 2 million is obviously out of the question. You followed Gongsun Tianyu and worked for him. You've been our enemy for a while and fought with us. If you want to buy it, I can sell it to you for 3 million Chaos Source Stones. There's no need to say anything else." 3 million? The corners of the man in blue's mouth twitched. That wasn't a small number. If it was 2 million, he wouldn't have any problems. After all, the boundless water was sold for 1 million Chaos Source Stones in the outside world. It was very normal to wait for the best price here. Anyone would do the same. 3 million Chaos Source Stones was a little high. But no matter how high it was, there was nothing the man in blue could say. If even Gongsun Tianyu couldn't say anything, what could he say? Besides, Gongsun Tianyu had asked for 5 million Chaos Source Stones. Asking him for 3 million Chaos Source Stones was a reasonable price. But 3 million Chaos Source Stones. This price was really a price that gave people a headache. If you think it's too high, then forget it. I don't want to waste any more time with you, Qin Shao added. Qin Shao didn't really care whether he sold it or not. It was fine if he could sell it, but if he couldn't, then he'd keep it for now. In any case, the boundless water was a rare treasure. As long as he wanted to sell it, he could sell it at any time. It was just a matter of price. The man in blue clenched his teeth and pursed his lips. All right, 3 million it is. However, Sir Qin, I wonder if we can discuss something. It's like this. I only have a few 100,000 Chaos Source Stones on me. I can't give you anything of equal value. Therefore, I need someone to send Chaos Source Stones over. I'll follow you for now. When we leave the Boundless Sanctuary and my people come over, I'll give you 3 million Chaos Source Stones. Take it that I'm reserving a bottle of boundless water. We'll exchange the Chaos Source Stones and the boundless water. What do you think? Qin Shao raised his eyebrows slightly. To be honest, he didn't really like this method. However, thinking about it, it made sense. This time, everyone came to the endless desert with their clones. Other than bringing weapons, life-saving trump cards, and some treasures, they shouldn't have brought too many things with them. Chapter 2067. With that thought in mind, Qin Shao nodded and said, "All right, if that's the case, I can trust you." Haha, thank you, thank you. The man in blue was very worried that Qin Shao wouldn't agree. He was a little nervous just now. But now it seemed that Qin Shao was actually easy to talk to. He wasn't that difficult to deal with. Of course, the premise was that they didn't provoke him. If they did, it wouldn't be so easy to talk to. However, if others didn't provoke them, they wouldn't provoke them. This was the principle and philosophy of many people, so it was understandable. The other man with the man in blue also stepped forward and said, "Lord Qin Shao, I'm also willing to pay 3 million chaos source stones to reserve a bottle. Is that possible?" Qin Shao glanced at the man. These two men had followed Gongsun Tianyu here from the start. How should he put it? Qin Shao didn't have much ill feelings towards them. The main culprit was Gongsun Tianyu. Everything else would be easy to deal with once Gongsun Tianyu was dealt with. Therefore, Qin Shao hesitated for a moment before nodding and saying, "All right, that's possible. Thank you." The man was delighted to receive Qin Zhao's affirmation, and thanked him hurriedly. Qian Hao and Nangong Xian exchanged glances when they saw that Qin Shao had agreed to the deal with the man in blue and his companion. It was obvious that they understood a lot from the look in each other's eyes. Who wouldn't want the boundless water? The pavilion closest to the water enjoyed the moonlight first. If they waited, they probably wouldn't be able to get it even if they wanted it. After all, if there were too many people, it would naturally turn into a situation where people would fight over it. When that happened, the highest bidder would get the bottle. This time, there would be geniuses from all the territories who had come. There would definitely be a few rich and overbearing people. Once these people came out to stir up trouble, the situation would be difficult to control. Before Qian Hao and Nangong Xian could speak, Meng Dali pulled Qin Shao and said, "Brother Qin Shao, don't be in a hurry to sell it. You have to hold on to it. I feel that selling it for 3 million chaos source stones is too cheap. Let's not talk about 5 million, but we can definitely raise the price. When we go out later, I'll shout loudly. I guarantee that a lot of people will come to snatch it. When the time comes, I won't have to worry about not being able to sell it for a good price. It's definitely not worth it to sell it all at once. So, you must cherish it and not sell it anymore." Hearing Meng Dali's words, the blue-clothed man and his companion panicked. They immediately said, "Lord Qin Shao, you promised us. We can pay a deposit first." Of course they were afraid. After all, it was just a verbal agreement. As long as the thing was still in Qin Zhao's hands, Qin Shao could do whatever she wanted. Moreover, Qin Zhao's strength was there for all to see. Even if they were unhappy, they could only endure it. Qin Shao glanced at the two of them and said, "Don't worry. Since I've promised you, there's naturally no problem. It's yours. I'll sell it to you at the price of 3 million chaos source stones." However, Meng Dali is right. Anyway, there's no need to worry about selling the boundless water. There are so many people who want it. It's better for the highest bidder to get it. That saves me the trouble of thinking about whether I'll make a loss. Qian Hao and Nangong Xian were a little anxious. If the highest bidder really got it later, they probably wouldn't get a share. In terms of wealth, they definitely didn't have an advantage. In terms of strength, they definitely didn't have an advantage. Therefore, if there were more people competing for it, their disadvantage would be completely exposed. If they didn't think of a way to get it now, they definitely wouldn't have any chance later. Therefore, Qian Hao gritted his teeth and came forward with a humble attitude. "Young Master Qin Shao, I was in the wrong earlier. I apologize if I offended you in any way. I hope that you can be magnanimous and forgive me. Nangong Xian and I are willing to pay 3 million chaos source stones to reserve a bottle of boundless water from Lord Qin Shao. We hope that you can grant us our wish." Nangong Xian chimed in as well. Both of them were quite humble and courteous. Although Nangong Xian was with Qian Hao, he hadn't made a move previously. Therefore, he hadn't directly offended Qin Shao. Qian Hao was humble enough for the sake of the boundless water. He even took the initiative to apologize to Qin Shao. However, his humility was obviously useless in front of Qin Shao. Qin Shao sneered coldly and glanced at Qian Hao. You can buy it if you want. I'll give you a chance. Bring me 10 million Chaos Source Stones each and I'll sell it to you. What? 10 million Chaos Source Stones? Qian Hao and Nangong Xian bit their tongues when they heard this terrifying number. The blue-robed man and the white-robed man were so shocked that they sucked in a breath of cold air. This opening of his mouth was really not an ordinary kind of ruthless. They were only asking for 3 million Chaos Source Stones. However, Qian Hao and Nangong Xian were asking for 10 million Chaos Source Stones. That was more than 3 times the price. Even for Gongsun Tianyu, Qin Shao had only offered 5 million Chaos Source Stones. This meant that Qian Hao and Nangong Xian had offered twice as much as Gongsun Tianyu. Ruthless. That was really ruthless. Qian Hao and Nangong Xian's faces darkened. This meant that Qin Shao was much more critical of them than Gongsun Tianyu. That was why he had offered a sky-high price of 10 million Chaos Source Stones. Why do we have to ask for 10 million Chaos Source Stones? Qian Hao gritted his teeth and asked indignantly. If it was 3 million Chaos Source Stones, they would have to grit their teeth and buy it. After all, spending 3 million Chaos Source Stones would give them a chance to step onto the ancient road. It was definitely worth it. However, 10 million Chaos Source Stones was definitely impossible. With such a huge price, even their surname would be able to help them. Furthermore, how could their surname allow them to do such a thing? This was a disgrace. Qin Shao quoting such a price naturally had some intention of humiliating them. Because you aren't worthy. Is that clear enough? Qin Shao said indifferently. Qin Shao was already very disdainful of the two of them. Naturally, he couldn't be bothered with them. In fact, Qin Shao had no intention of selling it to them. That was why he had offered 10 million Chaos Source Stones on purpose to humiliate them. Qian Hao was someone who hated him to the bone. He was someone who wanted to kill him. He was a great enemy. In the face of such a great enemy, Qin Shao was already very benevolent and rational for not killing him now. Therefore, how could he still sell the infinite water to him? Once Qian Hao successfully stepped onto the ancient road and became an ancient sacred venerate, given Qian Hao's personality, would he not come looking for Qin Shao to take revenge for what he had done to him in the past? That was absolutely impossible. It would definitely happen. Therefore, by selling the infinite water to Qian Hao now, he would be helping Qian Hao. He would be harming himself and leaving behind a hidden danger. In the future, he would probably have to face an enemy at the ancient sage level. That would be enough to give Qin Shao a headache. He might even lose his life. Therefore, no matter how one looked at it, Qin Shao would never sell the infinite water to Qian Hao. He had other means to get the infinite water. That was his ability. However, it was impossible for Qin Shao to take the initiative to sell it. The words "because you aren't worthy" were like a sharp knife that fiercely provoked Qian Hao and Nangong Xian. Their expressions were extremely ugly. In the face of this humiliation, they were naturally very angry. But what could they do? Would they also do something? The answer was obviously no. Not to mention the 3 of them, even Qin Shao alone could probably easily kill them, let alone Wu Fengqing and the other 2. Therefore, after a while, Qian Hao and Nangong Xian left with gloomy faces. The 2 men in blue naturally followed Qin Shao closely. They were very glad that they had spoken just now and gained the upper hand. Otherwise, if they really had to fight later, it would be very difficult for them to have another chance. Gongsun Tianyu left, and Qian Hao and Nangong Xian also left dejectedly. The infinite water was in their hands. This trip to the infinite citadel could be considered a perfect ending for Qin Shao. This time, in terms of harvest, was also quite big. During the trip to the world of dual sages, he and Ha broke through to the 3rd step heavenly venerable realm and also cultivated a dangerous secret technique to the perfect realm. Now, he even obtained 10 bottles of infinite water. The harvest was indeed great. Haha, brother Qin Shao, can we leave the infinite citadel now? Meng Dali asked. Wu Fengqing smiled and said, Our harvest is full, and the infinite water is also in our hands. Why don't we leave and continue to stay? Qin Shao also smiled. The infinite citadel was indeed frightening and dangerous. Previously, Qin Shao was also full of reverence towards the infinite citadel. However, now that more than 4 million years had passed, he actually felt that it was not that dangerous. Of course, it could also be that his luck was better. Along the way, there were still many dangers. There were also a few times when he had 1 foot in the gates of hell. Fortunately, he was pulled back in the end. There was actually not much meaning in continuing to explore the infinite citadel. Moreover, who knows, they might really encounter a life and death danger. Therefore, Qin Shao naturally agreed to leave the infinite citadel. Therefore, the group left the infinite citadel. However, it was not so easy to leave the infinite citadel. They still had to continue to explore one world after another, and finally walk out of the infinite citadel. Brother Qin Shao, quickly tell us, how was the harvest this time? Looking at you, you must have dug up a big one. Meng Dali asked curiously. Wu Fengqing and Lu Rian were actually very curious as well. Qin Shao found the infinite spring by himself, and all the infinite water was obtained by Qin Shao. But how much was there? Qin Shao laughed faintly and said, Not much, a total of 10 bottles. I don't believe you. 10 bottles is not much? 10 bottles, 10 bottles. This is a whole 10 bottles, and you say it's not much? I'm about to explode in anger because of you. Do you have to provoke me like this? Can we still be brothers happily? Meng Dali was greatly provoked and grinned. He almost spat on Qin Shao's face. It was really irritating. 10 bottles, 10 bottles. Wu Fengqing also clicked his tongue and stared at Qin Shao. Indeed, they had dug up a huge treasure. According to the current price, those 10 bottles could be sold for at least 30 to 40 million Chaos Source Stones. TSK, TSK, TSK. Such a terrifying number, just thinking about it was a little scary. Qin Shao said again, I'll keep 1 bottle and give 1 to each of you. I won't give Miss Rian's, so I've sold 3 bottles. After that, there are still 7 bottles left to sell. So, it's not much. 7 bottles, not much? 7 bottles, that's quite a lot, right? Even if 1 bottle was sold for 3 million Chaos Source Stones, that would still be 21 million Chaos Source Stones. Chapter 2068. I heard that someone called Qin Shao got a lot of infinite water and is still selling it. Let's hurry and find Qin Shao and try to buy a bottle. Qin Shao? Which leader? Could it be that Qin clan of old Yaoling? I don't think there are any bigger Qin clans in the other territories, right? It's not Yao Ling's Qin clan. I heard that he is a barbarian from the southern wasteland. He does not have any background. No way? A barbarian from the southern wasteland was able to come out on top in this operation. Geniuses from all territories in the 9 continents had moved out. Thousands of geniuses did not get the infinite water, and he got it? This guy is good. His luck is truly against the natural order. Humph, just a guy without any background, let's just rob him. Rob? I heard that even Gongsun Tianyu could not do anything to him. Do you have the strength to rob him? What? Gongsun Tianyu of the Gongsun family could not do anything to that barbarian from the southern wasteland? His strength could not be this strong, right? Who knows? However, who cares, we can just find a few people to join forces. I don't believe he is that strong, right? Anyways, he is a barbarian from the southern wasteland and does not have any background. So what if we rob him? Yes, so what if he is strong? Humph, we can play him to death. Somehow, the news that Qin Shao had gotten the infinite water had spread among all the geniuses in the infinite territory. Everyone had moved when they heard the news and joined the search for Qin Shao. Finding Qin Shao was the same as finding the infinite water. Besides, they must strike first to gain the upper hand. Or else they would not get the infinite water in the end. Some people came with the intention of buying, but there were also some who came with ulterior motive. Some people had already started to find people to join forces and form a strong force. They were accumulating power in the dark to deal with Qin Shao. Qin Shao soon found out about this. Firstly, there were many people who knew Wu Fengqing and Meng Dali, and they transmitted messages to them to ask about the situation. Secondly, they met other people one after another, and those people also told Qin Shao some things. Brother Qin Shao, what's going on? How did this situation spread so quickly? Wu Fengqing frowned and said with some doubt. Was it Gongsun Tianyu who spread the news? There was a possibility, but it didn't feel too likely. Gongsun Tianyu wouldn't be so sinister, right? To be able to spread so quickly, it was obvious that it was done on purpose. Furthermore, it was done through some means. Qin Shao shook his head and said, who else could it be? It should be Qian Hao and his friend. Apart from Gongsun Tianyu, Qian Hao and the other two were the most suspicious. In fact, Wu Fengqing also felt that Qian Hao and Qin Shao were more likely to be involved. After listening to Qin Zhao's words, he also felt that it should be because of them. Qian Hao was originally a sinister villain. Doing despicable things was also his specialty. It wasn't strange. It doesn't matter. This isn't a bad thing. Maybe it's a good thing. Think about it. In this way, everyone will know about this matter. Then everyone will come directly to Qin Shao. In this way, won't it save us a lot of trouble? When those people come, we'll let them compete and bid. The highest bidder will get it and enjoy the benefit. What a wonderful thing. This kind of free advertising is also quite good. Meng Dali curled his lips and said, indeed, in this aspect there were indeed benefit. However, there were two sides to everything. There were definitely advantages and disadvantages. Wu Fengqing shook his head and said, Meng Dali, you only see the good side. You don't see the bad side. If everyone knows, then there will definitely be a lot of people who have crooked thoughts. When there are many people with crooked thoughts, there will definitely be trouble. So, I'm sure that there will definitely be people who want to make a move on Qin Shao. And what I'm worried about is that they will organize a lot of people to do it. That will really be a big trouble. This was a problem that had to be considered. Everyone knew that a man's wealth was his own ruin by causing his own greed. At this time, Qin Shao was carrying a huge treasure. Who wouldn't covet it? So, there were definitely a lot of people who would kill and rob. Hearing Wu Fengqing's words, Meng Dali nodded slightly and said, well, this is true. There is indeed a danger in this regard. So, Qian Hao and Meng Dali are also extremely sinister. They are determined to kill Qin Shao. Some people really won't shed tears until they see the coffin. Regarding these matters, Qin Shao was rather indifferent and did not care that much. He shook his head gently and waved his hand. Forget it. Let's not care about these things first. If soldiers come, we'll block them. If water comes, there will be earth to block it. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. This is a tribulation that I have to go through. I have to face it. There's no way around it. You naturally can't blame others for being jealous when you dig up a big treasure. So, it's normal for people to come and rob it. I can't stop others from robbing it. I can only try my best to protect the infinite water. It's not that easy to rob it. The infinite water is in my hands. If they want to rob it from me, they have to see if they have the power to do so. I'd like to see who can do what Gongsun Tianyu can't do. Wu Fengqing said worriedly, in a one-on-one fight, I don't think anyone can do anything to you. At least, they can't take advantage of you. But if someone really wants to rob it, it's definitely not one person, but a group. If a group of people join forces, I'm afraid. Qin Shao waved his hand and said indifferently, it's nothing. More people doesn't necessarily mean more power. More people have to work together. If they can't do that, it's still difficult to form a strong fighting force. When the time comes, it'll be easy to break through. It was useless to say these things now. They had to act according to the situation when the time came. After passing through one world after another, more and more people followed Qin Shao. Many people wanted to buy the infinite water from Qin Shao first, but Qin Shao had no intention of selling it now, so everyone continued to follow Qin Shao. This journey took another 3,000 years. At this time, the team of 6 people had expanded to more than 500 people, and more people continued to join, forming a huge team. With more people, the atmosphere was obviously a little complicated. There were always people staring at Qin Shao covetously. Hidden dangers were everywhere, and could jump out at any time. Qin Shao naturally felt it. In this big team, dark clouds were surging, and there were hidden murderous intentions. There were probably many people who wanted to take action, but no one dared to do so rashly. Qin Shao, otherwise, I think you'd better sell the infinite water as soon as possible. Now, while there are not many people, the situation should still be under control. Sell it as soon as possible. After selling it, there should be no more people coming to trouble you. If more and more people come, the situation may become more complicated. If you sell it now, it should be about the same. You can sell it at a good price. Wu Fengqing secretly transmitted a message to Qin Shao. He had been worried about this problem. Qin Shao was actually also thinking about this problem. He had also thought about Wu Fengqing's suggestion and was weighing the feasibility of this. Honestly speaking, this path was actually not bad. If he sold all the infinite water now, it could divert other people's attention, and reduce those who had ideas about Qin Shao to the greatest extent. However, Qin Shao also had other considerations. He said to Wu Fengqing, but you have to think about it this way. If I sell all the infinite water now, how will the people who don't even have a chance to fight for it feel? I'm afraid they'll be angry out of shame. They'll have more extreme ideas, right? I caused them to not even have a chance to fight for it. I'm afraid more people will burn their anger on me, and there will still be constant trouble. So instead of this, it's better to wait for most people to arrive, and then let them fight for it. Moreover, when most people are here, those with ulterior motives will not dare to make a move easily. Once someone makes a move, others will inevitably have some ideas. At that time, I'm afraid it will be a big fight, a scene of a big melee. So, the most important thing is still to see how to control the situation. As long as the situation can be controlled well, then there will be no problem. Listening to Qin Zhao's analysis, Wu Fengqing thought carefully and felt that it was quite reasonable. Since that was the case, then it was better to do this first. They could only take one step at a time. In the big team following Qin Shao, there was indeed a storm brewing. Many people had the intention to make a move, but no one made a move easily. Are we still not going to make a move? If we delay any longer, there will only be more and more people, and it will be more and more difficult to snatch it. Yes, I also think it's better to make a move first. It's better to snatch it now so as to avoid any more trouble. No, if we make a move now, I'm afraid we will become the target of public criticism. Once we provoke public anger, then we won't have a chance. But if we continue to wait like this, we may not have a chance, right? The more people there are, the more intense the fight will be. Whether it's financial resources or strength, we don't have an absolute advantage. Now is our best chance. Let's wait a little longer. I don't feel that the opportunity is very good now. There were indeed many forces surging in the dark, but they all had their concerns. Firstly, it was very difficult for everyone to really work together. In fact, they all had their own thoughts. Everyone was a genius from each territory, and they all had their own pride. Naturally, they would not easily listen to others. Therefore, it was very difficult for everyone's opinions to be unified. If their opinions were not unified, then it would naturally be troublesome to take action, and it would be delayed again and again. The more it was delayed, the more people there were, and the more concerns there were, and the more hesitant there was. Therefore, gradually, the commotion was also obliterated. Qin Shao and the others were considered to be relatively lucky. It only took them 50,000 years to walk out of the boundlessly territory and come to the territory of the southern wilderness. It was not too far from the place where Qin Shao entered. And there were more than 3,000 people who came out with Qin Shao. More than 3,000 geniuses from each territory gathered here in such a strange way. It was really a grand occasion. Each of them exuded a powerful aura, and each of them was a fourth step heavenly venerable realm upper immortal. More than 3,000 of them gathered together and released their immortal power. What kind of sharpness was that? Such a grand occasion was also extremely rare. It was definitely a grand occasion. Chapter 2069. A green mountain, a green water, and a scorching sun. Yet, they couldn't portray the beauty of the beautiful mountains and rivers. The scene of geniuses gathering wasn't a grand occasion. Instead, it was a tense and even somewhat oppressive atmosphere. Brother Qin Shao, leave the rest to me and Meng Dali. You don't have to show yourself. After all, you don't have any status or background. It's easy for people to bear a grudge against you. Meng Dali and I aren't afraid of anything. No matter how arrogant these people are, they won't dare to do anything to us. Wu Fengqing was very serious. He said to Qin Shao. Wu Fengqing and Meng Dali had already discussed this situation with Qin Shao. They were originally a team. Hence, it was reasonable for Wu Fengqing and Meng Dali to show up now. It wasn't to the extent that people wouldn't believe them. In this way, most of the pressure would indeed be transferred to Wu Fengqing and Meng Dali, reducing Qin Shao's burden by a lot. However, to let Wu Fengqing and Meng Dali bear this pressure and risk for him, Qin Shao felt a little apologetic in his heart. However, after thinking about it carefully, he felt that this was indeed the best solution at the moment. With his status as a disciple of the Southern Wasteland's FOMO Immortal Palace, he would really be disregarded by everyone. The more pressure and hatred there was, the more potential danger would be left behind. There would definitely be a lot of trouble. Wu Fengqing and Meng Dali's considerations were very thorough. After weighing the pros and cons in his heart, Qin Shao nodded. Let's leave it at that for now. Indeed, with Wu Fengqing and Meng Dali's status and background, these people indeed wouldn't dare to attack them openly. Moreover, Lu Rian was there. The three of them represented three great surnames. Other than the surnames of the 100 schools of thought, which surname power would dare to attack them? Meng Dali walked out and cleared his throat. He glanced at the crowd and said, everyone. However, just as Meng Dali opened his mouth, before he could say anything, a young man who looked about 15 or 16 years old walked out. He wasn't tall and skinny. His face was full of youthfulness. Looking at him would make people feel that he was very small. Although he gave people the impression that he was young, his nose was pointed to the sky and his eyebrows were vertical. The arrogance between his eyebrows was vividly displayed. She looked at everyone askance with disdain and contempt. This kind of arrogance really gave off the feeling of looking down on heroes. With one look, one could tell that he was an extremely arrogant and unruly person. You with the surname Meng, stop blabbering here. This young master doesn't want to hear a single word. You shut up and listen to me. The moment the young man came out, he pointed at Meng Dali's nose and said arrogantly, His tone showed that he did not take Meng Dali seriously at all. Meng Dali was so angry that he scolded, I don't believe you. Who the hell are you? Where did this little brat come from? The young man seemed to have been greatly provoked. He glared at Meng Dali angrily and said, Meng, you better shut your stinky mouth. Otherwise, I will tear it apart. Before you open your mouth, you better figure out who you are and who I am. In this world, there are always some people that people of your background cannot afford to offend. You need to be aware of this. Who he was. To be honest, Meng Dali really did not know where this fierce young man came from. From his tone, he seemed to be quite arrogant. Could it be that he was a disciple of the 100 schools of thought? Gongsun Tianyu had just left. Would another one come? However, this young man's aura was clearly much weaker than Gongsun Tianyu's. No matter how he looked at it, he did not seem like someone from the 100 schools of thought. Moreover, if he really was from the 100 schools of thought, there should be people who knew him. Wu Fengqing also did not recognize this young man. Not only them, but the others also looked at the young man with strange gazes. Clearly, they did not know where this young man came from. Even if he was from the 100 schools of thought, he should be a disciple of the direct line of descent to be able to speak in such a manner. The 100 schools of thought had been flourishing for countless years. Their branches were so large that it was unimaginable. Therefore, even if he was a disciple of the 100 schools of thought, he might not necessarily have a high status. Unless he was a direct line of descent like Gongsun Tianyu, one of the outstanding youths of the Gongsun clan, he would be a disciple with a high status. If he really had a high status, he would be known by others. However, Meng Dali did not care about this. Gongsun Tianyu did not have anything to show for it. This young man wanted to show for it? Therefore, Meng Dali did not care at all. He waved his hand at the young man and said, I don't believe you. Go play somewhere else. If you continue to be long-winded, I will remove you from the list of competitors. Now that the boundless water is in our hands, it is up to us to decide who to sell it to. I don't care who you are. Even Gongsun Tianyu obediently admitted defeat. Who do you think you are? The young man was even angrier. He said disdainfully, You surnamed Meng, how dare you compare me to Gongsun Tianyu? Do you think he is worthy? How can Gongsun Tianyu compare to me? What he can't do, this young master can do. Comparing him to this young master is an insult to this young master. You surnamed Meng, you better apologize to me immediately. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences. After saying that, the young man angrily swung his hands and placed them behind his back. He looked at Meng Dali in an overbearing manner. It was as if he was going to die if he provoked this young master. The young man's imposing manner had indeed shocked many people. They were all sizing up the young man with strange gazes. They wanted to know just what kind of background this young man had to be able to speak so arrogantly. Meng Dali was also shocked. He couldn't help but reevaluate this young man. He did not even care about Gongsun Tianyu? Could it be that he was really a ruthless character? There was a possibility, but it did not feel like it. Then, how should I address you? Which surname do you come from? Wu Fengqing asked. At this moment, many people were very curious. Who was this arrogant young man? How could he be so arrogant? The young man raised his chin, raised his eyebrows and glanced at Wu Fengqing, and said, Little brat of the Wu clan, you better listen carefully. My name is Yiqi Senhua, a disciple of the Yiqi clan. Did you hear me? Do I need to repeat myself? Yiqi Senhua? Meng Dali looked at Wu Fengqing. Wu Fengqing shook his head. Obviously, they had never heard of this person. They naturally knew about the Yiqi clan. It was indeed the surname of the 100 schools of thought. It was indeed an ancient and powerful existence. They were familiar with the names of the few outstanding youths of the Ichi clan. However, they had never heard of this Ichi Sinhua. Therefore, it was very likely that he was an unremarkable person from the Ichi clan. He was just bluffing outside. Ichi Sinhua? Have you heard of such a person from the Ichi clan? No, I've never heard of him. He is probably a collateral disciple. He is completely unknown. Let me tell you a joke. My name is Ichi Sinhua. What the hell is this? I know many collateral disciples of the Ichi clan. What are you pretending for? I thought it was Ichi Fulai. Look at how arrogant he is. In the end, he said a name that we have never heard of. Isn't he being too arrogant? He must be pretending. Everyone, ignore him. He doesn't need to pay taxes for bragging. Many people also began to discuss and snort disdainfully at this young man, Ichi Senhua. He was just an unknown brat, boasting about how much he had suffered. Even Gongsun Tianyu was completely disdained by him. They really thought that he was very capable. Now, it seemed that this ability came from just his mouth. I don't believe you. Are you kidding me? Your Ichi clan has at least 1,000,000 fourth-step heavenly venerables, right? You are just a very ordinary person among that million. Don't be so arrogant here. You can't even afford to offend anyone here. What are you being arrogant for? Don't you feel any shame? Those who don't know better would really think that you are the heavenly king. How could you say such arrogant words? Who would have thought that the heavenly king would turn into a small worm in an instant? This mouth of Meng Dali's was really sharp. His words also viciously humiliated the young man. These words caused the entire hall to roar with laughter. Many people cried out in joy in their hearts. What they hated the most was this kind of boastful person. They clearly didn't have any strength, yet they thought that they could act tyrannically just by bragging. Their arrogance was boundless. When dealing with such people, they had to beat them back ruthlessly. Therefore, Meng Dali's words were very effective and satisfying. However, such insults made the young man very angry. He glared at Meng Dali and said coldly, "You with the surname Meng, how dare you humiliate me like this? I will definitely let you know how to write the word regret." Good, very good. Since you want to play, I will play with you. I would like to see who dares to snatch the boundless water from me today. After saying that, Ichi Senhua waved his hand. Suddenly, more than 100 people stood out and formed a powerful team with him. More than 100 people formed a powerful force. This force was indeed powerful and terrifying. How powerful would a force formed by more than 100 fourth-step heavenly venerates be? With such prowess, even if he were to meet a half-ancient sage, he would be able to put up a fight against them. Needless to say, they still had powerful trump cards in their hand. Seeing this, Qin Xiao and the others finally understood why Ichi Senhua could be so arrogant and unreasonable. It turned out that he had already secretly formed a powerful team. This powerful force supported his arrogance. No matter how strong Qin Xiao and the other three were, they would definitely be no match for the combined forces of more than 100 fourth-step heavenly venerates. Wu Fengcheng had long been worried that some people would secretly collude together and form a force to snatch the boundless water. However, now it seemed that the situation was more serious than he had imagined. There was actually a team of more than 100 people. Wasn't this too powerful? Originally, it was already very good to be able to form a group of 10 to 20 people. It was already very powerful. More than 100 people was simply a little scary. Wu Fengcheng was also a little frightened. Meng Dali was anxious and anxious. He was naturally a little weak in the face of such a powerful force. If a fight really broke out, it would be troublesome. The others were also a little shocked. Many people even retreated a few steps as if they were afraid of being involved. Chapter 2070. The formation of more than 100 people was indeed powerful and frightening. Such a scene made Ichi and Senhua even more arrogant. However, there was one thing that everyone admired. Ichi Sen-song could actually organize a team of more than 100 people. He was considered a talent. Here were all geniuses from various territories. Which one of them was not arrogant? Which one of them was not ambitious? Which one of them was willing to submit to others? Moreover, the boundless water was obviously limited. The more people there were, the bigger the trouble and the more problems there would be. Even if the boundless water was obtained, it would involve the problem of how to distribute it. It was impossible to distribute it to everyone. The boundless water was destined to be owned by only a few people. The position of the Holy Prince Consort was destined to only be obtained by a few lucky people. The others were just wasting their efforts. How many people were willing to do such a futile effort? If they really could not compete for it, then there was no other way. If they formed a team and fought for it, but they didn't get a share, what would they think? How to balance everyone's interests was a very important problem. Therefore, from this point of view, Ichi Senhua was indeed somewhat capable. Meng Dali was also a little uncertain now. He could not help but look at Wu Fengcheng and Qin Shao. Wu Fengcheng's expression was a little dignified. In such a situation, he was also thinking of a good solution. If it was not solved well, then it might really cause a lot of trouble today. After all, in this world, the strong preyed on the weak and the law of survival respected the strong. The binding force of morality was very, very small. That barbarian from the southern wilderness, yes, I'm talking about you. Qin, it's you. I heard that the boundless water is with you. You got it first. You motley crew, 3 or 4 kittens. Don't jump. It's useless. To be honest, I'm really going to eat you today. Who dares to not accept it? Come out and try. Ichi Senhua pointed at Qin Shao and shouted disdainfully. As he spoke, he arrogantly glanced around. At this time, no one dared to make a sound. The strength of this team was there. Who dared to offend them? Barbarian Qin, I won't take advantage of you. How about this? Let's go by the market price. I'll give you 1 million Chaos Source Stones for a bottle of boundless water. Hand over all the boundless water you have. Based on my estimation, there should be at least 10 portions, right? Don't even think about leaving a little behind. If anyone else becomes the Holy Prince Consort, then this young master will count this debt on your head. At that time, I'm afraid your little life will be in danger. 1 million Chaos Source Stones. That should be the highest price in the market, right? This young master has already been courteous enough to you. Don't fail to appreciate my kindness when I offer you a toast. Ichi Senhua pointed at Qin Shao and said again. Then, he glanced at Wu Fengcheng and Meng Dali with a playful look. The playful look in his eyes was also full of warning. Qin Shao and the others felt very uncomfortable because of his domineering aura. The place fell silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on this side, each with their own thoughts. However, no one dared to make any rash moves. Many people began to discuss what they should do in secret. At this moment, Ichi Senhua's aura was clearly the strongest. It was enough to suppress everything. His arrogance had reached the peak of the barbarian path. Do you think I'll believe you? 1 million? Do you think I'm a beggar? If you want to go by the market price, why don't you buy it from the market? Meng Dali said angrily. It was impossible to sell it for less than 3 million. Meng Dali had previously sold 2 bottles of Qin Shao for 3 million Chaos Source Stones. In fact, he had always felt that he had suffered a great loss. If Qin Shao hadn't agreed, he definitely wouldn't have agreed. 1 million? Wasn't that equivalent to daylight robbery? Claiming that he had bought it in the name of being a prostitute and trying to establish a monument to her chastity. Meng Dali also had a short temper. He wasn't afraid of anything. At worst, he would die. He really wasn't afraid of anything. He had already said that his life now belonged to Qin Shao. He could definitely die for Qin Shao without hesitation. Therefore, how could he tolerate Ichi Sin Hua's bullying? Ichi Sun Hua laughed mockingly and shook his finger at Meng Dali. No, no, no. Do you know how to speak? If you spout nonsense, I will sue you for slander. How can you call this a beggar? In fact, in my eyes, all of you are worse than beggars. I'm already being generous by giving you 1 million. Do you still think it's too little? All right then, I'll give you a new price. How about 500,000 Chaos Source Stones per bottle? The price was actually getting lower and lower. 500,000 Chaos Source Stones? He might as well say that he wasn't giving a single piece. This was daylight robbery. Wu Fengcheng also said angrily, Ichi Sin Hua, don't go overboard. Ha, overboard? Ichi Sin Hua sneered. He looked at Wu Fengcheng playfully and said, Do you want to see something that's over the top? I'll see something even more overboard. If you want to see it, I promise I'll give it to you. I don't have any other skills, but I do have the ability to go overboard. I can give you as much satisfaction as you want. I promise I won't let you down. How about it? Wanna give it a try right now? You. Wu Fengcheng was speechless. This was simply a bit like a scoundrel. How could there be such a person? Gongsun Tianyu was arrogant and overbearing, but at least he was arrogant based on his own strength. He wasn't this shameless. At least he still had some of the Gongsun clan's integrity. He could be considered a gentleman. Ichi Sun Hua, on the other hand, had no such integrity at all. He was a disgrace to the Ichi clan's dignity. What if I say no? Qin Shao finally walked out. His face was calm and cold as he looked at Ichi and Sin Hua. Qin Shao was very calm, as if he wasn't angry at all. But this calmness also let people know that there was a surging power hidden in him. Qin Shao was definitely not someone who could be bullied so easily. Ichi Sin Hua glanced at Qin Shao and said in an overbearing manner, If you say no, that's good. It's the answer I want to hear. Otherwise, I'll feel like I'm losing out if I give you 500,000 a bottle. Since I'm ready to rob you, then I shouldn't give you a single piece. That's my style of doing things. Since you've made such a choice for me, then I'm naturally very willing. In fact, he might even thank you. With that, Ichi Sun Hua waved his hand. The 100 or so people behind him were all ready for battle. Over 100 people released their powerful auras, preparing for a great battle. Their auras were incomparably powerful, capable of suppressing everything in the world. Streaks of sharp light were released without any concealment. Once Ichi and Sun Hua gave the order, they would launch a large-scale attack. They would surround and kill Qin Shao and the other 3 here. Wu Fengcheng and Meng Dali's nerves tensed up. They were ready to fight with their lives on the line. Ruyan Lu looked at everyone worriedly. She didn't know what to do. If a fight really broke out, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. There would definitely be a bad ending. No matter how strong Qin Shao was, he wouldn't be able to fend off so many enemies. A great battle was about to break out. The others were also a little anxious, each with their own thoughts, and the discussion became a little intense. Could they only watch helplessly as Ichi and Sin Hua fought over it? Was he going to hand over the boundless water to Ichi and Sin Hua? The opportunity to sleep with the Jade Lake Saintess and step onto the ancient road was snatched away by Ichi and Sin Hua. No, everyone was unwilling to accept this. But what could he do? Should they make a move? Ichi and Sin Hua were too strong. There were too many of them. Who would dare to make a move? Wouldn't that be courting death? The 2 men in blue, who had previously agreed to buy the boundless water for 3 million Chaos Source Stones with Qin Shao, looked a little uneasy. Both of them were very anxious, but they didn't know what to do. They didn't dare join in easily or stand on Qin Zhao's side. Otherwise, the flames of war would definitely burn them. If you say 5 million Chaos Source stones per bottle, I can consider selling it to you. 500,000? You think too highly of Ichi and Sinhua. I was thinking that if I were to tell everyone that I would give a bottle of infinite water to anyone who could beat you to a pulp, I believe that many people would be willing to accept it, right? Qin Shao looked coldly at Ichi and Sinhua as he retorted. It was absolutely impossible for him to lower his head and show weakness. So what if Ichi and Sinhua's array staff were big? Qin Shao had expected this to happen, so he had already thought of a way to deal with it. When they heard Qin Zhao's words, it was clear that many people were greatly moved. Their eyes shone brightly. Everyone had come for the boundless water. If there was a chance to obtain it, they would naturally give it their all. Hee. That's just a plate of loose sand. Do you think anyone would dare to make a move? Ichi and Sinhua said disdainfully. Qin Shao chuckled. You're right. Everyone is indeed a plate of loose sand. However, this won't affect the outcome. If everyone is a plate of loose sand, then you're actually just a mob. Do you think you're very strong? As long as everyone is willing to step forward and spit at you, you won't be able to take it. Your actions have already angered everyone. Do you really think no one will dare to make a move against you? Everyone just lacks a reason to make a move. I can give them this reason now. With that, Qin Shao looked at the others and raised his voice. If everyone is indifferent, then the four of us are clearly no match for Ichi and Sinhua. The final result will be that all of our boundless water will be taken away by them. Then you'll be completely gone. There's hope. However, if everyone is willing to step forward and stop this unfair and unreasonable situation, then everyone will have a fair chance to obtain the boundless water. Therefore, if everyone is willing to watch Ichi and Sinhua take the boundless water from me, then everyone can continue to be indifferent. However, I hope that everyone can step forward. This concerns everyone's goals, wishes, and interests. Are you willing to give the boundless water to Ichi and Sinhua? We are all geniuses, and we all have our own pride. Can you really tolerate such a thing? Chapter 2071. That's right. If we all shrink back and don't stand up, then the boundless water will have no chance with us this time. We'll have to hand it over to Ichi and Sinhua. Since they've joined forces, then we should join forces as well. We can't let Ichi and Sinhua succeed. That's right. I've had this thought for a long time. We've fought so hard until now. Why should we watch as the boundless water is snatched away by Ichi and Sinhua? That's right. If we don't have a chance at all, then so be it. After all, there's only so much boundless water. It's impossible for everyone to get it. But we clearly have a chance, but it's going to be snatched away by others. Who's willing? Anyway, I'm not willing. Only a fool would be willing to do something like this. I'm not willing either. Everyone, stand up and fight for our own interests. That's right. Fight for our own interests. Humph, let's see how capable Ichi and Sinhua are. Originally, everyone had been discussing this matter. Many people wanted to stand up, but they didn't dare act rashly because they were too weak. But now that someone had taken the lead, they naturally responded. Qin Zhao's words were actually a guiding force. He gave everyone a reason to unite. That's right. Everyone needed to find a reason to stand up for themselves. Qin Shao grasped this point very well and guided everyone to stand up. Ichi and Sinhua's team only had a little over 100 people. But now there were over 3,000 people who responded with a single call. It was a completely overwhelming advantage. Once the momentum was raised, it was completely unstoppable. Suppressed by this powerful momentum, Ichi and Sinhua's team's expressions immediately became a little ugly and solemn. Ichi and Sinhua looked a little flustered and exasperated. He glared fiercely at everyone and said angrily, Are you all stupid? You've been provoked by that barbarian's words. This young master wants to see who dares to stand up first today. However, the current Ichi and Sin Hua clearly didn't have the slightest bit of power. They were just bluffing. He was not an important disciple of the Ichi clan, nor was he an outstanding young genius. He was just a brat who knew how to boast. Previously, many people were indeed frightened by Ichi and Sin Hua. But now they suddenly woke up and understood the situation. Therefore, this time, they naturally wouldn't be intimidated by Ichi and Sin Hua. Not a single person retreated. Instead, they took a step forward to show their determination. Ichi Sin Hua, you sure are arrogant. Come, I'll be the first to stand out. What can you do to me? Ha ha ha, I was scared by you just now. I really thought that you had some great background. In principle, you were just bluffing. Come, I'll stand up too. What do you want? I'm standing up too. Me too. Come, do you want to fight? Let me see just how capable you, the young master of the Ichi clan, are. Don't fight with me over this. I also want to know how strong a person who is so arrogant to the point of no bounds is. I really want to. Please fulfill my wish. One figure after another stood out. Their sarcastic words made Ichi and Sin Hua's face turn ugly. Their expressions became twisted. These words were a slap to his face. How arrogant had he been just now? How domineering had he been? How awe-inspiring had he been? How domineering had he been? But now, his bluff had been exposed and everyone was looking at him with disdain. Where was his dignity to speak of? No matter how domineering Ichi Sin Hua was, how could he be domineering in the face of a lineup of more than 3,000 people? After getting over his anger, Ichi Sin Hua could only grit his teeth and say furiously, Fine. You guys are ruthless. At worst, we'll fight fairly. I don't believe that you can beat me. He had been arrogant just a moment ago, but now he wanted to fight fairly. It had to be said that Ichi Sin Hua's skin was really thick. However, no one paid attention to him anymore. As long as he stopped being so domineering, no one cared about him. Seeing that Qin Shao had resolved the crisis with just a few words and easily solved the problem, Ichi Sin Hua's arrogance was completely suppressed. Wu Fengcheng and Meng Dali also secretly heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Qin Shao with admiration. Just now, their hearts were indeed clenched and they were truly worried. Fortunately, Qin Shao had solved the problem very well. Now, the show was about to start. Qin Zhao's hand moved and 5 bottles of boundless water appeared in his palm. He said to everyone, I only have 5 bottles of boundless water left. If you need it, you can make a bid. The highest bidder will get it. It's fair and square. In this way, everyone will have the same chance to fight for the boundless water. There is only so much boundless water, so this is the only feasible way. Alright, those who are interested can make a bid. I bid 3 million Chaos Source Stones. 3 million? Isn't that too stingy? I bid 3,500,000 Chaos Source Stones. Do you see that? This is called rich and overbearing. Is there anyone with a higher bid than me? You dare to call it rich and overbearing with 3,500,000 Chaos Source Stones? You're really thicker than my arm. I bid 3,600,000. You have the nerve to add 100,000? I bid 4 million Chaos Source Stones. Isn't it just a price comparison? Who am I afraid of? Come. If you're not afraid of death, come and fight with me today. Let's fight to the end. The competition became extremely intense as soon as the bidding started. The price naturally soared as well. Soon, it reached 5 million Chaos Source Stones. This was the price that Qin Shao had quoted to Gongsun Tianyu. Gongsun Tianyu didn't accept this price. However, there were still people who could accept the price that Gongsun Tianyu couldn't accept. Moreover, Gongsun Tianyu didn't actually need to become the holy prince consort. Therefore, he wasn't that desperate to get his hands on a bottle of boundless water. However, it was different for the others. Since they were here to participate in the holy prince consort selection, they yearned to become the holy prince consort and obtain the resources of the Jade Lake Saint. They wanted to have the opportunity to step on the ancient path and become an ancient saint. For this goal and dream, many people were willing to put their lives on the line. Even if they had to throw in all their assets, they wouldn't hesitate. In fact, if all their assets weren't enough, they could even borrow some money. Therefore, in the end, the first bottle of boundless water reached a price of 5,600,000 before it was finally sold. This price had even exceeded the expectations of Qin Shao, Wu Fengqing, and Meng Dali. At first, they thought that 5 million would be the highest price they could get. 4 million would be pretty good. However, they didn't expect the price to soar to 5,600,000. This price was indeed a little crazy. When they recalled that Qin Shao had offered 5 million to Gongsun Tianyu, they were shocked. Now, the price was even more frightening. The first bottle was sold for 5,600,000, and the following situation was still very popular. The second bottle was sold for 5,500,000. The third bottle was sold for 5 million. The fourth bottle had a small increase in price, and it reached 5,200,000. The most intense was the fifth bottle, which was also the last bottle. Yi Qi and Sun Hua, who couldn't hold back, also joined the ranks of the bidding. In the end, the price kept rising. Yi Qi and Sun Hua finally won the bottle after the price reached 6 million. The price of 6 million was also a record. Although Yi Qi and Sun Hua succeeded in getting the bottle at such a sky-high price, they were still very unhappy. However, if he didn't bid, he wouldn't be able to get the boundless water. Then, he wouldn't be able to realize his dream. Therefore, no matter what, he had to get it. Even if the price was far beyond his expectations, he had no choice but to get the bottle. Detestable, detestable. He hated Qin Shao so much that his teeth itched. He wanted nothing more than to bite Qin Shao to death. All 5 bottles of boundless water had buyers, and the prices were very good. They were sold for a sky-high price of 27,300,000 Chaos Source Stones. In addition to the 2 bottles that Qin Shao had sold for 3 million Chaos Source Stones, they added up to 33,300,000 Chaos Source Stones. This was really a huge treasure trove. Just thinking about it was enough to make one go crazy. Qin Shao also didn't expect that he would be able to get so many Chaos Source Stones one day. Everyone, the 5 bottles of boundless water have their own owners now. However, I don't think those who bid for the boundless water will have so many Chaos Source Stones on them. They will definitely need their clan masters to send them over. Therefore, I'm also thinking that some people might only be bidding temporarily, but they might not be able to take out the full amount in the end. Therefore, if there's nothing else, why don't you stay here for a while longer? Who knows, maybe there will be a big harvest later. This is also a rare opportunity for everyone to discuss the Tao, drink, chat, and get to know each other. It's pretty good too. Exchanges between cultivators should always be precious. Some people left, but some stayed after hearing Qin Zhao's words. There might indeed be some people who would make empty bid. Actually, everyone could tell that Qin Shao was obviously hinting at Li Sunhua. That guy was full of big words. He had bid a sky-high price of 6 million Chaos Source Stones, but it would depend on whether he could take it out. If he couldn't, then it would be a waste of effort and the bid would be invalid. 6 million Chaos Source Stones wasn't something an ordinary person could take out. Even if Yi Qi Senhua was a member of the Yi Qi clan, he wasn't an outstanding disciple of the Yi Qi clan. His status in the Yi Qi clan shouldn't be very high. How could it be easy for someone like him to take out 6 million Chaos Source Stones? Many people who wanted to fight for it also stopped. Although more people left, there were still 350 people who stayed in the end. About 1/10 of the people stayed. This scale wasn't considered small. It was enough within Qin Zhao's budget. In fact, Qin Zhao had his own selfish reasons for doing this. If everyone left, leaving only a few people behind, once the experts from their clans came to help, it might boost their arrogance. Perhaps some unpleasant things might happen. Therefore, Qin Zhao also had to be careful about such things. Given their abilities, it was definitely far from enough. This made Qin Zhao think that it would be enough to make use of the strength of these geniuses to stay behind. As long as these geniuses were around, the experts from those clans would restrain themselves if they had any thoughts. Chapter 2072. After waiting for hundreds of years, the few people who had snatched the boundless water had sent over enough chaos source rocks to take the boundless water from Qin Zhao. The people who obtained the boundless water left happily. Becoming the sacred prince consort was a wonderful thing for them. Ichisen Hua didn't play any tricks. He handed over 6 million primal chaos source stones to Qin Zhao and took a bottle of boundless water. However, after obtaining the boundless water, Ichi and Sun Hua glared fiercely at Qin Zhao. After leaving behind some harsh words, they left. Perhaps he really did have some ulterior motives, but he couldn't display them under such circumstances. Therefore, he had no choice but to give up. The blue-robed man and his companion walked over and looked at Qin Zhao with a strange look in their eyes. They had been worried that Qin Zhao would go back on his word and not sell it to them or increase the price. After all, the last 5 bottles had been sold at a sky-high price of over 5 million primal chaos source stones. They had only spent 3 million primal chaos source stones, which was indeed a great deal. However, they hadn't obtained the boundless water yet, so their worries weren't unfounded. They had already obtained the primal chaos source stones, but they were worried that Qin Zhao wouldn't sell them. Therefore, the two men looked at Qin Zhao with a complicated expression. However, Qin Zhao kept his promise and sold the 2 bottles of boundless water to them for 3 million primal chaos source stones. Although Qin Zhao had lost about 5 million primal chaos source stones, integrity was far more important to Qin Zhao than primal chaos source stones. This was his principle of doing things and was priceless. Wu Fengqing and Meng Dali felt a pang of pity for Qin Zhao. This loss was indeed too great. The 2 men in blue also knew that they had gotten a great deal. In fact, they couldn't do anything if Qin Zhao didn't keep his promise. Therefore, they thanked Qin Zhao repeatedly and admired Qin Zhao. After obtaining the boundless water, they left. Everyone left one after another. During this trip to the boundless territory and the selection of the sacred prince consort, Qin Zhao, who hadn't come to participate in the selection, had become the ultimate winner. A barbarian from the southern wilderness had actually overshadowed thousands of geniuses from the various territories of the 9 continents. Qin Zhao's glory could be said to be limitless at this moment. Qin Zhao gave Wu Fengqing and Meng Dali the boundless water that he had prepared. Meng Dali didn't stand on ceremony. Of course. Since it's brother's good intentions, then I'll shamelessly accept it. I, your brother, will remember this favor. Wu Fengqing said embarrassedly, Qin Zhao, why did you keep it for me? Didn't I tell you to sell it? I didn't come to participate in the selection of the sacred prince consort to become the sacred prince consort. I just came out to gain experience and get to know more geniuses. I've already achieved my goal. This boundless water is useless to me. I won't become the sacred prince consort. Therefore, you should keep this boundless water for yourself. You can also sell it. Those geniuses haven't gone far yet. I believe you can still sell it for a good price. However, Qin Zhao shook his head and said, there's no need. We are a team. Since we have agreed to travel together, we should split the things that we should obtain equally with you. I'm already taking advantage of you by only giving you one bottle each. Therefore, you have to accept it. If you don't need it, you can sell it yourself. This bottle belongs to you. I've already taken the lion's share, so you don't have to feel embarrassed. It was true that although everyone was adventuring together, the credit was actually Qin Zhao's. The boundless water was also found by Qin Zhao alone. Therefore, all the boundless water should belong to Qin Zhao. After all, they didn't contribute anything at all. How could they share the fruits of their labor with others? However, since Qin Zhao had said this, it showed Qin Zhao's character. It also showed that Qin Zhao valued this friendship. That was why he had said this. Meng Dali was a straightforward person, so he didn't refuse. He didn't say any polite words and directly accepted it. Meng Dali also advised Wu Fengqing, don't be so wishy-washy. This is Brother Qin Zhao's friendship. Don't let him down. This shows that you don't treat Qin Zhao as a brother. Let's keep this friendship in mind. I think Brother Qin Zhao will definitely go to the 9 states Huaxia in the future. Who knows, maybe we'll have many opportunities to explore together in the future. The next time Brother Qin Zhao comes to our territory, we'll treat Brother Qin Zhao well. Wu Fengqing pursed his lips hard and nodded. Yes, if he continued to decline, it would indeed seem like he was treating them as outsiders. Forget it, he'll accept it. Now that everything had come to an end, this trip to the Boundlessly territory could be considered to have come to an end. To Qin Zhao there were many unexpected gains. It was indeed a good adventure. In this regard, Qin Zhao even had to thank the Heavens Chosen. If it weren't for the Heavens Chosen, he probably wouldn't have come to the Boundless territory. He wouldn't have come across this holy prince consort selection and naturally wouldn't have had such a big gain. Whether it was in terms of realm, strength, or financial resources, he had a big gain this time. Compared to completing the Heavens Chosen mission, this mission was actually insignificant. It only took him more than 4 million years to come out. It was still far from the 10 million years of the Heavens Chosen rule. However, everything was over. It was time to go back. After going back and arranging some things according to plan, Qin Zhao also prepared to go to the 9 states Huaxia and enter a bigger stage to cultivate. After coming out this time, he met many geniuses of the 9 states Huaxia. He learned about the situation of the 9 states Huaxia from Wu Fengqing and Meng Dali. Qin Zhao also knew that the southern wasteland was indeed a remote and barren place. It was a very small stage. Staying in the southern wasteland would indeed limit his vision and make his space narrower. This was obviously disadvantageous to his cultivation. Just like how Bai Shan and the others yearned for the 9 states Huaxia, now Qin Zhao also yearned for the 9 states Huaxia. A bigger stage should be the place for Qin Zhao to make a name for himself. He must have a broad vision. After all, he had a lofty and far-reaching goal. How could he not put himself in a higher position? How could he save Yao Xuelian? How could he find Gu Lingyue? How could he avenge his master, Elder Lu Ha? There were so many things waiting for Qin Zhao to do. In order to do these things, one had to stand at an extremely high position and possess unparalleled strength. An ordinary ancient sage realm was not enough. In fact, it was far from enough. However, the ancient sage realm was already a huge challenge in front of Qin Zhao. It was easier said than done to set foot on the ancient road and become a holy venerate. Qin Zhao did not dare to think about further. He only thought about how to set foot on the ancient road. This was the first step, the most important step, and also the most difficult step. Only by taking this step could he talk about the next step. Otherwise, there was no need to think too much about it. Qin Zhao's unwavering belief was to make himself stronger and stand at the top of the great thousand world. Everything he did was to work toward this grand goal. All good things must come to an end. Let's part ways here. I may not stay in the southern wilderness for long. I should go to the 9 states Huaxia soon, Qin Shao said. Meng Dali patted Qin Zhao's shoulder heavily and said reluctantly, "Good brother, take care. We'll meet again. When you come to the 9 states Huaxia, let me know. Come to the Baimeng territory directly. We brothers can make a name for ourselves together." "Haha, brother Qin Shao, come to my Xia territory," Wu Fengcheng said with a smile. Qin Shao smiled and said, "Let's go. I'll contact you when I go to the 9 states Huaxia. Okay, we'll meet again." Wu Fengcheng pulled Qin Shao and said with a serious face, "Brother Qin Shao, you've offended a lot of people this time, and you don't have any status or background. I'm afraid that some people with ulterior motives will make a move on you. So, how about this? My cousin and I happen to have nothing to do. I'll send you back to the Fuda Immortal Palace." Qin Shao smiled and shook his head. "Wu Fengcheng, I appreciate your kindness, but there's really no need. I still have a bottle of infinite water with me, but I've left the territory of the infinite desert. Even if they snatch the infinite water, they won't be recognized by the Jade Lake sacred ground. So, no one will come to snatch the infinite water. So, there's nothing to worry about. I've offended a lot of people, but they all came for the infinite water. Now that the infinite water is gone, there won't be anything left." Wu Fengcheng thought for a while and nodded. This was indeed the case. After all, the selection of the Holy Prince Consort had its own rules. The boundless water that was obtained after leaving the boundlessly water was indeed useless. Thinking of this, he gave up on it. "Okay, Qin Shao, then be careful. But with your strength, there aren't many people who can threaten you. Let's meet again," Wu Fengcheng said. Qin Shao nodded, and the 4 of them bid each other farewell and left. Wu Fengcheng and Lu Rian naturally went back to the Xia territory. Meng Dali was going to become the Holy Prince Consort, and he got what he wanted. He was going to sleep with the Jade Lake Saintess. As for Qin Shao, he naturally went back to the Fuda Immortal Palace. However, Qin Shao didn't directly go back to the Fuda Immortal Palace. He still had a very important thing to do. When he first came, Qin Shao considered whether to go to the Mu tribe in the Qianshan Ridge to find Jiang Zhu. Now that he had succeeded, there was more than enough time, so he naturally had to complete this important matter. It was relatively close to the Qianshan Ridge, so it wouldn't take too long. If he hurried with a mid-grade flying device, he could reach it in a few decades. "Jiang Zhu, I haven't paid attention to your situation for many years. I wonder how you're doing now. You broke through to the celestial venerable realm before, so I think you've been treated very well in the Mu tribe. Your talent and potential have also been revealed. I hope to see a very good you." A smile appeared on Qin Zhao's face. When he thought of the people in his hometown, he couldn't help but feel happy. Jiang Zhu was a sage-like old man who didn't smile much. However, he was very amiable and approachable. When he thought of Jiang Zhu, Qin Shao naturally thought of the others. His master, Hongshan Ku, Big Brother Heavenly Court, Shao Gu, Jingyang, Starry Sky, Bailey Fusu, Mr. Yu, and the ancient Ink Qilin. Baby Mo. Qin Shao knew where Shao Gu was, and so did Baby Mo, but there was no way to save them for now. Chapter 2073. Not long after Qin Shao left, he entered a forbidden area that restricted the speed of his heavenly flight device, making it difficult to move forward. An enemy ambush. Qin Shao was surprised, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Obviously, he had encountered an enemy along the way. The trouble that was supposed to come had finally come. Qin Shao flew out of his heavenly flight device and put it away. He glanced around and saw 10 figures walking out of the void. Each of them exuded a powerful aura. They were all 4th-step celestial venerables. Moreover, Qin Shao was familiar with all of them. They were obviously the geniuses of the 9 states kingdom of Huaxia who had participated in the Holy Prince Consort selection. Among them, there were 2 faces that Qin Shao was very familiar with. Qin Zhao's cold eyes fell on the 2 people and he sneered. Qian Hao, Nangong Xian. You 2 really don't give up. How many times has it been? You still dare to go against me. It seems that I was too kind to you before. How many times had it been? Qin Shao was too lazy to count. Qin Shao was really angry with these 2 people. If he had the chance, Qin Shao would not mind killing them. Of course, Qin Shao also knew that it was easy to defeat them. Qin Shao had done it a long time ago. But if he wanted to kill them, he was afraid that he couldn't do it. Given their status and background, their ability to survive must be very strong. Even if he could not kill them, if he had the chance, Qin Shao would ruthlessly force them. He would trample on them as much as he could to vent the hatred in his heart. Qin Shao also had an impression of the other 8 people. One of them was the person that Qin Shao had saved in the disastered devil world. Qin Shao still remembered that he had thanked him at that time. Now, in the blink of an eye, he had joined the enemy camp. It was a classic example of repaying kindness with ingratitude. However, Qin Shao was indifferent to this kind of thing. He just glanced at the other party. He had encountered this kind of situation many times over the years, so it was indeed not a big deal. There was a saying that went like this: men don't care about betrayal, it's just a matter of whether the temptation is big or not. And he, Qin Shao, was undoubtedly a huge treasure trove at this moment. When Qian Hao saw Qin Shao, he was naturally enraged. He gnashed his teeth in hatred and glared at Qin Shao. Qin Shao, don't make yourself sound so vicious. You have to have the ability to do something to me. I don't like to hold grudges for too long. Usually, I'll settle them on the spot. Thus, today is the time for us to settle our grudges. Qin Shao glanced at Qian Hao contemptuously, sneered, and said disdainfully, "Well, you want to settle your grudge with me, don't you? Sure, come out. Let's have a fight first. But the question is, do you dare? You're just a loser. How dare you be brave in front of me?" How about I be generous and let you win this time? You can bring your friend Nangong Xian with you. The 2 of you can fight me together. Is that enough? Do you dare? Dare? This sentence was like a thunder that hit Qian Hao's heart hard. It was also like a loud slap on Qian Hao's face, making him feel hot and painful. Did he dare to fight with Qin Shao? The answer was obviously no. Even if he brought Nangong Xian with him, it was impossible. Even if the 2 of them combined their strength, they would not be Qin Zhao's match at all. This was certain. Therefore, being humiliated by Qin Shao like this, Qian Hao's face naturally turned ugly in an instant. He gnashed his teeth in anger. But he had to admit that this was indeed the truth. Being short of breath made him lose the confidence to confront Qin Shao. Naturally, he felt even more uncomfortable. After Qian Hao's face turned pale, he said, Qin Shao, today is not the time for you to be a hero. I didn't ask you to come here today to settle a personal grudge. You can forget about the one-on-one fight. Do you think I need to fight you one-on-one today? You don't have to use such words to provoke me. I won't be fooled by you. I can tell you very clearly that today we're bullying you with numbers. There are 10 of us, and you're alone. Even if you have the ability to reach the heavens, don't even think about fighting with us today. If you're not afraid of death and want to try, then we'll definitely fight with you. Qin Shao naturally knew this situation. Of course, Qin Shao also knew that he couldn't provoke Qian Hao with just a few words. It was just that Qin Shao wanted to make himself feel better. He just wanted to humiliate Qian Hao. The current situation was indeed very bad. 1 against 10? Qin Shao didn't have a trace of confidence. Or to be more precise, he did feel that he was in danger. He was afraid that a disaster was coming. But there was no other way. Since the situation had happened, he could only brace himself to face it. First, he wanted to see what these people were going to do. At the same time, he also wanted to think of some countermeasures. If there was no other way, he could only fight to the death. If Qin Shao fought head-on, it would be very disadvantageous for him. Therefore, Qin Shao was also thinking about whether there was a chance to escape. But the possibility of escaping was probably not big. Qin Shao, don't think about it. It's useless. Wu Fengcheng and Meng Dali can't come to save you. So, don't think about stalling for time. Everything is already in our calculations. You have no other way. If you don't want to die here, I advise you to be sensible. I know you still have a bottle of infinite water. Hurry up and hand it over. Of course, we won't take it for free. We'll give you 500,000 Chaos Source Stones to buy it. Qian Hao looked at Qin Shao with a playful look. Infinite water? Qin Shao couldn't help but chuckle. Qian Hao, have you always been such a hypocrite? Is a bottle of infinite water enough for the 10 of you? Besides, if you take the infinite water from me, you'll lose the qualification to become the Holy Prince Consort. What's the point? To think that you're a man. Why do you have to sound so dignified when you're robbing others? Is there any meaning to it? Aren't you here for the Chaos Source Stones on me? At this point, don't you feel ashamed to wear a sheep's skin? Towards these people, Qin Shao was not polite at all. After a series of insults, many people's faces became very ugly. After all, these people were the geniuses of their respective territories. To them, robbing others was indeed a very shameful thing. If word got out, it would be a disgrace. It would be a great loss to their reputation. Moreover, if word got out, it would not only damage their personal reputation, but also their family name. Reputation was very important to any surname in China. Therefore, Qian Hao was using the boundless water as an excuse. Moreover, he wasn't trying to snatch it by force. Instead, he was trying to buy it at a very low price. In a roundabout way, he wanted to make the robbery sound so sanctimonious. Thus, when Qin Shao said it so bluntly, it naturally caused many people to feel very embarrassed. They were also in a difficult position to carry out such a thing. However, they couldn't resist the huge temptation and joined in after being bewitched by others. Firstly, they were envious of Qin Shao. They were also very unhappy that they didn't get the infinite water and missed the opportunity to become the Holy Prince Consort. Secondly, Qin Shao was a huge treasure trove at this moment. If he could loot it, it would be a great harvest. In this way, this trip would not be in vain, and they would be able to find some comfort. Therefore, everyone hit it off and decided to carry out this operation. Qian Hao knew that Qin Shao wanted to use words to break everyone's determination, so he immediately said, "Qin Shao, no matter how eloquent you are, you can forget about leaving here in one piece today. Since you've made it so clear, I'll fulfill your wish. As long as you obediently hand over the 3 million Chaos Source Stones and the bottle of infinite water, you can leave here in one piece. If you don't know how to appreciate our kindness, we can only take action by force. In the end, the outcome will be the same. Who knows, you might even lose your life." With that, Qian Hao sneered and continued, "Actually, I hope that you don't know what's good for you. That way, I'll have a reason to make a move on you and ruthlessly trample you under my feet. To be honest, I've always dreamed of this day and wanted to ruthlessly trample on you. If you're willing to give me this opportunity today, I'll be very, very happy." Qin Zhao's face was completely gloomy, and his gaze was extremely cold. A tremendous force pressed down on him. Facing 10th step exalted immortals, Qin Shao indeed felt a little suffocated under the pressure of such power. Should he fight head-on? What should he do now? Fighting head-on would only bode ill for him. If he didn't fight, should he admit defeat? No, that was impossible. Absolutely impossible. Qin Shao was never someone who would admit defeat easily. The 3 million Chaos Source Stones and the bottle of boundless water were all of Qin Zhao's asset. They were the result of his hard work. They were the result of his painstaking efforts during this trip to the Boundlessly region. How could he possibly hand it over to someone else? Besides, if it was his, then no one could take it away from him. Not to mention his entire fortune, not even a single penny would do. This was a matter of principle. It was a matter of principle that absolutely could not be compromised. Therefore, it was impossible for him to obediently submit. Since he didn't admit defeat, he could only fight to the death. There was no other choice. Qin Shao waved his hand and 9 saintly flying daggers flew out and circled around him. They bloomed with supreme sharpness and a domineering saint aura. This supreme saint aura also set off Qin Shao like an undefeated god of war. He bathed in endless brilliance and illuminated the sky. Qin Zhao's actions were enough to explain everything. His straight spine would not bend. Since there was no other way, then he would fight. What did Qin Shao have to fear? Qin Zhao's eyes swept over the crowd. His heroic spirit rushed to the highest heavens. Qin Zhao's firm voice came out of his mouth. When I, Qin Shao, faced the demon, I dared to fight even if I had to die. When I was in the Dead Soul Mountain, I dared to fight even if I had to die in the face of endless skeletons. Today, with only 10 of you, do you think you can defeat me, Qin Shao? I, Qin Zhao's dignity, will not tolerate any blasphemy. No matter who it is absolutely impossible to defeat me, Qin Shao. I, Qin Shao, can die standing, but I will never live kneeling. The reverse scale of principle must not be touched. If you want to fight, I, Qin Shao, will accompany you to the end. Why are you so arrogant? Why are you boasting about having more people? Chapter 2074. Qin Zhao's heroic spirit could reflect the boundless sky. He was not afraid of death, and was not afraid of a battle. How heroic was that! In the face of a formidable enemy, on the verge of life and death, Qin Shao did not flinch at all. How heroic was that! A man should be like that. A hero should be like that. Although Qin Shao never boasted of being a hero, at least, he always regarded himself as a man who dared to sacrifice himself for others. He had always adhered to his principles and bottom line and dared to protect them with his life. Qin Zhao's determination also surprised Qian Hao, but he immediately sneered in his heart. Now that there were so many people, he was not afraid of Qin Zhao's attack. Even as he said just now, he hoped that Qin Shao would attack him. In this way, he would have a chance to wash away his shame and take revenge. Qin Shao, you asked for it. Humph, if you obediently admit defeat, then I really can't find a reason to attack you. But I knew that with your character, you would definitely not admit defeat. All of this was within my calculations. I had already expected this. Good, very good, very good. This hatred in my heart is like a lump in my throat, making me very uncomfortable. Today, I can take this opportunity to take revenge. Qian Hao was very proud and happy, thinking that he could take revenge soon. This action was indeed instigated by him behind the scenes, bewitching others. This was his proud work. Well, Sage Li's flying dagger? How can he have Sage Li's flying dagger? And looking at this momentum, he has practiced the flying dagger Dao and can control Sage Li's flying dagger. Isn't he a barbarian from the southern wilderness? Qian Hao, what's going on? Are you still hiding something from us? Are you sure Qin Shao is not a disciple of Sage Li? Even if he is not Saint Li's disciple, he should have a very deep relationship with Saint Li's disciple, right? That's right. Moreover, it's very likely that the person who possesses 9 Li Xing's flying daggers is a disciple of Li Xing. Otherwise, how could Li Xing's flying knife be so easily obtained? Seeing Qin Shao take out 9 Li Sheng's flying knives, people with good eyesight immediately recognized them. Naturally, they were a little worried. At this time, everyone's eyes could not help but re-evaluate Qin Shao. Qian Hao and Nangong Xian already knew that Qin Shao had Li Sheng's flying dagger. In the previous battle between Qin Shao and Gong Sun Tianyu, he had used Li Sheng's flying dagger. However, Qian Hao had obviously concealed this matter from the others. At this time, the others could not help but think that Qin Shao had defeated Gong Sun Tianyu. They also suspected that Qin Shao was a disciple of Sage Li. If Qin Shao was really a disciple of Sage Li, then they really had to think carefully about their actions today. Sage Li was a real giant. Even the 100 schools of thought did not dare to provoke such a terrifying existence. How could their forces afford to provoke it? In the 9 continents of Huaxia, only the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the 5 supreme surnames, dared to provoke Sage Li. Being a disciple of Sage Li was a very powerful identity in itself. Not many people dared to provoke him in the world. However, Sage Li's disciples were also very rare, mysterious, and very powerful. Therefore, in fact, there were very few people who traveled outside. Naturally, it was very difficult to meet them and identify them. The only way to identify them was Li Sheng's flying dagger. If he had Li Sheng's flying dagger, cultivated the flying dagger, and was very strong, then he was most likely a disciple of Sage Li. Seeing everyone's reaction, Qin Shao could not help but be moved in his heart. Yes, he could totally use the identity of Sage Li's disciple. However, in fact, Qin Shao was very reluctant to use this method in his heart. He felt that it was a little inferior. It was also very immoral to use Sage Li's name. But how to say it? It seemed wrong to say that Qin Shao had nothing to do with Sage Li. After all, he had received the inheritance of Tsang Saber King, obtained Sage Li's flying dagger, and cultivated the flying dagger. Therefore, in theory, he already had a relationship with the Li Xing Gate. Tsang Saber King, Qin Shao also regarded him as half a master. And Tsang Saber King, that was a real disciple of Sage Li. Therefore, if Qin Shao really wanted to say so, it was actually not too shameless. Seeing this situation, Qian Hao suddenly became a little anxious and immediately said, "Everyone, don't make wild guesses. I can tell you with great certainty that Qin Shao is not a disciple of Sage Li. I saw him fight with Gong Sun Tianyu before. Gong Sun Tianyu also asked him if he was a disciple of Sage Li, but he denied it himself. So, everyone, believe me, he is not a disciple of Sage Li. At most, he had some connections with Saint Li's disciples. Or to put it another way, it's just an immortal fate left behind by Sage Li's disciple. At the very least, even if he has some connections with the people of Saint Li's Gate, it's not a big deal. We don't have to kill him. Our purpose is to get money, not his life. He is just a little stubborn, but when he sees the coffin, he will definitely cry. As long as he is willing to admit defeat, then we can stop. What are you worried about? The 10 of us also represent the power of the 10 major surnames. As long as we don't kill him, what is there to worry about? Don't tell me you don't have the courage to do that." After Qian Hao's provocation, many people nodded. It seemed that what he said made sense. Indeed, it wasn't a big deal. They didn't really want to kill Qin Shao. They just wanted to get money. As long as they did not kill Qin Shao, even if Qin Shao was really a disciple of Sage Li, would Sage Li be angry over such a small matter? Of course not. Since things had already come to this point, it was impossible to stop now. Therefore, everyone made up their minds. Since they had already done it, they might as well go all the way. It was not a big deal. "Humph, Qian Hao, you are really insidious and cunning. You don't have the ability to take revenge on me for the personal grudge between us, so you bewitched others and pulled them together to fulfill your selfish desires. You put others in danger and even deceive them. Doesn't your conscience hurt? When did I tell Gongsun Tianyu that I was not a disciple of Sage Li? Even Gongsun Tianyu was forced to retreat by me. Yet you actually got others to work for you and even deceive them. You are truly an interesting person. In order to take revenge for your personal grudge, you really put in a lot of effort. You have worked hard. Qin Shao sneered and pretended to say. In front of Gongsun Tianyu, he did not directly say that he was not a disciple of Sage Li. He just admitted that he was from the southern wilderness and came from the Fuyu Immortal Palace. Many people knew that there was a personal grudge between Qian Hao and Qin Shao, and they could see it now. After Qin Shao said so, many people began to mutter in their hearts. Yes, this time, it was Qian Hao who did his best to bewitch them. That was why they were tempted to join. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that Qian Hao did have an ulterior motive. His intention was obviously not pure. On the surface, he wanted to make a lot of money with them, but secretly, who knew if he was using them to take revenge for his personal grudge? Qin Shao looked at the others and continued, "You may not know my strength, but I believe you have no doubt about Gongsun Tianyu's strength. Everyone knows that I defeated Gongsun Tianyu. It is acknowledged. And the method I used to defeat Gongsun Tianyu was Sage Li's flying dagger. It was my flying dagger Dao. If you are still naive enough to believe Qian Hao's nonsense and think that I have nothing to do with Sage Li, then I can only say that you are too gullible. I believe you know better than me what kind of person Qian Hao is. I am not afraid to fight with you, but I, Qin Shao, don't seem to have any grudges or conflicts with you. There is no need to make a life-and-death situation. You are all geniuses of your respective territories. You are all reputable figures, and I respect you. But at the same time, I would like to remind you not to be used by people with bad intentions. Otherwise, you will only suffer more losses. Maybe in the future, your dignity will be damaged. If you fight today, you will only be used by Qian Hao. You will fight for Qian Hao. With my strength, I can say this without boasting. If you want to kill me, Qin Shao, I am afraid that you will pay with your lives. My bottom line is that I, Qin Shao, will never compromise. I will never lower my head. So, if you want to take away my things, you can kill me. Everything I have will be yours. If you can't do it, then sorry, my Sage Li's flying dagger will drink your blood to defend my dignity. Today's battle will be a life-and-death battle. Qin Zhao's words were very sharp and his tone was very determined. No one dared to doubt his determination. Those who knew Qin Zhao's character also knew that Qin Shao was right. If they really fought today, it would be a life-and-death battle. There was absolutely no room for negotiation. Qin Shao definitely dared to do so. Qin Shao dared to risk his life, but did they dare to? Qin Shao dared to be so decisive, but did they dare to? One had to admit that Qin Zhao's words were very persuasive and offensive. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but ponder. It seemed that Qin Zhao's words were somewhat reasonable. Qin Shao was indeed a huge treasure. His wealth was astonishing. However, one had to know that this battle would be fought with their lives on the line. As for the rewards of risking their lives, it was indeed very shocking. However, one had to know that there were 10 people here. If the gains were divided equally among the 10 people, how much could one person get? After all, it was less than 4 million Chaos Source Stones. Was it worth it to risk their lives for more than 3 million Chaos Source Stones? Most importantly, as Qin Shao said, they might be used by Qian Hao. In that case, the gains would not make up for the losses. Thinking of this, many people began to think of retreating. After weighing the pros and cons, they indeed felt that it was not worth it. Most importantly, they felt that they were risking their lives for Qian Hao. They felt that they were being schemed against by Qian Hao. Therefore, it was not worth it to risk their lives like this. Moreover, it would be a very humiliating thing if word got out. With the thought of retreating, everyone's morale naturally plummeted. Qian Hao was even more anxious. He hurriedly said, "Everyone, don't listen to his nonsense. He's just using his mouth to drive a wedge between us and achieve the goal of self-destruction. His actions show that he's afraid. He's afraid of us and doesn't dare to fight with us. That's why he's doing this. He's far from being a match for the 10 of us when we join forces. There's no such thing as us sacrificing our lives. He's not that capable. If we join forces, he won't even have the strength to resist. He'll only be crushed to death by us. There's no way he can resist." Chapter 2075. The hearts of the people who were still very firm just now were indeed a little shaken at this time. Therefore, everyone except Nangong Xian hesitated when Qian Hao said that they would fight. They didn't respond enthusiastically. If their fighting spirit wasn't strong enough, this battle wouldn't be easy to win. It wasn't a question of whether the battle would be easy or not. It was a question of whether everyone was willing to fight. If no one was willing to fight, how could Qian Hao and Nangong Xian possibly have the strength to fight Qin Shao? Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Qian Hao panicked when he saw that the advantageous situation was about to collapse. "Everyone, things have already come to this point. Do you think there's still a way out? If we are scared off by Qin Zhao's words, how can we keep our faces when word gets out? Admittedly, I have a grudge against Qin Shao first, and I do have a motive for doing this. However, our motive is the same. At most, Nangong Xian and I won't take our share. All the gains will be split equally among the 8 of you. This way, each of you will get 5 million Chaos Source Stones. That's a windfall. Everyone, do you really think that Qin Shao won't hold a grudge against us if we retreat now? I really don't know what you're afraid of. What are you worried about? The benefits are right in front of everyone. I didn't lie to you about that, did I?" Qian Hao was going all out. If he didn't take action this time, he would miss a golden opportunity. How could he let it go? Therefore, he might as well maximize the benefits for everyone else. After Qian Hao's words, everyone's hesitation returned. What he said was true. Since things had already come to this point, what was the point of retreating now? In any case, they were bound to win. Why not take advantage of this opportunity to go all out? In any case, this was what they had planned to do before. Why not grab a share and leave? 5 million Chaos Source Stones. It was worth it for them to risk their lives for it. Furthermore, they didn't need to take any risks now. It seems like these people aren't that easy to make them retreat. Qin Shao shook his head inwardly. It was indeed very difficult to dispel these people's thoughts with just a few words. It was easy to get on a pirate ship, but it was difficult to get off it. However, Qin Shao had already prepared for the worst. If he had to fight, he would definitely fight to the death. He would never bow his head and admit defeat. Unless he died today, no one would be able to snatch the item from his hands. Even if he died in battle, he had to drag a few of them down with him. On this point, Qin Shao was still very confident. With his strength, he was able to do so. Qin Shao was never afraid of fighting. The atmosphere became tense again, and the smell of gunpowder was thick again. The fighting spirit was accumulating, waiting for the moment to erupt. You guys don't even know what shame is. For so many people to bully one person, their skin was really thick. Are the geniuses of Huaxia all so inferior? Suddenly, a string of bell-like laughter was heard. It was the voice of a girl. Who? There's actually someone else? Who was it? Come out quickly. Who's sneaking around here? Why don't you show yourself? This sudden sound gave everyone a fright because no one had noticed it even after such a long time. This showed that the other party's concealment method was very brilliant. He must be a master. Someone's here? Qin Shao could not help but frown. He did not notice that there was someone hiding in the dark. Moreover, after looking around at this time, he still did not notice it at all. It showed how strong the other party's concealment method was. Qin Zhao's intuition told him that the strength of this person must be unfathomable. Perhaps he was an extremely powerful fourth-step venerable or a superior immortal. However, when he heard the voice just now, he felt that the other party should not be very old. His voice sounded a little immature. "You shameless people, I don't want to show myself to you. I'll make you angry. You guys are very proud of the 9 continents Huaxia nation and your surname. As an outstanding young disciple of a great clan, you actually learned how to be a bandit and play the act of robbing and robbing. You've really brought glory to your clan. I wonder what will happen if these things are spread out?" The girl in the dark spoke again. She did not have the intention to show herself. However, these words were like a sharp knife, stabbing those people fiercely. Huaxia of the 9 continents and the 100 schools of thought, how glorious were they! They were the representatives of the righteous path, gathering the righteous qi of heaven and earth. They were the rulers of Huaxia of the 9 continents, the rulers of each territory, and the messengers of the heavenly Tao who rewarded and punished on behalf of heaven. They had supreme glory and were deeply loved by countless people of Huaxia of the 9 continents. As the young outstanding disciples of the big surnames, if news of them doing such things spread out, it would indeed be a disgrace to their families. If it was only Qin Shao alone, it would be easy to deal with. However, there was an outsider now, and they could not even see this outsider's face. They only felt that this outsider was very powerful and mysterious. Moreover, from her tone, it seemed that she knew Huaxia of the 9 continents very well. Therefore, they had no choice but to be afraid and have the intention to retreat again. In fact, their fighting spirit was not strong just now, and their fighting spirit was not high. At this time, after being hit by this blow, their fighting spirit had almost completely collapsed. The remaining trace of hot blood was also poured with a basin of cold water. Cultivators should have righteous qi. Famous and righteous sects should also have self-discipline. If you see injustice on the road, you should also help. If you leave now, then I can pretend that I didn't see anything. If you insist on being stubborn, I will lend this young master a helping hand. If the two of us work together, the one who will suffer in the end will definitely be you. I won't even let you have the chance to see me. The girl in the dark spoke again. In her pleasant and fresh voice, there was a hint of a young girl's domineering aura. This showed that she was determined to interfere in this matter. She was mysterious and powerful, and no one could see through her. No one knew what kind of existence she was. However, based on her concealment method, it was enough to see that she must be an extremely powerful fourth-step celestial venerable. If she were to join forces with Qin Shao, it was likely that they would be the ones at a disadvantage. In this way, if they really went to war, not only would they be at a disadvantage, but their reputation would also be ruined, and even the immortal prestige of their family name would be damaged. When the time came, they would also be punished by their family name. Everyone's intention to retreat had been completely dispelled at this time. I still have something to do. Everyone, I'll take my leave first. I'll take my leave too. Someone took the lead to leave, and the formation collapsed in an instant. Everyone also left one after another. Qian Hao's face was completely pale. Seeing the team that he had painstakingly formed collapse like this, he was anxious and angry, but what could he do? His heart was completely broken, and he was powerless to reverse the situation. Although he was angry, Qian Hao did not dare to stay here any longer. Everyone left. If only he and Nangong Xian stayed in the end, Qin Shao might really kill them. Moreover, he believed that Qin Shao was definitely a ruthless person who would dare to do so. Therefore, after Qian Hao and Nangong Xian looked at each other, they also left with cold faces. Although they did not fight, it could be said that they had suffered a crushing defeat and retreated. Seeing that everyone had left, Qin Shao did not chase after Qian Hao and Nangong Xian. In terms of strength, Qin Shao was completely confident that he could defeat the two of them. However, it was basically impossible to kill the two of them. Moreover, the two of them must have life-saving trump cards. If they were forced into a corner and used their life-saving trump cards, Qin Shao was afraid that he would not be able to get away with it. Therefore, he would forget about it this time. He would remember this debt first. There would definitely be a chance for revenge in the future, so there was no need to rush. The most important thing now was to find Jiang Zhu. Qin Shao looked around the empty surroundings, cupped his fists and said gratefully, "Miss, thank you for your righteous help just now. I wonder if it's convenient for you to show yourself?" If it were not for the help of this secretly hidden girl, Qin Shao felt that today's battle would not have been easy in the end. Therefore, this young lady had indeed helped him greatly. It was not an exaggeration to say that she might have saved him this time. For such a great kindness, Qin Shao naturally wanted to thank her in person. "Haha, thank you. You don't have to be so polite. I just happened to pass by here. It's not a big deal. So, I don't have to show myself to you. Although you are handsome and pleasing to the eye, and your heroic spirit is not bad. You are not afraid in the face of danger. You are upright, and have the heroic spirit of a god of war. You are not afraid of power, and you don't bow your head. In all aspects you are very good. You are an indomitable man. Although you are so excellent, I don't want you to see my peerless face. Haha, you must want to see it very much, right? But I won't show it to you. I will make you angry." The girl in the dark laughed, but had no intention of showing herself. She even teased Qin Shao. Her tone was very playful, which was very like a young girl's character. Judging from her voice and tone, she should be very young, which was why she could maintain such a childlike innocence. Of course, the hip and ha sages were different. However, people like the hip-hop saints and the hip-hop saints were probably extremely rare. "Miss, I think you misunderstood. I don't want to see you. I just want to thank you in person. If you don't want to, you don't have to show yourself. I, Qin Shao, will remember this kindness. But let me ask you one more time. How should I address you? I am indebted to you, so I should at least know your name, right?" Qin Shao shook his head and couldn't help but say this. However, his words made the girl in the dark unhappy. Hey, handsome, what do you mean? What do you mean you don't want to see me? My voice is so beautiful. It is obvious that I have a stunning face. How can you say that you don't want to see me? Humph, I am angry, and the consequences are very serious. Hurry up and coax me. Say something nice. You must say that I am beautiful. Hurry up, or I will really get angry. Hearing this coquettish words, Qin Shao was a little speechless. What was this? However, Qin Shao didn't like this kind of character. At first, he thought this girl was very playful and cute. Now it seemed that she was also a princess. Qin Shao didn't want to serve this kind of princess. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't stand on ceremony and directly said, "Since I have made you angry, I will take my leave first. I don't want to make you angry again." Chapter 2076. Seeing that Qin Shao was really going to leave, the girl in the dark suddenly became anxious again. Hey, don't go. Don't be in such a hurry. We haven't finished talking. Hey, did you hear me? However, Qin Shao didn't pay attention to the girl in the dark. Since she was so flirtatious, then forget it. In fact, Qin Shao didn't have any other thoughts. He just wanted to thank her in person. As for whether the other party was pretty or not, what kind of background she had, and what kind of strength she had, Qin Shao did not think too much about it. Qin Shao had seen a lot of beautiful women, so he didn't have any feelings for them at all. Qin Zhao's indifference made the girl in the dark anxious. Seeing that Qin Zhao didn't want to stop, the girl in the dark finally walked out of the void. She walked out in front of Qin Zhao and stopped in front of Qin Zhao. She pouted and looked at Qin Zhao with a bit of grievance. She looked at Qin Zhao with her big watery eyes and said, "You're so stingy. Just now I praised you for being an indomitable man and having a heroic spirit. But in the blink of an eye you became so stingy. I was just joking with you. Why are you so stingy as a man? No matter what, I did save you once. Is this how you treat your savior?" Qin Zhao looked at the girl in front of him, the person in the dark with excellent means. She looked like she was only 15 or 16 years old. Indeed, he felt that she hadn't fully developed yet. Her clothes were very ordinary and casual. There was no sense of luxury. There were a few small braids on her head, tied with a few colorful rope. She looked very special and had the style of a young girl. Her eyes were big and watery. They were very clean and pure. There was no trace of impurities or pollution. Her slightly raised lips also looked very playful. As for her appearance, how to put it? She was indeed very beautiful and had an indescribable temperament. However, he felt that he was a little too young. Of course, although the traces of time on the other party's body had been concealed, Qin Zhao was sure that the other party was not younger than himself. In terms of aura, the other party was far stronger than him. Therefore, in terms of strength, Qin Zhao didn't have the slightest confidence that he could defeat the other party. To have such strength and be able to cultivate to the realm of a fourth-step Empyrean, how could he be young? Generally speaking, the young lady before him was indeed very beautiful. At the very least, among all the women Qin Zhao had seen in the immortal region, her beauty was probably second only to Princess Xiaoyu. Of course, Princess Xiaoyu's beauty was mostly due to her peach blossom body. Before the peach blossom body was awakened, Qin Zhao did not think that Princess Xiaoyu was stunningly beautiful. Qin Zhao just glanced at it and didn't look at it for long. As far as women were concerned, Qin Zhao had never been interested in them. Perhaps it was because he was not born to be a playboy. Or perhaps it was because his heart was too small and could only contain Gu Lingyue. "If I didn't do that, how could you bear to show yourself?" Qin Zhao smiled faintly and shook his head. In fact, when he said that he was going to leave just now, firstly, he did have the intention to leave. Secondly, he wanted to provoke the other party and see if he could make her come out. As expected, the other party really came out immediately. After all, a girl was a girl. Her mind was still very simple. It was just a casual provocation, and she came out. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the girl's jade eyes widened and she immediately understood. "Oh, Qin Zhao, how dare you provoke me? Hey, I'm so stupid. How can I be so stupid?" The girl looked very self-reproachful, and she looked very cute. Women were really strange creatures. Sometimes they clearly did some stupid things, but people would find them very cute. If such a thing happened to a man, he would definitely be scolded until he became a fool. "Alright, miss, I've already seen your face, and I've also said my thanks. Since you're not willing to tell me your name, I won't ask any more. In short, I'll still say the same thing. I, Qin Zhao, will remember this kindness. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely return it," Qin Zhao said solemnly. Clearly, behind these words, there was also the intention to bid farewell. Qin Zhao was about to leave. Seeing that Qin Zhao was about to leave again, the girl looked a little anxious. She stretched out her arms and blocked Qin Zhao's path, saying, "I don't want you to return it in the future. The celestial realm is so big. Where am I going to find you in the future? Where are you going to find me?" When men say that they'll return it in the future, they're mostly lying. I don't need empty promises. So, if you really want to thank me, then thank me now. Why wait until the future? Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Qin Zhao stopped, nodded, and said, "That's fine. How do you want me to thank you?" Well, let me think about it carefully. The girl looked at Qin Shao with a somewhat strange look. She looked up and down, left and right, which made Qin Shao feel embarrassed. Why did he read some bad information from her eyes? Suddenly, an idea suddenly came to his mind, which made Qin Shao shudder involuntarily. He couldn't help but say, Miss, first of all, I'll make it clear that I, Qin Shao, will never sell myself. I'd rather die than submit. So, please understand. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Qin Shao had a serious expression on his face. When he said these words, it was especially amusing. The girl was amused by Qin Shao's words and laughed out loud, regardless of her image. She was so beautiful that nothing could be imagined. It had to be said that women were the most beautiful when they laughed. She was like a flower that had just bloomed, so beautiful and brilliant. The girl in front of him was particularly brilliant and beautiful when she laughed, like a spring breeze or a rainbow above the ninth heaven. Hey, what are you thinking about? After laughing, the girl slapped Qin Shao and glared at him. What kind of dirty thoughts do you men have in your hearts? She said with some annoyance. I'm not the kind of person you're talking about. Dream on. Although you're a little handsome and good in all aspects, you're my type. But we've just met for the first time. I can't be so undisciplined to like you, right? Qin Shao nodded, looked relieved, and said, Oh, then I'm relieved. Was he relieved? What did he mean? Why was this man so unromantic? Did he know how to chat? The girl pursed her lips unhappily. It was the first time she met such a man who didn't know how to chat. But Qin Zhao's next words almost made her vomit blood. Does that mean you'll like me in the future if we get along for a long time? Qin Shao added. Get out of here. The girl was so angry that she scolded him directly. She pouted and said, It's not like that. Who said I'll like you in the future? Look at you, an honest man. Why are you so narcissistic? You thought you were special. I didn't expect you to be no different from other men. You men are too self-righteous. This lady only said a few more words to you and joked with you a few more times. Did you really take it seriously? Then I'll be serious. I'll tell you clearly that I won't like you now or in the future. Do you hear me? Oh, I see. Then I'll leave. Sorry, I misunderstood you just now. Although I was joking. Qin Shao smiled faintly and didn't take it to heart. Just now, he was just joking. He didn't mean it. Qin Shao didn't have any feelings for the girl in front of him. Seeing Qin Shao saying goodbye to her and leaving, the girl stamped her feet anxiously and said, Hey, am I so scary? Why are you leaving without saying anything? Will you die if you talk to me more? Will you die? Or will you die? Qin Shao glanced at the girl. Anyway, he didn't understand what the girl wanted to do. Why did she pull him? Qin Shao didn't think he was so charming. Therefore, Qin Shao said very seriously, May I ask if there's anything else, miss? If not, then I really have to leave. I have important things to do. I can't accompany you anymore. Sorry. Seeing Qin Shao was determined to leave, the girl simply followed him and said, Then, you can take me with you. You should be from the southern wilderness, right? It's my first time in the southern wilderness. I'm not familiar with the southern wilderness. I don't know where to go. So, I'll go with you first. You're quite interesting. You're funny to talk to. It won't be so boring to follow you. You don't know. I've been bored to death these years. It's not easy to meet someone who can talk to me. How can I let you go so easily? Qin Shao suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He was just a person who could talk. So he wanted to talk to him because he was bored? Why did these words sound so weird? Qin Shao still shook his head and said, Miss, I'm really sorry. I really have important things to do. So, I can't take you with me. The southern wilderness is actually not that big. With your strength, you won't be in any danger. How about this? I'll give you a map of the southern wilderness. You can just follow the map. No, no, I don't want it. Who knew that the girl directly shook her head to express that she didn't want it. She pouted and said with an angry look, "Humph, you men are all people who don't keep your words. Just now, you said that you should be grateful to me and repay me. Now, in the blink of an eye, you've turned your back on me. I don't want anything in return. I just want you to let me follow you and take me to play in the southern wilderness. You're not even willing to promise me such a simple thing. You still have the nerve to say that you'll repay me in the future." For a moment Qin Shao was speechless. Qin Shao did say this. So, after thinking about it, it was really inappropriate to refuse again. But Qin Shao was indeed reluctant to take this girl with him. He had important things to do. However, since it was inappropriate to refuse again, he could only nod his head and agree. "Well, miss, if this is what you want in return, then I have no reason to refuse. Then you can follow me first. But the time can't be too long." Qin Shao could only say. Hearing Qin Shao agree, the girl suddenly became happy again. She smiled like a flower and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes, yes, not long, not long. At most, I'll follow you for 2 or 3 million years. 2 or 3 million years should be enough for me to travel around the southern wilderness." 2 or 3 million years was indeed not long. This was still acceptable to Qin Shao. "Then can you tell me your name now?" Qin Shao asked again. Chapter 2077. Ming Yuexin, Jade Lake? This name was very pleasant to the ears. Just like her name, she was also very cute, very special, and very refreshing. From Jade Lake? Are you the Jade Lake Saintess? Qin Shao could not help but look at Ming Yuexin with some doubts. He had heard from Wu Fengqing that the Jade Lake Saintess would not leave the Jade Lake sacred ground. Men were also not allowed to enter the Jade Lake sacred ground. In general, the Jade Lake Saintess was not allowed to see men, let alone walk outside the immortal region. If she was really the Jade Lake Saintess, how could she come to the southern wilderness to play? Haha, as if the Jade Lake only has a saintess. Let's not talk about this. Let me ask you, are you from the Li Xing sect? Ming Yuexin smiled mockingly. Obviously, she did not want to explain more on this issue and immediately changed the topic. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "Strictly speaking, no." "Then what about not strictly speaking?" "Not strictly speaking, that's a bit of a relationship." Ming Yuexin shook her head and muttered, "It's so complicated. It seems that you have received the inheritance of the Li Xing sect. Your talent in the flying knife Dao is very amazing. If you can become the Li Xing sect's disciple, it will be very good." Become the Li Xing sect's disciple? Qin Shao smiled in his heart. How could he not want to? However, he did not even know where the Li Xing sect was, let alone how to become a member of the Li Xing sect. Therefore, this matter could only be thought about for the time being. If there really was a chance in the future, he would take a look. Now was not the time to think about it. It was easier said than done to become the Li Xing sect's disciple. The Li Xing sect was probably the most mysterious force in the immortal region. The Li Xing sect's disciples rarely went out. People only heard of the Li Xing sect, but did not see them. "Do you know where the Li Xing sect is?" Qin Shao asked. Ming Yuexin shook her head and said, "How would I know where the Li Xing sect is? Do you really think I'm a saint?" Qin Shao was just asking casually. It was fine if she did not know, Qin Shao had expected it. Wu Fengqing and Meng Dali didn't know where the Li Xing sect was. It was indeed too mysterious. Even Wufeng City had some suspicions that perhaps the Li Xing Gate was not in this mortal realm. Qin Shao did not think too much about this question and continued to rush towards the Mu tribe. Since Ming Yuexin insisted on following, Qin Shao could only let her be. After all, she did save him once, so he should just treat it as repaying her. Most of the cheerful girls had a common problem, which was that they had a lot of questions and were curious about everything. They were especially good at talking about love. Therefore, Qin Shao basically did not have any free time along the way. Ming Yuexin's questions were endless, and she could discuss with Qin Shao for a few months. From the southern wasteland to the primordial universe, he could ask all kinds of questions. He was curious about everything, just like a curious baby. It could be seen that Ming Yuexin did not go out much, so she was not informed. Ming Yuexin did not know much about the immortal realm's situation. After spending more than 4 million years with Wu Fengqing, Qin Shao had heard a lot about the immortal realm from Wu Fengqing, especially the situation of the 9 continents Huaxia country. Therefore, Qin Shao had a lot of understanding now. Qin Shao was really annoyed by the questions along the way, but there was nothing he could do. Thousand Mountain Ridge, a region in the southeast, was the territory of the Mu tribe. The Mu tribe was an ancient tribe that had a history of nearly 10,000 universe epochs, and its foundation was quite deep. Up until now, they could be considered to be flourishing with branches and leaves, and their clansmen numbered in the trillions. It could be said to be an extremely large clan empire. The tribe lived separately and ruled separately. The ancestral land was the Mu Castle, which was now called Mu City. Its scale was equivalent to a huge city. The buildings were grouped together and covered a radius of 10,000 miles, forming a huge cluster of buildings. The number of people who lived in the Mu Castle accounted for more than half of the entire Mu tribe. The Mu clan was one of the top clans in Qianshan Ridge. There was an ancient and majestic ancestral hall at the center of the Mu Castle. It was heavily guarded, and even members of the Mu tribe were not allowed to enter without permission. The ancestral hall was a place where the spirits of the ancestors were worshipped. Only the spirits of the tribe's ancestors and heroes with unparalleled merit could stay there and be worshipped and revered by the tribe. In addition, the ancestral hall was where the Mu tribe lived and cultivated, and where important decisions were made regarding the tribe's affairs. A doddering old man stood solemnly in the hall. His expression was grave, and it was obvious that something big had happened. The one sitting at the head of the table was an old man with white hair and a white beard. He had the demeanor of a transcendent being, and he held a white scepter in his hand. A woman was sobbing as she knelt there, pleading, "Old ancestor, please save Jiang He. It's been 300 years, but there's still no news of him. We don't even know if he's dead or alive. It must be the Qian tribe, it must be. Forefather, please talk to the Qian tribe's leader. If you don't do anything, Jiang He is dead for sure. If he dies, I don't want to live either. Forefather, if you don't agree, I will kneel for a long time." The white-haired Mu tribe's leader sat there with a grave expression and didn't say a word. "Xiaoyi, don't make things difficult for the tribe leader. What right does our Mu tribe have to contend with the Qian tribe? If you ask the tribe leader to talk to the Qian tribe's leader, isn't that the same as begging for mercy? We can't do something like that. Besides, we still don't know what happened to Jiang He and where he went. We don't have any evidence to prove that it has anything to do with the Qian tribe. Do you think the Qian tribe's leader will pay attention to us if we go to him so rashly? Not only will he ignore us, but he'll also take the opportunity to humiliate us. We need to think about this matter at length. The most important thing now is to find out where Jiang He is, and who is behind this. We can only talk about other things after we figure this out. Otherwise, we'll be too blind." "That's right, Xiaoyi. We can understand how you feel, but you need to calm down. Don't be rash, and don't keep forcing the tribe leader. Xiaoyi, we understand your pain and worry, but you need to understand our difficulties. You need to understand the tribe leader's difficulties. Although our Mu tribe isn't weak, we're far from standing at the top of the Qian mountain range. If this matter isn't handled properly, it'll be a disaster for our tribe." "Yes. How could Mu Xiaoyi not know this? But her husband had mysteriously disappeared, and his whereabouts were unknown. She didn't even know if he was dead or alive. How could she calm down? It had been 300 years, and she still hadn't found anything. How could she not be anxious? The longer this dragged on, the worse the situation would become, and the higher the chance of him dying. How could she care so much? What should she do? She really had no other choice, so she could only beg the forefather, and hope that he could help. No matter what, the forefather was a fourth step celestial exalt. There had to be a way. Reporting to the tribe leader, 2 powerful immortals have come to our door. They specifically stated that they want to see Jiang He. At this moment, a man hurriedly walked in and reported to the patriarch. Everyone in the ancestral hall was visibly shaken by the man's words, and they were immediately enraged. They're simply too much of a bully. Jiang He's been taken away, and now they're here to demand him back? They really don't care about our Mu tribe at all. How preposterous! Did they tell us who they were? Which faction do they belong to? How dare they bully our Mu tribe like this? Do they really think we're pushovers? Mu Xiaoyi grew even more agitated. It must be the Qian clan, it must be them. They're going too far by coming to our door to demand him back. Ancestor Mu He, who had been silent all this while, had an even darker expression on his face. He suddenly stood up and strode away without uttering a single word. Mu Xiaoyi immediately followed him, along with a few other elders. The group quickly left the ancestral hall and quickly arrived at the gates of Mu Castle. Outside the castle, hundreds of armored guards stood solemnly in formation. They looked like they were about to face a great enemy, and they stared fixedly at the 2 people hovering in the air not too far away. The 2 people who'd come were naturally none other than Qin Shao and Ming Yuexin, who'd hurried over. A small faction is a small faction. Look at how nervous these people are. Do we look like bad guys? Why do they look like they're about to face a great enemy? Ming Yuexin glanced at the guards. They'd been stopped as soon as they'd arrived. They weren't allowed to approach Mu Castle, which displayed great hostility. Ming Yuexin was rather displeased. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "Perhaps they're a little xenophobic, or perhaps something has happened recently. That's why they're so vigilant. And from what I've observed earlier, the security here is extremely tight. The soldiers all seem rather nervous. Don't worry about that. We're here to look for someone, not to do anything to the Mu clan." With that, Qin Zhao's gaze shifted. He saw a group of people hurrying over from afar. He could sense a powerful presence surging over from afar. It was the presence of a 4th step heavenly exalt. According to the information Qin Shao had gathered, only the Mu clan had a 4th step heavenly exalt. As such, it was clear that the patriarch had come personally. Qin Zhao's gaze quickly landed on the leader of the group. He held a scepter in his hand, and his hair was completely white. He had a stern expression on his face. Behind the patriarch were a few doddering old men. They all looked like they'd lived for a very long time. They were true living fossils. These old men were all 3rd step heavenly exalt. Their strength could be considered impressive. Seeing this group of people, all of whom didn't look too friendly, they all looked very solemn. Qin Shao couldn't help but frown. What was going on? He didn't see Jiang Zhu, but he'd summoned the Mu clan's people. And from the looks of it, they didn't seem friendly at all. Qin Zhao's intuition told him that something wasn't right. Had something happened? Could it be that something had happened to Jiang Zhu in the 4 million years he'd been away from Fuda Immortal Palace? When he thought of this, Qin Zhao's expression darkened slightly. His heart seemed rather heavy. Do you have a grudge against these people? Or have you offended them before? Why do I feel like they're very hostile towards you? Ming Yuexin couldn't help but ask. Qin Shao shook his head. This is my first time in the Mu clan, so I don't know what's going on. I'm only here to look for people from my hometown. Let's observe the situation first. Something must have happened. Something doesn't seem right. Chapter 2078. Patriarch Mu He's gaze landed on Qin Shao and Ming Yuexin from afar. Their powerful auras made Patriarch Mu He's expression change. He knew that two experts had come to visit. However, Patriarch Mu He was somewhat comforted by the fact that he didn't sense any hostility from them. The two of them stood there waiting politely. They didn't have the slightest bit of arrogance. Therefore, from the looks of it, these two people did not seem to be here to cause trouble. Patriarch Mu He clearly didn't know the two of them. They didn't seem to be from Thousand Mountain Ridge. He should be able to recognize some of the capable people in Qianshan Ridge. However, Patriarch Mu He didn't dare to let his guard down at this juncture. Therefore, he still approached with a gloomy face. Soon, Patriarch Mu He and the others arrived in front of the castle. Their auras were desolate, and a chilling aura enveloped the world. You must be Patriarch Mu He. Junior Qin Shao greets Patriarch Mu He. Qin Shao respectfully bowed to Patriarch Mu He. Qin Shao. Patriarch Mu He frowned slightly. He seemed to have heard this name somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. However, he was certain that this person wasn't from Thousand Mountain Ridge. Qin Zhao's respectful attitude made Patriarch Mu He relax a little. It seemed that this person wasn't here to cause trouble. You are Qin Shao? Mu Xiaoyi suddenly walked out with a surprised expression. She carefully sized up Qin Shao. After a long while, she became even more excited. Yes. You are indeed Qin Shao. I've seen your image before. You do look like this. Qin Shao said with a happy expression. May I ask if you are Miss Mu Xiaoyi? Qin Shao had learned from the immortal court that Jiang Zhu had married a wife in the Mu He clan. Her name was Mu Xiaoyi. Mu Xiaoyi was probably the only person who knew about her. You know me. Mu Xiaoyi was surprised that Qin Shao knew her. Qin Shao nodded and said, Yes, I found out about your situation before, so I came to find you. Since you're my sister-in-law, you should know why I'm here. I'm here to look for my big brother Jiang He. He should be here, right? Looking for Jiang He? Hearing this, Patriarch Mu and the others finally understood why Qin Shao had come. It turned out that he was Jiang He's friend. Speaking of Jiang He, Mu Xiaoyi's expression suddenly became gloomy and sad. She choked with sobs and didn't know what to say. Patriarch Mu He and the others shook their heads and sighed. Perhaps they felt a little ashamed to talk about this in front of Jiang He's friends. It was something they found hard to talk about. Qin Shao already had a bad premonition that something must have happened to the Mu clan. Now that he saw Mu Xiaoyi's reaction and Patriarch Mu He's expression, Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. He knew that something big must have happened. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. This caused Qin Zhao's heart to feel as if it had been struck by a bolt of lightning. It was very painful, and he began to blame himself. If something really happened to Jiang Zhu, he would hate himself. He hated himself for not coming to find Jiang Zhu earlier. He had to wait until now. However, Qin Shao hoped that things wouldn't be so bad. So, he suppressed his emotions and asked, Sister-in-law Xiaoyi, did something happen to big brother Jiang He? Mu Xiaoyi sighed helplessly and shook her head. She said, Qin Shao, come with me. I'll explain it to you slowly. Then, Mu Xiaoyi looked at Patriarch Mu He. Patriarch Mu He nodded. Mu Xiaoyi led Qin Shao and Ming Yuexin to her place of cultivation. Mu Xiaoyi was only a first step heavenly venerate, but her status in the Mu clan was still very high. After all, she was a direct descendant of Patriarch Mu He and had always been doted on by Patriarch Mu He. She was one of the more outstanding geniuses of the Mu clan. Qin Shao, I'm sorry. Something happened to Jiang He. Mu Xiaoyi couldn't help but cry when she arrived at her place of cultivation. What? Boom! Did something really happen to Jiang Zhu? No, no, no. Qin Shao felt like his head was about to explode. His mind buzzed and the world spun. He couldn't accept it. He had waited for more than 10 million years. Was this the result he had been waiting for? At this time, many fragments of Jiang Zhu flashed in his mind. He still remembered the scene when he first met Jiang Zhu. Everything was still vivid in his mind. Qin Shao wasn't sad about Kunlun's death. After all, he had only met Kunlun later on. They weren't really friends. However, Jiang Zhu was a brother who had gone through thick and thin with him in the primordial universe. Although it was only a clone, it was enough to make Qin Shao very sad. After a long while, Qin Shao calmed down and asked again, "Sister-in-law Xiaoyi, what exactly happened?" Mu Xiaoyi looked at Qin Shao and sighed. She shook her head and said, "Qin Shao, don't ask about this. It won't do you any good. I'll think of a way to ask the ancestor to resolve this matter. You don't have to get involved. I know that you and Jiang He are close brothers. Jiang He often talks to me about your brothers in the primordial universe. He talks about you the most. He said that the person he admires and respects the most in his life is you, Qin Shao. He thinks highly of you and knows that you must have a bright future. I can feel it from your aura. You are indeed, as he said. You have unlimited potential and a bright future ahead of you. You should be at the third step, Heavenly Venerate Realm. You have only cultivated for such a short time and entered the immortal domain for such a short time. However, you have already reached such a height that even those peerless geniuses can't reach. You have a bright future ahead of you. I can't harm you. I believe that Jiang He doesn't want to harm you either. If he knew, he would never allow me to tell you. He wouldn't let you get involved. However, Qin Shao, don't worry. Unless I die, I will do everything I can to get to the bottom of this matter. You should go back first. You shouldn't stay here for long. It's a dangerous place. Qin Shao frowned. Sister-in-law Xiaoyi, do you mean that my big brother Jiang He might not be dead? This was good news for Qin Shao. It was exciting news. He really thought that Jiang Zhu was dead. It would be great if Jiang Zhu was still alive. As long as Jiang Zhu wasn't dead, no matter how difficult it was, Qin Shao would definitely think of a way to save Jiang Zhu. Mu Xiaoyi shook her head. I don't know. I really don't know. Of course, I hope that Jiang He isn't dead. It's just that I can't guarantee it. I really don't know what his current situation is. Everything is unknown. I'm also trying to figure it out. Unknown whether he was alive or dead. Unknown whereabouts? Qin Shao couldn't help but be stunned. Jiang Zhu had broken through to the Heavenly Venerate Realm millions of years ago. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be weak. The Mu clan was considered a powerful clan in Qianshan Ridge. They weren't weak at all. As a member of the Mu clan, how could Jiang Zhu's whereabouts be unknown and his life or death unknown? What's going on? Qin Shao asked again. This situation was really strange. Mu Xiaoyi explained, actually, I don't understand what's going on either. 300 years ago, Jiang He went out for some business and never came back. Since then, there has been no news of him. We can no longer find him. We've been looking for him for 300 years, but there's no news at all. It's like he evaporated from the world. Before he died, he didn't send any news back. In the past 300 years, he hasn't sent any news back. So there are only two possibilities. The first is that he was killed in an instant. He didn't even have time to send a message. The second is that someone used a method to imprison him so that he can't contact me through the Soul Stone. But I think the second possibility is more likely. What do you mean? This was good news for Qin Shao. Since Mu Xiaoyi thought so, there had to be some basis for it. Qin Shao had no idea what was going on here. He just wanted to know as much as possible so that he could analyze the problem and come up with a countermeasure. As long as Jiang He was still alive, it was a good thing. Mu Xiaoyi thought for a moment and said, Jiang He is a rather honest and modest person. Moreover, he usually stays within the territory of our Mu clan and rarely leaves. So, he doesn't have any enmity with anyone. If I must say, it was 3,000 years ago when Jiang He and I went out to play. There's a person in the Qian clan called Qian Xuanxing. He's lascivious and shameless. When he saw me, he wanted to take liberties with me. Jiang He panicked and tried to protect me, so he got into an argument with Qian Xuanxing. Fortunately, Qian Xuanxing wasn't very strong, so Jiang He and I worked together to teach him a lesson. We knew that we'd gotten into big trouble by beating up someone from the Qian clan, so we didn't dare to stay outside for long. We quickly returned to the clan's territory. However, what we didn't expect was that this matter was actually very peaceful, and there was no follow-up. The people from the Qian clan didn't come to question us either. It was as if nothing had happened. Our worries have also gradually subsided. After 2,000 years, nothing happened, so we slowly put it aside. We felt that Qian Xuanxing was in the wrong, so he didn't dare to take revenge on us. Or maybe he didn't dare to mention this to the clan, so we felt lucky that we'd escaped a disaster. But we didn't expect that it would still happen. Jiang He disappeared from the world. We don't know where he is or whether he's dead or alive. But I'm sure that this matter has something to do with Qian Xuanxing. It must be him. Other than him, there's no one else. But the ancestor didn't listen to me. No matter how I saved him, he wasn't willing to talk to the ancestor of the Qian clan about this matter. Even if we taught Qian Xuanxing a lesson, it's not a big deal. At most, we'll just apologize to him. But the ancestor he deep in love, Mu Xiaoyi's emotions became incomparably emotional. Her tears dared to fall down, it was enough to make one's heart ache. But in the end, she didn't say anything else. She shook her head, wiped her tears, and tried her best to control her emotions. Then, she said to Qin Shao, "All right, Qin Shao, thank you for remembering your brother, Jiang He. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."